The super soldier returns to the city, only to find himself reduced to a mere loser, struggling daily in the relentless pursuit of money. How can he accept such a fate? Even as a loser, he yearns for a comeback. Although he may no longer be on the battlefield, his fervor remains undiminished. In Zhonghai City, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fei reclined comfortably on the sofa in the lounge of a fashion company, his eyes closed in slumber, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, a mischievous grin lingering on his lips. At that moment, a woman entered the lounge with a bright smile. Upon seeing Lin Fei on the sofa, a fiery glimmer ignited in her gaze, especially upon catching sight of his rather roguish smile. She chuckled softly to herself, this rascal must be dreaming of seducing some poor girl again. The woman was named Lu Qing. She took a seat beside Lin Fei and couldn't help but reach out to caress his face, feeling the heat of his masculine aura, causing her heart to flutter. "Qing Jia, don't tease," Lin Fei murmured, swatting away Lu Qing's hand in his sleep, dreamily exclaiming, "Qing Jia, you're too domineering, how could you possibly be on top in such matters?" His words were laden with complaint, yet beneath it all lay an unspoken sentiment, "But I like it." Ah, this cheeky fellow, Lu Qing was taken aback, not expecting that the woman in Lin Fei's dreams would be herself. Yet, she quickly rebuked him with a playful scold. Her expression revealed not anger, but rather a flicker of delight. Feeling a surge of boldness, Lu Qing licked her alluring red lips. Were it not for their workplace setting, she might very well have pushed Lin Fei down right then and there. However, recalling the matter concerning the president, Lu Qing restrained herself, extending her delicate hand to pinch the flesh at Lin Fei's waist and giving it a sharp twist. "Ah! Qing Jia, what are you doing?" Lin Fei, on the verge of entering a more passionate realm in his dream, was jolted awake by Lu Qing's unexpected pinch. He gasped and sat up abruptly, realizing he was in the lounge, not the luxurious suite of a five-star hotel. Upon seeing Lu Qing's teasing smile, he instantly comprehended that it had all been a dream, not reality. "Qing Jia, I didn't say anything, did I?" Lin Fei asked, feeling quite embarrassed. Lu Qing shot him a sidelong glance with her elongated, phoenix-like eyes, her cold chuckle echoing, "What do you think?" "Ah." Lin Fei wished he could find a corner to hide in. To have his spring dream discovered by the very subject of it, was there anything more mortifying? Even with Lin Fei's thick skin, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed, hastily shifting the conversation. "Qing Jia, did you come to find me because the president is leaving? What do you think?" Lu Qing continued to smirk, but her gaze roamed over Lin Fei, as if she wished to undress him with her eyes. "Qing Jia, please, don't joke around. If I delay the president, I might just get fired," Lin Fei fretted, fully aware that the president was strictly professional. Any delay in her affairs could indeed result in his dismissal. Lu Qing, understanding the gravity of the situation, waved her hand with a smile, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. The president is leaving, so hurry up. I'm on it." Lin Fei was eager to leave, and upon hearing her words, he hurriedly made his way out, only to be halted by Lu Qing as he took his first step. With a blush adorning her cheeks and her phoenix eyes glimmering with allure, Lu Qing glanced around to ensure no one was watching. She leaned closer to Lin Fei and whispered, "Lin Fei, come over to my place for dinner tonight. I'll whip up a couple of dishes, and we can enjoy a few drinks together." Lin Fei nearly choked. This woman was being rather brazen, clearly enticing him. Yet, the question remained, should he go or should he not? "Sure thing, Qing Jia. I'll drop off the president and then come to pick you up after work," Lin Fei responded cheerfully, dashing out. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away, especially since Lu Qing was unmarried, merely a tad older than him, yet still someone he found appealing. Lin Fei raced to the parking lot and drove the car to the entrance of the company, where President Chen Wanrong was already waiting for him. Chen Wanrong, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, donned a pair of white trousers and a chiffon short-sleeved top, exposing her slender, fair arms. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and upon catching sight of Lin Fei, she couldn't help but frown. This fellow was utterly unreliable, having kept her waiting for quite some time. In the past, such behavior would have led Chen Wanrong to dismiss him on the spot. However, she was in a particularly irritable mood today and didn't feel like driving, so despite her annoyance, she remained silent as Lin Fei pulled up and got into the car. Yet in her mind, she had already resolved to fire him upon returning. President, where are we headed? Lin Fei, lost in his own joy, failed to consider Chen Wanrong's current disposition. After she entered the car, he cheerfully inquired. Chen Wanrong coldly provided an address and then lapsed into silence. She was typically like this. No one in the office had ever seen her smile. Lin Fei paid it no mind, driving towards their destination. The address Chen Wanrong had given was a luxurious villa complex, and if Lin Fei guessed correctly, it was her home. Though Chen Wanrong had a chauffeur, she drove herself to and from work daily, never allowing anyone into her personal life. Thus, even after working at the company for over 6 months, Lin Fei had no idea where she lived. Of course, he could have found it out if he had wanted to. If he were so inclined, even if her home were in the White House, he could locate it. Chen Wanrong was in a particularly foul mood today, which was why she let Lin Fei drive. Throughout the ride, she remained silent, her delicate hands clasped tightly together, revealing her evident anxiety. Lin Fei observed all of this but refrained from probing further. He drove swiftly, completing what would normally be a nearly hour-long journey in less than 30 minutes. Upon arriving, Chen Wanrong was taken aback, casting a glance at Lin Fei, yet chose not to say anything further as she strode directly into the villa. After parking the car, Lin Fei followed her inside. Wanrong Jia, you must help me this time, or that woman will certainly mock me again. Lin Fei heard a sweet voice the moment he stepped into the living room, instantly piquing his interest. Just from the voice alone, it was clear that the speaker was a stunning beauty. However, upon looking over, he was left astounded. Standing next to Chen Wanrong was a woman in her 20s, sporting short, deep purple hair styled into spikes, resembling a hedgehog. She wore an oversized black t-shirt adorned with a frightening ghost face, and her jeans were riddled with holes of various sizes, embellished with numerous metallic accessories that jingled as she walked. What the heck, is this the infamous shamate style? Lin Fei inwardly cursed. He had only ever seen such a style online, and this was his first encounter in real life. His frustration stemmed from the fact that this woman was inherently beautiful, at least on par with Chen Wanrong, yet her attire obscured her natural charm. The woman was named Tang Shui. She anxiously tugged at Chen Wanrong's arm, pouting, Wanrong Jia, what should I do? She always outshines me, and if I can't surpass her this time, I'll have no face left to show. Shui, don't fret. Let me think of a suitable style for you, Chen Wanrong gently reassured her, furrowing her brow as she struggled to devise a solution. She had no knowledge of the shamate trend. After listening for a while, Lin Fei finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Tang Shui had developed a fondness for the shamate style during college, and even after graduating, she had not outgrown it. She constantly competed with another girl who embraced the same style, but always found herself overshadowed. This infuriated Tang Shui, who was eager to turn the tables. However, with the other woman visiting her home today, she was desperate to avoid being outdone again, which prompted her to call Chen Wanrong for help. President, I might be able to give it a try, Lin Fei interjected, having pieced everything together. He surmised that a girl like Tang Shui, who likely came from a wealthy family, craved attention and affection. Although he was unfamiliar with the shamate style, he believed he could help her stand out. Handsome, do you really have a solution? Tang Shui, feeling desperate, rushed over and grabbed Lin Fei's arm, exuding warmth and familiarity. As Tang Shui held onto his arm, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a brush against softness, and his touches became increasingly intentional. Tang Shui, aware of his movements, felt her cheeks flush slightly but made no attempt to withdraw. Instead, she playfully nudged against him and whispered, handsome, as long as you help me win, I'll let you touch me. Lin Fei was taken aback. This was a blatant temptation. Coughing, Chen Wanrong, having noticed the subtle exchange between the two, cleared her throat and looked at Lin Fei with a questioning gaze, asking, Lin Fei, do you truly have a way? Well, since you both seem at a loss, it wouldn't hurt to try, Lin Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Although he had an idea, he wasn't keen on overselling it. Chen Wanrong was displeased with this response, casting an irritated glare at Lin Fei. Yet, with no better options available, she reluctantly conceded, then let's give it a shot, Lin Fei chuckled softly as he approached Chen Wanrong, whispering a few words to her. Is this acceptable? Chen Wanrong responded, her face awash with doubt. If you have a better suggestion, then forget it, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, offering no definitive answer whatsoever. Infuriated, Chen Wanrong felt the urge to strike him, yet she found herself bereft of any viable options. Reluctantly, she grasped Tang Xue's hand and led her upstairs. In this opulent villa, everything one could desire was present. There was no need to venture outside for aesthetics. Once they ascended, Lin Fei languidly settled onto the sofa, flicking on the television and tuning into an animated channel, reveling in the show. Approximately 10 minutes later, two individuals entered, their age seemingly around 20. The young man sported long, multicolored hair and donned an equally vibrant ensemble, making it quite challenging to ascertain his gender at first glance. The woman wore a deep blue gown, its hem trailing upon the floor, adorned with numerous small cutouts that revealed glimpses of her skin. Her hair was slicked back, styled into stiff strands with hair wax, jutting out at the back of her head. Upon seeing this hairstyle, Lin Fei was reminded of a certain creature, resembling the rear end of a rooster. "Where's Tang Xue? What, is she too afraid to face me?" Upon their entrance, the woman named Shen Fei cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fei, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Lin Fei remained absorbed in his animated show, uttering not a word in response. Shen Fei glanced at the television, showing no signs of irritation as she settled onto the sofa, sneering, "Oh, this gentleman has quite the taste. At your age, still indulging in cartoons, I dare say, are you mentally challenged?" Lin Fei paid her no heed, suddenly lifting his head and bellowing, "Manager, which dog is barking? Could you please call the property management to have it removed? I'm afraid of dogs." "You insolent fool, what are you saying?" Shen Fei erupted in anger, rising from her seat to point an accusing finger at Lin Fei, berating him, "Do you even realize you're standing? You are but a mere servant, yet you dare to speak to me like that. Do you want me to have you thrown out?" Lin Fei's expression shifted as he leaned back on the sofa, locking eyes with Shen Fei, his face devoid of emotion as he stated, "Remove your filthy hand."
Chapter 2. You are no longer my driver. Under Lin Fei's piercing gaze, Shen Fei felt an icy wave of murderous intent wash over her, causing her complexion to pale and leaving her speechless. Frozen in place, individuals like her usually displayed bravado, but in the presence of someone like Lin Fei, they were rendered utterly speechless. Fortunately, a man beside her reacted swiftly, coming to Shen Fei's side and urging her to sit down with a smile, saying, "Xiao Fei, everyone has their own aspirations. We are here to find Tang Xue." Only then did Shen Fei, her expression still uneasy, take a seat, no longer daring to provoke Lin Fei. That moment, Chen Wanrong descended the stairs. Her attention fixed solely on Lin Fei. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she remarked, "At your age, you still fear dogs. How embarrassing." Though Chen Wanrong's words expressed discontent, they were clearly aimed at Shen Fei. Lin Fei, taken aback by this unexpectedly charming side of Chen Wanrong, approached her, nervously saying, "Xiao, please don't mind me. I really am afraid of dogs." Hearing Chen Wanrong's comment, Shen Fei's expression turned frigid. Yet she dared not direct her anger at Chen Wanrong. Instead, she aimed it at Lin Fei, petulantly declaring, "Sister Wanrong, this servant of yours is bullying me." Chen Wanrong shot a bemused glance at Lin Fei before leisurely settling onto the sofa and, with a resigned tone, replied to Shen Fei, "Xiao Fei, I apologize, but he is not my servant. He is merely my driver, and aside from driving me, I have no authority over him." Goodness, that smile was enchanting. Lin Fei was utterly captivated by the exquisite smile Chen Wanrong had just displayed. Shen Fei, feeling slighted, opted not to dwell on the matter any longer. She straightened her posture and pointedly asked, "Where is Tang Xue? I came to find her. She isn't too scared to come out." "Is she? Xiao Xue is upstairs changing. She will be down shortly," Chen Wanrong replied nonchalantly, seemingly engrossed in an animated series. "Oh please, what more is there to change? No outfit could possibly compare to mine." Shen Fei scoffed, her words dripping with provocation. However, Chen Wanrong chose to ignore her, continuing to watch the show, her mind pondering whether Lin Fei's methods could truly rival Shen Fei's, after what felt like an eternity. Tang Xue finally emerged from upstairs, hesitantly approaching the staircase, but not yet descending. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands were nervously clasped together, clearly indicating her lack of confidence in Lin Fei's suggestion. "Ah, Tang Shui, you finally made an appearance. I thought you were too frightened to show yourself, Shen Fei taunted as she stood up. However, upon seeing Tang Shui's attire, she was momentarily taken aback. Not only Shen Fei, but everyone else present was rendered speechless. Tang Shui had dyed her hair black, which cascaded loosely around her shoulders, and she wore an oversized pink batwing t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts. Gone was her previous eccentricity. She now appeared as a pure and lovely young woman. One could not deny that Tang Shui's natural beauty was exceptional. This new look made her even more stunning than the campus beauties. Shen Fei, who was not unattractive herself, suddenly felt overshadowed, akin to a hen standing before a phoenix, her appearance now seemingly incongruous. Lin Fei, elated, thought to himself that he had not misjudged her. If he were to discover who had transformed Tang Shui into this vision, he would undoubtedly have words with that person. After the initial shock wore off, Shen Fei regained her composure and, noticing the expressions of those around her, grew displeased. She sneered, "Tang Shui, I expected you to dress in something more extravagant. Instead, you've chosen such a pedestrian look. Have you forgotten our unique style?" "Humph, you only say that because you think you're prettier than me," Tang Shui retorted, her face flushing as she sensed the gazes of others upon her. "Me? Less pretty than you? Nonsense," Shen Fei scoffed, glancing at the man beside her and brazenly asking, "Wu Da, who do you think is more attractive? The two of us?" Shen Fei's confidence was palpable. After all, Wu Da would surely side with her. However, after waiting in vain for his response, she realized that his gaze was fixed on Tang Shui, utterly entranced and oblivious to her words. "Wu Da, I'm speaking to you," Shen Fei exclaimed, her irritation bubbling over. Wu Da snapped back to reality, awkwardly inquiring, "Xiao Fei, what did you just ask?" "You." Shen Fei was so infuriated she could hardly articulate her thoughts. She stomped her foot and turned to leave. As she reached the doorway, she heard Lin Fei's voice call out, "Wait." With a visibly distressed expression, Shen Fei turned to face him. Lin Fei stepped forward, a grin on his face as he jested. "Either you have styled your hair like a chicken's backside or you consider yourself beautiful. What do you call this look?" "Ah yes, not resembling a human, more like a fowl. You bastard." Shen Fei seethed, her rage boiling over as she disregarded Lin Fei's earlier intimidation and shouted angrily before storming out. Wu Da, having accompanied Shen Fei, felt no need to linger now that she had left. Yet, he hesitated, glancing back at Tang Shui with a hint of regret, saying, "Xiao Shui, I'll come to see you another day." With that, he turned and hurried after Shen Fei. Although Wu Da was infatuated with Tang Shui's beauty, he had approached Shen Fei with ulterior motives and could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. "Thank you, handsome," Tang Shui said cheerfully as Shen Fei and Wu Da departed. She gleefully sidled up to Lin Fei, nuzzling against him a few times. With her fair complexion and bright eyes, her smile revealed two adorable dimples, causing Lin Fei's heart to flutter. He quietly asked, "Xiao Shui, do you still mean what you said earlier?" Tang Shui's cheeks reddened further as she discreetly glanced at Chen Wanrong and whispered, "When there's no one around another day, I'll let you touch." Lin Fei could hardly contain his excitement, though he berated himself internally. What a delightful prospect! Unbeknownst to Chen Wanrong, who was blissfully unaware of the playful exchange, she smiled at Tang Shui and said, "Xiao Shui, if you have nothing else to attend to, I'll be heading back to the company. There are many matters to address." "Ah, Sister Wanrong, I wanted you to take me out to play." Tang Shui protested, her expression one of discontent. However, Chen Wanrong did not give her a chance to speak further and walked out without looking back. With no other option, Lin Fei followed suit, his mind still occupied with the promise Tang Shui had made. Yet, time was too short for further inquiries, leaving him with a sense of regret. Once in the car, Chen Wanrong directed Lin Fei back to the company without delay. As they drove, she leaned comfortably against the seat, her mind drifting to other thoughts. Given the events of the day, she could see Lin Fei's talent in design, and it seemed a shame for someone with such abilities to remain merely a driver. She resolved to consider a new position for him upon their return. In less than half an hour, they arrived back at the company. Just before reaching her office, Chen Wanrong earnestly expressed, "Lin Fei, thank you for today. If you truly wish to thank me, then perhaps you could offer yourself to me." Lin Fei thought, but dared not speak such words aloud, knowing they would cost him his position. Instead, he replied, "No need for such formality, CO. It is my duty." Chen Wanrong chuckled lightly and said, Just do your best. Do my best. Lin Fei pondered, mystified as to what she meant. He wanted to ask for clarification. But Qin Wanrong had already entered her office, leaving him to return to the break room in a state of confusion. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, their conversation had caught the attention of a man who watched him with a fierce expression before following him inside. Lin Fei, come out here, the man bellowed as he reached the break room. It was midday, and aside from Lin Fei, several other employees were present. They were startled by the sudden outburst, their faces displaying irritation. However, upon seeing the man at the door, their displeasure faded away. What the hell is all this noise at noon? Lin Fei muttered, feeling disgruntled as he had just returned to the break room. Noticing who it was, he remarked lazily, Zhao Zong, what can I do for you? We can talk here. Zhao Juanru's irritation grew at Lin Fei's demeanor. Coldly, he ordered, come out here. Reluctantly, Lin Fei followed him outside, knowing that Zhao Juanru was the youngest manager in the company. While he wasn't too afraid of him, he also wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Once in the hallway, Zhao Juanru glanced around to ensure no one was watching before coldly admonishing, Lin Fei, keep your distance from the CEO from now on. Do you even understand what you are? Do you think you are worthy of her? Lin Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhao Juanru's visit was to deliver such a message. Anger surged within him. While he did not wish to offend Zhao Juanru, he certainly would not tolerate such disrespect. Who the hell do you think you are? I am the CEO's driver, if you want me to stay away from her. Then who will drive her? Lin Fei retorted, livid. Lin Fei, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you want me to make you leave right now? Zhao Juanru shot back, his temper flaring. He advanced menacingly, grabbing Lin Fei by the collar and glaring at him to go to hell. I'll not be intimidated, Lin Fei shouted, retaliating with a powerful punch to Zhao Juanru's stomach. Poor Zhao Juanru, his audacity stemmed from his position. Yet he failed to anticipate that Lin Fei would strike first, leaving him crouched on the ground, his face flushed with anger. Lin Fei, how dare you hit me? Just wait, I will ensure you are out of here shortly. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhao Juanru uttered a harsh threat before storming into the company. Lin Fei paid no heed to his words and turned back to the break room. Qin Wanrong was always pragmatic and reasonable. She certainly would not dismiss him over this incident. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Qing entered, approaching Lin Fei with a serious demeanor, stating, Lin Fei, the president requests your presence. In the presence of others, Lu Qing preferred to keep their relationship discreet. Lin Fei merely shrugged and said nothing, making his way to Qin Wanrong's office. President, you called for me. Upon entering the office, Lin Fei indeed spotted Zhao Juanru, but he chose to ignore him and directed his attention to Qin Wanrong. Zhao Juanru, upon seeing Lin Fei, angrily pointed at him and exclaimed, President, he just hit me. Qin Wanrong furrowed her brow in disapproval, casting a glance at Zhao Juanru before turning to Lin Fei and inquiring coolly, Lin Fei, did you strike General Zhao? Yes, Lin Fei acknowledged without a hint of remorse. His disdain for denial evident. Qin Wanrong appeared taken aback by his admission, her curiosity piqued, but she maintained an icy demeanor as she declared, well, since you have admitted to it, I must terminate your position as my driver. Effective immediately, you are no longer my chauffeur. Her words left no room for rebuttal, and she provided Lin Fei no opportunity for explanation, making a swift decision. Chapter 3. What is this place? Haha, kid, stunned, are you? Let me tell you, some people are not like you, a mere nobody, whom you can offend at will. Next time, think twice, or you won't know how you met your demise. Zhao Juanru laughed triumphantly as Qin Wanrong made her decision. He reveled in this feeling of superiority, knowing he could easily have someone lose their job at a moment's notice, leaving them filled with regret. Damn it, when I was still in the company, I dared to hit you. Now that you are no longer an employee, I can do as I please. Enraged, Lin Fei cursed and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Zhao Juanru. The sharp sound echoed, leaving both Zhao Juanru and even Qin Wanrong momentarily stunned. This audacious young man dared to strike in the president's office. Fueled by anger, Lin Fei unleashed his fury upon Zhao Juanru, channeling all his frustrations onto him. Indirectly aiming to provoke Qin Wanrong, he had not anticipated that she would deny him even the chance to explain himself. It was clearly Zhao Juanru's fault, yet she had dismissed him without a second thought. Qin Wanrong merely observed, initially astonished, but soon a hint of amusement surfaced on her lips, showing no intention of intervening as Lin Fei took action. The unfortunate Zhao Juanru's face swelled from the blows, Yet he found no opportunity to retaliate. After delivering his blows, Lin Fei felt a sense of relief and glanced at Chen Wanrong before turning to leave. If she would not afford him the chance to explain. He saw no need to linger. Wait. Just as Lin Fei was about to step out, Chen Wanrong's indifferent voice called after him. I asked there something else? Lin Fei asked coldly without turning back. Chen Wanrong sighed lightly, saying, Don't rush off just yet. I merely stated that I have terminated your position as a driver, but I did not say you had to leave the company. What? Both Lin Fei and Zhao Junru wore expressions of confusion, staring at Chen Wanrong, unsure of her intentions. Noticing Lin Fei's astonishment, Chen Wanrong felt a fleeting urge to smile, but her usual demeanor held her back as she continued. Not long ago, the design department manager approached me, requesting you to join her team as a designer, and I agreed. The design department manager, Lin Fei asked, bewildered. Although he had heard of this esteemed figure during his time at the company, he had never met her. Zhao Junru was equally perplexed, glancing at Chen Wanrong, having never encountered the design department manager either. Everyone in the company recognized the existence of this influential individual, yet all design matters were primarily managed by Chen Wanrong herself. Little did they know that as soon as this esteemed figure appeared, she had decided that Lin Fei would transition to her team. Understanding their confusion, Chen Wanrong casually mentioned, I forgot to tell you. The design department manager is named Tang Shui. Lin Fei was momentarily speechless, but he quickly grasped that Chen Wanrong had likely intended for him to join the design department since her return earlier that day, but had not yet found the opportunity to mention it until now. President, Lin Fei is merely a driver. How can he possibly become a designer? Zhao Junru interjected vehemently before Lin Fei could respond. However, Chen Wanrong's icy gaze silenced him as she stated firmly, If you have an issue with this, you may take it up with General Tang. I have no interest in your disputes. She then turned to Lin Fei, saying, Lin Fei, although you are transitioning to a new position, I hope you do not become complacent and instead strive to achieve success in your new role. Sure thing, Lin Fei replied cheerfully, realizing just how charming Chen Wanrong truly was. He couldn't help but feel an urge to kiss her. Yet, more than that, he felt a sense of pride. A man as handsome as him would never fade into the background. Even a woman as remarkable as Chen Wanrong would take notice. President, Zhao Junru, still unwilling to concede, attempted to salvage the situation, but Chen Wanrong's expression remained frigid as she replied, General Zhao. The hierarchy among employees exists to motivate everyone to work harder and achieve greater growth, not to allow those in high positions to act arrogantly, looking down on others. Such individuals are not needed here. Her final statement carried weight, and it was evident that she was genuinely angered. Even Zhao Junru, who was not particularly astute, understood that Chen Wanrong was deliberately targeting him. He had relied on his status as the sales department manager and his impressive performance to act so brazenly. But the dynamics changed in her presence. A single word from her could send him packing. President, I will take my leave now. Zhao Junru, struggling to maintain his pride, muttered before exiting. Before leaving, he shot Lin Fei a resentful glare, silently vowing, Kid, enjoy your moment of triumph while you can. Once you step outside the company, I will make you pay. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, Zhao Junru harbored such thoughts. Otherwise, he might have retaliated once more. With a smile, Lin Fei addressed Chen Wanrong, President, if there is nothing else, I will be on my way. Wait, Chen Wanrong called him back, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. Lin Fei, I have yet to find a new driver. Could you please continue to drive for me for the next few days? I may need your assistance for my commutes. Absolutely, President. If possible, I would gladly take on both roles, provided you compensate me with 2 salaries. Lin Fei replied with enthusiasm. Though Chen Wanrong appeared cold on the surface, he sensed she was not entirely unapproachable. Chen Wanrong, showing no objections to the idea of 2 salaries, inquired curiously, Why, are you in need of money? Indeed, I am, Lin Fei candidly admitted. His job search had been motivated by financial necessity. This revelation surprised Chen Wanrong. Having seen Lin Fei's nonchalance earlier, she had assumed he was financially stable, unbeknownst to her. Lin Fei, despite his financial struggles, retained his pride and would not accept charity from others. He preferred to earn his keep through hard work. How much do you need, if it is for legitimate purposes? I can assist you, Chen Wanrong offered generously. While she did not lack funds, she stipulated that it must be for appropriate use, revealing a compassionate side to her character. Thank you, but no need. I can manage these matters myself. Lin Fei unexpectedly declined. Though he was in need, he was resolute about not accepting handouts. Qin Wanrong was taken aback by his response, nodding reluctantly. Very well. Dear best at work. I understand. Thank you, President. Lin Fei earnestly expressed his gratitude. Noticing that no one was around, he stepped closer to Qin Wanrong and whispered, President, you look beautiful when you smile. Get lost, Qin Wanrong snapped, her patience evaporating instantly, but Lin Fei had already dashed away before she could react. Reflecting on Lin Fei's words, Qin Wanrong felt her cheeks warm. She was not truly angry and even felt a touch of joy. However, her thoughts soon turned to worry as she murmured, Xiao Shui. When will you finally grow up? You need to start facing some challenges. As Lin Fei exited the president's office, he was filled with elation. It had been a day of immense gains. Not only had he strengthened his relationship with the beautiful president, but he also secured 2 salaries. At this rate, he might soon be able to afford the treatment for his sister's illness. Lin Fei has already become an employee of the design department. However, the company's official appointment has yet to be finalized, so he currently remains a driver. Consequently, in the afternoon, Lin Fei found himself idly reclining in the lounge. During this time, Lu Qing visited him a few times, sternly reminding him that he must come to her place for drinks that evening. How could Lin Fei possibly refuse such an invitation? Naturally, he readily agreed with delight. When work was over, Lin Fei promptly brought the car over. And before long, Qin Wanrong emerged, directly getting into the vehicle and gently stating, Please take me home. Certainly, Lin Fei replied, just as he was about to start driving when suddenly, a woman dashed in front of the car. Upon seeing Lin Fei inside, she joyfully exclaimed, Handsome guy, wait for me. Just as the engine roared to life, someone rushed to the front of the car. Lin Fei, initially irritable, lost his annoyance upon recognizing the woman, Tang Shui. Unfazed by the situation, Tang Shui swiftly hopped into the passenger seat and excitedly declared, Finally caught up with you, Sister Wanrong. Let's go have some fun. Tang Shui, you're old enough now. You really shouldn't be so carefree. Qin Wanrong admonished, gazing at her with indulgence before continuing, By the way, I've made a decision. You will start working at the company tomorrow. Tang Shui, initially cheerful at the first remark, suddenly frowned at the latter statement. Protesting, Sister Wanrong, do you really have to be so strict? This matter is non-negotiable, and Lin Fei will also be starting in the design department tomorrow. Qin Wanrong's expression turned cold as she made her decision. However, she added, All right, I will go to work tomorrow. Tang Shui's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly agreed, glancing at Qin Wanrong and asking timidly, Sister Wanrong, now that I've promised you, can we go have fun? With a resigned nod, Qin Wanrong acquiesced, though she contemplated that perhaps Lin Fei's presence might positively influence Tang Shui. At least now she was willing to come to the company. Yay, Sister Wanrong, I discovered a fantastic restaurant today. Let's go eat first. Upon receiving Qin Wanrong's approval, Tang Shui exclaimed with delight, turning to Lin Fei and instructing, Handsome guy, take us to the food street. Sandwiched between the 2 women, Lin Fei inhaled deeply. Captivated by the unique, alluring scent of femininity that was neither perfume nor mere body scent, unable to suppress a flutter of joy, he happily drove them there. After their departure, inside the company building, Zhao Juanru emerged, his expression grim as he fixated on Qin Wanrong's car. Coldly, he muttered, Lin Fei, let you revel in your moment a little longer. I'll settle the score with you tomorrow. He pulled out his phone and made a call. The details unknown, but when he hung up, he wore a satisfied grin, as if he could already envision Lin Fei battered and bruised. Upon arriving at the food street, Lin Fei parked in front of a restaurant specializing in Guangzhong cuisine at Tang Shui's direction. As soon as he stepped out, Tang Shui eagerly grabbed Qin Wanrong's hand and led her inside. Noticing the restaurant's name, Lin Fei frowned, muttering to himself, Why this place? Clearly reluctant to enter, Lin Fei felt cornered. As Qin Wanrong had previously insisted he drive the 2 of them home. Thus, he steeled himself and walked inside. Handsome guy, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come in, Tang Shui urged impatiently as Lin Fei reached the entrance. With her carefree demeanor, she clung to Lin Fei's arm, unintentionally brushing against her chest. Tang Shui, I know I'm handsome, but you really don't have to be like this. I might not be able to handle it. Lin Fei lamented, concerned that if this continued, he might impulsively push Tang Shui away. Handle what? Tang Shui asked innocently, her wide eyes suggesting a hint of mischief behind them. Lin Fei was left speechless, unsure of how to respond, and allowed himself to be led to Chen Wanrong's side. Both Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui were stunning beauties, and their entrance naturally drew the attention of numerous men. In stark contrast, Lin Fei, dressed in casual attire and with disheveled hair, appeared rather shabby, attracting disdainful stares. Given the restaurant's unique nature, Lin Fei hesitated, but once inside, he relaxed, letting Tang Shui pull him along while defiantly casting glares at the men around them. The establishment bore a modest name, yet its decor was elegantly tasteful, featuring intimate seating arrangements for 2 or 4. The trio settled at a window-side table, and Chen Wanrong remarked appreciatively, "The decor here is quite lovely." "Of course," Lin Fei replied with a hint of pride. "How could it not be? I designed it myself." Chen Wanrong found Lin Fei's comment somewhat peculiar, but chose not to probe further. After ordering their meals, they began to eat. The food was delicious, and Chen Wanrong savored every bite, while Tang Shui eagerly stuffed her mouth with food. Lin Fei, however, remained distracted, eating absently. Suddenly, Tang Shui let out a piercing scream, startling both women. Perhaps due to her haste, she accidentally knocked over a cup of water, scalding hot water spilling onto her clothes, causing her to yelp in distress. "Are you all right, Tang Shui?" Chen Wanrong asked with concern. Though uncertain of how to help, she could only sit there, wide-eyed. Lin Fei, quick to react, grabbed a cup of cold water and poured it over the burned area, reassuring her, "It's all right. Just apply some cold compress when you get home, and it will heal in a few days." Tang Shui gasped, her little mouth open as she inhaled sharply. After Lin Fei's simple remedy, she felt significantly better. What happened? The commotion naturally attracted attention, and a tall, graceful woman approached, glancing at Tang Shui and gently asking, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tang Shui replied with a smile, knowing it was her own fault and not wanting to blame anyone else. Upon hearing that she was unhurt, the woman sighed in relief, but when she turned to Lin Fei, her expression shifted to one of shock. "What are you doing here?" However, her demeanor quickly hardened as she coldly stated, "We have no ties anymore, so apologize to this lady and leave at once." Her tone was adamant, not bothering to inquire about the situation, assuming that Lin Fei was the one who had caused the spill. "You've misunderstood." Lin Fei began, feeling a pang of hurt, but before he could finish, the woman interrupted. "There's nothing to discuss between us. Just apologize." "Hey, how can you speak like that?" Tang Shui, displeased, stood up and protested. "Lin Fei came here with us, and the water was spilled by me. I asked this how you treat your customers." The woman was taken aback, staring at Tang Shui, surprised that someone would defend Lin Fei at such a critical moment. With her discerning eye, she recognized that both Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong were not ordinary individuals, and their defense of Lin Fei left her bewildered. "Miss, the woman attempted to respond, but Tang Shui, anger flaring, interrupted, "You're the one who's a miss. Your whole family is a bunch of misses." Having vented her frustration, she continued, "Now I want you to apologize to me and to my friend." A display of assertiveness that exceeded the woman's. Tang Shui's demand left the woman's face shifting between shades of blue and white, struggling to counter the unexpected confrontation, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of what to say. "Forget it. You can leave. I'm just here to eat." Lin Fei finally interjected, his tone calm as he turned to exit. After witnessing the earlier incident, he understood that in the journey of life, while two people may cross paths, they ultimately travel on separate paths, becoming increasingly distant. After such a ruckus, Chen Wanrong lost her appetite, taking Tang Shui with her as they made their way outside. Tang Shui, still reluctant, complained, "Sister Wanrong, why are you pulling me? It's just a restaurant. What's the big deal? Keep your mouth shut," Chen Wanrong admonished sternly, dragging Tang Shui outside, having noticed Lin Fei's displeased expression, watching the three retreat. The woman's features hardened in bitterness as she let out a resigned sigh before returning to her duties. By the time Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui emerged, Lin Fei was already seated in the car, and the two women quickly joined him. Inside the vehicle, Tang Shui, in a show of camaraderie, patted Lin Fei on the shoulder and cheerfully declared, "Handsome guy, it's no big deal. A woman like that isn't worth your time. If you're looking for someone, it should be someone like Sister Wanrong, or at the very least, someone like me." "Tang Shui, what are you saying?" Qin Wanrong, her face tinged with a slight blush, pulled Tang Shui back, scolding her softly. Hee, I was just joking, Tang Shui replied playfully, clearly trying to lighten Lin Fei's mood. However, Lin Fei remained unresponsive, leaving her pouting in disappointment as she looked at him innocently. The car fell into a quiet stillness, Lin Fei saying nothing as he drove the two women home. Ah, the one whom I yearn for day and night, whom I love deeply. As soon as the car started, Lin Fei's phone rang and, upon answering, he exchanged a few hurried words before turning to Qin Wanrong with an anxious expression. I apologize, President, but something has come up at home, and I cannot take you back. Qin Wanrong, being understanding by nature, perceived the urgency in Lin Fei's demeanor and sensed that the matter was serious. Additionally, having heard today about Lin Fei's financial troubles, she was inclined to uncover the truth. It's all right, we aren't in a hurry to return home. If you must go, drive us along, and I will take the car back afterward, she suggested. President, that may not be appropriate. Lin Fei hesitated, harboring a small secret he wished to keep hidden. It's rush hour. You 1T find a taxi. Are you planning to take the bus back? Qin Wanrong replied calmly, though her curiosity was piqued. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Fei did not refuse and changed his route. Continuing to drive, after approximately 20 minutes, they arrived outside a hospital, where Lin Fei stated, President, thank you for today. You should head back now. With that, he dashed into the hospital. Qin Wanrong intended to follow him, but was given no opportunity. Reluctantly, she switched to the driver's seat, preparing to return. Sister Wanrong, shall we go up and take a look? Before she could start the car, Tang Shui timidly asked, her small face filled with concern. He left in such a hurry. Something must be wrong. Perhaps we can offer some help. All right. Unexpectedly, Qin Wanrong agreed, prompting Tang Shui to leap with joy. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Wanrong was equally curious to see what was happening. Mr. Lin, your sister's condition has reached an advanced stage. She must undergo a bone marrow transplant immediately, or she could be in grave danger at any moment. Upon entering the ward, Lin Fei was struck by this dreadful news. The doctor shook his head and exited. Lin Fei gazed down at his sister in bed. Her complexion was pale, and her hair had fallen out. Once vibrant and full of life, she lay motionless. Yet, as her brother, he felt utterly powerless. A bone marrow transplant would cost over $1 million. As an ordinary employee, where could he possibly acquire such a sum? He sat on the bed, feeling defeated, contemplating various desperate measures, even considering robbing a bank, but ultimately dismissed them all. Such actions, while potentially saving his sister, would condemn her to a life of shame. In that moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were entirely consumed by his sister's plight. Just then, Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui entered, and upon seeing Lin Fei's despair and the sickly patient, they understood the gravity of the situation. Without uttering a word, Qin Wanrong made a phone call. Mr. Han, prepare $3 million in cash and transfer it to my personal account. This was her nature. She sought to help without needing justification. Her sympathy was not for Lin Fei, but for the girl lying in the bed. Thank you, President, Lin Fei said earnestly, lifting his gaze. He was not one to be overly sentimental. With his sister's life at stake, he would gladly forsake everything, even his own pride. That moment, Qin Wanrong unexpectedly smiled, a cunning glint in her eyes. You need not thank me. This is merely an advance on your salary. Your task is to ensure that Xiao Shui can confidently assume the position of design department manager. I will give you 3 years, and if you fail, you must repay me the money. Upon hearing this, both Lin Fei and Tang Shui were taken aback. However, being astute, Lin Fei quickly grasped her reasoning. She wished to alleviate any guilt he might feel, and she did not want to harm his pride. Moreover, Lin Fei's presence had indeed sparked a glimmer of hope in Qin Wanrong, which led to this arrangement. The most reluctant was Tang Shui, who clung to Qin Wanrong's arm, pouting, Sister Wanrong, I really don't want to go to work. Can we change the terms? That is Lin Fei's job, not mine. Qin Wanrong firmly rejected, knowing that at this juncture, she had to be resolute. Otherwise, Tang Shui would never mature. Left with no choice, Tang Shui turned to Lin Fei, who was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of his sister. In that moment, Lin Fei made a vow. No matter how arduous the labor, he would earn a substantial sum to ensure his sister lived a joyful and fulfilling life. Chapter 5. I have faith in you. While money may not be omnipotent, the absence of it is indeed crippling, a sentiment familiar to many. However, Lin Fei had never truly experienced this until now. His previous living conditions had not necessitated wealth, leaving him with no understanding of its value until his return. This recent ordeal further illuminated this truth, prompting Lin Fei to resolve to change his circumstances. With Chen Wanrong's financial assistance, his sister Lin Qinger's medical issues were addressed swiftly. The hospital arranged for the bone marrow transplant, and preparations for the surgery commenced. After accompanying Lin Qinger throughout the night, Lin Fei returned to the company, only to be intercepted as soon as he arrived. Lin Fei, have you developed a fierce audacity to stand me up? Lu Qing's voice rang out, pulling him into the corridor. Glaring at him with indignation, Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. He had promised Lu Qing the night before that he would join her for dinner. But with his sister's health weighing on his mind, it had completely slipped his mind. Faced with the aggrieved party, he could only apologize sincerely. Sister Qing, I'm truly sorry. I had something urgent come up last night. Shall we reschedule? Reschedule? Spare me. I have no time to play with you. Lu Qing snapped angrily and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fei could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting the lost opportunity. Lin Fei, Xiao Shui hasn't arrived at the company yet. Go pick her up. Upon re-entering the office, Chen Wanrong issued her command with an authoritative tone. With no other option, Lin Fei drove to fetch Tang Shui. As he traveled, a sense of excitement coursed through him. With Chen Wanrong absent today, he could act without restraint. Hey, Xiao Shui, about what you mentioned yesterday, can we make it happen now? He grinned. Entering the villa where Tang Shui was idly watching television, Lin Fei settled next to her with a mischievous smile. Sure. To his surprise, Tang Shui responded enthusiastically, her excitement surpassing his own. However, just as the moment arrived, she added, but there's a condition. I don't want to go to the company. Lin Fei's expression fell. His task was to take Tang Shui to the company. How could she refuse? Let us forget it then. We're going to the company. He surrendered, urging her to proceed. Handsome, please don't be like that. Can we skip the company? Tang Shui pouted, playfully nudging his arm. Lin Fei felt exasperated. He wanted to push her away, but was too afraid to do so, knowing she would likely protest. That moment, he could only stand firm, replying earnestly, No, we must go to the company today. Brother Lin, I really don't want to go. I can give you a little something instead. Tang Shui purred, leaning closer, her voice dripping with allure. Yet, there was a glint of mischief in her eyes. Lin Fei was nearly entranced. Her voice was intoxicating, but he recognized her intentions and quickly distanced himself, insisting, Hurry up, or the president will get angry. With her charms ineffective, Tang Shui adopted a sulky demeanor, crossing her arms on the sofa. Let her be angry. She's mad at you, not me. Lin Fei paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he devised a plan. He strode over, hoisted Tang Shui onto his shoulder, and began to exit. Ah, you rogue, put me down. Tang Shui squealed, startled, thrashing about in protest. Ignoring her, Lin Fei continued onward. Lin Fei, let me down quickly, or I'll go tell Sister Wanrong. She threatened, employing her trump card. Surprisingly, her tactic proved effective. Upon hearing her words, Lin Fei halted. Tang Shui smirked triumphantly, retorting, You should know, if Sister Wanrong finds out how you're treating me, she'll be furious. Not only will she fire you, but you'll also have to repay the money. I'm merely doing my job. What she does is her concern, Lin Fei replied coolly, leading her to the car. Tang Shui attempted to escape, but once Lin Fei entered the vehicle and locked the doors, the engine roared to life. You scoundrel, I'll bite you, Tang Shui declared, venting her frustration on Lin Fei. Her lips parting as she aimed for his shoulder. Are you a dog? Lin Fei exclaimed, wincing in pain. Yet, Tang Shui paid him no heed, biting down fiercely before smugly declaring, I am indeed like a dog. What of it? Do you have any opinions, Lin Fei? The two of them continued their bickering and scuffling all the way to the company. By the time they parked the car, Lin Fei felt as though his shoulder might dislocate. Lifting his shirt, he discovered his skin was covered in a multitude of bite marks. They had arrived at the company. Lin Fei opened the car door and yanked Tang Shui out. He had utterly lost his temper. This girl was not merely dog-like. She might as well be a reincarnation of one. Tang Shui let out a haughty snort and made her way into the company. unable to suppress her grumbling. Stinky Lin Fei. Dead Lin Fei, what on earth is he made of? I bit him so hard, yet he remained unfazed. Once they entered the company, Chen Wanrong had already arranged for Lu Qing to attend to Tang Shui and sent word for Lin Fei to go to her office. Lin Fei, Xiao Shui has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the business. Henceforth, you shall be her secretary, overseeing her work-related matters, Chen Wanrong stated while reviewing documents. Lin Fei was somewhat perplexed. Chen Wanrong should know Tang Shui best. So how could she be so certain that he would bring Tang Shui to the company? President, how did you know I would bring Xiao Shui to the company? Lin Fei, unable to contain his curiosity, directly inquired. I have faith in you, Chen Wanrong replied, lifting her head and displaying a sweet smile. She seemed to be in good spirits, as her smile had become more frequent lately, particularly when interacting with Lin Fei. All right, but I am also utterly clueless when it comes to business matters. What more could Lin Fei say? However, he dared not take the matter lightly. No worries, I have faith in you, Chen Wanrong reiterated. And that simple phrase nearly choked Lin Fei. Speechless, he retreated outside. Tang Shui's office was already prepared, featuring 2 desks. Tang Shui was seated at one, deep in thought. Upon seeing Lin Fei enter, her expression soured immediately, and she huffed angrily, turning her gaze away. With no other choice, Lin Fei sat down at his own desk. Hey, this is my secretary's desk. Why are you sitting here? Tang Shui protested petulantly. Because I am your secretary. As arranged by the president. You may take it up with her, Lin Fei retorted, playing the rogue, knowing full well that Tang Shui was equally unreasonable. You. Tang Shui pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Fei. At a loss for words, pouting in frustration, her large eyes flickered with anger, and ultimately, she simply plopped down on Lin Fei's desk, obstinately declaring, I don't care. You cannot be my secretary. All secretaries are female. And I want a female one too. Leaders are male, so secretaries must be female. You are female, and you want a female secretary. Could it be that your preferences are questionable? Lin Fei teased, provocatively gazing at Tang Shui. You are the one with questionable preferences. Do you want me to have a busy secretary during work and a lazy one off the clock? It must be said that Tang Shui's character was indeed rather innocent, as she bluntly asked such questions. That is your concern. Whether I cooperate is mine. Lin Fei, resorting to his rogue tactics, managed to silence Tang Shui with that single statement. Given the situation, Tang Shui could only return to her seat in annoyance. Her dissatisfaction stemmed from Lin Fei dragging her to the company, and she was merely targeting him out of frustration. She did not harbor any deep-seated grievances against him. Moreover, she understood that even if she approached Chen Wanrong about it, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Thus, after sitting down, she pondered how to teach Lin Fei a lesson to relieve her pent-up frustration. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was far from leisurely. Once he sat down, Chen Wanrong assigned him a task. All design samples from the company would now converge at his desk. Once he approved them, he would pass them along to Tang Shui for her signature before submitting them to the company. However, Chen Wanrong had intentionally retained a clause. Tang Shui needed to review the confirmed samples first. This was a prudent measure, as in Chen Wanrong's view, both individuals managing the design department were utterly ignorant of the business. Meizhuang was a large company, well known throughout Zhanghai City, so there was no shortage of design samples. Not long after Lin Fei settled in, a stack of samples was presented to him. They mostly consisted of clothing designs. And since Lin Fei had a particular fondness for fashion, he perused them with great interest. Meanwhile, Tang Shui sat to the side, feeling bored, and as she observed Lin Fei engrossed in his work, her curiosity piqued. She quietly approached and stood behind him to take a look. Lin Fei, of course, noticed her little antics but remained composed, diligently reviewing the materials in his hands and occasionally making modifications. Tang Shui observed with keen interest. Sometimes, when Lin Fei's opinions aligned with hers, a smug smile would appear on her face. However, just before noon, Lin Fei mistakenly altered one of the designs. Ironically, he was quite pleased with himself, setting it aside, intending to submit it to Tang Shui for her signature. Fool, you've made a mistake there. Tang Shui, unable to hold her tongue, called out upon seeing Lin Fei's blunder. That moment, she had shed her previous petulance. Pointing at the design sample with a serious expression, this should be modified this way. Don't speak if you don't understand. Lin Fei, resolute and serious, dismissed Tang Xue's words, looking down on her. "Who says I don't understand? I majored in design," Tang Xue retorted defiantly, pointing at the sample while earnestly explaining, "This is a women's chiffon top, designed to be fitted and elegant, but you've made the waist too loose, making the garment appear awkward. It should be tailored to accentuate the waist." As Tang Xue spoke, she reached to amend the design sample, only to have Lin Fei snatch it away forcefully, declaring, "I say it should be modified this way. If you have any objections, then you can handle the rest yourself. I will do it." "So what if I do?" Tang Xue's stubborn nature resurfaced as she seized all the design samples and returned to her seat to diligently review and modify them. Chapter 6. I must live up to the president's trust. Observing Tang Xue's earnest demeanor, Lin Fei couldn't help but smirk. He was, of course, being deliberately provocative. At the end of the day, Tang Xue was still quite childish. If he asked her to do something seriously, she would resist. The best approach was to have her willingly engage in the task. Lin Fei employed this tactic. Knowing that Tang Xue loved to compete and had studied design, after looking at the samples for a while, she would undoubtedly voice her opinions. As for the subsequent matters, they would naturally fall into place. "Xiao Shui, shall we go have lunch together?" Lin Fei had barely settled in when Qin Wanrong approached, gently calling out to him. Upon noticing Tang Xue's serious expression, she widened her eyes in curiosity. "Sister Wanrong, hold on a moment. Let me finish this." Tang Xue did not even lift her head, remaining focused on the sample in her hands. Qin Wanrong looked at Lin Fei in disbelief, only to find him beaming with pride. She was quite curious about the method Lin Fei had employed but refrained from asking, as it was vital for Tang Xue to remain unaware of it. "Let us go, Sister Wanrong. I'm starving." After finishing with the sample, Tang Xue eagerly pulled Qin Wanrong along for lunch, chatting as they walked. "Sister Wanrong, I'm not saying this to be rude, but Lin Fei knows absolutely nothing about design. How can you entrust him with all the design matters? It could jeopardize the company." Lin Fei trailed behind them, his expression darkening at her words. "I ask that so? Then shall I just fire him? After all, he seems rather useless," Qin Wanrong teased, her eyes sparkling as she focused on Tang Xue. Tang Xue immediately objected, hurriedly saying, No, Sister Wanrong. I was just saying that. Lin Fei does take his role as secretary seriously. Let him continue being my secretary." Qin Wanrong did not linger on the matter and proceeded to the dining hall. Meanwhile, Tang Xue, full of herself, ran over to Lin Fei, playfully challenging, "Aren't you going to thank me? If it weren't for me, you'd be out of a job." "All right, thank you," Lin Fei replied mockingly, indifferent to the situation as long as he fulfilled Qin Wanrong's expectations. At that moment, it was indeed time for lunch. The trio walking together attracted the attention of many employees. Qin Wanrong, beautiful as a flower, and the president, naturally drew eyes wherever she went. Tang Xue, with her sweet looks and charming dimples when she smiled, also caught a considerable number of admiring gazes. Lin Fei, however, was a stark contrast, appearing rather shabby. Many wondered where he had come from, questioning how he could dine with the president, a privilege even Lu Qing lacked. Those in the know were filled with resentment, lamenting how they could have been the president's driver and enjoyed such privileges. Only two individuals looked on with discontent, Lu Qing and Zhao Juanru. The latter visibly fuming, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Unfazed, the trio ignored the murmurs and made their way to the dining hall, where a designated area awaited them. "Xiao Shui, after you finish reviewing those samples in the afternoon, bring them over so we can discuss them together," Qin Wanrong said once they were seated in the dining hall, still focused on work. When addressing Tang Xue, her tone was noticeably gentler, clearly concerned about her performance. Opting for a discussion rather than the more direct "bring them to me" she had used with Lin Fei, no problem, Tang Xue would naturally not refuse. In fact, she was rather looking forward to it. With her disposition, she relished receiving affirmation from others. As the two engaged in conversation, Lin Fei was left to the side, but he was indifferent, vigorously consuming his meal. "Hey, are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Eating so quickly, and yet Sister Wanrong and I haven't even started," Lin Fei remarked, his rapid eating provoking dissatisfaction from Tang Xue. However, Qin Wanrong had become noticeably more amiable, chuckling, "Let him eat. We've nearly finished as well." While eating, Lin Fei gazed incredulously at Qin Wanrong, realizing for the first time how gentle and charming she was. Under his scrutiny, her cheeks flushed, and she shot him a reproachful glance, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Focus on your meal." Lin Fei was momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated this fierce side of Chen Wanrong. Yet, he refrained from saying more and returned to his food after the three finished their meal. Tang Shui proceeded to examine the samples in her hand. Lin Fei, left with nothing to do, could only helplessly watch her, inwardly lamenting to be beside such a beauty and unable to touch her. It's truly a cruel fate. Tang Shui noticed his gaze, abruptly lifted her head, and angrily said, "What are you looking at? Keep your eyes to yourself." Lin Fei, to his dismay, Lin Fei discovered that after effortlessly resolving what he thought was a challenging situation, he found himself with no tasks at hand. Since Tang Shui forbade him from looking, he could only futilely ponder ways to make money, a subject about which he was utterly clueless. After much contemplation, he resorted to pulling out his old Nokia and playing Snake AT4 in the afternoon. Tang Shui finally finished reviewing all the samples. She stood up, stretching lazily, her curvaceous figure captivating Lin Fei, especially the delicate curve of her waist. Tang Shui had noticed his gaze and, with a barely perceptible smile, shot him a look, saying, "Wipe that drool off your face." Lin Fei instinctively reached for his mouth, only to realize there was nothing there, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Tang Shui had already stepped out. An hour later, Tang Shui returned, her cheeks flushed with delight, nearly causing Lin Fei to swoon. "You rascal. Sister Wanrong wants you in her office." Tang Shui huffed in dissatisfaction. Lin Fei hurried over, and upon entering, he saw Chen Wanrong languidly reclining in her chair, her long hair cascading loosely, exuding an indescribable ease. A smile adorning her face, Lin Fei was momentarily entranced. Perhaps this was Chen Wanrong's true self, merely disguised by her professional demeanor. However, Lin Fei could vaguely sense that the relationship between Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui was not merely that of close friends. There was certainly more to it, as evidenced by Chen Wanrong's treatment of Tang Shui, resembling a mentor seeking a successor. Such inquiries, of course, Lin Fei had no intention of making. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and he saw no need to pry. "Please, have a seat," Chen Wanrong said, her expression not one of anger, but rather inviting. "I'm quite curious. What exactly did you do to persuade Xiao Shui to come to the company and start working diligently?" Once Lin Fei sat, Chen Wanrong finally posed her question, which had been burning in her mind. She hadn't originally planned to ask, but after seeing the samples modified by Tang Shui, her curiosity intensified. "I must honor the trust bestowed upon me by the president," Lin Fei replied with a hint of mischief. Chen Wanrong's face momentarily froze. She had used that very phrase when presenting him with a challenge earlier that day, surprised he would return it to her. Yet, rather than becoming upset, she regarded him earnestly and asked, "Will you tell me or not?" "Fine, I'll tell you." Lin Fei relented, revealing, "Xiao Shui was brought to the company by me. As for her willingness to work, it's all about personal charm. I told her that if she worked diligently, I would consider being her boyfriend. Why don't you just go die, you narcissist?" Chen Wanrong retorted, rolling her eyes at him, her teeth clenched in indignation. She was well aware Lin Fei was spinning nonsense. Realizing that he wouldn't divulge anything further, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you can get back to work. President, if you truly wish to know, I can tell you, but there's a condition." Lin Fei leaned across the desk, a wicked grin on his face. "What condition?" Surprisingly, Chen Wanrong was intrigued. As long as Lin Fei's condition wasn't too outrageous, she might very well agree. "Just be my girlfriend," Lin Fei declared, his scheme successfully unveiled. Chen Wanrong chuckled, playfully blinking at him. "Does that mean once you have me as your girlfriend, I'll have to fulfill the duties of a traveling girlfriend? Allowing you to take advantage of me? President, how can this be seen as me taking advantage? It's mutually beneficial." Lin Fei defended earnestly. "Get lost, go die," Chen Wanrong snapped, her expression shifting dramatically as she hurled the documents in her hand at him, forcing Lin Fei to dash out in alarm. He couldn't help but feel exasperated, surrounded by two exquisite beauties, and yet he couldn't act on his feelings. What kind of society was this? "Handsome, let's go out and play," Tang Shui chimed in, rushing over to Lin Fei and pulling on his arm, her voice sweetly coaxing. "No, I'm in a bad mood," Lin Fei replied curtly, plopping down in a chair. "You Tang Shui was taken aback, surprised that Lin Fei dared to respond to her in such a way. However, upon reflection, it seemed only Lin Fei could accompany her for fun. She smiled and approached him from behind, gently massaging his shoulders while saying, "Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. It was just that I was a bit harsh on you earlier. Now you're being harsh back. Let us go have some fun." Their bodies were close, and as Tang Shui leaned in, Lin Fei caught a whiff of her sweet fragrance, stirring memories of what she had promised him the day before that "I'm not going." He thought to himself, knowing that if he mentioned it, she would surely refuse. He continued to feign anger, which only aggravated Tang Shui further. With her eyes darting about, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Handsome, if you take me out this afternoon, I'll let you touch me when we get back tonight. All right?" "Nope, you owe me one already." Lin Fei unexpectedly rejected her, yet it seemed he was only seeking to maximize his own gain. "All right, how about just a couple of touches?" Tang Shui conceded, clearly desperate. Lin Fei's interest piqued. He turned to her with a sly grin. "That's doable, but you must repay what you owe from yesterday first." Seeing Lin Fei's lewd expression, Tang Shui felt an urge to smack him with a brick. However, she ultimately restrained herself, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She puffed out her chest, closed her eyes, and blushed, saying, "Come on, hurry up." With her hands behind her back, she appeared to have surrendered, yet her hands were quietly tapping away on her phone. Chapter 7. "I don't want to see you again." Tang Shui's demeanor resembled that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was impossible not to feel stirred. Lin Fei took a discreet glance around, confirming no one was present, and excitement surged within him as he reached out. This was a rare opportunity. "Lin Fei, what are you doing?" Just as his hand was about to make contact, an unexpected sharp voice called out, revealing Lu Qing standing at the doorway, her face frosty as she regarded Lin Fei. I was just discussing going out with General Manager Tang," Lin Fei explained, his face flushed with embarrassment, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, now I can't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River." "And your hand? What's that about?" Lu Qing demanded coldly, not allowing Lin Fei to explain himself, concluding, "So you dare take advantage of General Manager Tang? I'll inform the president right away." "Wait, Sister Qing," Lin Fei exclaimed, rushing over to grab Lu Qing's arm, earnestly saying, "You've misunderstood. How could I possibly take advantage of General Manager Tang? Just ask her." Lu Qing glanced curiously at Tang Shui, while Lin Fei, desperate, signaled her with his eyes that no, we were merely discussing going out. Tang Shui replied, her cheeks flushed. Her response only deepened Lu Qing's suspicions as she scrutinized Lin Fei, asking discontentedly, "If that's the case, why are you so anxious?" I'm just worried you might misunderstand." Lin Fei feebly defended himself, feeling as though he was on the verge of being trapped. If he had acted, it would have been one thing. But he hadn't even touched her and was already in trouble. I see you've been up to no good. If you dare disrespect General Manager Tang, just wait for the president to deal with you." Lu Qing warned sternly. "How could I? I would never disrespect General Manager Tang," Lin Fei replied earnestly, feigning sincerity. Lu Qing, uninterested in further discussion, turned to ask, "Weren't you two going out? Why haven't you left yet?" "Right, we're going this instant." Lin Fei hastily made his way outside, leaving Tang Shui behind, who exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Qing before joyfully following him out. As he walked along the path, Lin Fei began to sense that something was amiss. Turning back, he inquired suspiciously, "Xiao Shui, why does it feel like all of this was prearranged by you?" "What are you talking about?" Tang Shui asked innocently. "I'm referring to the matter we discussed earlier. Just when it was most critical, Sister Qing arrived, almost as if you had orchestrated it," Lin Fei asserted, still skeptical and analyzing the situation seriously. "That's absurd. How could I joke about something like this?" Tang Shui vehemently denied, seemingly anxious that Lin Fei would press the issue further. "Lin Fei, are you going or not? If you choose not to, I will inform Sister Wanrong that you took advantage of me. With Sister Qing as a witness, you might as well prepare for your doom." Lin Fei cursed inwardly, feeling utterly speechless, having been deceived all his life. He never anticipated being ensnared himself. He was convinced that Tang Shui had set a trap specifically for him. However, it was too late to voice any objections. He could only spend the entire afternoon entertaining Tang Xue. By the time work concluded, Lin Fei returned to the office, utterly exhausted, and picked up Chen Wanrong, promptly escorting both women home, which left Chen Wanrong quite displeased, as she had yet to dine. Lin Fei, having long since disregarded such matters, hurried home to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 4 in the morning. Though it was early, he found himself unable to drift back into slumber, and his thoughts wandered to Lu Qing. How splendid an opportunity it had been, now squandered. The following day, when Lin Fei picked up the 2 women for work, Tang Shui not only accepted but appeared somewhat exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the success of her revised design in sales. Thus, upon arriving at the office, Tang Shui busied herself inspecting samples, while Lin Fei idly entertained himself with his phone. At noon, news finally arrived, but it left Tang Shui utterly stunned. Not a single company had shown interest in her revised design. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. It would be one thing if she were entirely ignorant of design, but she had studied it professionally, excelling in her studies, and held unwavering confidence in her revisions. Yet this outcome was a devastating blow. Seeing Tang Shui's despondent demeanor ignited Lin Fei's fury. "That bastard Zhao Junru, I will make him pay," he exclaimed. He stormed into Zhao Junru's office, where Zhao sat comfortably, a cigarette dangling from his lips. A smug expression plastered across his face. "What the hell do you think you are doing, playing tricks on me? I will ruin you." Lin Fei, incensed, advanced and seized Zhao by the collar, yanking him from his chair. Slap. Without hesitation, Lin Fei delivered a sharp slap to Zhao's face, cursing, "Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to get Tang Shui to come to work here? Slap. Is it easy for me? If she decides to quit because of your antics, what then?" With each slap, Lin Fei hurled insults, consumed by anger, fearful that Tang Shui might be disheartened and refuse to return to work. His concern stemmed not from the money Chen Wanrong had lent him, but from the bond he shared with Tang Shui. "Lin Fei, the design didn't pass because it wasn't accepted, not because I rejected it. What can I do if they don't want it?" Zhao Junru defended himself, refusing to take responsibility. Lin Fei, however, was beyond reason. Even a fool could discern that Zhao was behind this debacle. He unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Zhao, the once arrogant Zhao Junru, now on the receiving end, found himself close to tears. "I admit my fault. Please, no more," Zhao pleaded, his face swollen from the blows. Yet Lin Fei paid no heed, continuing to rain blows upon him. The commotion attracted numerous employees, even startling Chen Wanrong. Upon witnessing the scene, she gasped and shouted, "Stop this at once." At the sound of her voice, Lin Fei finally regained some composure, delivering 2 more slaps before reluctantly releasing Zhao. Observing Zhao's battered state, which was far from his usual pompous self, Lin Fei felt a rush of satisfaction. "President, you must stand up for me. Lin Fei attacked me without cause. I have no idea why." Zhao cried, scrambling to his feet. "Do you really not know the reason? Am I simply idle enough to attack you for no reason?" Lin Fei retorted angrily, delivering a swift kick to Zhao's abdomen. "Lin Fei, cease this at once." Chen Wanrong's voice echoed with genuine anger. Lin Fei's audacity to strike the company manager in her presence was unacceptable. If word got out, how could she maintain her position as president? Realizing he had crossed a line, Lin Fei sheepishly returned to Chen Wanrong's side, refraining from further violence. "Sister Wanrong, Tang Shui rushed over, throwing herself into Chen Wanrong's arms, sobbing as she recounted the events. Chen Wanrong, astute as ever, had already sensed the tension between Lin Fei and Zhao Junru. After hearing Tang Shui's narrative, she quickly grasped the situation. However, sales had always been Zhao's domain, and given his actions, he would undoubtedly cover his tracks. Even if Chen Wanrong wished to assist Tang Shui, it would pose a challenge. Yet, with her cunning, she devised a plan. "Lin Fei, your violent behavior is unacceptable. But considering your contributions to the company, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. You will take responsibility for yesterday's design. If even one fails to sell, you must leave the company." This punishment sounded severe, especially since Lin Fei had no background in sales. Yet, perceptive individuals could see that Chen Wanrong was intentionally aiding him. After all, she had already approved the previous designs, and selling them would not be insurmountable. Moreover, though she did not oversee sales, her extensive connections would ensure success. "Fine," Lin Fei conceded, understanding the underlying support in her words. "All right, everyone return to your duties. I do not wish to witness such behavior again." After settling the matter, Chen Wanrong's icy demeanor commanded respect, and no one dared to defy her. Once everyone had departed, she turned to Zhao Junru, her voice laced with fury. "You better watch yourself." With that, She spun on her heel and exited, followed closely by Lin Fei. Leaving Zhao Juanru to struggle alone on the floor, finally managing to stand after a lengthy ordeal, he glared at Lin Fei's retreating figure, muttering, "Lin Fei, just wait. I will make you pay for this." Meanwhile, Lin Fei trailed behind Qin Wanrong into her office. As soon as he entered, he implored, "President, you must help me with this. Otherwise, I will truly have to leave the company." Qin Wanrong's expression had softened. Though she did not smile, "I will not assist you in this matter. You must have confidence in yourself." "Damn it, not this again." Lin Fei cursed internally, but outwardly he protested, "President, you cannot do this. I am standing up for Xiao Shui. You have no idea how deeply this has affected her." Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Wanrong's expression brightened somewhat, yet she remained steadfast. "I have said it before. You must resolve this on your own. I will grant you 3 days. If you cannot find a solution, I do not wish to see you again." Lin Fei felt utterly despondent, exiting her office with his head hung low. He knew nothing of sales. And without Qin Wanrong's connections, 3 days would hardly suffice. Once Lin Fei left, a hint of a smile graced Qin Wanrong's lips. She intended to assist him, but upon seeing his presumptuous demeanor, her irritation flared, leading her to this decision. It was a perfect opportunity to challenge him. Through their interactions, she had come to appreciate Lin Fei's humor and diligence, particularly his loyalty. However, his volatile temperament needed to be tempered. Should Lin Fei ever learn of Qin Wanrong's true intentions, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell? Is it easy for me? I'm fighting for Tang Shui, and now I have to struggle for myself too?" Upon finishing her words, Qin Wanrong turned and departed, with Lin Fei following closely behind, leaving Zhao Juanru lying alone on the ground. After struggling for a while, he finally managed to stand up, fixating on Lin Fei's retreating figure. He huffed angrily, "Lin Fei, just you wait. I will certainly make you pay for everything that happened today." Meanwhile, Lin Fei trailed Qin Wanrong directly to her office. As soon as he entered, he implored, "President, you must assist me with this matter. Otherwise, I will truly have to leave the company." Qin Wanrong's expression had softened, yet she did not exhibit any smile. Instead, she replied, "I will not help you with this issue. You must have confidence in yourself." "Damn it, not this again." Lin Fei cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he responded, "President, you cannot do this. I am only standing up for Xiao Shui. You have no idea how greatly this has impacted her." As expected. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanrong's demeanor improved significantly, yet she remained resolute, stating earnestly, "I have said that this matter must be resolved by you alone. I will give you 3 days. If you cannot resolve it, I do not wish to see you again." Lin Fei felt utterly despondent as he exited the office, feeling completely inept regarding sales matters, and without Qin Wanrong's connections, 3 days seemed utterly insufficient. After Lin Fei left, Qin Wanrong finally revealed a hint of a smile. She had intended to help him, yet seeing his assured demeanor had irritated her, leading to her final decision. It was a perfect opportunity to temper this fellow. Over the past few days, she had observed that Lin Fei was humorous and diligent in his work, particularly loyal to his friends. The only shortcoming was his excessively fiery temperament, which needed to be refined. If Lin Fei were to learn of Qin Wanrong's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the heck? Is it easy for me? I am striving to defend Tang Shui, and in the end, I must struggle myself. This is utterly unfair. Handsome, come help me pack. I am going home." Boo-hoo, it turns out I am not cut out for design. Upon returning to his office, Lin Fei noticed Tang Shui, tearfully gathering her belongings, her face resembling a little raccoon from crying. "Are you truly considering going home? Listen to me, your abilities are beyond question. It is Zhao Juanru who is behind this." Lin Fei was immediately drenched in cold sweat. If she truly left, all would be in vain. "I am so disappointed in myself. All these years of learning have been in vain. My teacher used to praise me as a genius, but it was all a lie." Tang Shui's eyes were swollen from crying, and in her distress, she accidentally knocked a vase off the table, shattering it on the floor. The vase, a product she had designed and cherished, had been brought from home to the office. This only deepened her sorrow, as she clutched her heart and began to walk toward the door, mumbling indistinctly, "Boo-hoo, I don't want anything anymore. Handsome, just take me home." Lin Fei grew increasingly anxious. "Tang Shui, please don't be sad. Don't cry, all right? Trust me, your design skills are well recognized." He quickly intercepted her, his resentment toward Zhao Junru intensifying. Tang Shui, I guarantee with my head that your designs are exceptional and will definitely sell. At your young age, you already possess such potential. It would be a shame to give up now. Lin Fei grasped her shoulders and earnestly reassured her. Tang Shui was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with a rather loose neckline. And as Lin Fei held her tightly, the neckline became even more revealing. The soft, fair skin of her chest came into view, and Lin Fei caught glimpses of her delicate silhouette. After comforting her, he found it hard to tear his gaze away from her chest, swallowing hard at the sight. It must be said, despite her young age, Tang Shui's figure was quite impressive. The thought that she still owed him 2 touches made his pulse race. He yearned to squeeze her. Where are your eyes wandering? She exclaimed. Boo-hoo, at a time like this, you're still thinking about taking advantage of me. Sister Wanrong has been pushing me to work. This company is devoid of love. I don't need you to take me home. I'll go back on my own. Tang Shui angrily swatted Lin Fei's hand away, crossing her arms as she attempted to leave. She was naturally beautiful, and her vulnerable demeanor only enhanced her allure. Lin Fei lamented internally, wishing he could pluck out his eyes. He had missed an opportunity to touch her openly. Why had he been so rash? Yet, Tang Shui's neckline was undeniably tempting. Tang Shui, you won't easily submit, will you? I still want to reclaim those 2 touches you owe me in the office. Rest assured, I will sell your design and prove its worth. Lin Fei thought for a moment and quickly blocked her path again. Can you really sell it? Tang Shui stopped, her eyes glistening with tears as she questioned him, doubtfully. Give me 3 days. If I can't sell it in that time, I will run around the office naked. But if I do sell it, not only must you have confidence in yourself, but you must also grant me an extra touch. Oh, you dare. Lin Fei mischievously winked at her chest. He understood that reasoning with her was less effective than betting. As expected, Tang Shui wiped her tears and raised her chin defiantly. If you dare to run naked, I'll allow you 1 touch. What's there to fear? That's not just 1, it will be 3, Lin Fei reminded her with a grin. Tang Shui's face flushed, her eyes rolling as she feigned calmness. A total of 3 touches. I'll grant them all to you. Lin Fei chuckled. Then it's settled. Very well, handsome. I'll take this bet with you. However, you only have 1 day. I'm currently in a terrible mood. After 3 days, I'll be heartbroken. Who will care if you sell it or not? If you don't agree, I'll just head back now. Tang Shui wiped her tears and spoke cunningly. 1 day, I doubt I can even find a buyer in that time. Lin Fei lamented, feeling the weight of her harsh conditions. Don't think I'm unaware of your agreement with Sister Wanrong. If I go back now, let us see how you'll repay her. Tang Shui remarked, wielding her trump card with a tearful smile. She sought to challenge Lin Fei, testing whether he genuinely wished to help her. Of course, she did not truly believe he could accomplish the sale in a single day. As long as the 3-day limit hadn't passed, she was still willing to keep her word. However, she certainly would not divulge this to Lin Fei, pushing him out of the company with the design samples in hand. With Qin Wanrong refusing to assist and the time squeezed down to just 1 day, Lin Fei felt on the brink of madness due to these 2 women. Under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to muster the courage to tackle sales. With limited time and a singular focus on finding a buyer, he found himself obstructed once more. As he stepped out of the company, he spotted Zhao Junru accompanied by a tall bald man and a group of thugs, surrounding him menacingly, each brandishing weapons, making it appear as though they were filming a movie in broad daylight. Zhao Junru, I have a pretty good idea of what you intend to do, but I advise you not to waste my time today, Lin Fei stated calmly, arms crossed. Lin Fei, I must admit I somewhat admire your audacity to be so defiant. Zhao Junru retorted smugly from the center of his entourage, but suddenly his tone shifted, his expression contorted with rage as he spat, but you can only be arrogant for a few more seconds. Today, I will make you understand what it means to wish for death, Brother Zhao. What did this kid do to you that has you so riled up? The bald man inquired, gripping a wrench curiously. This brat tried to steal my woman, and he dared to land 2 hits on me. I've invited you all here today to help me deal with him. Zhao Junru seethed, clenching his fists. He felt no shame in admitting he had been beaten, knowing Lin Fei would soon suffer far worse. Fine, then my brothers and I will ensure this kid spends a couple of days in the hospital. The bald man declared, clearly a tough character. No, cripple him, Zhao Junru commanded, his voice steady and resolute. Even Lin Fei was taken aback. Zhao Junru, you can't be serious about wanting to cripple me, can you? Indeed, I intend to disable your legs. Are you scared now? If you are, get down on your knees and lick my shoes. Zhao Juanru laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Zhao Juanru, I must confess that the art of shoe licking is beyond my capabilities. Why don't you demonstrate for me first? Lin Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was unexpected that the seemingly refined Zhao Juanru could be so ruthless, a true embodiment of a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was ready to harm without a thought for legality, displaying utter disregard for the law. Cripple him. I've already spoken to a few friends. If anything happens, I'll take care of the expenses. Zhao Juanru shouted at the top of his lungs amidst Lin Fei's laughter. All right then, brother Zhao, your wealth makes everything manageable. The bald man led the charge, swinging the wrench down towards Lin Fei. Bang! Just as the wrench descended halfway, Lin Fei had already struck first, delivering a powerful kick to the bald man's chest, sending his robust frame flying and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The bald man, clutching his chest, was utterly powerless to struggle, his eyes fixed on Lin Fei with a gaze filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Do not concern yourself with me. Rather, focus on your own predicament, Lin Fei said, stepping forward and delivering a brutal stomp to the bald man's groin. With a sickening crunch, the bald man emitted a blood-curdling scream, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Now that the confrontation had begun, Lin Fei had no intention of halting. He charged towards the others accompanying the bald man. They were already paralyzed with fear, for the bald man held a position of authority within their group. Yet within mere moments, he had been incapacitated. As the others regained their composure, armed and eager to retaliate, they quickly realized that their numbers were no match for Lin Fei's prowess. He weaved through their ranks with astonishing speed, rendering their weapons ineffective as he dispatched them one by one, until only Zhao Juanru remained, trembling in place. Not only did Lin Fei knock them down, but he also dealt them a punishing blow, rendering them eunuchs with a series of sickening snaps, the sound causing Zhao Juanru's heart to race with panic. He had never anticipated that the bald man would bring so many accomplices, armed no less, only to find them utterly insufficient against Lin Fei's might. Lin Fei, please, do not act recklessly. Assault is against the law. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will call the police. Zhao Juanru cried, nearly in tears, finally grasping the extent of Lin Fei's capabilities. Law, police, you dare invoke those terms to me, you insolent wretch, Lin Fei retorted, swiftly seizing Zhao Juanru by the collar and delivering 3 resounding slaps to his face, leaving it swollen and bruised. Stop, do you have any idea how many powerful friends I have? If you wish to live, let me go, Zhao Juanru pleaded, wincing in pain. Still daring to threaten me? You scoundrel. Were it not for your deliberate interference, Tang Shui would not have insisted on leaving, Lin Fei shouted, delivering 2 more heavy slaps that sent several bloodied teeth flying from Zhao Juanru's mouth. His face swelling grotesquely, Lin Fei, still unsatisfied, continued to rain blows upon him, cursing, you fool, with your empty-headed antics. You forced me to achieve my sales targets within a single day. The timeline is tight, and you've made my task impossible. If I fail, I must repay Wanrong. Where am I to find such a sum? While berating him, Lin Fei kicked Zhao Juanru twice more. The latter, now a sobbing mess, felt genuinely terrified for his life and clutched Lin Fei's leg in desperation. Begging, please, stop, Lin Fei, brother Lin, please, I can help you pay it back. How much do you owe Director Chen? I still have 100,000 in my account. I'll give it all to you, in this dire moment. Zhao Juanru dared not play coy any longer, revealing the full extent of his finances. Though his income was decent, he had squandered most of it, leaving only a meager sum in his account. 100,000 is of little use, Zhao Juanru. I have warned you not to waste my time, for I am indeed very busy today. I promised you would pay the price, and I intend to see it through. Lin Fei sneered, shifting his foot onto Zhao Juanru. Despite Zhao Juanru clinging to him, he was no match for Lin Fei's strength. Upon realizing Lin Fei's intentions, despair washed over him, and he cried out in a frantic plea. Lin Fei, no, 100,000 isn't enough. I will borrow more. Whatever you need, just please, don't turn me into a eunuch. Yet it was too late. With a decisive stomp, Lin Fei disregarded Zhao Juanru's protests, inflicting a blow that elicited a wretched scream from him. Zhao Juanru, you claim to be wealthy, transfer everything to this card, or we shall see who is truly ruined today. After a series of anguished cries, Lin Fei tossed a bank card at him and pressed down hard on his shin, his tone menacing. Ah, Zhao Juanru yelped in agony, realizing the immense pressure Lin Fei exerted, fearing for his very bones. I will transfer it. I will transfer it. Zhao Juanru, pale as death, recognized the gravity of his situation. Having already lost his dignity, he could not afford to lose his legs as well, and he hastily complied, transferring the funds to Lin Fei. Call a doctor for yourself. If you dare oppose me again. Consider the consequences. Once Lin Fei confirmed the funds had been transferred, his focus swiftly returned to the sales matter at hand. He coldly uttered a final remark before turning to leave within the company. He maintained a degree of restraint, as he wished to preserve Chen Wanrong's honor. Zhao Juanru, having brought his men to confront Lin Fei, had unwittingly sealed his own fate. Behind him, Zhao Juanru, having completed his call, was consumed by regret and resentment. His elaborate scheme to incapacitate Lin Fei had backfired spectacularly, leaving him humiliated and out of pocket. Those worthless fools, they took my money and failed to do the job, leaving me in this wretched state. He fumed. Lin Fei, just you wait. And you, Chen Wanrong, you stood by while he assaulted me. You will pay for this. Before the doctor even arrived, Zhao Juanru succumbed to unconsciousness. His final thoughts filled with vengeance. He had instigated this conflict, and though he had no real intention of involving the authorities, the humiliation of his defeat would not be forgotten. He resolved to make Lin Fei's life a living hell in return. Lin Fei, however, was unconcerned with Zhao Juanru's future plans. His sole focus was on selling Tang Shui's designs. He was familiar with several clothing sales companies in the city and hailed a cab, directing it to a place called Yichuan Clothing Sales. Upon arrival, he spotted a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-20s hastily exiting the establishment, dressed in a sharp, professional outfit. Her delicate features and alluring figure were captivating. She was the epitome of beauty, a rare sight indeed, and exactly Lin Fei's type. Darling, why did you arrive so late? Just as Lin Fei was admiring her figure, to his astonishment, the woman brightened upon seeing him and quickly approached, wrapping her arm around his. What in the world is happening? Lin Fei was taken aback, though he could not deny the delightful scent of her perfume. Darling, why are you reacting this way? It's as if we've just met. Were you not supposed to come to see me? She pouted playfully, tightening her embrace and leaning her head against his shoulder. But this is indeed our first meeting, Lin Fei thought, bewildered by the situation. He had no habit of engaging in such intimate gestures with strangers. Had she not been his ideal woman, he would have recoiled immediately. However, he quickly deduced the scenario upon noticing a short, portly man in a shiny suit, his demeanor arrogant as he exited the building in pursuit of the woman. What a stroke of bad luck. It seems I've become a mere shield, Lin Fei mused. Are you certain I am your husband? Your dear husband? Lin Fei was not one to be trifled with. If they were to use him as a decoy, she would have to pay a price. And as he wrapped his arm around her waist, he asked, What's your name? Tian. Taken aback by Lin Fei's boldness, felt a rush of warmth and her heart raced, though she struggled to maintain her composure as a professional. She discreetly removed his arm, leaving Lin Fei momentarily disappointed. We're not married yet. We are merely dating. But did you not say our relationship was strong enough to call each other husband and wife? She replied, raising her voice playfully yet elegantly. This felt oddly flirtatious. Such a stunning woman was certainly a treat for Lin Fei, but he could tell she was willing to go to great lengths to fend off her pursuer. This also highlighted just how odious the portly man was for cornering a woman to this extent. Lin Fei would never resort to such tactics in courting a woman. Miss Chen, what is the meaning of this? Who is this man? The short, portly man exclaimed, his face contorted and enraged. He had pursued Tian for months, yet had never even touched her, and now she was allowing a stranger such intimacy. Feng Wenfu, this is my boyfriend. Please stop pursuing me. Tian replied coldly, her patience wearing thin. Miss Chen, this is no joke. I know everyone around you. If you dislike my approach, I can change my methods. But how dare you find a random stranger to pose as your boyfriend? The man retorted, turning to Lin Fei with a scornful glare. You, kid, mind your own business. What gives you the right to intervene? Look at your shabby appearance. Do you think you can afford to meddle in this? With your bulging physique, it matters not who she belongs to. She certainly would never choose you. Did you not hear her call me darling? Lin Fei replied with a chuckle, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. To be continued. Chapter 10. I am the leader here. Dare to retort? Do you believe that with a single word, I can ensure you spend 3 months in the hospital? after which you will never be able to remain in the city? Feng Wenfu bellowed at Lin Fei, his fury erupting like a volcano. Saliva sprang forth like rain, nearly drenching both Lin Fei and Tian Tian. The scene was utterly absurd, leaving Tian Tian feeling thoroughly disgusted. Disgust aside, her heart sank at his words, worry flashing in her eyes as she recalled Feng Wenfu's usual demeanor and his background. She had only sought Lin Fei, a stranger, to pose as her boyfriend out of desperation, hoping Feng Wenfu would relent. Yet if Lin Fei were to be harmed because of her, that was the last outcome she desired. Setting aside everything else, if Feng Wenfu truly caused Lin Fei any lasting damage, she would bear the guilt for a lifetime. With that thought, she felt increasingly that she should not have dragged Lin Fei into this predicament. Looking at him hesitantly, she suggested, "Darling, perhaps you should just go back. I have some matters to attend to at the company. You can leave, but first, slap yourself 10 times, then bow and apologize properly." Feng Wenfu interrupted her with a brazen shout, sensing her capitulation and puffing up with arrogance as he directed his disdainful gaze at Lin Fei. "Feng Wenfu, you are going too far." Despite her typically gentle temperament, Tian Tian's face turned icy with anger. Yet, Feng Wenfu was unconcerned with her feelings, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Fei. "Listen here, kid, let me be blunt. You touched Miss Chin with your right hand, didn't you? You'll have 3 seconds to act, or you can bid farewell to that hand." As he concluded, he shouted behind him, summoning 2 burly men in black suits. With their arrival, Feng Wenfu's bravado surged even higher, looking down on Lin Fei as if he were an insignificant insect. Just from that disdainful look alone, Lin Fei felt compelled to slap him several times. Realizing he needed to clarify matters further, Lin Fei raised his right hand and asked, "You want this hand?" "Indeed, that hand would be quite suitable for feeding my Tibetan mastiff." Feng Wenfu laughed mockingly. Lin Fei's forehead creased with frustration. It seemed that just moments ago, someone wanted his foot, and now another sought his hand. With a cold smile, he retorted, "You should feel fortunate that I've already dealt with someone today and have no desire to engage in such antics again. Otherwise, I would ensure you experience a day you would never forget." "Those 2 are your bodyguards, right? With their skills, do you truly believe they can protect you in front of me, you brainless fool? Get lost and refrain from pursuing this lovely lady again. Did you hear me? Otherwise, I swear I will never want to see you again." Lin Fei was also incensed. Feng Wenfu was no good person. Fortunately, he was the one facing this situation today. Had it been an ordinary individual lacking in skills, they might have truly been imperiled. "Darling, you..." Tian Tian was taken aback, unable to believe Lin Fei had so swiftly turned confrontational. His tone so resolute, her worry deepened. Given Feng Wenfu's nature, Lin Fei's words had left no room for retreat. Now, even if she wanted to save Lin Fei, it would be exceedingly difficult. "Don't worry, since you've called me darling so many times. I ought to do something for you," Lin Fei replied with a light-hearted smile. "You've truly put us in a dire situation," Tian Tian said, both amused and exasperated. Her concerns were not unfounded. The moment Feng Wenfu's smile faltered, he exploded like a lit powder keg, shrieking, "What are you waiting for? Attack! Do not hold back! Strike hard! Hit you, you bastard!" As soon as he finished shouting, before the 2 bodyguards could react, Lin Fei had already made his move, delivering a kick that sent Feng Wenfu's 200-pound frame flying several meters backward. "Boss!" The 2 bodyguards cried out, their eyes filled with rage as they lunged at Lin Fei from either side. "Be careful, darling." The rapid turn of events left Tian Tian's heart racing in her throat. She had never anticipated Lin Fei would act so decisively, aware of the formidable prowess of Feng Wenfu's bodyguards, but oblivious to Lin Fei's capabilities. She could only instinctively shout his name as a warning. Lin Fei stood his ground, waiting for the 2 bodyguards to approach with their fists poised to strike, and in an instant, he kicked out twice. With 2 loud thuds, the burly professional bodyguards were sent crashing backward. Unable to rise immediately, their eyes widened in disbelief, even as they momentarily lost consciousness. Feng Wenfu, having a heavier physique and aware that Lin Fei was holding back to avoid seriously injuring him, was already struggling to get up. Witnessing the scene, his jaw dropped in shock. He had hired those bodyguards at a high price, relying on their protection to look down on others, never imagining he would witness them being so effortlessly defeated. Yet, he had little time to dwell on his bodyguards, for his own predicament loomed large. Lin Fei swiftly approached him, bending down to swiftly unbuckle his belt. "What are you doing? What do you intend to do?" Feng Wenfu stammered, his face revealing a mixture of fear and shame as his belt was undone, exposing his garish underwear, making Tian Tian feel nauseous. "Did you just say I should slap myself 10 times? Lin Fei inquired. I misspoke. Can I take that back? I failed to recognize the mountain for the peak." Feng Wenfu stuttered, recognizing Lin Fei's prowess. "Take that back? Do you think I'm a fool? You think I'll only let you slap yourself 10 times? I'll return the favor with 20. A person like you isn't even worth my hand to slap. Just watch as I use your belt to whip you," Lin Fei declared. And with that, he began to whip Feng Wenfu across the face with the belt, the sound echoing as he delivered at least 7 or 8 strikes in quick succession. "Stop, it hurts. What does it matter if you have some skills? Do you know who I am? You've created a grave situation for yourself," Feng Wenfu shouted desperately, but his large face was no match for Lin Fei's precision strikes. "You dare to shout? I'll teach you to shout." Lin Fei was filled with an uncontainable fury, having grown weary of such people. The force with which he wielded the belt intensified with each strike. "Created a grave situation? Yes, I did. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to send me to the hospital for 3 months? Are you going to make me leave this city forever? I dare you to try." Lin Fei continued to berate him, losing track of how many times he had struck Feng Wenfu, but he knew it had certainly exceeded 20. Blood and flesh were left mangled on Feng Wenfu's face, and he realized that Lin Fei was even more ruthless than he had anticipated. "Please, I beg you. I won't shout anymore. Just stop," Feng Wenfu pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. "You think that just because you stop shouting, it will be over?" Lin Fei retorted, turning to whip Feng Wenfu's large belly, causing him to writhe in pain, lacking any sympathy for such a person. "It hurts so much. I was wrong. What more do you want from me? How long do you intend to keep this up? I won't pursue Tian Tian anymore. Is that enough?" Feng Wenfu gasped for breath, desperation tinging his voice. "You disgrace us men with such vile methods to pursue a woman. You deserve every lash. And as for you wanting my hand?" Lin Fei, still unsatisfied, continued to rain blows upon Feng Wenfu's face until his arm grew weary, the belt stained with blood. "Get your people and get lost. Remember my words, or don't let me lay eyes on you again." Lin Fei tossed the belt at him. "Fine, I'm leaving. I'll never show my face again," Feng Wenfu cried, feeling as though he had escaped death, abandoning his belt as he called over his 2 bodyguards, clutching his pants as he turned to flee, not daring to look back. "Are you all right?" After a moment's hesitation, Tian Tian cautiously inquired, still shaken by the sight of Lin Fei's ferocity. She had never imagined he would take on Feng Wenfu's bodyguards. "Just a pathetic toad. If there were any real danger, how could I possibly be your husband?" Lin Fei replied with a bold laugh. Tian Tian's cheeks flushed as she said, "I'm truly sorry for having you pretend to be my boyfriend without your consent. I owe you an apology, but you have indeed saved me today. Thank you so much." As she spoke, her heart raced. After being single for so long and having honed her judgment in the workplace, she could sense Lin Fei was no ordinary man. His masculine dominance had left a profound impression on her. "Since we're calling each other husband and wife, how about you repay me by offering yourself?" Lin Fei suggested eagerly, envisioning the prospect of such an attractive woman. "Let us just go out for a meal sometime," Tian Tian replied, her face slightly reddened. Lin Fei's directness left her momentarily at a loss for words. "Lin Fei," he introduced himself with a light chuckle, noticing she did not extend her hand for a handshake, so he refrained from pursuing it. After all, having already embraced her, a handshake seemed less significant. "If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't have known how to escape from Feng Wenfu. However, do keep in mind that he is a petty man, harboring grudges, so stay vigilant. Rest assured. If anything arises, I will certainly lend my assistance." Subsequently, with a hint of concern in her eyes, Tian Tian remarked, "Although Feng Wenfu professes to relinquish his pursuit, she is acutely aware that someone of his ilk is unlikely to let her slip away so easily. Moreover, he may very well seek trouble with Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, you possess not only beauty, but also a kind heart. If Feng Wenfu desires revenge, let him come. Should he continue to harass you, feel free to inform me, and I shall deal with him accordingly." Lin Fei chuckled nonchalantly, asserting that individuals like Feng Wenfu, regardless of their connections, are of no concern to him. "Are you truly the general manager of this company?" Shen asked. "There is no need to rush regarding meals. I merely rendered a small favor. However, if you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, there is indeed something you could assist me with." Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this notion. Lacking a network, his intent in helping Tian Tian was to facilitate an introduction to the leadership of her company, not anticipating that Tian Tian herself was at the helm. Chapter 11. Tian Tian's ruthless friend. I was just about to inquire what brought you to our company and what assistance you might require. When Tian Tian replied with a radiant smile, indeed, she is the general manager and owner of this establishment, yet Feng Wenfu's significant reputation renders her somewhat powerless, even within her domain. Observing the situation, Lin Fei exhaled in relief, patting the leather bag slung over his shoulder, which contained the designs by Tang Shui that he was compelled to sell. After explaining his purpose to Tian Tian and praising Tang Shui's designs profusely, Tian Tian expressed keen interest. As her company was in the process of acquiring new design products, she intended to assign someone specifically for this task. If Lin Fei's designs met the company's requirements, it would save considerable effort and trouble. Lin Fei, let us discuss this in my office. With that, Tian Tian led the way into the company, guiding Lin Fei to her office located on the top floor. Once seated behind her desk, Tian Tian immediately focused her attention on Tang Shui's designs. Lin Fei stood idly, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Tian Tian. From his vantage point, he could glimpse a tantalizingly delicate area beneath the collar of her uniform. Truly, her curvaceous form was captivating. Even a mere glimpse ignited a fervor within him, leaving him parched and exhilarated. The allure was overwhelming, and most notably, her skin was remarkably fair. The two prominent curves beneath her collar glistened with an enticing sheen, akin to the most delicate dumplings, and Lin Fei found himself wishing to savor them indefinitely. Nevertheless, understanding the importance of closing a sale, he restrained his gaze. That moment, Tian Tian looked up with genuine surprise, exclaiming, "Lin Fei, your designs exhibit remarkable quality, fully suitable for mass production. Have you truly not sold them to anyone else? Rest assured, the copyrights for these designs are secure." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had always believed in the integrity of Tang Shui's designs, and receiving confirmation from a buyer only solidified his confidence. However, these designs are not my own. They were created by our department manager, who is younger than I, and this is her first foray into fashion design. Yet, I can assure you she is willing to sell them to you, provided you have a need for them. Lin Fei expressed his intent. That's so. No wonder these designs exude a youthful flair. If mass-produced, they would certainly appeal to a younger demographic. Your manager shows great potential. I look forward to her future endeavors. If possible, I hope our two companies can engage in a long-term partnership, Tian Tian declared with enthusiasm. Lin Fei's explanation further assuaged her concerns, as she recognized that while some aspects of Tang Shui's designs might not meet master-level standards, they were merely minor issues that would not impede mass production. Tian Tian then selected a portion of Tang Shui's designs and promptly signed a contract to purchase them at market value. Grateful for Lin Fei's earlier assistance and recognizing that Tang Shui's designs truly aligned with market demand, she contemplated acquiring all the designs, but ultimately decided against it, as some did not fit their company's market positioning. After all, the value of Tang Shui's designs was considerable. Lin Fei, I am already quite appreciative that you were able to sell a portion. I find you to be reliable and straightforward, and I too hope our companies can collaborate more deeply. Lin Fei replied cheerfully, pleasantly surprised at the swift sale of part of the designs, marking a promising start. However, he was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in sales, had it not been for Tian Tian and the quality of Tang Shui's designs. Such an auspicious beginning would have been nearly impossible. Lin Fei, were it not for you, I would have been at a loss for how to proceed. In truth, I ought to have purchased all of your designs, Tian Tian expressed with a hint of regret. How about this? It is nearly mealtime. Allow me to treat you, and I will invite a friend who may be interested in your designs. Lin Fei's eyes brightened at this prospect, exclaiming, I am truly grateful, Miss Su. He had been pondering how to sell the remaining designs, and Tian Tian's connections were invaluable. His impression of the Yichuan garment sales company was notable, as it ranked among the top in the industry within the city. With Tian Tian's assistance, not only would he avoid unnecessary detours, but he would also have the opportunity to dine with such a beautiful woman. A most advantageous arrangement indeed. Tian Tian briefly stepped away to make a phone call, instructing her secretary before leading Lin Fei out of the company. She retrieved her Lexus GS, personally offering to drive Lin Fei to their usual dining establishment. Shortly after setting off, a call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted, and she quickly answered, saying to Lin Fei, "Lin Fei, I must take this urgent call. Could you please drive? Miss Su, you seem as if the sky is about to fall." "Of course, I can take over," Lin Fei replied with a smile, unbuckling his seatbelt to switch positions with her. Due to the limited space within the vehicle, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another. Tian's ample chest and shapely figure were unmistakable. A mere touch provided Lin Fei with an overwhelming sensory experience. From his vantage point, the entire encounter was vividly imprinted in his mind, and he felt a rush of heat coursing through him. Tian was certainly aware of the intimate proximity, her ears flushed with warmth, and even someone as composed as she found her heart racing. It took a considerable time for her to regain her composure, allowing her to focus on the call. The conversation lasted around 10 minutes, and fortunately, Tian had preset the navigation system, preventing Lin Fei from veering off course. "Apologies, Lin Fei. I must attend to my mother's call. I need to provide her with reassurance, else she will become quite anxious," Tian explained apologetically after hanging up. Her mother suffered from anxiety, and during episodes, she required her daughter's soothing voice to regain her calm. Despite having hired someone to watch over her mother around the clock, Tian remained vigilant during each episode. Reflecting on the earlier incident still left her breathless, and she could not bring herself to mention it again. It was admirable to learn that Su was a devoted daughter. Lin Fei, having grasped the situation, empathized with her concern for a sick family member. Understanding the depth of her feelings, he found himself increasingly impressed with Tian. She was kind, intelligent, passionate, filial, and capable, coupled with her stunning beauty and physique, undoubtedly a woman many men would desire. "Lin Fei, what did you do before? You seem unlike someone who has always been in this industry." After a moment of quiet reflection, Tian hesitantly inquired, "Miss Su, you possess an astute eye. I have indeed only recently returned. I was a soldier, spending most of my time abroad in various regions of the world," Lin Fei replied with a light chuckle. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Fei's mind as memories of his tumultuous past flooded back, reminding him of the blood-soaked days spent fighting alongside his comrades. Typically, soldiers remain confined to military camps, do they not? They must at least be stationed domestically. How could one possibly travel abroad? Tian remarked. Rolling her eyes, feeling as though Lin Fei was being evasive, Lin Fei simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate. While most soldiers do remain in their camps and seldom travel abroad, as a member of the Snow Wolf Special Forces, he frequently undertook covert missions in unstable regions, setting him apart from ordinary soldiers. Had it not been for his sister's critical condition, he would not have chosen to retire. As the Lexus GS approached the upscale restaurant frequently visited by Tian, a young woman with a chic bob hairstyle, approximately 25 or 26 years old, awaited their arrival. Standing at nearly 1.70 meters, she was strikingly attractive among the crowd. Clutching a stylish handbag and adorned in a short skirt and high heels, her short hair was impeccably styled, embodying the quintessential modern urban woman. Lin Fei observed her from a distance. While she was indeed tall and beautiful, her modest chest paled in comparison to Tian's ample figure. Yet she exuded a fresh and appealing aura. Tian, in broad daylight, insists on calling me out for a meal. What on earth could be so urgent? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall not acquiesce. The short-haired woman stepped forward casually, a rival yet ally to Tian, and in private, they shared a close friendship. "Lin Fei, allow me to introduce you to Xia Qi, the president of Ruisi Clothing Sales Company." "Xia Qi, this is Lin Fei from Meizhuang Apparel Company." Tian succinctly introduced Lin Fei's identity. Upon learning that the other party was from Ruisi Clothing Company, Lin Fei's heart sank. He felt that Tian had gone too far with this jest. He had previously heard Chen Wanrong mention that their company had a formidable adversary, and that adversary was indeed Ruisi Clothing Company. Upon realizing that Lin Fei hailed from Meizhuang Apparel Company, Xia Qi's expression soured considerably. Had it not been for Tian's presence, she would have likely given Lin Fei the cold shoulder. Given the circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible to sit down peacefully for a meal, let alone persuade her to purchase Lin Fei's products. Tian observed their reactions keenly, biting her lip in anxiety, beginning to doubt the efficacy of her approach. Forcing a smile, she suggested, "Let us enter and have something to eat." I am quite famished. With that, she ushered Xiaoqi into the restaurant, requesting a private room. Having come this far, Lin Fei felt compelled to follow suit, although he quickly regretted it from the moment the dishes were served. Xiaoqi did not exchange a single word with him, nor did she spare him a glance. Lin Fei had no genuine intention of pressuring her into making a purchase. After all, sales were a matter of mutual consent. Miss Xia, our companies are merely engaged in a competitive landscape. There is no need to treat this as a bitter feud. Your father truly deceased. Lin Fei leaned back in his chair, genuinely feeling that this woman was overreacting. Chapter 12. The unreasonable conditions. Your father is dead, and your entire family as well, Xiaoqi retorted, her face flushed with anger. A rival is a rival. One must maintain a clear stance in opposing camps. Besides, had it not been for your Meizhuang apparel company, would I have suffered such significant losses repeatedly? Xiaoqi let out a cold huff. Sitting with someone from Meizhuang apparel company was indeed disconcerting for her, yet she understood that her true ire was directed at Qin Wanrong. On a personal level, she harbored no ill will towards Lin Fei. It was simply challenging for her to extend him any courtesy. Running a business entails both profits and losses. Fair competition is the norm, much like how some women possess enviable figures while others do not. Lin Fei remarked casually, perhaps a tad too harshly, but he merely felt that Xiaoqi was taking things too far, with no intention of mocking her. Who is lacking in assets? Clarify your statement. Xiaoqi exploded, slamming her hand on the table and rising in fury. As the president of a prominent company, she disregarded her dignity, nearly lunging at Lin Fei. Xiaoqi, please calm down. Lin Fei did not mean it that way. Tian interjected, torn between amusement and concern. She was well aware of her good friend's long-standing insecurity regarding her flat chest, and any mention of it would incite her anger. Lin Fei, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. You still need to present your designs to Xiaoqi. How can you expect her to consider a purchase under such circumstances? Tian shot Lin Fei a reproachful glance. Miss Xia, I apologize. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, as he had already given up hope for the deal. He had only one day, and with each passing second, the time dwindled. He resolved to leave swiftly and seek other buyers. You expect me to buy your designs? Not a chance, Xiaoqi retorted coldly. Though she was no longer a naive girl, she quickly composed herself, firmly resolved not to engage in any business dealings with Lin Fei. Tian felt overwhelmed. Xiaoqi, weren't you just looking for designs that could inspire new ideas? I believe Lin Fei's designs align perfectly with your requirements. You should truly take a look. Tian. Are you perhaps interested in this young man? Why are you going to such lengths for him? You must be cautious. You're aware of your family situation. Do not invite trouble, and then blame me for not warning you. Xiaoqi scrutinized the exchange between Lin Fei and Tian, her tone heavy. Though she did not find Lin Fei particularly remarkable, she assumed that being favored by Qin Wanrong indicated some level of competence. Yet he still fell short of deserving Tian. Thus, she spoke bluntly, unafraid of Tian's potential reproach. Xiaoqi, do not overthink it. Lin Fei is a friend who helped me get rid of Feng Wenfu and dealt with him quite thoroughly. I owe him a huge favor. You know how troublesome Feng Wenfu can be, so please just consider this a favor for me and take a look. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Tian's words, Xiaoqi's mind involuntarily conjured images of her intimate encounter with Lin Fei in the car, causing her cheeks to flush as she half pleaded, you dealt with Feng Wenfu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi could not help but smirk derisively at Lin Fei. Now you've truly landed yourself in trouble. There was a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Lin Fei, now genuinely curious about Feng's background, responded, I will take a look. But let it be clear that this does not imply I wish to be associated with Meizhuang in any capacity. Xiaoqi harbored a strong aversion towards Feng Wenfu and wished to avoid disappointing Tian, yet she was still disinclined to make any purchases from Lin Fei. She had already resolved that after taking a glance, she would promptly find an excuse to decline. Lin Fei sensed her lack of sincerity, but as long as there remained even a glimmer of hope to sell his designs, he was willing to try. He hastily opened his bag and presented the designs to her. Xiaoqi received the designs, feigning concentration as she examined them for an extended period. However, as she continued to observe, genuine astonishment began to replace her initial skepticism. Tang Shue's designs had already garnered recognition from Tian, a professional in the field, ensuring their quality. Moreover, Tang Shue's youth and quirky personality were reflected in her designs. aligning perfectly with the market positioning of Xiaqi's company. Xiaqi was preparing to explore new markets and required fresh, innovative designs. For companies like hers, seizing market opportunities is crucial. Finding suitable designs is not merely time-consuming, but also labor-intensive. Xiaqi, did you not always tell me that the most important aspect of our industry is to provide consumers with quality clothing? While everything else is secondary, Tian, well acquainted with her friend's thoughts, recognized the shift in Xiaqi's expression and knew she was already intrigued. With perfect timing, she smiled and added, "These designs are truly impressive. And I understand you have some unresolved issues with Qin Wanrong, but this time, consider it a favor for me to assist Lin Fei. If you find them satisfactory, just purchase them from him." Seeing that there seemed to be a real possibility, Lin Fei also joined the conversation, realizing that finding other buyers might not yield results. If Xiaqi was willing to make a purchase, enduring some discomfort would be worthwhile. "Miss Xia, you leaders have it tough. We on the ground face our own challenges. My task today is to sell these designs, or I will face significant trouble." Yet Lin Fei remained composed, internally still harboring little hope, sensing that Xiaqi was not genuinely interested in buying. "If I have offended you previously, I apologize. If you can assist with this matter, I will be immensely grateful and will remember your kindness." He continued, considering Tian's introduction. "I am willing to give you the opportunity, but whether I ultimately sell to you depends on your true capability." Lin Fei lowered his stance, and with Tian's hopeful gaze upon them, Xiaqi felt compelled to relent. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of cold amusement crossed her eyes as she replied, "What do you propose?" Lin Fei replied calmly, recognizing that this woman indeed lacked sincerity, yet for the sake of the sale, he was willing to try as long as it was not an impossible task. "In Zhonghai City, my two favorite foods are the secret pan-fried dumplings here and the spicy crayfish sold at the Sihai seafood restaurant in the east of the city." Xiaqi picked up an exquisitely crafted dumpling with her chopsticks and took a bite, her face lighting up with delight. "I have had the pan-fried dumplings, but I still crave the spicy crayfish. I will give you 15 minutes. If you can indeed procure those crayfish for me, I will buy all your designs." Once she had finished, Xiaqi wore a faint, cold smile as she added, "Given the travel time from here to the east, it will take at least 20 minutes. You have only 15 minutes, and that includes the return trip. It is nearly impossible." Although she felt a genuine interest in Tang Shue's designs, the thought of the animosity between their companies made her prefer to forego the deal. However, she was keen on maintaining her relationship with Tian, thus concocting a perfect excuse to challenge Lin Fei. If Lin Fei failed to deliver, it would be a reflection of his own inadequacy. Should Tian wish to complain, it would not fall upon her shoulders. With that, Xiaqi broke into a carefree laugh and rewarded herself with another pan-fried dumpling. This was the best method she could devise to firmly deny Lin Fei's request in such a short time. "Xiaqi, if you truly do not wish to buy, then do not. Isn't this just intentionally making things difficult for Lin Fei? With just 15 minutes, he won't even reach the place, let alone return with the crayfish." Tian, caught between amusement and helplessness, realized that all her efforts today had been in vain. Xiaqi had effortlessly cast aside her aversion to the design, never genuinely intending to purchase Lin Fei's creations. 15 minutes, is it? Just as Tian was about to offer some words of comfort to Lin Fei, she suddenly heard him gently inquire, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just say you can't do it, but then I won't be buying your designs anymore, and I won't owe you any favors." Xiaqi said with a triumphant smirk, "I'm merely confirming." 15 minutes at the Chengdong Sihai seafood restaurant for their spicy crayfish. "Miss Xia, you must keep your word." Lin Fei chuckled. Although Xiaqi might be small in stature, her height and long, slender legs were strikingly attractive indeed. One could call her exquisite. He hadn't expected her to be so generous, presenting him with such a simple request. "President Tian, may I borrow your car?" Lin Fei then turned towards Tian. "Lin Fei, are you really going? Perhaps you should reconsider. I can help you check if anyone else needs your designs." Tian, feeling a pang of sympathy for him, understood that making a round trip in such a short time was virtually impossible. Knowing her friend's character, she was aware that if Lin Fei didn't return on time, no amount of pleading would soften her heart, and it would be more prudent to save that time for alternative solutions. "President Tian, just let me give it a try. It'll only take a few minutes, and if it doesn't work out, we can discuss it then." Lin Fei maintained a light smile. He was confident in his abilities. But if he truly failed, he had no intention of troubling Tian Tian further, especially since she had already introduced him to Xia Qi and their debts of gratitude were settled. Reluctantly, Tian Tian shook her head and handed the car keys to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you won't be able to do it anyway. Drive slowly. I don't want anything happening to my car that you could blame on me. Before Lin Fei exited, Xia Qi lounged languidly in her chair. Her nostrils flaring, she was a beauty, exuding a unique allure, which made Tian Tian feel both speechless and amused. Lin Fei, unfazed, thought to himself that he would relish seeing whether she would still be laughing later. He then made his way to the underground parking lot and slid into Tian Tian's Lexus GS, shifting gears and pressing the accelerator. A thunderous roar erupted, as Lin Fei deftly maneuvered the luxury vehicle with the poise of a professional race car driver. After releasing a plume of black smoke, the Lexus GS sped out of the parking lot with the screech of tires against pavement, reaching speeds at least 3 times that of an average driver. Once on the road, Lin Fei maintained his rapid pace. In the Snow Leopard Special Forces, exceptional driving skills were a prerequisite. Had it not been for the bustling traffic, he could have easily pushed the limits even further. Familiar with the road conditions, Lin Fei opted for alternate routes to avoid traffic signals that could waste precious time, propelling himself swiftly towards his destination, outside the Chengdong Sihai Seafood Restaurant. The Lexus GS came to a screeching halt with a flawless drift. Lin Fei stepped out, glancing at his watch to find that just over 5 minutes had passed. At this rate, he had ample time to return. The restaurant was bustling with patrons eager for the renowned spicy crayfish, with customers forming long queues. Upon entering, Lin Fei was taken aback by the sheer volume of people waiting. Xia Qi had intentionally withheld this information. If he had to queue, judging by the crowd, it would take at least 2 hours, by which time the food would be cold. However, Lin Fei remained unfazed and walked straight to the counter, calmly requesting 1 order of spicy crayfish to go to in that instant. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. An aura of chilling menace emanated from him, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat in fear. The staff, enveloped in a palpable sense of dread, hastily prepared Lin Fei's order without a word of protest, a stark contrast to their usual strictness against queue jumpers. On that day, many in the Sihai Seafood Restaurant would remember the extraordinary young man who had graced their establishment. Unremarkable in attire, yet carrying an imposing presence that felt almost weaponized. Regrettably, no one knew the origins of this enigmatic figure. Approximately 6 minutes later, Lin Fei entered the private dining room where Tian Tian and Xia Qi were seated, placing the bag of spicy crayfish before Xia Qi. He had taken a bit longer than expected, but it was exactly 14 minutes, just shy of 15. Lin Fei, you actually brought it back, Tian Tian gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Lin Fei, you, she continued, her expression shifting to one of confusion. With her keen intuition, she sensed that Lin Fei seemed somewhat different from when he had left, though she couldn't quite pinpoint how. She had always suspected he was no ordinary person. But now he seemed even more mysterious than she had imagined. President Tian, thank you for lending me your car, Lin Fei said lightly, then suddenly smiled and shrugged, instantly adopting the demeanor of an average young man. After all, the blood-soaked life was behind him. Had it not been for the crowded seafood restaurant, he wouldn't have let that aura escape him. At that moment, Tian Tian's doubt evaporated, and she felt as if she might have been mistaken. Xia Qi, lacking Tian Tian's perceptiveness, was simply astonished by Lin Fei's swift return. Lin Fei, do you think you can just casually bring me something from nearby and fool me? Am I that easy to deceive? Xia Qi exclaimed, forcefully pulling out a chair and standing with an accusatory tone. I truly lack the energy for this. Just take a bite, and you'll know. Lin Fei responded, shaking his head in exasperation. Not a chance. I only eat from the Sihai Seafood Restaurant. What if you brought me something from a random place and it lands me in the hospital? Xia Qi retorted vehemently. You've eaten their food before. If it were that bad, you'd already be in the hospital, Lin Fei replied, exasperated. Do you really want me to believe you accomplished this so easily? Lin Fei, if we want to collaborate, you must first be honest. Your clever tricks are utterly laughable. I find you utterly untrustworthy. I won't be purchasing your designs, nor will I consider any future cooperation with employees like you in the Meizhuang Fashion Company. I genuinely worry for your customers. I want to keep this under wraps. If necessary, I'll expose the true nature of your company to everyone. Xiaoqi crossed her arms, her expression stern as she delivered a string of hurtful remarks. Tian's expression darkened. It was evident that Xiaoqi was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Lin Fei. A gentle reprimand would suffice, but her words had been excessively harsh. If Xiaoqi were not her close friend, Tian's character would have compelled her to take Lin Fei and leave immediately. Lin Fei, I want to take a bite. Tian interjected, extending her hand. Tian, are you out of your mind? What if you get sick? Xiaoqi angrily protested. Tian shot her a resigned glance, but still reached out with her delicate fingers to take a bite, having eaten at the restaurant before. She immediately recognized the familiar flavor, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Fei, how is this really from that restaurant? She was genuinely astonished. It seemed implausible to have made it to Chengdong and back in such a short time. Unable to resist, she took another bite. Lin Fei, I want to try a bite too, but don't blame me if I spit it on you. Xiaoqi, noting Tian's reaction, was convinced she was favoring Lin Fei. Although displeased, her curiosity got the better of her, and she approached to take a taste, planning to berate Lin Fei even more. However, upon tasting the familiar delicacy, she was rendered speechless. It was unmistakably the flavor of the Chengdong restaurant, one that couldn't be imitated by others. Miss Xia, you should still remember this familiar taste, Lin Fei remarked with a subtle smile. Xiaoqi found herself at a loss, caught in a dilemma between swallowing and spitting it out. Her face flushing crimson with embarrassment, wishing only to disappear. It was indeed the flavor from that restaurant, but it was simply impossible. He must have used some underhanded trick. With a swift motion, Xiaoqi knocked the bag of crayfish to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Lin Fei, unfazed, chuckled softly. As long as you admit it's from that restaurant, shall we begin discussing the contract? What contract? You've just been trying to pull a fast one. I refuse to buy. Xiaoqi's voice was high-pitched and sharp. This woman was resolute in her decision not to purchase Lin Fei's designs, thus presenting him with such an impossible task. She never anticipated that Lin Fei's driving skills were so exceptional, enabling him to fulfill the request in merely 15 minutes. I've accomplished what I set out to do. You promised to buy my design. Are you really going to go back on your word? Miss Xia, Lin Fei spoke calmly. Tian also felt that Xiaoqi had completely lost her composure and, in a moment of exasperation, advised, Xiaoqi, given the current situation, you should take a moment to collect yourself. You are not enemies with Lin Fei. Let us discuss this rationally. Discuss rationally? He cheated, Xiaoqi exclaimed. The audacity of this woman was infuriating, and Lin Fei could not suppress a chuckle. I am unaware of what you mean by cheating. This bag contains the items I purchased as per your request from that store. If you wish to verify, we can go together. Just because you drive slowly doesn't imply I will too. The terms were set by you, and I have fulfilled them. If you truly intend to go back on your word, then speak plainly. I won't make a fruitless trip. You owe me a sincere apology. Lin Fei replied impatiently, unwilling to squander his time. Who is reneging on their word? If you want me to buy it, I can, but I do have genuine doubts about your handling of this matter. However, since you managed to deal with Feng Wenfu, I assume your skills must be formidable. Show me by crushing this cup with your bare hands. If you succeed, I will immediately sign the contract. Xiaoqi retorted coldly. She was well aware of the prowess of Feng Wenfu's bodyguards, and if Lin Fei had defeated them, he must indeed be a martial expert. Having heard from her bodyguard about the various levels of martial arts, she knew that being able to crush an ordinary ceramic cup with one's hand was an exceptionally high skill level, one that was virtually unmatched in Zhanghai City. In an attempt to evade the challenge, she selected an unblemished cup from the table and presented it to Lin Fei. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a surge of anger. She genuinely believed her friend had gone too far today. She cast an apologetic glance at Lin Fei, wanting to say something, but then saw Lin Fei suddenly smile and, with one hand, accept the cup, loudly asking, if I succeed, will you promise not to backtrack? Who is backing down? I am a person of my word. If you crush it before my eyes, I will sign the contract immediately. However, should you fail, you must concede that you indeed cheated, and don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaoqi sneered. Fine, Lin Fei agreed readily. Lin Fei, you. Tian, hearing this, looked worried. She knew her friend's nature. Although not a bad person, Xiaoqi could be quite unyielding when her heart hardened, and from their conversation, It seemed that crushing the cup would not be an easy feat. Lin Fei remained silent. Xiaqi's method was indeed challenging, as crushing a cup with one hand required a level of skill approaching that of a top-tier expert. And further practice would lead to the development of internal energy. Within the Snow Leopard Commando, few possessed such capability. Lin Fei laid the cup flat before him, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly exerted force with his hand. The veins in his arm bulged like furious dragons. A sharp cracking sound unexpectedly erupted, and the porcelain cup shattered into several pieces, scattering across the floor, while his hand remained unscathed. This scene left Xiaqi's smile frozen, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Lin Fei's hand, almost breathless. She never imagined Lin Fei would actually crush the cup. According to her bodyguard's description, did this mean Lin Fei was indeed the foremost expert in Zhanghai City? With such a formidable ally as Chen Wanrong, how could she ever hope to defeat her? At that moment, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by the impact. Xiaqi, Tian felt both shock and joy. Astonished by Lin Fei's prowess, yet simultaneously worried for her friend, today had been exceedingly unfortunate for Xiaqi. It was as if Lin Fei was her nemesis, appearing just to thwart her. However, Tian also recognized that her friend possessed a rather unsympathetic side, and perhaps experiencing some setbacks would be beneficial in preventing her from attracting more serious troubles in the future. Xiaqi remained silent, and when Tian looked over, she noticed her friend's eyes were already red-rimmed, causing her heart to ache. Xiaqi had been pampered since childhood, resulting in many flaws, and she had never endured such a significant blow. Chapter 14. Trouble at the company. Xiaqi fought back tears, gritting her teeth, and declared, "I stand by my word. I will have someone bring the contract from the company right now." Once she finished speaking, her demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon, unable to maintain her earlier bravado. Lin Fei refrained from saying more. Shortly after, Xiaqi made a phone call, and soon, company personnel arrived with the contract. After swiftly signing, Lin Fei smiled and said, "Thank you, President Xia, for your patronage. It has been a pleasure collaborating, and I hope we can work together again in the future. There won't be a next time, Lin Fei. This is far from over, and tell Chen Wanring to wait for me," Xiaqi retorted angrily, grabbing her handbag and coldly glaring at Lin Fei before striding out of the private room in her high heels. "Lin Fei, I truly apologize. I never anticipated things would unfold this way." "I apologize on Xiaqi's behalf," Tian said to Lin Fei, her expression filled with remorse. "No need to apologize. If it weren't for President Tian, I would be at a loss today. I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Should you require assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out," Lin Fei replied. With only the two of them left in the room, Tian sat beside him, her faint fragrance occasionally wafting into his nostrils. From the side, Lin Fei couldn't help but admire her alluring figure. "Where are your eyes wandering off to?" Tian noticed and blushed, her cheeks flushing. The atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat awkward, and since they were both satiated, Tian decided it was time to return to the company to handle matters. "In that case, let's depart. Thank you for the delightful meal, President Tian. Next time, it will be my turn to treat you," Lin Fei said with a light smile, pleased to have dined with such a captivating woman. "Are you heading back to the company as well? Would you like me to give you a ride?" Tian asked, having settled the bill, her heart racing as she noticed Lin Fei staring at her intently. Although she was genuinely busy, she felt an inexplicable desire to accompany him. "No need, President Tian. I can't trouble you any further. I can take a taxi back," Lin Fei replied with a gentle smile. "In that case, I'll take my leave. Lin Fei, goodbye," Tian said as she got into her car and slowly drove away. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, however, the thought of their future collaboration and Lin Fei's invitation to dine again lifted her spirits considerably. Lin Fei, oblivious to the subtle changes in Tian's thoughts, hailed a taxi and, instead of returning to the company, headed directly to the hospital. Inside the hospital, his sister was peacefully asleep, and rather than waking her, he chose to remain by her side, caring for her throughout the day. The next morning, brimming with excitement, Lin Fei returned to the company, having sold all the designs within just one day as promised. This meant not only would Tang Shui not have to leave, but even Chen Wanrong would regard him with newfound respect. Selling such a large volume of designs in a single day was an unprecedented feat, even for someone leveraging Chen Wanrong's connections. Moreover, Lin Fei now had ample time to earn money to repay Qin Wanrong, which put him in high spirits. However, upon entering the company, Lin Fei quickly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Everyone wore expressions of distress, as if a significant calamity had occurred. "Assistant Lin, you're finally here. Hurry to President Chen's office. Something has gone awry." President Chen specifically instructed that you should meet with her as soon as you arrived. An employee informed Lin Fei. His expression grew serious. It appeared that the company was indeed in trouble. Rushing upstairs, he made his way to Qin Wanrong's office. As he walked, he inquired further and learned the situation. It was related to Zhao Juanru. Zhao Juanru had brought a mysterious ally intending to acquire Mei Zhuang. Mei Zhuang represented Qin Wanrong's labor and aspirations, and it also held significant meaning for Tang Shui. If Mei Zhuang were truly acquired, the consequences for them would be catastrophic. It would feel akin to losing their lives, as Mei Zhuang was more than just a financial venture for them. Furthermore, it seemed that the price offered by Zhao Juanru's group was less than half of the fair market value. Naturally, Qin Wanrong would refuse to sell, prompting Zhao Juanru to resort to coercive tactics, with the enigmatic figure remaining silent and allowing him to take the lead. Zhao Juanru had also seemingly enlisted two skilled henchmen who had overpowered the company's security. They now acted as if they were the rightful owners of the company, leaving no one able to challenge them. Should Zhao Juanru succeed, the ramifications would be dire, and Lin Fei regretted not having broken his legs the day before. That scoundrel Zhao Juanru, even after being made a eunuch, shows no signs of repentance. Just you wait. Lin Fei seethed as he approached Qin Wanrong's office. Outside the office, several senior executives of Mei Zhuang gathered, secretly peering inside, apprehensive about their future since Zhao Juanru had threatened to dismiss them all once he acquired the company. Concerned for their livelihoods, they were desperate to thwart Zhao Juanru's devious scheme. Inside the office, Qin Wanrong had already been cornered by Zhao Juanru and his henchmen, while the middle-aged man in glasses observed coldly. Qin Wanrong's face was filled with fury, yet it was of no avail. Tang Shui, terrified, cowered behind Qin Wanrong, clinging tightly to her waist. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police." Tang Shui screamed in terror as the intruders continued to advance. "Tang Shui, if you dare to call the police, go ahead and try. If you can manage to make that call, I will concede your prowess. Besides, even if you do report us, what difference would it make? We are merely here to negotiate the acquisition of your company, not to harm you. What can the police possibly do when they arrive?" As Zhao Juanru spoke, his brazen gaze fell upon Tang Shui's exquisite face. A palpable desire for possession evident in his eyes. However, a flicker of madness swiftly twisted within his gaze, for he had been rendered a eunuch, suffering severe injury beneath his waist, and was pushed in on a wheelchair. His face wrapped in bandages. Even if given the chance, he could no longer assume the role of a man. This overwhelming sense of despair contorted his expression into a grotesque snarl, surpassing mere arrogance. Witnessing Zhao Juanru's intimidation of Qin Wanrong, the bespectacled, mysterious man wore a smile of amusement. "Zhao Juanru, you treacherous ingrate. I truly did not expect you to be this kind of person. I deeply regret bringing you into the company in the first place." Qin Wanrong trembled with rage. She could hardly fathom that such a brazen attempt at forced acquisition would transpire in broad daylight under the scrutiny of many. She was acutely aware that both she and Tang Shui were in a precarious situation. Yet regardless of the circumstances, Mei Zhuang was Tang Shui's last bastion of hope, and she would never part with it, especially considering that the offer was less than half of its market value. "Qin Wanrong, I advise you to be sensible. You know full well the predicament you and Tang Shui find yourselves in. Do not forget that your downfall to this state was orchestrated by the Tang family. Surely, you haven't forgotten that after Tang Shui's parents passed, it was the Tang family who seized what rightfully belonged to her, including the company and other assets." Zhao Juanru's bloodshot eyes threatened Qin Wanrong. "The Tang family will not come to your rescue. It would be wise for you to sign the contract sooner rather than later. Otherwise, should the two of you find yourselves in a precarious situation during the night, it could lead to more severe consequences. Qin Wanrong, if you are not concerned for your own safety, you must at least consider Tang Shui's well-being." Zhao Juanru sneered ominously, his demonic visage instilling a fear in Tang Shui that caused her to scream uncontrollably. "Uncle, who exactly are you? You wish to acquire our company, yet you are so rude. We will never sell to you." Tang Shui pleaded, her eyes glistening with desperation as she turned to the mysterious man. hoping for even a shred of compassion. Yet, the middle-aged man remained unmoved, sneering disdainfully at Tang Shui. Xiaoxue, we cannot rely on him. He will not assist us, Qin Wanrong said gently, understanding the man's true nature, and choosing to disregard him entirely, for she knew he was as cold-blooded as they come. Zhao Juanru, do you truly believe that there is no law in Zhonghai City? So many have witnessed your misdeeds. You will not succeed. Qin Wanrong shot a cold glare at Zhao Juanru. Seeing Tang Shui so terrified broke her heart, and she wished nothing more than to rend Zhao Juanru to pieces. Ha ha ha, Qin Wanrong, you remain as naive as ever. When the Tang family monopolized Tang Shui's assets, did you not also call the police and seek connections? What good did it do you in the end? Zhao Juanru laughed maniacally. Losing his patience, he turned to the two henchmen behind him and commanded, "Go, strip them of their clothing. I refuse to believe they will not sign the contract. Let us record the video. We shall see if they have the audacity to cause a scene afterward." Originally enamored with Qin Wanrong, he now found himself twisted by his eunuch-like psyche, wanting nothing more than to humiliate her. The two henchmen, their eyes gleaming with greed, approached the two beauties, ready to pounce on Qin Wanrong. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shui screamed even louder, standing at the entrance. Lin Fei comprehended the gravity of the situation and knew he could no longer remain a bystander. He pushed through the crowd and charged forward, his fists like cannonballs aimed at the two henchmen clad in black suits. With swift precision, he struck them in the back. The two henchmen, taken aback, retreated in surprise, abandoning their pursuit of Qin Wanrong. Lin Fei's intent was to save both women, and he stood his ground like a mountain, protecting them behind him. Handsome. Lin Fei, both Tang Shui and Qin Wanrong called out in unison. Seeing Lin Fei repel the two henchmen filled Tang Shui with joy, tears streaming down her face. Before Lin Fei's arrival, those henchmen had dispatched the company's security guards as if they were mere children, leaving Tang Shui with an indelible impression of their prowess. "Wu, handsome, you finally came. Did you hear that? These people wanted to strip me and Sister Wanrong, and no one has ever spoken to me like that." Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Shui could no longer contain her tears. Qin Wanrong, too, appeared relieved. Had Lin Fei not shown up, she could scarcely imagine what would have happened. These individuals were utterly lawless, and even someone as composed as she was felt a desire to eliminate them entirely. Lin Fei. Upon recognizing him, Zhao Juanru snarled, his teeth gritted as if he wished to devour Lin Fei whole. The middle-aged man also tightened his gaze, observing Lin Fei's every move, his expression betraying no surprise. He had anticipated Lin Fei's arrival. "Lin Fei, you've finally come." Zhao Juanru bellowed as if he had been waiting an eternity. "Did you think I came here today merely to acquire Mei Zhuang? I seek revenge as well. You dared to reduce me to a eunuch. Today, I shall make you less than a eunuch." Zhao Juanru howled, a fierce snarl on his lips. "Zhao Juanru, I never imagined your audacity would grow so bold. It seems I did indeed do a good deed yesterday." Lin Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening in amusement. "You will soon find out." Zhao Juanru gritted his teeth. Lin Fei remained unfazed, continuing to mock. "Oh, Zhao Juanru, it appears that even your beard has fallen out, so smooth and pale. Becoming a eunuch so quickly. Will your voice be as high-pitched as those portrayed on television? Perhaps you should practice a few lines for us, complete with a delicate gesture. You. Zhao Juanru stammered, nearly fainting from rage. "What about me? I'm quite well. Thank you for your concern." Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Lin Fei, you truly rendered Zhao Juanru a eunuch." Even in her state of shock, Tang Shui could not help but gasp. Qin Wanrong was equally astonished. For a man, such a fate was undeniably catastrophic. Today, Zhao Juanru, both in a wheelchair and bandaged, appeared to be merely injured, but little did they know he had been rendered incapable of manhood by Lin Fei. However, given her understanding of Lin Fei, Qin Wanrong suspected Zhao Juanru had instigated the conflict himself, leading her not to view Lin Fei negatively. Could it be that eunuch implies the executives at the entrance? Upon hearing this explosive revelation, erupted into gleeful laughter. They had long suffered from Zhao Juanru's various torments and resented him deeply, especially as he threatened their livelihoods today. They all felt that Lin Fei had indeed done them a favor. "All right, Lin Fei, I shall not engage in a war of words with you." Zhao Juanru seethed, his face red with rage. "Do you think I would foolishly bring a bunch of useless individuals with me today? Go, attack," he bellowed, his voice hoarse, and in his excitement, he tumbled from his wheelchair in a most undignified manner, eliciting laughter from the executives at the entrance. "You should never have wasted your breath on him." The two henchmen sneered, their eyes sharpening. With a swift motion, they lunged at Lin Fei, one on each side. They were from the same organization as the middle-aged man, dispatched specifically to deal with Lin Fei after hearing of his extraordinary skills. Their prowess far surpassed that of the two bodyguards, capable of delivering punches that created a gust of wind. With the force of a bull, they targeted Lin Fei's throat and heart. "Lin Fei, watch out!" Chen Wanrong cried out, unable to suppress her voice. The two henchmen had effortlessly incapacitated the company's security guards, and now, as they focused, her concern for Lin Fei was palpable. Lin Fei's gaze sharpened. Showing no intention of dodging, as their fists approached, he suddenly blocked with both hands, resulting in a deafening clash. The two henchmen were forced to stagger back 2 steps, while Lin Fei remained steadfast, unyielding in his stance. The entire exchange occurred in an instant. Neither side could fully comprehend the details of their collision, yet both henchmen understood the intensity of the impact. "Quite interesting. You possess some skill. It would be a pity to waste you, but you simply obstructed the path of those who should not be crossed," the taller henchman remarked condescendingly. Tang Shui listened, her anxious hands cradling her head. For she did not wish for Lin Fei to truly become a eunuch. "These two fools," Lin Fei coldly scoffed to himself. He had not anticipated that these two would be so adept at putting on airs. Yet in his view, such posturing required capital. Otherwise, one risks being embarrassed and humiliated, which would be no mere joke. After their recent exchange, Lin Fei had already gauged the prowess of the two men. With a deep breath, he remained silent, waiting for their words to conclude before suddenly springing into action, akin to a descending tiger, launching a lethal strike. The tall expert closest to Lin Fei was suddenly gripped by an intense sense of danger, his eyes widening in shock as he felt the terrifying power behind Lin Fei's attack, realizing that Lin Fei's strength far surpassed his expectations. In a life-or-death moment, the expert had no time to ponder. He swiftly raised his leg and delivered a powerful downward kick aimed at Lin Fei's chest. This kick was capable of shattering a dining table and delivered with astonishing speed, yet to Lin Fei, it was riddled with openings and of only average velocity. Bang! Before the kick even reached its apex, Lin Fei's iron fist descended mercilessly, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the man as he was sent tumbling backward. The other expert, witnessing this, was left completely dumbfounded. He could clearly see how severely his companion had been injured, and fear instantly overwhelmed his mind. In that moment, he realized how gravely he had miscalculated. Having thoroughly offended Lin Fei, stammering, he uttered, "Why you? It's impossible." His reflexes quickened, and with a sudden clarity, he lunged at Lin Fei, knowing that pleading for mercy was futile, and attempted to counterattack. Having dispatched one of his adversaries, Lin Fei did not pause. As the expert struck, Lin Fei's own attack had already been unleashed. With a ferocious and terrifying punch, he struck the man squarely in the chest, producing a resounding thud. Pfft! Zhao Juanru's hired expert immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his ribs shattered in multiple places, and he staggered back, clutching his chest in terror, his gaze locked on Lin Fei as though he were staring at the Grim Reaper. Utterly unable to believe the extent of Lin Fei's might, muttering, "Impossible." Thud! He wished to utter more, but his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of combat capability. This scene left the onlookers gasping in disbelief. Among the executives at the entrance, cheers of astonishment and delight erupted. The two seemingly invincible experts had been effortlessly subdued by Lin Fei, as if it were a mere dream. "What were you hoping to share with me just now?" Lin Fei inquired, his foot planted on the fallen expert's thighs, his expression devoid of emotion. The nonchalant tone carried an icy chill that seeped into the man's bones. He realized he had truly offended someone he should not have. And now, rendered helpless, he dared not remain defiant. Trembling in fear, he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "And no, I was mistaken. We are all experts here, and we are merely following orders. Please spare me this once." "Do you still dare to call yourself an expert?" Bang! Lin Fei kicked him out of the office, sending him crashing among the company executives, where he lay unconscious. Lin Fei's cold and decisive treatment of his enemies sent shivers down the spine of even the mysterious middle-aged man. His eyes flickering with fear, despite his outward calm, he was deeply unsettled. for he knew the true strength of those two experts. Zhao Junru, already in despair, trembled as if electrified. No, how could this happen? How could this happen? No, no, no. Lin Fei, I will have you dead. I will have you dead, he shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Fei. He could hardly believe that the two formidable experts he had painstakingly arranged were ultimately no match for Lin Fei. Slap. Lin Fei strode over and delivered a powerful slap to Zhao Junru's face. And you think you can forcefully acquire Mei Zhuang? Lin Fei seethed with anger, delivering the blow with such force that Zhao Junru was knocked from his wheelchair. Sprawled on the ground like a dog, losing the remaining teeth on one side of his mouth. Lin Fei, I curse you to an untimely demise. I curse you, Zhao Junru cried, his face a mask of anguish. Blood spilling from his mouth in a pitiful spectacle. You bastard, just wait until I break your legs. A scoundrel like you is a blight upon this world. If I did not wish to kill, I would send you to meet the king of hell today. Lin Fei could hardly contain his fury. Lin Fei, what are you planning to do? No, no, no. Please don't break my legs. You've already made me suffer enough. Don't take it too far. The moment he sensed Lin Fei's intentions, Zhao Junru was completely panicked, fear gripping his heart. Chapter 16. As a reward, Zhao Junru, awaken. From start to finish, it has always been you who have gone too far. Lin Fei coldly declared, I warned you not to betray your own. I warned you against the forceful acquisition of Mei Zhuang. I warned you not to threaten and insult General Qin and Xiao Shui. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering rang out, each crack sharper and more resonant than the last. With every utterance, Lin Fei stomped down on Zhao Junru, applying tremendous pressure, warping his legs and right arm beyond recognition. Lin Fei crushed his feet and right arm, leaving him with only his left hand to eat. Bang! Lin Fei, as if kicking a ball, sent Zhao Junru flying out of the office, landing alongside the two experts. Zhao Junru was indeed in a state of utter misery, yet the executives found great satisfaction in the spectacle, practically eager to applaud, clearly having endured Zhao Junru's tyranny for far too long. Handsome, so handsome, Tang Shui exclaimed with exhilaration, no longer needing to hide behind Chen Wanrong. She rushed toward Lin Fei with abandon. She gazed at him with newfound admiration, never before having perceived Lin Fei as so strikingly attractive. Handsome, I had no idea you were this powerful. Truly remarkable. Tang Shui winked at Lin Fei, instinctively pushing her delicate chest forward. Unexpectedly, Tang Shui proved to be quite the temptress, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional. With Lin Fei present, her courage surged significantly. Uncle, do you still wish to acquire our Mei Zhuang? Dream on. We will not allow you to succeed. Tang Shui teased the mysterious middle-aged man, sticking out her tongue. Very well, Chen Wanrong. I did not expect your company to harbor such experts. Given this, I am willing to concede a step, raising the price by another 10%. You know my background. This is your final opportunity. Sign or not, consider it carefully. The middle-aged man sneered at Chen Wanrong. A flicker of complex worry crossed Chen Wanrong's eyes. She understood the gravity of provoking him and feared the power he represented. Mr. Fan, Mei Zhuang is the culmination of our collective efforts. No matter the price you offer, I have no intention of selling. With a glance at Lin Fei, a sense of resolve washed over her. And she spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. Justice prevails in the hearts of the people. Chen Wanrong, you must think this through. The middle-aged man was taken aback by her audacity, his gaze turning icy as he warned. You foolish girl, slap. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sudden flash of motion before a heavy slap landed upon his face, swelling half of it instantly. You dare speak to me in that tone? Lin Fei growled, seizing the middle-aged man's collar and lifting him off the ground with a single hand, his expression frigid. What are you doing, you punk? Put me down, or you'll regret it. The middle-aged man had brought 2 bodyguards with him. Yet Lin Fei's speed was so overwhelming that they could not react in time. The 2 experts, realizing they were no match for Lin Fei, were filled with trepidation and refrained from attacking, resorting instead to verbal threats. Then show me what you're capable of. Lin Fei glared at them, his voice booming. You, don't do anything rash. The 2 bodyguards retorted angrily, fear of Lin Fei battling against their fear of the middle-aged man. After a brief exchange of glances, they mustered the courage to charge at him. However, as they approached, Lin Fei effortlessly dispatched them with a kick, all while still holding the middle-aged man aloft, hardly breaking a sweat. You useless trash. The middle-aged man spat at his fallen bodyguards, then turned his cold gaze back to Lin Fei. Do you even realize what you're doing? You think I am some insignificant character like Zhao Junru? Before you make a grave mistake, release me and apologize properly. You want me to apologize? Lin Fei laughed in rage. Indeed, not only must you apologize, but you must also resign from Meizhuang immediately. Though you possess some skill, you cannot contend with us, and I advise you not to act foolishly. The middle-aged man, with an air of arrogant disdain, replied, "You think you can intimidate me?" Slap. Before he could finish, Lin Fei, growing impatient, slapped him again, leaving both sides of his face swollen. "After all that I've said, do you still dare to strike me?" The middle-aged man seethed, his voice laced with menace. He deliberately omitted mentioning Lin Fei's earlier slap, hoping Lin Fei would take the hint to avoid further conflict. However, Lin Fei remained undeterred, entirely unafraid of his threats. "Let me show you just how daring I am." Slap. Another resounding slap sent the man's glasses flying. His hair disheveled, presenting a disheveled appearance akin to a beggar on the streets, his once polished demeanor utterly obliterated. "I harbor no fear of individuals like you. Should you continue to flaunt your arrogant demeanor, do you believe I wouldn't let you hear the sound of your own demise? What a splendid idea it would be to envision you, empty in the trousers, encountering those women of yours." Lin Fei remarked with a hint of amusement. He spoke with a smile, yet the middle-aged man could not muster a laugh in response. His mind was haunted by the image of Lin Fei shattering the gonads of two skilled fighters, leaving him pale with dread. To be rendered a eunuch would be preferable to death for him. "Lin Fei, regardless of your background, I advise you to tread carefully. No1 would seek revenge on you for how you treated Zhao Juanru. But should you dare to act against me, you will truly invite great trouble. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man warned, his bravado masking an underlying fear. "You're placing too much importance on yourselves, truly believing there is no one who can challenge you? If you push me to my limits, you shall see whether I dare or not." Lin Fei replied with a cold laugh, refraining from taking action. This did not signify his fear, regardless of the forces backing the middle-aged man. He remained undaunted, yet he was concerned about the potential repercussions for Chen Wanrong, Tang Shui, and the other employees of Meizhuang, which caused him to hesitate. "Listen carefully. Leave here at once with your entourage. Remember, do not appear near Meizhuang again, or I shall ensure you learn the meaning of regret. If you doubt me, then try." Lin Fei proclaimed coldly, his gaze sharp, emanating an aura reminiscent of a battlefield, pressing down on the middle-aged man. The chilling atmosphere, akin to that from the depths of hell, combined with Lin Fei's merciless gaze, caused the man's pupils to dilate, his body trembling involuntarily as if struck by a jolt of electricity. He was so frightened that he wished to speak, yet his throat felt as though obstructed by an invisible force, rendering him mute. "Return and inform your superiors to cease their designs on Meizhuang, or we shall see what unfolds. Remember, Meizhuang does not sell," Lin Fei concluded, dismissively tossing the middle-aged man out of the office. The two bodyguards struggled to follow, hastily pursuing him. What manner of individual is Lin Fei? And since when did such a figure emerge in Zhanghai City? The middle-aged man, aching all over, rose and dared not linger or utter a word, casting one last deep gaze at Lin Fei before allowing his bodyguards to escort the nearly unconscious Zhao Juanru away. Escaping as if from a near disaster, "Zhao Juanru, you have been dismissed from the company. From this day forth, Meizhuang has no further association with you." Before they departed, Chen Wanrong stepped forward, coldly addressing Zhao Juanru. Upon being lifted, Zhao Juanru regained consciousness, but, upon hearing his dismissal, could no longer endure it. Rolling his eyes back and fainting from the humiliation, he felt utterly defeated. A round of applause erupted among the company's executives, expressing their relief at Lin Fei's actions. Each face bore a look of ease. Had Zhao Juanru and his cohorts succeeded, they too would have faced repercussions. "All right, return to your respective posts. Later, I will convene a meeting to discuss today's events. Upon your return, ensure to reassure your subordinates, and remember that for the sake of the company's interests and everyone's safety, no one is to leak today as occurrences. Violators shall face penalties equivalent to a disregard for company discipline." Chen Wanrong addressed her executives, her tone slightly weary. She glanced at the bloodstains on the floor, feeling a wave of pain in her head. Rubbing her forehead, she instructed her secretary, Xiao Yi, "Please call for assistance to clean this corridor and my office thoroughly." Upon her command, the executives dispersed, and once the secretary summoned help for the cleanup, Tang Shui abruptly shut the office door with a bang, exclaiming joyfully, "Handsome, we owe you so much today. Without you, I shudder to think what might have happened to me and Sister Wanrong. How could those people dare to strip us of our dignity? Tang Shui leaped in front of Lin Fei, indignantly expressing her anger. They even had the audacity to take an interest in the airport. Their lack of taste is astounding. They should have faced even harsher consequences. Seeing her so animated, Lin Fei playfully teased her. Who mentioned airports? Do you think I possess such dimensions? Tang Shui, incensed, thrust her chest towards Lin Fei, who was taken aback by her boldness. Staring at her alluring form, he swallowed hard and said, Tang Shui, do you remember our agreement about 3 occasions? The weather is splendid today, perfect for us to put that into action. Don't you think? Let us just do it. If it weren't for you today, Sister Wanrong and I would have been entirely exposed. You saved the company. Consider it a reward for your efforts. Tang Shui leaned back invitingly, closing her eyes and pouting her rosy lips, presenting herself as if to say Lin Fei could do as he pleased. This girl truly knows how to entice. Lin Fei felt a rush of excitement. Chapter 17, a promotion for Yuchen Wanrong, initially exhausted from the near takeover of the company, found her spirits lifted upon witnessing the developing situation between Lin Fei and Tang Shui. She cleared her throat. Lin Fei, I sincerely thank you. I did not expect such an event to unfold this early in the day. Without you, I dread to think of the consequences. President Qin, I too am part of Meizhuang. Zhao Junru's attempt to acquire the company would require my consent. Moreover, given how events have transpired, I share some responsibility, so let us not stand on ceremony, Lin Fei replied with a smile. He then turned to Tang Shui, saying, Tang Shui, perhaps we should seek another opportunity. Whatever you say. Tang Shui blushed and playfully blinked, sticking out her tongue, her exquisite features making her irresistibly adorable. Qin Wanrong, witnessing their playful banter, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. With a heavy heart, she sighed, Lin Fei, you needn't feel guilty. The Honda Group's intentions to acquire Meizhuang have not arisen overnight. I never anticipated that Zhao Junru would betray the company and collude with them. It was indeed a grave error to bring him on board. His fate is of his own making. At least now we have seen his true colors. As she spoke of Zhao Junru, her expression remained icy. Returning to her desk, she slumped into her chair. Lin Fei, Xiao Shui, we are genuinely in a precarious situation. Honda will not relinquish their ambitions easily. I am particularly concerned about Fan Jianzhong. Sister Wanrong, who exactly is that despicable uncle that causes you such concern? Tang Shui inquired, curiosity piqued. After a moment's thought, Qin Wanrong explained, it is prudent for you to know this, so you can be wary of individuals like him. Although Fan Jianzheng is a businessman, he has close ties with the Jinshi and is essentially one of their own, holding a certain status within the organization. The Honda Group is one of the subsidiaries of Jinshi. Oh, no wonder he is so arrogant. It all makes sense now. Tang Shui gasped. Lin Fei, upon hearing this, began to understand the broader implications. Growing up in Zhanghai City, he had some awareness of Jinshi. To put it plainly, Jinshi is a notorious underworld organization that dominates the underground scene of Zhanghai City, controlling a significant portion of its illicit enterprises. Jinshi is involved in numerous industries, including nightclubs, hotels, real estate, and docks. Ordinary citizens in Zhanghai City dare not provoke them, for many have inexplicably vanished over the years. It is said that the mere mention of Jinshi sends shivers down the spines of even the most virtuous citizens, leaving them haunted by nightmares. Tang Shui was well aware of their cold-blooded nature. The thought of Zhao Junru attempting to strip them of their dignity under such circumstances sent chills down her spine. This situation is indeed dire. I never imagined Jinshi would set its sights on the promising Meizhuang. However, given their ruthless tactics, it is not surprising they would attempt to force a sale at a fraction of its worth. Sister Wanrong, do not despair. We still have Lin Fei, Tang Shui reassured her. I believe Lin Fei's skills surpass those of protagonists from martial arts novels. He will surely help us navigate this crisis. Handsome, you must have a plan, right? If you truly help the company through this ordeal, I could offer you much more than mere gratitude, Tang Shui said, her cheeks flushed with shyness yet emboldened by the urgency of the situation. Winking at Lin Fei, if this becomes a victory, it might lead to misunderstandings about Lin Fei's intentions. However, I have yet to devise an effective strategy. Managing an organization of such considerable scale is quite a challenge. Lin Fei shook his head and sighed, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation, pondering the implications of what Tang Shui had mentioned. Could it be? My goodness, if that were true, it would be utterly exhilarating. Surely, You wouldn't allow me and Sister Wanrong to fall into peril, would you? If those individuals truly intended to harm us, you must come to our rescue. I refuse to be sullied by them. Tang Shui opened her eyes wide, pleadingly addressing Lin Fei. Rest assured, should danger arise, simply call me and no matter where I am, I will certainly come. I end this regard. Lin Fei's stance was quite resolute. He had begun to grasp Tang Shui's background and sensed her profound insecurity. If this matter remained unresolved, she would likely suffer from nightmares. Moreover, her inability to focus on work would hinder Lin Fei's plan to assist her in excelling as the design department manager. Handsome, I knew you would treat Sister Wanrong and me the best, Tang Shui exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Qin Wanrong observed her delight and let out a slow breath, allowing a rare smile to grace her features. The Jin Society was a formidable force that even many prominent figures in Zhanghai City struggled to contend with. It was indeed a tall order for Lin Fei to resolve this matter swiftly. To navigate this challenging period, we must unite and prepare for a potentially arduous journey ahead, as numerous unforeseen issues may arise at any moment, Chen Wanrong reflected. Having resided in Zhanghai City for an extended period and being part of its elite social circle, she possessed far greater insight into the Jin Society than Lin Fei, fully aware of the formidable nature of these individuals. Thus, she did not expect Lin Fei to formulate any viable solutions. Observing Qin Wanrong's evident trepidation towards the Jin Society, Lin Fei chuckled. Director Qin, it's merely an underground force in Zhanghai City. No matter how formidable, they can only be so fearsome. Let us not worry excessively. In my opinion, as long as we focus on our own affairs in the beauty department, we need not concern ourselves with them. If they dare to come again, I will drive them away. Lin Fei declared nonchalantly, causing the atmosphere in the office to lighten considerably. Wait a moment, handsome, you mentioned 3 times, didn't you? Didn't we agree that the third instance meant you had to sell all my designs yesterday? Tang Shui suddenly recalled, tilting her head and gazing at Lin Fei with suspicion. You can't be serious about having sold all my designs, can you? Don't deceive me, or I shall be quite upset. Tang Shui exclaimed, her voice laced with playful accusation. Don't entertain any thoughts of luck. I acknowledge your remarkable effort in driving those people away today, but we made a wager yesterday, and if you lost, you must run naked. Tang Shui giggled, covering her mouth with her delicate hand. Winning the bet delighted her, and the prospect of witnessing Lin Fei's nakedness made her even more eager. Qin Wanrong then realized that the task she had assigned to Lin Fei to complete within 3 days had been compressed to just 1 day on Tang Shui's end. And she couldn't help but feel apologetic for Lin Fei. She understood very well how challenging it was to make sales and thought that accomplishing it in 3 days was already difficult. Let alone in just one. Tang Shui, being quite young and playful, was intentionally making things difficult for Lin Fei, so she had already devised how to comfort him afterward. If Tang Shui truly compelled Lin Fei to run naked, she wouldn't be able to stop it. Since Lin Fei chose to gamble, he ought to face the consequences of his loss. However, Chen Wanrong would offer him extra words of consolation to alleviate his discomfort. So, as long as I truly sell everything, all our prior agreements will certainly hold, right? Lin Fei cheerfully inquired, snapping his fingers. That's the case, but you wouldn't actually. Tang Shui exaggeratedly widened her mouth in disbelief. Under the watchful eyes of both her and Qin Wanrong, Lin Fei beamed as he simultaneously retrieved 2 contracts from his bag. This time, Tang Shui genuinely gasped in astonishment, swiftly snatching the contracts to inspect them. You really sold them all. Let me see who bought them. Ichuan and Ruisi. These are both major companies, not obscure ones. Handsome, you're incredible. Seeing her designs actually sold filled Tang Shui with joy, for it signified that her talent had received recognition from industry professionals. Sister Wanrong, my designs can fetch such a substantial amount. I truly can do it. Look, take a look, she babbled excitedly, thrusting the contracts into Qin Wanrong's hands. Upon confirming the details, Qin Wanrong could not help but admire Tang Shui's abilities. Witnessing Tang Shui take this significant first step, she silently breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though a weight that had long burdened her heart had finally lifted. Lin Fei, I never expected your sales skills to be so exceptional. You truly are a rare talent. On behalf of the company, I thank you. I'll consider how to reward you appropriately for your contributions. Qin Wanrong smiled at Lin Fei. She recognized that Tang Shui's designs were indeed above the production line. but not yet at a level that would incite fierce competition among peers. Even if each one were interested, they would typically negotiate the price and likely drag out the process. Thus, the swift signing of the contracts was rather unexpected. Especially with Ruisi Clothing Company as a direct competitor, it was conventionally deemed nearly impossible to persuade them to purchase these designs, while Chen Wanrong was unsure of the reasons behind their decision. She suspected it was undoubtedly Lin Fei's influence. She was acquainted with Tian Tian and Xia Qi, which further affirmed her belief in Lin Fei's exceptional capabilities. How about this, Lin Fei? I'll promote you to vice manager of the design department. How does that sound? If you prefer sales, you can take on the role of vice manager in the sales department instead. After some time, once you familiarize yourself with various operations, I'll position you in Zhao Juanru's place. However, your primary focus must remain on assisting Xiaoxue, Chen Wanrong contemplated before speaking decisively. Chapter 18. That which cannot be shown to you. So easily promoted, Lin Fei blinked in astonishment, nearly believing he had misheard. He had expected Chen Wanrong's reward to be something like a bonus. A promotion is a coveted achievement for many office workers. Some may work a lifetime and scarcely experience it. To ascend directly from assistant to vice general manager is indeed a significant milestone. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Lin Fei ultimately shook his head in refusal. Director Chen, I truly appreciate your recognition and kindness, but I have only recently joined the company. Rising from driving for you to a managerial assistant has already been quite swift. Another promotion might invite scrutiny. And as you mentioned, my current primary task is to assist Tang Shui. Additionally, I must care for my sister. Spreading myself too thin could lead to failure in all areas. Lin Fei chose to decline. He understood that with higher positions come greater responsibilities. He could not manage a sales role, as he had scarcely any connections in Zhanghai City. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with Tian Tian, he would likely still be fretting over how to sell his designs. Lin Fei, assisting Tang Shui and taking care of his sister were currently paramount. Once his sister's condition improved, he would contemplate how to repay Chen Wanrong. For now, he simply lacked the energy to concern himself with anything else. Handsome, you can't leave. If you're going to do it, be the vice manager of the design department. If you go to the sales department, then I won't do it either. However, if you truly do not wish to be promoted, I will support your decision. After all, being by my side, I will not treat you poorly. Tang Shui urgently expressed her opinion. Having discovered Lin Fei's prowess, she was genuinely interested in him, and if he transferred to the sales department, it would lose its charm. Chen Wanrong contemplated Tang Shui's reasoning and, finding it valid, responded with a sigh. In that case, let us proceed as you suggested. Whenever you feel ready for a promotion, just let me know. Rest assured, the company will not overlook your contributions. I will ensure the finance department prepares a bonus for you, to be issued alongside your salary at the end of the month. Thank you, Director Chen. Lin Fei would not refuse the money, especially since he owed Chen Wanrong 3 million. The more he could save, the better. Chen Wanrong glanced at the time and noted that the executives' meeting was approaching. She inquired about Tang Shui's willingness to attend, understanding that if Tang Shui was to truly integrate into the company, she would need to adapt to its operational dynamics. However, Tang Shui shook her head decisively. She could not endure such dull and tedious meetings, and with Lin Fei in tow, she hastily made her escape. Having only joined the company a few days prior, Chen Wanrong found herself at a loss for how to manage her. Handsome, do you want to fulfill our 3 agreements right now? Tang Shui, instead of rushing back to the design department, glanced around suspiciously before pulling Lin Fei into a corner of the stairwell. Tang Shui, you can't possibly be suggesting that I experienced the greatness right here. Can you? Lin Fei exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. This girl was far too bold. Could it be that she genuinely enjoyed this secretive thrill? Yet, it was undeniably exhilarating. You certainly know how to express yourself. This place is indeed quite great, Tang Shui replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she glanced at Lin Fei before lowering her gaze. Lin Fei, suddenly exhilarated, rubbed his hands together. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Then Tang Shui, let us proceed. Wait a moment, you can touch, but first, you must demonstrate your most impressive martial skills. Handsome, can you perform lightness techniques? Do you possess any internal strength? Is it true you can leap across rooftops like in the novels? Tang Shui's twinkling eyes roamed up and down, scrutinizing Lin Fei as she circled him like a curious child. Lin Fei, feeling a wave of exasperation, thought to himself that she had certainly read too many novels. I have no idea what inner strength is, but I do understand a bit about internal energy. Why don't you show me what it's like? Tang Shui said, her eyes sparkling with excitement, transforming into an avid fan in an instant. Well, I can't show you, Lin Fei replied, feeling at a loss for words. If you won't show me, then I shan't let you touch me either. Handsome, you better think carefully. I'm more than willing to let you explore. Tang Shui retorted, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice. I truly can't show you, Tang Shui. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Lin Fei questioned. Am I that sort of person? Come on. Just 3 times, and I'll keep count, she insisted, stamping her foot, thrusting her chest towards Lin Fei, her face flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly shut her eyes, her body trembling ever so slightly. You are indeed quite bold, so here I come, Lin Fei declared, extending his mischievous hand. Well, Lin Fei, you're certainly taking advantage of Tang Zong. I shall go tell the president about you. Just as Lin Fei's hand was about to touch Tang Shui's delicate form, a sharp voice rang out behind him. Qing Jia, what brings you here? Lin Fei asked, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration, as he often found Lu Qing appearing at the most inopportune moments. Who else could it be? Thankfully I showed up, otherwise you would have succeeded in your schemes. This time, I won't let you off so easily. I'm going straight to the president, Lu Qing said, her tone unwavering. Please, Qing Jia, it's not what you think. I would never dare to bully Tang Zong. This is all a misunderstanding. Why don't you ask Tang Zong? Lin Fei pointed towards Tang Shui. He felt that Lu Qing's appearance was too coincidental, suspecting that she and Tang Shui had conspired together. However, Lin Fei was genuinely innocent this time, as Lu Qing had indeed stumbled upon them by chance. Tang Shui's face was already burning with embarrassment from being caught in such an awkward situation. Handsome, Qing Jia, I'll head back to my department now. You two take your time chatting. Tang Shui winked at Lin Fei, then gracefully slipped past him, leaving like a flash. Her graceful figure as she ran caught Lin Fei's eye, but he dared not gaze too long, fearing Lu Qing would notice, feeling frustrated at being interrupted again at a crucial moment. Lin Fei could only smile wryly, pondering how long it would be before he encountered such an opportunity again. Now, tell me what exactly happened, Lu Qing demanded, raising an eyebrow with a stern tone. Qing Jia, you still doubt my character? I merely came to comfort Tang Zong. There were some troublemakers at the company today, and Tang Zong was frightened, Lin Fei replied, maintaining his composure to don't try to fool me. I just saw everything, Lu Qing shot back, unimpressed. She was well aware that she had previously arranged to save Tang Shui at the right moment, indicating that Tang Shui was not genuinely willing to be taken advantage of by Lin Fei. Lu Qing had a vague understanding of the subtle dynamics between Lin Fei and Tang Shui, but this time, it seemed that Tang Shui hadn't actually sought her help. The expression on Tang Shui's face didn't appear forced. Could it be that she had suddenly become willing? This was rather peculiar. Lin Fei, please don't do anything you'll regret. The president treats Tang Zong like a younger sister. If she were to fire you, I wouldn't be able to help you, Lu Qing warned, a mix of anger and concern evident in her voice. If you truly want something from me, didn't I invite you to dinner at my place? Lu Qing deliberately avoided Lin Fei's gaze, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor, resembling a girl experiencing her first feelings of love. Deep within, Lu Qing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and resentment. That scoundrel had stood her up last time, and despite her being so proactive, he hadn't reached out to her in days. It was infuriating. Once Tang Shui left, Lu Qing's expression softened considerably. She understood that Lin Fei was not that kind of person, but seeing him so close to Tang Shui stirred a pang of jealousy within her, despite her reluctance to admit it. Qing Jia, I will definitely come, Lin Fei affirmed, his eyes lingering on Lu Qing's alluring figure, feeling a parched sensation in his throat. Tonight is the night. Remember, if you dare stand me up again, I will make you regret it, Lu Qing threatened fiercely. Qing Jia, I promise to be there tonight. Lin Fei nodded vigorously, his fiery gaze fixed on Lu Qing's more alluring features. That scoundrel, Lu Qing cursed inwardly. Feeling an odd spark from his gaze, though she didn't outwardly express her feelings, she didn't mind his brazen scrutiny as much as she had thought she would. What exactly happened at the president's office? I heard that Zhao Junru brought people to cause trouble. I was delayed this morning and arrived late. By the time I got there, Everyone had dispersed. Now the company is buzzing with rumors that you heroically saved the president and the company from disaster. Please, tell me what really happened, Lu Qing asked, unable to contain her curiosity. She hadn't expected such a significant incident to occur at the company, and upon learning that it involved Lin Fei, she felt compelled to seek him out for clarification, which led her to this encounter. Jin Shi, did the president truly say it was those people? Lu Qing's expression shifted after hearing Lin Fei's brief account. Lin Fei detected a flicker of fear in Lu Qing's eyes upon hearing the name Jin Shi, but it vanished so quickly that it was almost imperceptible. He didn't dwell on it, reasoning that it was natural for a girl to feel apprehensive about such matters. Focus on your work. I'll uncork a bottle of red wine tonight for us to enjoy as siblings, Lu Qing said, her demeanor returning to normal as she flashed Lin Fei a flirtatious smile before turning to leave. She was a woman of poise and allure, her curvaceous figure exuding a captivating charm that was hard to resist. Lin Fei watched her until she turned the corner before shaking his head, pondering whether he should go tonight or not. Chapter 19. Are you going to deal with them? Upon returning to work, Lin Fei discovered that Tang Shui, inspired by her recent design success, had gained a surge of confidence and declared her intent to enter a creative retreat to seek inspiration for her next design. Tang Shui's so-called retreat involved donning headphones to listen to music while sitting by the tall glass windows, gazing down at the entirety of Zhonghai City. Occasionally, she would pull out a small notebook from her class days to glance at. And thus a day passed in this manner. Lin Fei observed her while working, noting that she seemed to have completely forgotten their earlier agreement, yet seeing her so dedicated made him genuinely happy. He felt he had taken another significant step in helping Tang Shui fulfill her role as the design department manager. As soon as work hours ended, Lin Fei was the first to retrieve Qin Wanrong's car, preparing to drive her and Tang Shui home. However, Lu Qing unexpectedly approached him, casting a meaningful glance. Xiao Fei, Qing Jie is heading back first. After you drop off Tang Zong and the president, hurry over. I have everything ready. Just remember, if you stand me up again, I'll make you pay. Drawing on past experiences, Lu Qing shot Lin Fei a fierce glare. As a woman, she had gone to such lengths to initiate. And if Lin Fei were to leave her waiting again, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face. Having made her point, Lu Qing turned and left, her figure swaying enticingly as she walked away. A picture of grace and allure. Qing Jia, Lin Fei wanted to say something more, but Lu Qing was already gone. Moments later, Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui emerged and settled into the back seat. Tang Shui eagerly urged, "Handsome, drive quickly. I'm starving and want to get home for some delicious food. Work has been exhausting." Then, just as quickly, she became lost in thought, staring blankly at the car roof, seeking inspiration again, which left Lin Fei feeling speechless. "President Qin, what exactly does that obnoxious uncle do at Honda Group?" Lin Fei asked, glancing into the rearview mirror at Qin Wanrong while driving. "Not just obnoxious, but actively obnoxious. It's a fitting name," Lin Fei mused. Qin Wanrong was dressed in a typical office uniform, and after a long day's work, she leaned back in her seat to relax. This position allowed her ample bosom to be prominently displayed in the rearview mirror, causing Lin Fei to struggle to divert his gaze. He held her in high regard, recognizing her intelligence and composure. He's the president of Honda, which does whatever is profitable, but the real decision-makers are the higher-ups at Jin Shi. However, Fan Jianzhong's influence should not be underestimated. Many prominent figures in Nanhai City respect him. If you've slapped him a few times, he might hold a grudge, so be cautious, Qin Wanrong advised. "President Qin, I understand. I'm just trying to gather information. Knowing a bit more is never harmful," Lin Fei replied, his eyes flickering with a hint of ulterior motives. "This man is quite wealthy. I presume he resides in an extraordinary place." "Do you know where he lives?" Lin Fei asked nonchalantly. Secretly, Lin Fei's gaze held an unusual calmness that was rarely seen in ordinary individuals. After dropping off Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui at their homes, Lin Fei completed his tasks for the day. He visited his sister Lin Qing at the hospital, but chose not to go to Lu Qing's house. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei summoned a taxi and arrived at Xiangmu Mountain, a true haven for the affluent near the seaside of Zhonghai City. The vistas atop this mountain are breathtaking, offering a panoramic view of the entire city in front and the enchanting coastal scenery behind. Coupled with the crisp air and serene, elegant surroundings, the land here commands an exorbitant price, attracting only the elite. At the base of the mountain, strict security personnel guard the entrance, without permission from the residents above. No taxi can venture in. Lin Fei instructed the driver to halt at the entrance, settled the fare, and looked up at the mountain, where magnificent and opulent mansions came into view. He was well aware that Xiangmu Mountain was a residence for the wealthy. Having visited the vicinity before, however, he was astonished to see that, after a few years away from Zhanghai City, the scale of the mansions had become even more astounding, each exuding a golden aura. Notably, at around the halfway point up the mountain, a striking mansion styled like a mosque stood out. While it may not be the most luxurious or valuable, its unique architectural design made it easily distinguishable among the other grand residences. This was the home of Fan Jianzhong in Zhanghai City. Lin Fei chose not to visit Lu Qing but instead sought out Fan Jianzhong, as Chen Wanrong had a deep understanding of such individuals. And Lin Fei knew even better. With the backing of the Jin Society, Fan Jianzhong had no reason to let bygones be bygones after suffering a setback in the beauty industry. Lin Fei lacked the energy to be constantly on guard against him. So he decided to resolve matters this evening. When Tang Shui had urged him to address the issue that morning, Lin Fei had maintained a stoic facade, yet internally he had already devised a plan for the night. Although he longed to visit Lu Qing, he felt restless knowing that if he did not handle this situation properly, it would weigh heavily on his conscience, and he did not wish to put Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui at risk. Suddenly, a Lamborghini Aventador, worth over 6 million, screeched to a halt behind Lin Fei with a piercing sound of tire friction. Lin Fei stood in the middle of the road, surveying the mountain. A young man dressed in expensive clothing leaned out from the driver's seat and scowled at Lin Fei, hurling insults. "Country bumpkin, looking for trouble. If you want to die, jump into the sea, but don't block my way." Lin Fei paid no heed to the rude scion of wealth and turned to approach the entrance. Although the security personnel were well-trained and numerous surveillance cameras were positioned nearby, they could not deter someone like Lin Fei. Soon, he successfully infiltrated the estate and arrived outside Fan Jianzhong's mosque-styled mansion. This luxurious abode spanned approximately 400 to 500 square meters, its outer walls adorned with gleaming tiles. Lin Fei scaled the wall and landed within. He could vaguely see 3 or 4 bodyguards in black moving about. Prominently displayed in the front courtyard was a Lamborghini Aventador, the very vehicle that had earlier impeded his way. The young man was likely Fan Jianzhong's son. Inside the house, in a study on the second floor, Fan Jianzhong lay on the sofa with his face swollen like a pig's head, while a private doctor tended to his bandages and applied medication. "Could you be gentler? I paid you to do this job," he snapped, irritation etched on his face. Suddenly, he leapt from the sofa, glaring at the doctor in fury, causing the physician to shrink back, trembling and nearly too frightened to continue. Just then, Fan Jianzhong's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a shiver ran down his spine. Yet, being a composed and steady individual, he showed little outward change, merely instructing the doctor to leave for the moment. "Yes," the doctor hastily exited. Once the door closed, Fan Jianzhong brought the phone to his ear, speaking with palpable trepidation. "Basta." A low, cold voice emanated from the other end, discussing matters that were evidently far from pleasant. Fan Jianzhong's heart raced with fear. He dared not interrupt. After what felt like an eternity, when the caller finally posed a question, he quickly nodded and bowed. "Yes, boss. Our 2 experts have been taken down and are currently in the hospital. That young man is even more formidable than them. His methods are ruthless. He strikes without hesitation. He is no ordinary person, a tough opponent. Even I, yes, boss, I won't make excuses for myself. I will ensure this matter is handled well. I understand that anyone who dares to obstruct us at the Jin Society will not be spared. I've already devised the next step, but I require more skilled assistance. Yes, I will also manage Chen Wanrong and that girl from the Tang family. That young man won't live long. Thank you, boss." After concluding the call, Fan Jianzhong was drenched in sweat, feeling more exhausted than if he had run a marathon, utterly drained as he slumped back onto the sofa. "Who won't live long?" he pondered. "Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui will also be dealt with. Pray tell, how do you intend to handle them? I am genuinely curious." Suddenly, a voice laced with amusement interrupted his thoughts. "Who?" Startled, Fan Jianzhong sprang up from the sofa, looking behind him to find Lin Fei had stealthily entered his study, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "I suggest you answer my question promptly." Lin Fei walked casually to the desk, seating himself as if at home, pouring himself a glass of red wine from the bottle on the table. The wine was undoubtedly expensive, but Lin Fei had tasted far finer. So he remained unfazed. You. How did you get in? That's impossible. There are guards in my house. Fan Jianzhong stammered in disbelief. Are you referring to those bodyguards outside? If I so wished, they would already be nothing more than corpses. Lin Fei replied, setting down his glass and crossing his legs. Lin Fei, who exactly are you to see through the advanced security system I invested tens of thousands in? Fan Jianzhong quickly regained his composure, questioning coldly. Yet, his heart was heavy with unease as he realized Lin Fei had overheard his plans against him. He was not foolish. He understood the implications. Moreover, within this mansion, no one could rival Lin Fei. Whatever Lin Fei desired, Fan Jianzhong could not obstruct. I told you, I'm just an ordinary person. Do you believe me? Lin Fei suddenly stood, advancing step by step, enunciating clearly, you still haven't answered my question. How do you plan to deal with Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui? Fan Jianzhong retreated in fear. Despite being the president of a large corporation, he knew that showing fear towards a young man would undermine his authority, yet the thought of Lin Fei's ruthless methods filled him with dread. We are all intelligent individuals here. Why must you feign ignorance, Lin Fei? What is it that you want? Let us speak amicably. This is different from this morning. You are trespassing, and I can press charges. If you dare to act again, the consequences will be even graver. Fan Jianzhong stammered, his terror seeping through. Charges? You wish to discuss that with me? What grounds will you use to accuse me? Fairness? Conscience? Morality? Or perhaps the law? If any of those had ever been effective, someone like you would have been dealt with long ago. You know full well the sordid deeds you have committed. Spare me your empty words. Lin Fei retorted with a scoff, an icy, inhuman aura emanating from him. Chapter 20. Coercion, death, bloodshed, despair, fear, darkness. The moment Lin Fei entered the mindset he had on the battlefield as a special forces soldier, these sensations would surge forth like a dam bursting, overwhelming even Fan Jianzhong. His eyes bulged in terror as he slumped back into the sofa, nearly gasping for breath while gazing at Lin Fei in sheer horror. You wish to speak amicably? Very well. Let us clarify things. I have no desire to meddle in what you and your Gene Society have done in Nanhai City, nor am I inclined to. But since you have now drawn my attention, I cannot ignore it. Lin Fei recounted calmly, devoid of any emotion. Now tell me, how do you intend to explain to the Gene Society that you are compelled to relinquish the beauty industry? Lin Fei's eyes bore into Fan Jianzhong's like those of a demon. The beauty industry is something that must be secured as per directives from above. They want to know things that no one can conceal. Fan Jianzhong stuttered, trembling. Though he had witnessed many bloody scenes, he could not fathom why Lin Fei inspired such profound fear. Despite his knowledge, experience, and status, he felt an unexplainable terror encompassing him, spreading like wildfire in his heart. Do you recall how I dealt with Zhao Juanru? His teeth, his legs, his arms, and what lay beneath his trousers? Have you ever imagined what that feels like? Lin Fei inquired. You claim you are not comparable to Zhao Juanru, mocking me for hesitating to act. Indeed, I must think carefully, for I must consider the future of the beauty industry. However, if the beauty industry is truly taken from you, do you think I will have any reservations? Lin Fei continued, his demeanor still passive. I understand your meaning, but this matter is not solely mine to decide. I am in a difficult position. Fan Jianzhong's clothes were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the intensity of Lin Fei's presence, which exerted a powerful pressure and instilled terror. Difficult? You must find a solution for me. Since you are the one stepping forward, you must resolve this. Lin Fei approached Fan Jianzhong, seizing his collar with a firm grip and lifting him as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. In a chilling tone, he declared, if the beauty brand is ruined, your existence will become unnecessary. Fan Jianzhong struggled to swallow, his face gradually turning a shade reminiscent of liver due to being hoisted up, as a wave of deathly fear began to fester within him. And no, let's discuss this reasonably. Don't you want me to help the beauty brand through this crisis? Cough, I will find a way to assist. Just, cough, put me down first. The suspended Fan Jianzhong managed to utter. Humph. Lin Fei flung Fan Jianzhong to the ground, his gaze growing ever colder. Let me make this clear. If the beauty brand is destroyed, the repercussions will not only befall you, but also your incompetent son. By then. Humph, you understand. Have you met my son? Upon hearing Lin Fei mention his son, Fan Jianzhong's expression became incredibly stiff, soon succumbing to a reluctant compromise. All right, I promise you, I will ensure the higher-ups spare the beauty brand. However, Lin Fei showed no signs of excitement at Fan Jianzhong's acquiescence. Instead, he languidly settled himself by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping from a glass of red wine before casting a sidelong glance at Fan Jianzhong and slowly stating, "Do not attempt to placate me. Reveal the specific implementation plan. I will falsely report to the higher-ups that the beauty brand is facing severe losses and that it will inevitably collapse soon. Persuading our boss to refrain from direct intervention, your beauty brand must also cooperate by creating the illusion of losses," Fan Jianzhong stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Very well, that is a decent plan. Let us proceed accordingly." Lin Fei rose, sauntered to Fan Jianzhong, and doused him with the entirety of the wine in his glass before shattering the cup in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "If you dare to play tricks, the fate of this cup shall be your fate." With that, he paid no mind to Fan Jianzhong's disheveled state and swaggered out through the door. Meanwhile, Fan Jianzhong trembled as he touched the still-dripping wine from his head. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at the broken cup, his heart pounding furiously. "Dad, a country bumpkin just walked out of our house and slapped me without rhyme or reason. You must stand up for me. Those bodyguards are useless. Not one could withstand a single move from that bumpkin. All of them were knocked down." A young man, clutching his half-swollen face, rushed into Fan Jianzhong's room, only to find his father standing there, legs trembling and frozen in place. Upon seeing his father's swollen face and wine-soaked attire, the young man dared not utter another word about the bumpkin. Realizing that his father had a notorious reputation for venting his frustrations on others, and he was undoubtedly caught in the crossfire, regaining his composure, Fan Jianzhong glared at his son's pitiful state. His anger causing his skin to twitch, he slapped the unscathed side of the young man's face, bellowing, "Useless fool, get out of my sight." Yes. The young man stumbled back, not daring to utter a word. As he quickly scrambled out of Fan Jianzhong's room, "Lin Fei, how dare you threaten me? Do you think the Jean Society is merely for show? I will ensure your demise," Fan Jianzhong exclaimed, dialing his boss once more. "Boss, it's Jianzhong. Yes. Could you send someone skilled over today? I want to resolve that fellow swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Thank you. Goodbye." After hanging up, an even more bloodthirsty gleam ignited in Fan Jianzhong's eyes as he spoke with fervor and malice. "Lin Fei, this time, I will ensure your utter ruin." Meanwhile, Lin Fei had exited Fan Jianzhong's room and, after teaching a lesson to Fan's son, strutted out of the villa. He then stealthily left Xiangshan Wood without drawing attention. Upon reaching the affluent area, he found that taxis were scarce, compelling him to walk to a busier district before hailing one. After approximately half an hour, he finally managed to catch a taxi, but with his keen hearing, he discerned the sound of fists meeting flesh from a distance. Contemplating for a moment, he chose to abandon the taxi and head towards the source of the noise. In a narrow alley, Yang Hu lay crumpled on the ground, cowering as he was scrutinized by 7 or 8 thugs. One of them, the very man who had punched Yang Hu in the abdomen moments prior, spat on him, saying, "Damn it, I warned you to mind your own business and not ruin our plans." With every word, he delivered a vicious kick to Yang Hu. "Yang Hu, you pathetic coward, how dare you play the hero? If it weren't for your meddling, that girl would have already drunk our drugged wine." Another thug taunted, stepping forward to strike Yang Hu with an iron rod across his back. Yang Hu howled in agony, sparks dancing before his eyes, yet he could summon no resolve to fight back. He groveled before the gang, pleading, I was wrong, please spare me, I can offer you a tribute, just let me go." Coming from a poor background, Yang, who had always been the target of others' frustrations, routinely beaten up whenever someone was in a foul mood, which fostered his timid nature. He typically avoided meddling in others' affairs. Yet today, he had made an exception for a woman. This woman had shown him a modicum of respect and warmth that no one else had, and when he saw her on the verge of becoming a victim of these thug schemes, he could no longer remain passive and disrupted their plans. Of course, this led to his current bruised and battered state. A third thug with green hair, eyes glinting with lascivious intent, approached Yang Hu and called out to his comrades, "Brothers, let us not make things hard for him. He only ruined your chance with the ladies. I'll just call the madam and have her send a few over." Yang Hu, sensing a glimmer of hope from one thug's words, failed to notice the peculiar glint in the green-haired thug's eyes. He continued to bow repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for sparing me." The green-haired thug crouched down, placing a hand on Yang Hu's back and giving it an irregular pat. Well, you mustn't play the hero again, understood? Get up. Understood. Understood. Yang Hu trembled as he stood, bowing respectfully. Can I leave now? The other thugs had remained silent, merely observing the interaction between the green-haired thug and Yang Hu. Upon hearing Yang Hu's question, they erupted into laughter. The thug wielding the iron rod laughed heartily, pointing at Yang Hu's head. "Do you really think the green-haired thug is letting you go out of kindness? He's helping you because he wants to have his fun with you. Ha ha ha. What?" Upon hearing the iron rod thug's words, Yang Hu's expression morphed into one of unprecedented horror, and no longer willing to be a passive victim. He unleashed a punch directed at the iron rod thug's abdomen and attempted to dash out of the alley, only to be seized by the green-haired thug. "Damn it, I'm being kind by letting you go. And you're turning it down? Then I'll have my fun with you right here in front of my brothers," the green-haired thug declared, ripping at Yang Hu's clothing. Suddenly, a brick came soaring through the air from outside the alley, striking the green-haired thug squarely on the back of the head. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, releasing Yang Hu as he clutched his bleeding scalp. "Who the hell shot that? Show yourself." Chapter 21. Yang Hu, you disgusting brat. "You sickened me today. I'll kick you to death." Lin Fei charged forward, swiftly entering the depths of the alley in full view of everyone. He delivered a powerful kick to the green-haired thug's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall, the force causing it to collapse. The iron rod thug, witnessing Lin Fei's decisive action, felt his jaw twitch in disbelief. What is going on today? So many want to play the hero. Yet, emboldened by sheer numbers, he barked at Lin Fei. "Hey, you scrawny little punk. Do you dare meddle in our affairs? You want to die? Who are you? I don't care who you are. I'll kick to death anyone who disgusts me." Lin Fei retorted, turning back towards the fallen green-haired thug and delivering another vicious stomp to his abdomen. Poof! The already unconscious green-haired thug let out a pained gasp, blood spewing from his mouth as his face contorted in agony, rendering his expression unrecognizable. "Damn it, this kid is treating us like dirt," the iron rod thug roared, incensed at Lin Fei's audacity. "Brothers, charge at him." Following was a pain that felt as if his entire body were falling apart. He lacked even the strength to speak and could only point desperately at Lin Fei. The other thugs, witnessing this, scrambled to their feet, disregarding the thug wielding the iron rod, and surged towards Lin Fei. However, they soon found themselves on the receiving end of his prowess. Lin Fei sent one flying with a kick, followed by a left hook that knocked several teeth out of another thug, who fell to the ground, dazed and unable to rise. In mere moments, Lin Fei had dispatched all the thugs, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, with multiple areas of the ground heavily damaged. The result of Lin Fei's relentless kicks, such a spectacular display of combat was akin to a Hollywood blockbuster, leaving Yang Hu in awe, staring at Lin Fei with admiration, his expression a mix of reverence and hesitation. Lin Fei approached the thug with the iron rod, pushing him against the wall like a chick being herded, then delivered a powerful punch against the wall beside the thug's head, his fist driving deep into the structure. "Listen well. If you dare to bully men or women again, engaging in such despicable acts, or worse, behaving so disgustingly, your heads will meet the same fate as this wall." With that, he extracted his fist from the wall, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd. The thugs, hearing this, hastily scrambled to their feet, attempting to flee the scene, only to be intercepted once more by Lin Fei. With a swift kick, he sent them crashing to the ground again, a sneer of disdain gracing his lips as he observed them. Upon reflection, "It seems that scum like you cannot be reformed. Allow me to assist you in your transformation." As he spoke, Lin Fei suddenly accelerated, and in mere moments, the thugs were all clutching their groins, howling in agony. Yang Hu, feeling a chill in his own groin, instinctively clamped his legs together, his face paling with fear as he looked at Lin Fei. "Night is falling. You should leave soon," Lin Fei remarked, glancing at Yang Hu. A thought of green hair crossed his mind, causing an involuntary shiver to run through him, prompting him to hasten his departure. Yang Hu, his eyes sparkling with admiration, hurried after Lin Fei, then fell to his knees before him. "Hero, please take me as your disciple. I promise to diligently learn martial arts from you." Lin Fei, his expression darkened, stepped around Yang Hu, continuing on his path, his voice laced with indifference. "I'm sorry, I do not take disciples. Hero, please accept me," Yang Hu implored. "Your skills are extraordinary. I wonder if you hail from the Wudong sect or a Mei." "Oh, wait, Amei only has female disciples. Your techniques resemble those of the Shushan sect from novels. Are you from Shushan? Throughout the journey, Yang Hu chattered incessantly beside Lin Fei, his words often nonsensical. That kick you executed. The Foshan shadowless kick was truly impressive. You sent that vile green hair crashing into the wall with a single blow, and that wall-piercing punch was remarkable too. Your internal strength is truly formidable. Yang Hu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Lin Fei. Please, take me as your disciple. I possess great talent. At last, Lin Fei could endure no longer. He halted, looking at Yang Hu with exasperation. Could you refrain from following me? Are you not afraid I might treat you as I did those others? Lin Fei's gaze dropped pointedly towards Yang Hu's lower half, causing Yang Hu to step back in fright. However, he soon recalled something and stepped forward with a grin. Hero, you wouldn't do that. As a champion of justice, you would never harm a good person like me. By the way, hero, does Shushan still have many disciples? Are they all as powerful as you? Yang Hu continued, his curiosity insatiable. Actually, if I knew where Shushan was, I would certainly seek to become a disciple, thus sparing myself from being bullied by those thugs. As he spoke, Yang Hu's expression grew somber. You know, my father was beaten to death by a construction foreman over a debt. I was 18 then. Had I known martial arts, I could have protected him. Lin Fei felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Yang Hu's heavy demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Put away that cowardly expression. I do not teach the weak." Huh? Yang Hu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fei's words. But his face quickly lit up with joy as he seized Lin Fei's hand, trembling with excitement. So, does this mean you are willing to teach me martial arts? Is this for real? Wow, that's fantastic. Yang Hu was about to kneel in reverence, but Lin Fei swiftly stopped him. What are you doing? A man's knees are precious. One kneels only to heaven, earth, and parents. You cannot kneel before me. But hero, you promised to take me as your disciple. What's wrong with me showing you this respect? Yang Hu replied, perplexed. Lin Fei rubbed his temples in frustration, taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation. I merely intend to teach you some skills to protect yourself from being bullied. That is all. Besides, if you become my disciple, your future may not be so bright, and it could bring trouble to your family. Why is that? Did you offend someone powerful? Yang Hu asked, his mind racing. You didn't offend the kingpin of Zhonghai City, the Jin Society, did you? You guessed correctly. I did offend the Jin Society. Now, do you still wish to stay by my side? Lin Fei observed Yang Hu's reaction with amusement. Yang Hu took a while to compose himself, then looked at Lin Fei with a hint of self-deprecation. Hero, do I seem very pitiful? Just hearing about the Jin Society frightens me. But regardless, I still wish to become your disciple. Well, since you have made your decision, I shall not say more. However, if the Jin Society comes looking for trouble with you, do not blame me for stirring up conflict and bringing you harm. With that, Lin Fei walked away without looking back. Yang Hu hurried to keep pace. Don't worry. Once I learn even half of your strength, there won't be many in the Jin Society who can match me. I've been around bars, and I'm not without knowledge. Oh, you claim to know a lot. Tell me, do you know someone named Fan Jianzhong from the Jin Society? Lin Fei inquired, intrigued. Yang Hu paused mid-step, his face registering surprise. Boss, you didn't offend Fan Jianzhong, did you? He is one of the key figures in the Jin Society, a close aide to the notorious Leopard Brother. Most of the tasks assigned by Leopard Brother are handed to Fan Jianzhong. One can only imagine how formidable he is. Chapter 22. Lin Fei's plans. Yang Hu swallowed hard, realizing the true shamelessness of Fan Jianzhong. If you offend him, you must tread carefully. Lin Fei, gazing at the hospital before him and absorbing Yang Hu's words, felt a surge of concern for his sister's safety. He turned to Yang Hu and said, I will impart to you some basic grappling techniques, and in return, you shall discreetly protect my sister. Once I have resolved my issues with Fan Jianzhong, I will continue to teach you further skills. Of course, rest assured, boss, I will guard your sister with utmost care, although I may appear somewhat timid. I possess considerable intelligence and insight when it comes to self-preservation. Upon hearing that he could learn skills so swiftly, Yang Hu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly agreed to Lin Fei's request. Without further ado, Lin Fei led Yang Hu to a quieter garden behind the hospital, where he took advantage of the moonlight to teach him 3 unexpected combat moves. Boss, why are you only teaching me 3 moves? Is that all I get? Like a 3-legged cat's skills? Yang Hu expressed his frustration as he practiced the techniques Lin Fei had demonstrated, feeling they lacked any remarkable quality. Lin Fei smacked Yang Hu on the head and disdainfully remarked, "What do you know? Chang Yaojin only had 3 axes, yet he still triumphed in battle and ascended to become a local emperor. The 3 moves I have taught you are far more formidable. If you can execute them unexpectedly, even I could fall victim to your prowess. Now, let's go meet your sister. You must protect her diligently." "Yes, boss, you can rest easy. I will safeguard your sister as if she were my own." Yang Hu's spirits lifted upon hearing Lin Fei's words. After Lin Fei introduced Yang Hu to his sister, they exchanged contact information, and Lin Fei provided Yang Hu with 10,000 yuan as a meal allowance for protecting his sister. Instructing him to return the following day, Lin Fei then stayed behind to care for his sister. The next morning, Lin Fei hurried to work. However, before he could see Tang Shui, Lu Qing stormed up to him, seizing one of his ears and twisting it fiercely. "You little rascal. Lin Fei, you had the audacity to stand up my sister twice. Are you seeking death?" The mere thought of having been stood up by Lin Fei twice ignited her fury. Wincing from the pain, Lin Fei furrowed his brow, fully aware of his culpability, yet unable to retaliate. He could only plead for mercy. Hey, Qing Jia, I had urgent matters to attend to yesterday and couldn't make it to your house." "I was just as disappointed." "Disappointed, you say? You seem rather pleased to me. You came to work beaming, yet I saw no trace of disappointment." Lu Qing's anger intensified with each word, and her grip tightened. "Ouch, Qing Jia. Why is your grip so strong? Please, let go. If you keep this up, I might lose my ear." Lin Fei grimaced, his expression one of distress. "What are you two doing?" Tang Shui entered the design department with a light step, only to be met with the scene, which inexplicably soured her mood. Tang Zong. Upon seeing Tang Shui, Lu Qing shot Lin Fei a fierce glare, unwilling to relent as she released his ear and muttered, "I'll get back to work." Lin Fei, rubbing his ear, observed Lu Qing's vengeful gaze directed at him, her anger causing her chest to heave. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Noticing Lin Fei's unusually intense stare, Lu Qing, who had been seething with rage, suddenly felt bashful, her face flushed as she hurriedly exited the design department. Lin Fei remained lost in the tumult of recent events when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side. Turning around, he found Tang Shui standing behind him, gripping his waist with one hand. "Why have you been staring at Qing Jia? Is it because I haven't allowed you to touch me? So you've turned your affections elsewhere?" Tang Shui gazed at Lin Fei with teary eyes, radiating innocence, yet her hand showed no signs of relenting. Lin Fei winced and protested, No, I haven't turned my affections. Please, stop squeezing. I'm about to faint from the pain." In truth, as a highly trained Special Forces soldier, Lin Fei found such minor discomfort from 2 women akin to being bitten by ants. But he feigned suffering to appease them. "Then why did Qing Jia twist your ear in anger?" Tang Shui released her grip, playfully questioning while subtly pushing her chest towards Lin Fei. "If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, just wait and see how I deal with you later." Seeing Tang Shui's eagerness for an answer, Lin Fei suddenly felt bashful and stammered, "Tang Shui, you know how Qing Jia is at her prime age. She invited me to her home yesterday, but I didn't go. So today Lin Fei, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Wanrong entered the office, her face flushed with indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Fei. "Xiao Shui is still a young girl. How could you speak such crude words in front of her?" Chen Zong. Lin Fei was caught off guard by Chen Wanrong's unexpected arrival, his face turning crimson as he glanced at Tang Shui, hoping she would come to his defense. However, her response sent him into a frenzy. Tang Shui, her face flushed, hid behind Chen Wanrong and whispered, "Exactly. I'm still a young girl. How could Lin Fei say such inappropriate things? It's so embarrassing." Lin Fei rolled his eyes, feeling utterly exasperated. In that moment, all he could do was lament, "Sister, you intentionally draw near and even invite me to touch you, yet you claim to be a young girl? Lin Fei, I do not wish to hear you utter such lewd remarks towards Xiao Shui again. I came to inform you that a Miss Yang is looking for you outside. You should go and meet her." After delivering her message, Chen Wanrong took Tang Shui by the hand and exited the design department. Tang Shui glanced back at Lin Fei, playfully sticking out her tongue before quickly leaving, as if to avoid any trouble from him. "That little girl dares to plot against me. I will surely reclaim what I'm owed in due time." Lin Fei emerged from the office with an inexplicable sense of determination. Upon entering the company's VIP reception room, He was greeted by the sight of a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed in a professional suit. She elegantly sipped her coffee, awaiting Lin Fei's arrival. Lin Fei's gaze fixated upon her, his steps unwavering as he approached. The stunning woman, noticing his presence, recognized his gaze but maintained her professionalism, standing and smiling as she extended her delicate hand. "Hello, I am Yang Xian, the president of Rongjin Fashion Company. Yesterday, while visiting my friend Tian, I unexpectedly came across the fashion designs provided by your esteemed company, prompting me to visit. I would like to discuss matters with you, Mr. Lin Fei." Lin Fei, momentarily entranced by the woman's captivating presence, eventually regained composure and shook her hand with seriousness. "Please take a seat. I am Lin Fei. What brings you to our fashion company?" Yang Xian, somewhat taken aback by Lin Fei's change in demeanor, dismissed it and continued, "I found your designs for Tian to be in perfect alignment with our company's production needs. Therefore, I would like to procure a batch of those designs from you. We can negotiate the price. However, the previous batch has already sold out. If we are to redesign a new batch, considering the designer's creative process, it may take some time," Lin Fei replied, feeling a mix of joy and apprehension at Yang Xian's interest in Tang Xue's designs. Yang Xian, interpreting Lin Fei's hesitation as a ploy to raise the price, chuckled lightly. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, time is not an issue. I can offer double the price we agreed upon with Tian, provided you can expedite the designs." Her enchanting smile seemed to bring Lin Fei under a spell, and he found himself nodding involuntarily. Upon seeing his agreement, Yang Xian clapped her hands in delight. "That's wonderful, Mr. Lin. Let us finalize this. I will return in a week to collect the designs. Please sign this contract." She placed the contract before him. Lin Fei, trusting her intentions, swiftly signed his name, having achieved her goal. Yang Xian engaged in a few more pleasantries with Lin Fei before excusing herself from the fashion company. After some time, Lin Fei suddenly felt a jolt of realization as he stared at the contract in his hand, pondering, what manner of woman is this, who has so effortlessly ensnared my attention? Could she be part of the Jin society? At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly realized that Zhanghai City was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Chapter 23. Kidnapping. On his way back to the design department, Lin Fei was deep in thought, contemplating how to address the unexpected situation involving Yang Xian. However, he could not devise a satisfactory plan, especially given the precarious circumstances where the enemy was concealed while he was exposed. After much deliberation, Lin Fei resolved that it would be best to expedite the completion of the designs requested by Yang Xian. Yet, before he could enter the design department, he was intercepted by Lu Qing, who appeared visibly anxious. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, Lin Fei, someone has just stormed into the president's office and forcibly taken both the president and Mr. Tang away." "What?" Lin Fei was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly dashed down the stairs, sprinting out of the Meizhuang company at breakneck speed. He soon spotted a black van, within which Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong were struggling desperately. There was no time for Lin Fei to retrieve Chen Wanrong's car for a pursuit. Noticing a man in a helmet preparing to ride away on a motorcycle nearby, Lin Fei leaped forward and pulled the man off the bike. "Hey, I need to borrow your bike," without waiting for a response. He mounted the motorcycle and sped off, recklessly chasing after the black van. Inside the van, Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong, bound and helpless, caught sight of Lin Fei racing towards them on the motorcycle and were filled with exhilaration. Seizing the moment, Tang Shui slammed her head into the nose of the burly man holding her, causing him to stagger. Taking advantage of his momentary disorientation, she leaned out of the window and shouted to Lin Fei, who was hot on their trail, "Xiao Fei, hurry and save me. If you rescue me, I'll let you touch me 5 times. Chen Wanrong, overhearing Tang Shui's words, was struck by disbelief, realizing just how cunning her companion could be. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, upon hearing Tang Shui's declaration, felt a surge of heat rush through him, and he roared in response, "This girl is really going all out. Fine, I'll play along." With that, he accelerated, the motorcycle soaring as if it were airborne. Defying reality, "Who the hell is this guy?" The scar-faced man driving the van muttered, his expression darkening as he barked to his accomplices, "Keep a close watch on those girls. If they manage to communicate with that guy, he'll surely take off." With that, he slammed the accelerator down, the van shooting forward like an arrow, rapidly widening the gap between them and Lin Fei'd. In the ensuing chase, the two vehicles exited the bustling heart of Zhanghai City, entering the rugged outskirts, which caused Lin Fei's speed to diminish while the van gained momentum. You think you can shake me off? Do you take me, a seasoned special forces operative, for a fool? Lin Fei spat defiantly. Spotting a large stone ahead, he pushed the throttle to its limit and barreled straight towards it. The burly man in the van, observing Lin Fei's reckless maneuver, slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. This kid is seeking his own demise by heading straight for that boulder. Just wait for the crush. His companions turned to witness Lin Fei's impending doom. However, Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong were filled with dread. Fearing for Lin Fei's safety, suddenly, gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers as they beheld Lin Fei leap over the boulder, the motorcycle soaring high. What? He actually cleared it, the burly man exclaimed in horror. Damn it, Scarface, step on it, otherwise, his bike will land right on top of us. Why didn't you say that earlier? Scarface growled. I just lost focus and slowed down. Even flooring the accelerator 1T prevent his bike from crashing down on us now. Despite his protests, Scarface desperately pressed the pedal, attempting to escape the range of the boulder, but it was too late. A resounding crash echoed as the motorcycle landed atop the van, followed by the thunderous roar of the engine. Damn it, Scarface fumed, glaring at the burly man. What are you waiting for? Start shooting at the roof and turn him into Swiss cheese. Upon hearing Scarface's command, the burly man and his accomplices snapped to attention. Pulling out their handguns and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the van's roof, the deafening gunshots jolted Lin Fei, and he felt a bullet pierce the motorcycle's fuel tank, realizing that an explosion could endanger Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong. He leapt off the bike and rolled away just in time. Seeing Lin Fei escape, the burly man fired a few more shots from the window before reluctantly retracting his weapon. Scarface, that kid's still alive. Should I go down and finish him off? Why the rush? He'll be coming for us soon enough. He's the target designated for elimination by President Fan. We can't take matters into our own hands. Be careful or President Fan will deal with us, Scarface replied sternly, refocusing on the road. Meanwhile, after rolling to safety, Lin Fei was struck in the shoulder by another bullet, though the injury was not life-threatening. Rising to his feet, his eyes filled with fury, he glared at the smoldering remains of his motorcycle. So, it's you, the treacherous king, Fan Jianzhong. I will remember this. Prepare for my revenge. With that, Lin Fei tore a strip of fabric from his shirt and bound it around his shoulder wound. Ignoring everything else, he followed the tire tracks in pursuit, determined to rescue Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong, for he could not bear the weight of guilt should he fail. After an hour of relentless tracking, Lin Fei finally spotted the black van parked outside a dilapidated factory. Cautiously approaching, he found no ambush awaiting him, so he kicked the iron door open with force. The sight that met his eyes ignited a blaze of fury within him. A balding middle-aged man in a black coat was lewdly caressing Tang Shui's delicate leg. Despite noticing Lin Fei's arrival, he showed no sign of retreating from his vile intentions. You bastard, stop this at once, Lin Fei shouted, launching himself at the man with a powerful punch. The middle-aged man, however, evaded Lin Fei's attack with deftness, drawing a dark gun and pressing it against Tang Shui's temple. Young man, if you take another step, this lovely girl will be lost to you. Lin Fei, left with no choice, took a step back, awaiting the man's next move. I hear you're quite arrogant. Daring even to strike our President Fan? Do you think we lack manpower? The middle-aged man sneered, signaling for Scarface, the burly man, and 3 other henchmen to bring Chen Wanrong forward. The last to emerge was a short man in a suit, puffing on a cigar, who looked Lin Fei up and down with disdain. I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be just a country bumpkin. You think you can halt the operations of our gene society? You truly are unaware of your own insignificance. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Oldo. The matter of your assault on President Fan is now my responsibility. You have 2 choices. 1, face this master of bagua boxing in a fair fight. If you win, you take the girls. If you lose, your life is forfeit. Or 2, refuse my proposal, and we will unite to eliminate you. Lin Fei scoffed. A balding old man, a scar-faced thug, and a bunch of brutes? Are all Eugene Society members such misfits? If it's just a fight against an old baldy, I'll gladly oblige. You dare underestimate me. The middle-aged man snarled, his footsteps taking on an eerie rhythm as he lunged at Lin Fei. Sensing the formidable force behind the man's punch, Lin Fei knew he could not afford to confront him head-on. Instead, he retreated, and, as the man attacked, picked up a stone and hurled it at the burly man. "Ah!" came the pained cry as the stone struck the man squarely in the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground. "You dare attack in front of me? You're courting death," the middle-aged man roared, throwing all his strength into his next punch, severing Lin Fei's escape routes. With no option left to evade, Lin Fei met the man's strike head-on. The sound of their fists colliding echoed in the air, bones cracking as they exchanged blows, but it remained unclear whose bones were breaking. After the exchange, both men staggered back. Lin Fei's shoulder wound tore open further from the force of the middle-aged man's punch, blood staining his arm, yet he remained silent. Seizing the opportunity as the man recoiled, Lin Fei hurled another stone, eliminating another hulking brute. "Damn it!" the middle-aged man, enduring the excruciating pain of shattered bones in his hand, unleashed a flurry of punches, employing the graceful yet forceful bagua boxing technique alongside his agile footwork. He matched Lin Fei's formidable fighting prowess, resulting in a stalemate. Observing that Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong were still flanked by 4 adversaries, Lin Fei refrained from swiftly dispatching the middle-aged man. Instead, he feigned defeat, deliberately absorbing a blow from the bagua boxing, and as he staggered back in pain, he swiftly launched 2 pebbles, eliminating 2 more burly opponents. The scene was left with only the scar-faced man, Old O, Chen Wanrong, Tang Shui, the middle-aged man, and Lin Fei. Seeing Lin Fei's cunning tactics, Old O and the scar-faced man were so frightened that they scurried behind the 2 women, using them as human shields. With no further opportunity for subterfuge, Lin Fei decided to reveal his full strength. He cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man and sneered, "It is your turn now." With those words, Lin Fei shot forward like a phantom, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at the middle-aged man. Acquainted with Lin Fei's prowess, the middle-aged man refrained from a direct confrontation, relying solely on the exquisite footwork of the bagua boxing to evade Lin Fei's relentless onslaught. Suddenly, a delightful children's rhyme echoed in the air. It was the sound of Lin Fei's phone ringing. He quickly repelled the middle-aged man, retrieved his phone, and upon seeing it was a call from Yang Hu, his eyes turned crimson with anxiety as he hastily answered, "Boss, several martial artists just came to capture your sister, but I cleverly managed to evade them. When will you come for us?" Yang Hu's words were cut short as Lin Fei abruptly hung up, fixing his icy gaze upon the middle-aged man and the others. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his fist aimed directly at the middle-aged man's face. At this juncture, the middle-aged man had no means of escape and could only raise his fists to meet Lin Fei's strike. However, enraged, Lin Fei's strength was beyond what the middle-aged man could withstand. With a single blow, he sent him crashing to the ground, the sound of splintering bones echoing ominously to all present. Without allowing the middle-aged man a moment to recover, Lin Fei struck again, landing a punch squarely on his temple. The middle-aged man did not even emit a sound before he succumbed. After dispatching the middle-aged man, Lin Fei, with the ferocity of a demon from hell, fixed his gaze on Old O and the scar-faced man, who were cowering behind the 2 women. With a voice devoid of warmth, he demanded, "Fulfill your promise and release them, and I will allow you to leave." Old O trembled, his legs quaking, his face ashen, yet he clutched the gun pressed against Tang Shui's head, coldly regarding Lin Fei and scoffing, "Lin Fei, if you have the guts, come and kill us. After all, even in death, we have these 2 beauties for company. We shan't feel lonely at all. Indeed, with 2 beauties by our side, even death holds no solitude. If you wish to spare them, kneel before me and allow me to puncture you. Then I shall let them go, or else, humph, we shall perish together." The scar-faced man glared at Lin Fei with a menacing expression. "Do not overstep your bounds." Lin Fei seethed with rage, contemplating a charge but hesitating for fear of harming the 2 women. Caught in a moment of indecision, Old O tore the tape from the women's mouths, relishing the prospect of inciting terror to disrupt Lin Fei's focus, seizing the opportunity to shoot, as expected, the moment the women regained their voices. They cried out in unison. Tang Shui sobbed, "Lin Fei, please save me. I'm so young. I do not wish to die. I haven't even had a boyfriend. I cannot just perish like this. What if I end up in the underworld, mocked by other spirits? Woe is me. Do not believe the words of these scoundrels. If you get shot, we will be in even greater peril." Chen Wanreng's plea was abruptly silenced as the scar-faced man slapped her twice, growling, "Wretched girl, how dare you speak out, seeking death, Seeing the scar-faced man falter, Lin Fei seized the moment to launch a stone, aiming for a swift resolution, but a bullet shattered it midair. Old O had raised his gun and fired at Lin Fei. Having narrowly escaped death, the scar-faced man wiped the sweat from his brow and hurled Qin Wanrong to the ground, aiming his gun at Lin Fei. The frantic gunfire from both men forced Lin Fei to roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade the bullets. But the relentless barrage resulted in 2 gunshot wounds to his body. Just then, Lin Fei noticed the middle-aged man, a practitioner of Bagua boxing, had a handgun at his side. He swiftly performed a roll, snatched the firearm, and fired 2 shots at the scar-faced man and Old O. Bang, bang, the 2 shots rang out, and both men collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from their heads, as Lin Fei had executed them with precision. With the 2 threats neutralized, Lin Fei wasted no time tending to Tang Shui and Qin Wanrong, hastily unbinding them. Tang Shui, upon seeing the gunshot wounds on Lin Fei, felt a sudden pang of concern. "Lin Fei, are you all right? We must go to the hospital." Qin Wanrong echoed her worries. "We should leave quickly and take Lin Fei to the hospital. Gunshot wounds are no trifling matter. But what about the bodies? Lin Fei has killed so many. Will he face the death penalty?" Tang Shui suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh no, Lin Fei. This seems like excessive self-defense. Sister Wanrong, what shall we do? Calm yourselves for now. We must leave this place." Lin Fei interjected firmly. "As for the police, I will handle that. We cannot linger here any longer. Let us depart." Grabbing the 2 women, he led them out of the warehouse, into a black van, and headed towards the city. During the drive, Lin Fei called Yang Hu, instructing him to temporarily relocate Lin Qinger to another hospital until he could provide further updates. Upon reaching Tang Shui's apartment, Lin Fei escorted the 2 women inside. Just as he prepared to leave, Tang Shui stopped him. "Lin Fei, are you going to the hospital to bandage your wounds? Let me accompany you." "No need for that," Lin Fei replied. "I can manage on my own. You and Qin have been through enough. It would be best for you to rest at home. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, just call me." After saying this, Lin Fei exited the apartment and made his way to the van. As he was about to enter the vehicle, Tang Shui emerged and halted him once more. She looked at Lin Fei, her voice faltering, her cheeks gradually blushing, and in a swift motion, pressed his hand against her chest. Caught off guard, Lin Fei instinctively squeezed, causing Tang Shui to wince and quickly retreat into her apartment. Casting a playful glare back at him before disappearing inside, Lin Fei, in a daze, climbed into the vehicle and started the engine. It was not until they had driven some distance that he smacked the steering wheel, exclaiming, "What the heck, I actually touched her, without any warning." The lingering softness of that moment was imprinted on his mind, and he couldn't help but place his hand on his face, lost in reverie. The car continued to cruise towards the hospital Yang Hu had mentioned, where he confirmed Lin Qinger was safe and sound. After procuring medical supplies, Lin Fei treated his own bullet wounds, knowing that a visit to the hospital would invite unwanted scrutiny. Having tended to himself, he offered Yang Hu some parting advice to remain vigilant before leaving the hospital, hailing a taxi to head towards Xiangshan Woodworks. However, halfway there, the taxi came to an abrupt halt. The driver exited to inspect the vehicle and, with an apologetic expression, informed Lin Fei, "Sir, I'm afraid my car has broken down. Would you like me to call another taxi for you? There aren't many vehicles around here." With a light sigh, Lin Fei exited the cab, declining the driver's offer, and chose to walk towards Xiangshan Woodworks. The road he traversed was flanked by lush mountains, serene in their stillness. As he walked, he took in the beauty surrounding him, reflecting on how rare it was for him to feel such relaxation since returning to Shanghai City, having been preoccupied with earning money for his sister's treatment. Yet, this tranquil moment was soon to be disrupted by an unexpected turn of events. A blood-soaked figure tumbled down the mountainside, collapsing onto the road, and shortly after, a group of 8 men rushed down the slope. Hastening toward the injured man, acid of vendetta, Lin Fei halted, quietly observing the unfolding situation until, in an instant, his keen eyes spotted the emblem clutched in the bloodied man's hand, a dragon with its mouth agape. Holding a pentagram within, Lin Fei recognized this insignia all too well. It was a mark unique to their special forces. Realizing that he could not allow a fellow comrade to perish without a fight, Lin Fei chuckled softly, quickening his pace towards the wounded man. The 8 men, noticing his intent, split their ranks, sending 5 to intercept Lin Fei and thwart his rescue attempt. However, Lin Fei had never failed to save anyone he aimed to assist. With a deft sidestep, he evaded one man's attack, simultaneously delivering a strike to another's chest, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Seeing the situation, the remaining 4 individuals simultaneously launched an assault on Chu Tian's chest and back. Surrounded by enemies, Lin Fei leaped high, propelling himself with his legs, swiftly delivering powerful kicks that felled 2 adversaries to the ground, while the remaining 2 were forced out of Lin Fei's striking range by the sheer momentum. "Friend, why do you obstruct us from carrying out our duties? I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter, lest you face utter annihilation." The 2, witnessing the incapacitation of their companions, resorted to intimidation. However, Lin Fei was undeterred by their threats. A cold smile crept across his lips as the bloodthirsty instincts of a seasoned Special Forces soldier surged forth. "Make no mistake, should you fail to retreat, death awaits you." "Oh, this is bad. We've encountered a formidable opponent." One of them realized the gravity of the situation and, together with his companion, hastily retreated, carrying their unconscious comrades. The other 3, who had been closing in on the bloodied man, were now deterred by Lin Fei's overwhelming presence. He is also a Special Forces operative, and even stronger than the last. We shall withdraw for now and seek another opportunity later, despite their unwillingness. The 5 conscious individuals chose to retreat. The 8 figures swiftly melded into the forest, disappearing from sight. Lin Fei approached the bloodied man, checking for a pulse and determining he was still alive. He hoisted the man onto his back and began retracing his steps. It seemed the assassination of Fan Jianzhong would have to be postponed for the time being. First, he needed to save this man. As Lin Fei spoke, he dashed towards the hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, after a rigorous effort from the doctors, the injured Special Forces soldier was successfully revived. His injuries were severe. Had Lin Fei not intervened, he would surely have perished. However, thanks to the medical treatment, his recovery was swift, and shortly after the doctors departed, he was able to speak. This was unusual and piqued Lin Fei's curiosity. His identity could not merely be that of a Special Forces soldier. "You saved my life. From this day forth, you are my brother, Su Ning." Su Ning lay on the hospital bed, expressing gratitude to Lin Fei. He was situated beside his sister, Lin Qing, but to ensure her safety, Lin Fei had stationed Yang, who by her side. That moment, only Lin Fei and Su Ning occupied the hospital room. The debt of saving a life is heavier than Mount Tai. "Brother, what is your name?" Su Ning inquired with enthusiasm. He had come to Zhonghai City on a mission, only to fall into an ambush set by his foes. Had it not been for Lin Fei's timely rescue, he would have already met his end. Su Ning's adversaries were cunning, having anticipated his arrival and ensnaring an innocent woman within a web of traps. As a People's Special Forces soldier, he could not stand by and watch. He had to venture into the perilous traps to save her. Ultimately, while he succeeded in rescuing the woman, he sustained multiple injuries from the blades and arrows that had been launched from the traps. In the end, to protect the woman, Su Ning had been further wounded, losing his combat ability and forced to flee. Fortunately, the ordinary civilian woman had been escorted to safety amidst the chaos. They had aimed for him, and she was merely an innocent bystander. Now, she should be completely safe, and Su Ning sighed in relief. Although the woman was of average appearance and he did not know her, he felt a sense of fulfillment in having saved her. "There's no need for such formality. It's a relief to see you safe. My name is Lin Fei," he replied with a smile. "Brother Lin." Su Ning expressed his gratitude with a firm handshake. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes brightened as he sat up with effort. "Lin Fei, you're also a Special Forces operative? Could it be?" "No way, I can hardly believe this is true." Su Ning's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Fei, noticing his unusual fervor, asked with curiosity, "You know of me? You are a legend in our Special Forces community. How could I not have heard your name? Your heroic deeds, especially those in the Middle East and South America, have left a profound impression on me. In my life, I have never admired anyone, but you are the sole exception," Su Ning declared with a hint of pride, revealing his deep respect for Lin Fei. "Please, you flatter me. Those are merely tales of the past. I have since retired, and now even the Gene Society dares to bully me. There is no shame in that. You seem like a fine person. If you wish to call me brother, then so be it," Lin Fei sighed, expressing his resignation. He then recounted the injustices he had faced from the Gene Society, not wanting Su Ning to idolize him excessively. The Gene Society is incredibly reckless, daring to kidnap two of our sisters. Brother, what do you plan to do? When shall we take them down? Su Ning exclaimed, slamming his hand against the hospital bed in anger. He struck it with such force that his wound reopened, but given his ancient martial arts healing methods, he was unperturbed. His fury was palpable. Let us not rush into things. The individuals pursuing you are formidable. They recognized me as a special forces soldier at a glance, and they are clearly well-trained and disciplined. Their retreat was too orderly to be mere amateurs, Lin Fei remarked, his curiosity piqued. Lin Fei understood that special forces operatives had confidentiality obligations and chose not to press Su Ning further. They are a group of illegal mercenaries, operating in Zhanghai City, committing heinous acts. Brother Lin, I need to report this to my superiors. I want you to assist me in bringing this group to justice. Su Ning implored, looking earnestly at Lin Fei. They are more numerous and cunning than I initially imagined. Once I receive clearance from above, we will act. I will strive to secure you a generous reward for your efforts. However, before that, I wish to help you deal with the Gene Society and resolve your issues first. If you prefer not to engage in matters concerning those mercenaries, I want to mention it to my superiors. But you must agree to assist me with the Gene Society. I wish to repay your life-saving grace. Su Ning expressed sincerely, eager to assist Lin Fei. Very well. Once you have healed, we will take action. As for the mercenaries, I will lend my support. You report to your superiors. If they approve, we shall eliminate them together. If they refuse, I will accompany you. I cannot allow you to face danger alone. Lin Fei concluded thoughtfully. With his keen perception, Lin Fei recognized Su Ning as a trustworthy and commendable individual. He had always been curious about the world of ancient martial arts, and now that he had encountered Su Ning, it presented a promising opportunity. The Gene Society had operated in Zhanghai City for many years. Dismantling them swiftly would undoubtedly upset numerous interests and create significant chaos. Thus, a gradual approach was prudent. I intend to start with Fan Jianzhong. Since he has resorted to abduction, I have no qualms about exacting retribution. This time, I will ensure we uncover the truth, Lin Fei declared after a moment of contemplation. Fan Jianzhong had crossed a line, and Lin Fei was determined to make him pay. Su Ning, recognizing Lin Fei's resolve, eagerly exclaimed, "Let us do it." Subsequently, Su Ning retrieved his phone to report to his superiors before focusing on his recovery. Preparing for the impending mission, Lin Fei visited his sister and Yang Hu, spending that night in the hospital. The following morning, Lin Fei returned to work at the company punctually as he entered. He sensed an atmosphere of unease enveloping the space. The previous day's brazen kidnapping of Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui in broad daylight had cast a significant shadow over everyone, fueling concerns about the company's future. Xiao Fei, if this continues, the morale of the company will collapse. Everyone is worried for their safety. How can we work under such circumstances? What are we to do? Lu Qing, who had arrived at the company first, pulled Lin Fei aside in a corner to speak quietly. In light of such a significant incident, she had long ceased to think of anything else, wearing an expression of deep concern. Fortunately, after Lin Fei rescued Tang Shui and Qin Wanrong yesterday, he had also made a phone call to inform her of the situation. Otherwise, she would have been left to worry even more, burdened with her thoughts. Lin Fei, however, was less contemplative, as he listened to her speak while his eyes widened, glancing at the neckline of her uniform. Perhaps it was the impulsiveness of the early morning, but he felt that Sister Qing's figure was softer and more delicate than ever before. He nearly succumbed to the urge to reach out and touch her. Upon noticing his gaze, Lu Qing felt both angered and amused. Despite the grave circumstances surrounding the company, this fellow still harbored such thoughts. Yet, Lin Fei's demeanor indicated that he remained quite alluring to her. Noticing an evident reaction from him, Lu Qing felt a sudden dryness in her throat. She found herself flustered, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. At that moment, Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui entered the company hall together. Qin Wanrong maintained her usual composure, her expression calm and detached. She was an intelligent and elegant woman, and most importantly, she was sufficiently astute, aware of the lingering shadows cast by yesterday's events. She understood the necessity of presenting herself with confidence, silently conveying to everyone that she would be fine and that the company would endure. "Everyone, please gather around for a moment. I have something to discuss," she announced. "I trust you are all aware of yesterday's events." Indeed, there were criminal elements attempting to kidnap me and General Tang in their bid to seize our company, but they failed, and they will continue to fail. It was Lin Fei who saved both me and Tang Shui yesterday. He is truly a commendable employee of our company. Let's give him a round of applause. Qin Wanrong beckoned the employees present to come forward. As her words settled, many began to comprehend the situation, and the atmosphere of unease dissipated somewhat. Applause erupted, a gesture of appreciation for Lin Fei. All right, you may disperse now. Please relay what I just said to your respective departments. Later, I will call the leaders of each department for a meeting. From now on, we must all work even harder. Qin Wanrong continued. Once the crowd had dispersed, she summoned Lin Fei, requesting that he, along with her and Tang Shui, accompany her to her office. Chapter 26. Leave it to me. While Qin Wanrong maintained her composure in the hall, the moment she entered her office, she deflated like a punctured balloon, her inner turmoil and anxiety pouring forth after such a monumental event, with so many lives lost before her eyes. Though she recognized those individuals were not virtuous, she still found herself plagued by nightmares. Had it not been for Lin Fei's timely intervention, it could very well have been she and Tang Shui lying lifeless in that scene. And she dared not imagine the torment they would have endured before their demise. Handsome, I feel like I can't go on, wailing over how terrifying yesterday was. It forced both Wanrong and me to check the doors and windows multiple times last night. Tang Shui exclaimed dramatically, having thoroughly searched every corner of the office, even checking behind the curtains, before she felt safe enough to settle down. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Every time I closed my eyes, those images of the villains pinning me down flooded my mind. It's too terrifying. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. I even have wrinkles now. At this rate, I'll become an old woman. And no one will want me. If that happens, I swear I won't live anymore. Her pallor was ghostly, her eyes filled with fear as she rushed to Lin Fei, clinging to his arm in distress. Lin Fei's courageous actions from yesterday were etched deeply in her memory. It was only by his side that she felt a semblance of safety. The girl held on tightly. However, Lin Fei was not inclined to indulge in fanciful thoughts. He could sense the fear radiating from Tang Shui. Perhaps it was the recollection of the bloody scene from yesterday that caused her to tremble uncontrollably. After all, she was still young and had been spoiled since childhood, never having witnessed such gruesome sights, let alone the loss of so many lives. Lin Fei understood her plight. Will they send a sniper next time to kill me and Wanrong? I'm afraid to even step outside now, let alone think about work. If this continues, I'm done for. Tang Shui's fears escalated, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. If this continues, we're doomed, and the company will collapse too. Lin Fei, I want to report this to the police. I'll have the security department prepare the necessary materials, including the footage from when they broke in, and I'll send it to the police later. I called you here to discuss this with you first. Qin Wanrong interjected, clenching her teeth, revealing her own anxiety. Ms. Qin, let us not rush into calling the police just yet. Give me some time to think of a solution. If all else fails, we can report it then. Lin Fei suggested. Handsome, have you finally decided to take action? I knew you were the best and wouldn't let Wanrong and me suffer in vain. Once you resolve this, we will repay you. Tang Shui's trepidation began to dissipate at his words. Cough, Xiao Shui, don't put too much pressure on Lin Fei. Qin Wanrong coughed lightly, feeling overwhelmed. If she remained silent, she feared Tang Shui would say something even more outrageous. I will do my utmost. I will handle this well, Miss Chen. Those individuals intended to abduct my sister yesterday, so this matter extends beyond just the company, Lin Fei stated, his expression growing serious. Qin Wanrong realized that the incident had also implicated Lin Qing, and she felt a pang of guilt. Since that's the case, I trust you. Please handle it with confidence. She then turned to Tang Shui. You step outside for a moment. On second thought, it's fine if you stay. As you were present yesterday, after a moment of contemplation, Qin Wanrong continued, Lin Fei, given that you inadvertently killed so many people yesterday, although that place was remote, it will inevitably attract attention over time. What if the investigation leads back to you? This was the crux of Qin Wanrong's concerns, as it had kept her awake all night. Murder was a grave offense, and once it reached the Jin Society, fairness and justice would be out of the question. Though Lin Fei acted out of necessity, it could easily be twisted into a narrative of him being a murderous fiend. If Lin Fei were to be apprehended as a result, she would carry that burden for the rest of her life. If I am not mistaken, Fan Jianzhong has already cleaned that place up. Lin Fei replied reassuringly. Miss Chen, don't fret too much. The Jin Society operates in the underworld. They know their own nature. Such matters will only lead to private revenge, not public involvement with the police. If they truly reported it, it would expose their own kidnapping activities. Besides, even if they manage to involve the police, I have my own means of extricating myself. Lin Fei chuckled lightly. If a few people die and the Jin Society were to casually call the police, then the gang leaders in Shanghai City wouldn't be able to maintain their positions. I am quite familiar with their organization, so I remain unperturbed. This morning, he had specifically inquired with Yang Hu, who had long worked in bars and was well informed about the underworld when the Jin Society faced trouble in the past. They indeed had no habit of alerting the authorities. Those they killed were not good people, and Lin Fei had little interest in concerning himself with them. However, the matter with the Bagua sect could pose a problem. Based on Lin Fei's understanding of these martial arts sects, while not all members were malevolent, they were particularly concerned with face. If members of the Bagua sect were killed, retribution would likely follow. Ultimately, skill and audacity prevailed, and Lin Fei was unbothered by who might come after him. Tang Shui, leave this matter to me. You and Miss Chen need not concern yourselves with it. From now on, you must focus on your work. As you are currently a rising star in the design world, Lin Fei then recalled something and turned to Tang Shui. Tang Shui, does this mean someone has come to inquire about your design works? Tang Shui's eyes lit up with anticipation. You guessed it right. Ms. Chen, what do you think of Rongjin Clothing Company? Their president Yang left a strong impression on me. She wants to purchase Tang Shui's designs. And I have already signed the contract with her. Lin Fei asked Chen Wanrong, knowing she had considerable connections in the industry and was familiar with many peers. Ms. Chen, is there a possibility that Rongjin is connected to the Jin Society? Lin Fei directly voiced his concern. The captivating President Yang Xian had left a lasting impact on him, and he remained vigilant. Rongjin had been rapidly expanding and was making strides in international markets. An area where they were lacking, Yang Xian, the enigmatic beauty, is said to have a significant background. I have encountered her at several parties, and many people show her respect. However, there seems to be no direct connection to the Jin Society. I've heard that the Jin Society once attempted to acquire Rongjin, but it ultimately fell through, further underscoring Yang Xian's influence. Chen Wanrong shared what she knew. Collaborating with Rongjin poses no issue. If we aim to penetrate international markets, we must learn from them. Tang Shui, you've seen Lin Fei's capabilities. We can trust him with the matters regarding the Jin Society, Chen Wanrong said gently to Tang Shui, her eyes reflecting pride and satisfaction at Tang Shui's flourishing development. Leave it to me, Wanrong. I will start designing right away, Tang Shui declared with enthusiasm. Handsome, do not forget our new agreement. If you wish to achieve, strive diligently. As long as you can, I shall dare. Tang Shui winked at Lin Fei, shyly retreating. Mr. Chen, I would like to request a change in my work duties today. I wish to enhance the security measures at the security department. In the afternoon, I would like to focus entirely on handling some matters, so I request another leave. During my absence, please remain vigilant. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me, Lin Fei said to Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong's foremost concern was the company's security issues, and she readily agreed. Throughout the morning, Lin Fei was at the security department of the company, summoning the security personnel one by one, teaching them a few basic grappling techniques, and ultimately instructing them in a cooperative combat formation, enabling them to possess the capability to contend with second- or third-rate experts, at the very least, if the Jin Society intended to infiltrate the company again. It would no longer be so effortless. After finishing the morning shift, Lin Fei hurried back to the hospital. After checking on his sister, he proceeded to Su Ning's hospital room. Brother Lin, when shall we act? In the room, Su Ning had already changed into a clean outfit delivered by Yang Hu that morning and was moving about energetically, his physical condition having greatly improved. Most of his injuries were superficial. Healing rapidly, Lin Fei, well-versed in the secrets of ancient martial artists, was not overly astonished. Is your body able to withstand intense combat? We must be prepared for any eventuality, Lin Fei inquired for confirmation. Absolutely no problem, Su Ning grinned, thumping his chest confidently. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Yang Hu quietly slipped in. Boss, the task has been accomplished. I had an old partner assist in clarifying matters. Fan Jianzhong did not go to work today and is currently at his home. Moreover, that woman seems to have gathered many people at home. It is unclear what significant plans they have. They are making quite a commotion, and my friends dare not approach. I believe this matter should be reported to you, Yang Hu continued. Yang Hu, well done. I leave Xiaoqing in your capable hands. Lin Fei instructed Yang Hu, then departed the hospital with Su Ning, hailing a vehicle straight to Xiangshan. Throughout the journey, Lin Fei remained silent, knowing that Fan Jianzhong was likely already alerted and preparing for confrontation. Yet he still intended to proceed. Upon reaching the foot of Xiangshan, Lin Fei and Su Ning stealthily infiltrated the area as they had done previously. Su Ning, unfamiliar with Xiangshan as he was not from Shanghai City, had only previously fled to this location, the hideout of those illegal mercenaries, not in this vicinity. Knowing their target resided in such an extravagant mansion, Su Ning realized without a doubt that Fan Jianzhong's wealth was largely extorted from the common people. And, even before seeing him, hatred had already taken root in his heart. Soon, the mosque-style mansion belonging to Fan Jianzhong came into view. Both Lin Fei and Su Ning, seasoned special forces operatives, exchanged a glance and silently commenced their operation. Inside the mansion, a group of expressionless men in black were patrolling every corner. Their numbers were substantial, at least 4 to 5 dozen, and it was evident that Fan Jianzhong had significantly bolstered his defenses compared to the last encounter. With so many personnel present, it was clear that this was not merely a reinforcement, but rather an accumulation of manpower, waiting for Lin Fei's arrival. Indeed, Fan Jianzhong believed he had devised a foolproof plan, anticipating Lin Fei to fall into his trap, thereby eliminating the threat once and for all. Brother Leopard, please trust me. He will definitely come. I guarantee it with my life. Yes, yes. This time he will surely meet his demise without a burial place. I will not fail. I will accomplish this task. In the study on the second floor, Fan Jianzhong was nervously speaking on the phone with Brother Leopard, his tone almost subservient, pleading for another opportunity to prove himself. He was drenched in sweat, fearing Brother Leopard's anger and the consequences he would face for the failures. The incident from yesterday, the failed kidnapping that resulted in so many deaths, had sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Jin Society. With such a significant debacle, the responsibility rested squarely on Fan Jianzhong's shoulders. From yesterday until now, he had not experienced a moment's peace. Only by eliminating Lin Fei could he hope to regain a semblance of normalcy. Otherwise, his life would be over. Immediately following the incident, Fan Jianzhong dispatched personnel to clean up the scene. He certainly did not report it to the authorities. After all, if the successor of the 8 trigram sect had been so easily defeated, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for the Jin Society to involve the police. The higher-ups had issued a death order. Lin Fei must be eliminated. And it had to be accomplished using the Jin Society's own resources to restore their reputation and dignity. Fan Jianzhong was acutely aware of this and surmised that Lin Fei would undoubtedly seek revenge, which is why he had gathered a substantial force and made comprehensive arrangements since the previous day. At that moment, a chilling atmosphere permeated the mansion, signaling the imminent clash. I will give you 1 day. If that brat is still alive by then, prepare for your own funeral. Brother Leopard's voice on the other end was cold and indifferent. Yes, Brother Leopard. Fan Jianzhong's teeth chattered as he hung up the phone, realizing that there was no turning back. He had to see this through. Yet, the thought of Lin Fei's enigmatic prowess filled him with trepidation. What terrified him most was the blood-chilling aura that Lin Fei exuded, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, instilling a deep-rooted fear that made him perceive Lin Fei as invincible. However, precisely because of this, he felt compelled to eliminate Lin Fei. Otherwise, Lin Fei would become his lifelong nightmare. Father, why have so many strangers suddenly come to our home, all armed with guns? Are you afraid that country bumpkin who slapped me last time will return? He is just a country bumpkin. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? I brought a female classmate home to play, and upon seeing the scene, she was frightened away. You must make them leave. Fan Jianzhong's son stormed into the room, fuming as he confronted his father. Country bumpkin, he retorted. Let me tell you. That very country bumpkin you keep dismissing effortlessly killed the successor of the 8 trigram sect yesterday. He is not much older than you, yet look at his courage and skill compared to yours. All you do is squander money and chase after women. Aside from being a wastrel, what else are you good for? Fan Jianzhong, already in a foul mood, could not tolerate such insolence and approached his son, delivering a resounding slap. Fool, do not dare to mention that country bumpkin to me again. Today, it is either we eliminate him, or we, father and son, will be the ones to perish. You worthless brat, go back to your room and stay there quietly. Unless I command it, do not dare to show your face. If you defy me, I shall break your legs. Fan Jianzhong slapped his son again, his patience wearing thin. He had never treated his son this way, but he had to admit that Lin Fei had truly frightened him. If he did not vent his frustrations, he might very well have a heart attack before Lin Fei even arrived. His son had never seen him like this, filled with anger yet too afraid to defy him. Glaring resentfully before quickly exiting, with his relationship with his son now strained, Fan Jianzhong's mood darkened further. He stood resolutely, issuing orders. I want 4 or 5 snipers stationed inside and outside the house. If we do not eliminate Lin Fei today, everyone shall face my punishment. Yes, Brother Fan, rest assured, everything will be arranged as per your instructions. One of his subordinates assured him, take this. Inform everyone to apply this substance to their bullets. Everyone must be alert. Should anyone dare to slack off, I will be the first to deal with them. Fan Jianzhong suddenly opened a safe, retrieving a small bottle of dark substance, which he handed over. Immediately, a subordinate took the bottle and hurried downstairs. Brother Fan, what is in that bottle? It looks quite serious. The responsible subordinate inquired cautiously. Noting the gravity of Fan Jianzhong's demeanor, it was evident that this cunning fox was up to no good again. Do not underestimate that small bottle. It contains a rare toxin from Africa, worth millions. Once it enters through a wound, death is guaranteed. Instantaneous. Fan Jianzhong sneered. If Lin Fei does not die from this, it would be too lenient. However, for safety's sake, we must proceed with this plan. To provoke me, Fan Jianzhong, is to invite disaster. He chuckled coldly, feeling a sense of pride in his meticulous scheming. Brother Jianzhong, are you perhaps overestimating the situation? With the North and South Guardians of our Gene Society assisting you, do not worry. Even if it is just one brat, even 2 would pose no threat. A man in Tang attire, unremarkable in appearance but in his 30s, spoke dismissively. Fan Jianzhong, you simply need to take a seat and watch us eliminate him. Not complicate matters with your overzealousness. If you create such a grand spectacle, he may lack the courage to enter. And we will have to exert effort to find him. Another man, also dressed in Tang attire, added arrogantly. Fan Jianzhong, addressed directly by name, felt a twinge of trepidation and refrained from expressing anger, due to the fact that the 4 guardians are the most prominent subordinates of Brother Bao. And more importantly, they are exceptionally formidable masters. They have established a vast territory for Brother Bao in Zhanghai City over the years. For the sake of prudence, I will still rely on the 2 of you to take action later. Fan Jianzhong remarked with a hint of flattery, the swift conquest of Zhanghai City by the Gene Society owes much to the contributions of the 4 guardians. Whenever the 4 guardians are deployed, victory is assured. No one truly comprehends the extent of their prowess. This time, the Gene Society must rely on its own strength to eliminate Lin Fei, which is why Fan Jianzhong specifically requested the southern and northern guardians from Brother Bao. Although he was greatly irritated by the attitudes of these 2, he was willing to endure it as long as Lin Fei could be killed. He will surely die as long as he shows up. Regardless of the tricks he may employ, the arrogant northern guardian snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with the confidence and arrogance characteristic of a master. He even deliberately released his aura, overwhelming Fan Jianzhong to the point of nearly gasping for breath, which only fueled his irritation further. He secretly vowed to take revenge on him when this was all over, should the opportunity arise. Just then, the sound of gunfire pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. With the final echo of a bullet, one of the black-clad men outside collapsed. The shooter's precise and ruthless marksmanship was such that it could rattle one's very core, leaving onlookers in a state of sheer shock. Not good. There's a sniper. Quickly tell your men to take cover. The Southern Guardian reacted swiftly, his eyes widening as he shouted. Glancing out the window, he declared loudly, Fan Ge, that direction seems to be where our sniper is positioned. The leader of Fan Jianzhong's subordinates rushed to the window for a look, and his expression changed dramatically. Just as he finished speaking, a blood hole suddenly appeared in his forehead, his body stiffening before he toppled backward with a heavy thud. Shot in the head. How dare you commit murder in my presence? Seeking death, the Southern Guardian roared, swiftly moving to the window to investigate, eager to see who was so reckless, just as he exposed himself. A bullet whizzed directly toward his head, Fortunately, he was alert enough to retract his head just in time. Nevertheless, the sound of the bullet shattering the window made his eyelids twitch involuntarily, for he had narrowly escaped death. Fan Jianzhong, do you dare to have your men shoot at me? The Southern Guardian seized Fan Jianzhong by the collar, lifting him before him and demanding angrily, I wouldn't dare. That's absurd. How could I do such a thing? There must be some mistake. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and call to find out what's going on. Useless. Fan Jianzhong gasped for breath, his face turning ashen with fury. It wasn't our sniper. They aren't of that caliber. The Northern Guardian, however, remained remarkably calm, addressing the window with a measured tone. Lin Fei, it must be that little brat, Fan Jianzhong shouted in realization. A chill running down his spine. Thankfully, he hadn't foolishly looked out the window earlier, or he would have been the one shot in the head. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he murmured, How interesting. I thought this would be rather dull. Little did I expect it to be so entertaining. His expression revealed that it was only at this moment that he began to take an interest in Lin Fei. To be continued. Chapter 28. If you say you'll deal with his son, then you certainly will. However, the Northern Guardian soon found nothing to smile about, peering out from behind the window. He observed that the black-clad men left outside were continuously falling. The shooter's marksmanship could no longer simply be described as that of a sharpshooter. Even the slightest movement from Fan Jianzhong's men resulted in them being struck down. Just moments ago, there had been 4 or 5 dozen figures darting about. Now, they lay sprawled across the ground, leaving only a handful trembling and hiding. At that moment, a young figure suddenly leaped over the wall, launching an attack on the black-clad men like a leopard pouncing from behind. His speed was astonishing, and his strength formidable. Wherever he went, bodies fell in his wake. Who is this kid? Is he an ally brought by Lin Fei? This kid is impressive, the Northern Guardian mused darkly, recognizing that even he had to concede the swiftness and skill of Su Ning. He was certain it wasn't Lin Fei, for he had examined Lin Fei's photograph before his arrival. Even more formidable was the shooter. Such marksmanship. How long has it been since we've witnessed such skill? The shooter must definitely be Lin Fei. If I'm not mistaken, we still know far too little about Lin Fei. We have greatly underestimated this young man. The Southern Guardian's expression had lost all semblance of ease, a chill creeping down his spine as he spoke, thanks to Su Ning's surprise attack from behind. Fan Jianzhong's black-clad men were forced to retaliate, but as soon as they exposed themselves, they were swiftly eliminated by the concealed sniper. An absolute hit rate. This marksmanship was truly intoxicating. The Southern Guardian couldn't find any joy in the situation. Of course, this did not mean that he and the Northern Guardian were afraid of Lin Fei. They merely found his shooting skills to be a significant nuisance. What's going on, Fan Jianzhong? Weren't you supposed to have arranged for other snipers? Why haven't they made a sound? The Northern Guardian glared at Fan Jianzhong, his tone icy. They must have all been taken out. Lin Fei clearly understands sniping tactics and deduced their positions. It must be so. A sniper wouldn't have an endless supply of ammunition, and he must have eliminated the others to consolidate their bullets. Which is why they seem to be never-ending now. Fan Jianzhong's cold sweat dripped down his back as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was indeed perceptive, quickly piecing together many details in this critical moment. However, coming to these conclusions only deepened his internal dread. He felt as though everything was slipping away from him. Initially, he had relied on sheer numbers and thorough preparations, confident that he could take Lin Fei's life. But without Lin Fei's appearance, all his advantages had vanished. The toxins worth millions had yet to show any effect. Although he still had faith in the Southern and Northern Guardians, his sense of security had significantly diminished. However, I can't fathom how he knew beforehand that we had laid out snipers. Could there be a traitor among us? Fan Jianzhong raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, utterly perplexed. Damn it, you let so many people brazenly stand outside. Even a fool would inevitably consider whether you might have other means. You think everyone is so naive? The Northern Guardian scolded in exasperation. Feeling a pang of self-reproach for not having stopped Fan Jianzhong in advance due to his own arrogance, the number of fallen men was staggering, even though he remained confident in being able to eliminate Lin Fei. The damage to his reputation would be substantial. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Fei would possess such professional sniper knowledge, effortlessly dismantling the lethal trap Fan Jianzhong had meticulously set. Soon, the outside fell silent. The Northern Guardian knew without a doubt that all of Fan Jianzhong's black-clad men had been taken down, And indeed, within Fan Jianzhong's luxurious residence, the only ones remaining were the few of them. The two guardians exchanged glances. Now what should we do? Fan Jianzhong trembled as he asked, completely at a loss. The thought of how he would explain the situation to Brother Bao filled him with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. We can only heed the directives of the two guardians from here on out. The northern guardian gritted his teeth, brimming with murderous intent. He felt humiliated and furious. In his rage, he yearned to kill. The southern guardian also believed this was the best course of action. The mere thought of Lin Fei's marksmanship made his scalp tingle, and he felt safest hiding inside the house. Even if a gun were held to his head, he wouldn't dare venture out. While he still had faith in his abilities to swiftly deal with Lin Fei, he preferred not to engage in a shooting contest with him. Clean up the area. We need to go down and meet the main character. At that moment, across from Fan Jianzhong's mansion, within the thicket of a small hill, Lin Fei kicked at the lifeless body of a sniper beneath him and then rose. Leaping down the hill like a hawk, swiftly vaulting over the wall into Fan Jianzhong's residence, he had just seen Su Ning give him an okay gesture, indicating that the inside was nearly cleared. Brother Lin, that bastard is hiding on the second floor, too cowardly to even show his head. Should we go straight up? Su Ning said, clapping his hands as he stood in the courtyard, surrounded by a pile of moaning black-clad men. Of course, we go straight up, Lin Fei replied with a cold snort, a faint scent of blood wafting from him. He hadn't expected Fan Jianzhong to create such a significant commotion today. In truth, he didn't wish to witness such a scene, but he needed to resolve matters swiftly to prevent further complications. These individuals were not good people. Their downfall would spare countless citizens of Zhonghai City from harm. And Lin Fei felt no remorse. All right, Su Ning grinned, exhilaration radiating from him. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. Lin Fei truly amazed him. After they had stealthily approached, Lin Fei had merely glanced at the mansion from a distance, noting the multitude of armed black-clad men, and then, after scanning the surroundings, he immediately deduced the possibility of snipers being hidden within. This level of alertness surpassed even that of Su Ning, who hailed from an ancient martial arts family. Truly, he was a legend within the special forces. Had it not been for Lin Fei leading him to locate and eliminate all the snipers, Su Ning could only imagine what predicament he might now be in. After all, charging in while being targeted by numerous snipers from various angles was no trifling matter. As for Lin Fei's role as a sniper outside, the strategy of Su Ning infiltrating the enemy was devised solely by Su Ning himself. Naturally, Su Ning made such a decision because he harbored a slight ulterior motive. It was said that during Lin Fei's time in the special forces, his marksmanship was unparalleled, and Su Ning had longed to witness it firsthand. The reality proved that Lin Fei's shooting skills were indeed extraordinary, far surpassing those of the comrades who had dubbed him the marksman among the elite special forces. Moreover, Su Ning had an inkling that Lin Fei had yet to fully unleash his prowess. Today was merely a warm-up. This was even more astonishing. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter the room, a familiar and perilous glimmer caught his eye at the ground, a shell casing reflecting light. It immediately piqued his attention. Su Ning, you weren't hit by a bullet, were you? Lin Fei inquired with a solemn expression. These cowards couldn't possibly injure me. What's the matter, Brother Lin? Su Ning halted to ask. The bullets were laced with toxins, as you may have heard. 7 poisons crystal from Africa. Thankfully, you weren't harmed, Lin Fei responded with relief. Upon hearing the name of the toxin, Su Ning instinctively took a step back from the bullet casing. He was well aware of its lethality. That scoundrel Fan Jianzhong is so insidious. A fortune's worth of that stuff just scattered here. If only he had used that money for charity. How many good deeds could have been done? He will certainly regret this later. With that, Su Ning stormed inside alongside Lin Fei'd. In the study on the second floor, the North Guardian's piercing gaze suddenly fixed on the entrance. And he remarked coolly, they have arrived. Accompanying Fan Jianzhong in the study were 3 or 4 burly men in black, his personal bodyguards, who had already chambered their weapons, standing ready behind the door with their dark muzzles aimed outward. As footsteps approached from outside, they unhesitatingly pulled the triggers, not pausing until they had expended an entire magazine, riddling the door with bullets. Fan Jianzhong had ordered them to fire only if someone intruded. But in their fright, they had emptied their weapons at the first sound. Bang! Still shaken and unsure whether they had struck anyone outside, the door suddenly burst open with a violent kick, causing them to fall back in unison. Their bodies littered with splintered wood like daggers, In an instant, only Fan Jianzhong himself and the two guardians remained in the study. Three figures stepped through the doorway, Lin Fei, swaggering in with Fan Jianzhong's son in tow. Lin Fei, Fan Jianzhong exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, nearly grinding his teeth in rage. At that moment, he wished he could flay Lin Fei alive. Fan Jianzhong, Lin Fei retorted through clenched teeth, seething with anger at this treacherous scoundrel who had promised peace only to resort to kidnapping. At this moment, Lin Fei also harbored a desire to see him skinned alive. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Fan Jianzhong, I warned you. If you dared to play tricks on me, I would take your son. I keep my word. Let me show you the consequences of scheming against me. Lin Fei thrust Fan Jianzhong's son forward. What do you want? What are you trying to do? No, I haven't provoked you. Dad, save me. Fan Jianzhong's son, paralyzed with fear, had been hiding in the house, trembling until Lin Fei found him. Now, confronted with the true horror of the situation, he sensed Lin Fei was not joking. Are you scared? It won't do you any good. Blame your father. Lin Fei growled menacingly, brandishing a gun picked up from the ground, its muzzle aimed directly at the shoulder of Fan Jianzhong's son. Bang! In the next moment, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing through the boy's shoulder and splattering blood onto Fan Jianzhong's face. Fan Jianzhong's son, overwhelmed by pain, fainted away. Chapter 29. The two guardians, upon seeing Lin Fei appear and ruin his son's shoulder, Fan Jianzhong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in fury. Lin Fei, let my son go, and I might still leave you with a whole corpse. Do I even need your mercy for that? Do you really believe you can win? Lin Fei scoffed, infuriated by his tone. He kicked forward sharply, and with a crack, Fan Jianzhong's son crumpled as Lin Fei broke his left leg at the knee, the bone protruding grotesquely through his pants. Ah, my leg, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Fan Jianzhong's son wailed horrifically, still have the audacity to talk back. Lin Fei smacked him across the face, knocking out his teeth. It hurts so much, you country bumpkin, it hurts. Dad, save me, please, save me. The boy, pale and drenched in cold sweat, cried out, utterly at a loss as to where to cover himself, feeling as if he were living a nightmare. You should be begging your father for help. Keep begging him. I want him to slap himself in remorse until his mouth is split open. Do you hear me? Now, you should worry about your precious life. If your father doesn't slap himself silly. I'll crush your manhood, Lin Fei declared coldly, his anger fueled by Fan Jianzhong's betrayal that led to this dire situation. Dad, what are you waiting for? Do you want to leave me without descendants? Hurry, slap yourself and save me. Fan Jianzhong's son, realizing the implications of not being able to engage with women for the rest of his life, was utterly shattered. Losing a leg was manageable, but being impotent for life was worse than death. Shut up, you worthless fool, always causing trouble. I regret ever having you. Fan Jianzhong yelled, both furious and desperate. Lin Fei, if you think you can force me to submit, you're sorely mistaken. It's either you or me. Fan Jianzhong spat back, his unwillingness to submit to Lin Fei palpable, yet he was also desperate to save his son. He had lived a life of luxury, and the thought of having to strike himself was unbearable. You really think I didn't know you were coming? Did you really think I hadn't brought in real experts to deal with you? How naive. Those useless fools outside. Kill as many as you like. But today you will die. I'll say it again. Let my son go, and I might spare your life. Fan Jianzhong suddenly broke into a maddened grin. Are those so-called true experts standing beside you? Lin Fei mocked. What are you waiting for? I've already come to your doorstep. Can you endure this any longer? Lin Fei scoffed, while Su Ning behind him chuckled at the spectacle. Lin Fei could sense that the two guardians were indeed skilled, but he was not overly concerned. All right, just wait. The two guardians, what are you waiting for? Fan Jianzhong urged, glancing at the two guardians beside him. However, to his fury, they completely ignored him, deliberately avoiding his gaze. The two guardians were intently observing the gun in Lin Fei's hand. Hesitant to act recklessly, they too were armed, yet none of them dared to draw their weapons. Facing Lin Fei in a marksmanship duel was tantamount to seeking death. The very presence of Lin Fei's gun made them cautious. Fan Jianzhong, it seems your two esteemed experts do not regard you highly at all, Lin Fei sneered, causing Fan Jianzhong to flush with anger. The two guardians, humiliated, seethed with rage, wishing to strike Lin Fei down but hesitating to do so. In truth, Lin Fei's weapon was already out of ammunition. He had used the last bullet to incapacitate Fan Jianzhong's son. He could sense the weight of the gun in his hand. Enough to know he had no more rounds left, even without needing to fire again. It seems your father doesn't love you as much as you think he does. You should take this time to say goodbye to your little friend. Lin Fei coldly remarked, holding little regard for a man as heartless as Fan Jianzhong. No, please, I beg you. Don't make me a eunuch. I'll give you money. How much do you want? $1 million? $1 million should be enough, right? I can give you my father's Lamborghini. What do you want? I have plenty of women. Fan Jianzhong's son, thoroughly panicked, felt his mind nearing its breaking point. He attempted to bribe Lin Fei. But Lin Fei remained unmoved. Lin Fei, if you dare to ruin my son, not a single one of your women or your sister will survive. You better think carefully, Fan Jianzhong bellowed, his voice hoarse. You scoundrel, even now, you dare to threaten me. Lin Fei roared in anger, and with a decisive snap, he broke the other arm of Fan Jianzhong's son, the bone protruding grotesquely through the fabric of his shirt. Fan Jianzhong's son let out a blood-curdling scream, fainting from the pain, only to be jolted awake by Lin Fei's brutal grip. It hurts. Please, just kill me, he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Dad, why aren't you saving me? Lin Fei scoffed, pushing Fan Jianzhong's son to the ground and lightly stepping on his groin, feigning the intent to crush it. Fan Jianzhong, do you dare? Just watch me. Lin Fei retorted defiantly. Lin Fei's expression darkened, and with a forceful stomp as if an elephant had trampled the ground, the entire house trembled. Even Su Ning was taken aback by the sheer power of it. Without a doubt, Fan Jianzhong's son had suffered a gruesome fate, his groin reduced to a pulpy mess, and he collapsed unconscious. Lin Fei, I will kill you. I will kill you. Fan Jianzhong suddenly drew a pistol from his body, aiming it at Lin Fei with intent to fire. Lin Fei remained unfazed, swiftly using the gun as a projectile, launching it with precision and ferocity. In an instant, Fan Jianzhong cried out in pain. Clutching his wrist as the gun fell to the ground, he glanced down to see his wrist swollen like an egg, and it was evident that the bones within were likely fractured. You little brat, daring to commit violence in our presence, are you tired of living? The Southern Guardian, witnessing Lin Fei disarmed, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his expression turning grim as he glared at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, I admire you greatly. You possess talent, skill, and courage, qualities that are increasingly rare among the youth today. Would you be interested in joining the Gene Society? I can assure you a promising future. The Northern Guardian, however, remained calm, looking at Lin Fei with indifference. I say, Uncle, you truly overestimate yourselves, thinking you can recruit my brother Lin. Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how many individuals far more formidable than you have failed to win him over? Su Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the Gene Society members utterly oblivious. He nearly rushed forward to deliver a few hefty slaps to the two guardians. The Northern Guardian's expression soured at the laughter. Lin Fei, should you refuse, you ought to be aware of the consequences that await you. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I have no interest in your Gene Society, Lin Fei replied icily. If that's the case, I will give you one final opportunity. Take your own life. I can speak on behalf of the Gene Society to ensure your sister passes away smoothly in the hospital. Otherwise, your sister, though gravely ill, is still a tender young girl. The thought of it will surely linger. The Northern Guardian sneered, confident that he alone could defeat Lin Fei, especially now that Lin Fei was unarmed. With those words, you seal your fate. Lin Fei's chest heaved, his eyes burning with fury as he spoke each word deliberately. Let us strike together, lest the night grows long with unnecessary dreams. At that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the Northern Guardian's eyes as he addressed the Southern Guardian. The Southern Guardian, having had similar thoughts, quickly coordinated with him. They had fought alongside each other for many years. Their synergy undeniable. Almost simultaneously with the Northern Guardian's command, they launched their attacks, one to the left and one to the right. As expected of the elite representatives of the Gene Society, their movements were extraordinary. Each strike generated a fearsome wind, their terrifying power capable of puncturing a chest with a single blow. Their speed, reflexes, and strength were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet, in the face of this formidable assault, Su Ning remained composed, keeping a close watch on Fan Jianzhong while observing the scene. He had unwavering confidence in Lin Fei. Lin Fei, too, was unperturbed. As the two adversaries closed in, he felt the surge of primal strength coursing through his veins, culminating in his fists. Suddenly, he launched both fists simultaneously, striking head-on against the two guardians. Sensing his intention, Both guardians revealed arrogant sneers, mocking Lin Fei for being too young and seeking his own demise. However, with a thunderous crash, Lin Fei merely stepped back half a pace, while both guardians were sent hurtling backward like launched projectiles, crashing violently against the wall and leaving large imprints. As they staggered to their feet, they coughed up blood, grievously injured from the impact. "Why you? Who exactly are you? Why are you so powerful?" The Southern Guardian stammered, fear evident in his eyes. "Lin Fei, you cannot be just an ordinary veteran." The Northern Guardian trembled. Having previously believed Lin Fei to be merely a capable ex-soldier, after reviewing Lin Fei's background, he had assumed him to be nothing more than a slightly skilled retiree, but now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The recent clash had left him with internal injuries, feeling as if a torrential force had surged through him, wreaking havoc upon his insides. Such prowess was beyond that of an ordinary veteran. To defeat two elite guardians in one fell swoop, behind him, Su Ning nodded discreetly, recognizing the legendary capabilities of a special forces operative. Lin Fei, the mythical figure, truly possessed remarkable skills. The words brother Lin echoed in Su Ning's mind, filled with genuine admiration. "I am merely an ordinary person driven to desperation by you, yet I am a person of my word. If you wish to harm my sister, then I shall ensure your demise." Lin Fei declared, his anger cold yet resolute. "Die," he shouted, delivering a ferocious kick that sent the coffee table in Fan Jianzheng's study crashing into the Northern Guardian. The Northern Guardian crumpled like a deflated balloon, his ribs likely broken. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror and regret. The Southern Guardian trembled in fear beside him. Chapter 30. The Tang family behind it all. Lin Qing, Lin Fei's sister, had always been a source of pain for him. Indeed, his enlistment and subsequent experiences in the Snow Leopard assault team, along with various fortuitous encounters, had granted him skills that would benefit him for a lifetime. However, he had been forced to leave his sister alone in Zhonghai City. Now, with her gravely ill in the hospital, Lin Fei was plagued by guilt. The Northern Guardian's intentions toward his sister were absolutely intolerable to him. Lin Fei's kick, infused with his most cherished strength, transformed the coffee table into a weapon harder than steel, crashing brutally against the Northern Guardian's chest, leaving him no room to evade. "Lin Fei, calm yourself. I am one of the renowned 4 guardians of the Jin Society, not comparable to those insignificant fools you've encountered. Even Fan Jianzheng must bow and scrape before me. You truly dare to kill me? Do you really wish to oppose the entire Jin Society?" The Northern Guardian gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado, now reduced to half his former strength. He was gripped by fear, acutely aware of Lin Fei's unwavering murderous intent. Lin Fei was indeed intent on killing him. The realization sent tremors through his body. "4 guardians, it seems you are not irreplaceable within the Jin Society," Lin Fei remarked nonchalantly. "If your threats and abuses towards those close to me are the price of your existence, then I would rather stand against your Jin Society." Lin Fei, think carefully. The Southern Guardian, though terrified, gathered his courage to speak, having come together with the Northern Guardian. Silence. Lin Fei stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to him. The Southern Guardian, already injured, stood no chance against Lin Fei. Unable to evade the blow, he saw the malice in Lin Fei's expression and was humiliated into silence, fearing that Lin Fei might turn his wrath upon him. Fan Jianzhong, witnessing the scene, dared not utter a word either. His mind was in disarray, still reeling from the fact that the 2 elite guardians had been so easily defeated by Lin Fei. It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. These were among the most formidable experts in the Jin Society, yet they had succumbed to Lin Fei in a single exchange. Fan Jianzhong was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite perceptive. Having climbed to such a high position in the Jin Society despite lacking martial skills, he understood the implications of Lin Fei's extraordinary abilities. If Lin Fei so desired, he could easily establish an organization more powerful than the Jin Society. The thought of opposing such a terrifying young man was tantamount to courting death. What frightened Fan Jianzhong even more was the possibility that Lin Fei might actually kill the Northern Guardian. If that were to happen, even if he survived, he would still face dire consequences, leading to his inevitable demise. Why had he provoked such a young man? Had he known this would unfold, he would have simply protected Lin Fei from the outset. Lying to higher-ups, which, though risky, would have significantly reduced the chances of trouble. Had he done so, today's calamity could have been entirely averted. Lin Fei had no time to indulge Fan Jianzhong's regrets. If I let you go, will the Jin Society grant me the same mercy? You have persistently sought to trouble me, each time more despicable than the last. Do you truly believe I fear you? Today, I will make it clear to the Jin Society, no matter who you have backing you, as long as you dare to lay a hand on me or those close to me, I will ensure you all pay the price, Lin Fei stated, his demeanor calm yet frigid. In that moment, he felt as if he were on a battlefield. Despite returning to the bustling metropolis, he knew that to protect those around him, he must resort to the methods of his past. Although he despised this reality, he had no other choice. With every word Lin Fei spoke, the Northern Guardian's body grew colder, and despair began to cloud his eyes. Lin Fei, unfazed by his feelings, fixed his gaze on the Northern Guardian and declared, "You may die now. Blame yourself. Blame Fan Jianzhong. Blame your Jin Society. Lin Fei, spare me. I will give you all my wealth. I will withdraw from the Jin Society. I will never oppose you again." The Northern Guardian suddenly gritted his teeth and begged for mercy. "Lin Fei, I too shall withdraw from the Jin Society. And I shall transfer my assets to you directly. Just spare us." Nan Hufa has long wished to beg for mercy. He simply could not bring himself to do so until he saw Bei Hufa take the lead. Without further hesitation, he spoke. Naturally, he was reluctant to relinquish his wealth to Lin Fei, as he felt Lin Fei would not kill him. After all, he had not uttered any disrespectful words towards Lin Fei's sister. However, in order to avoid a more dire fate, he had no choice but to compromise. Even if he surrendered his assets, he could always find a way to make Lin Fei pay 100-fold in the future. "I am not the least bit interested in your filthy wealth," Lin Fei replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. "Anyone who dares to humiliate my sister, even if they were to offer me the entire world, it would be of no use," Lin Fei exclaimed, his fury palpable as he suddenly stomped down, crushing Bei Hufa's chest beneath his foot. The cracking sound of multiple ribs breaking echoed as Bei Hufa's remaining bones shattered completely. The broken fragments pierced his heart and lungs, and excruciating pain engulfed his mind, subjecting him to inhumane torment before his demise. "Fan Jianzhong, it is all your fault. I curse your entire family." In his final moments, Bei Hufa cried out, blaming Fan Jianzhong for his incompetence in failing to eliminate Lin Fei time and again. It was he who had been responsible for investigating Lin Fei, and had he known Lin Fei was such a formidable opponent, he would not have foolishly walked into his own death. Alas, before he could finish his tirade, Lin Fei delivered a swift kick to his groin, delivering a series of devastating blows that left him gasping for breath. "Lin Fei, I did not humiliate your sister. I was merely following orders. Someone like you should understand, right? Name your conditions, and I will fulfill them, as long as you spare my life." Nan Hufa forced himself to rise, only to fall to his knees with a thud. The death of Bei Hufa, his comrade of many years, left him in a state of shock. Witnessing Lin Fei crush Bei Hufa's most vulnerable point without a shred of dignity made him acutely aware of the grave mistake he had made in provoking such a dangerous individual. Such a person is truly terrifying. They possess a hidden vulnerability, and once touched, they will never easily relent. Nan Hufa dared not cling to any false hopes. He merely sought to evade this calamity. "My terms are simple. You will remain silent. Do not ask me questions, and if you do, answer honestly. Do you understand?" Lin Fei declared fiercely as he delivered a brutal kick to Nan Hufa's arm, snapping it with a sickening crack. The arm contorted grotesquely beneath his clothing, yet he dared not utter a sound, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face pale as a ghost. Seeing this, Fan Jianzhong was consumed by terror, nearly paralyzed with fear. He had contemplated fleeing, but each time the thought crossed his mind, he felt Su Ning's icy gaze upon him, rendering him immobile. He understood that Lin Fei would soon turn his wrath upon him, and he longed for a way to escape this nightmare. Indeed, as Lin Fei turned his attention towards him, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Lin Fei, whatever you wish to ask, please do so. I will tell you everything. I will comply. Just spare my life and give me time to escape. If you desire my wealth, I will hand it over. Here is my bank card. Most of my money is in it. The password is 2 2s, 2 5s, 2 8s. Take it all. I beg you. Spare me." Fan Jianzhong pleaded, his head bowing repeatedly, his desperation evident. He was now more debased than a dog, yet he could not afford to care about such humiliations. Nor could he harbor any hatred towards Lin Fei for what he had done to his son. He simply sought a chance to live. Lin Fei, who dared to kill Bei Hufa, would surely find it no challenge to dispose of him with a mere kick. He was acutely aware of his precarious position. Why is your Gene Society attempting to acquire Meizhuang? I do not wish to hear any nonsense, Lin Fei stated bluntly. I will tell you everything. It was the Tang family that requested our Gene Society's assistance. In truth, it is not us acquiring Meizhuang, but rather the Tang family themselves. The contracts were signed in their name. Fan Jianzhong divulged the information without hesitation. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the Tang family's involvement. However, his frown soon lifted as the lingering questions in his heart were suddenly resolved. Although Meizhuang held significant potential, the Gene Society was ultimately an underground organization, and typically, such groups did not concern themselves with the fashion industry. They were more interested in transportation, entertainment, or real estate. It was rare to hear of underground organizations venturing into clothing and fashion. Initially, Lin Fei had sensed these anomalies but had not pondered them deeply. Now, he realized he had been too careless. Tell me everything you know in detail, otherwise, you will soon discover what true suffering feels like. Lin Fei stated coolly. Yes, I do not know much. The orders came from Brother Bao. I only know that someone from the Tang family approached Brother Bao to undertake this task, setting the goal of acquiring Meizhuang at a low price. And it was imperative that the task be completed. That is all I know. However, I suspect it is related to the internal strife within the Tang family. A faction seeks to stabilize and control the Tang group. Fan Jianzhong explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. The Tang family, indeed. Tang Shui, Chen Wanrong. It seems you shall once more experience heartache. Betrayed by your kin, Lin Fei stood in silence, sighing deeply. Chapter 31. Brother Bao's compromise. Lin Fei. I have told you everything. May I leave now? Fan Jianzhong observed a slight softening in Lin Fei's expression and hastily bowed his head, nearly breaking his forehead as he pleaded, rest assured, I will never oppose you again. I will withdraw from the Gene Society and flee abroad. Please, spare me. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. He caught a glimpse of his son's tragic state and, recalling the humiliation he had endured to save his own life, his hatred for Lin Fei reached unbearable heights. His dark side began to resurface, plotting to offer a bounty to kill Lin Fei. If he could not slay Lin Fei himself, he would ensure that every woman close to him suffered and perished. Lin Fei was no stranger to such treachery. He could easily discern Fan Jianzhong's thoughts. Moreover, having witnessed Fan Jianzhong's betrayal once before, how could he ever trust him again? Last time, his misplaced faith had nearly cost him those he cared for. And he would not make this same mistake again. Fan Jianzhong, you shall not leave today. Do you truly believe that after all you have done to me, I would be foolish enough to let you go? Since you have spoken the truth, I shall allow you some time to prepare. Prepare yourself to meet your end. Lin Fei seethed, his disdain for such fickle-hearted and cold-blooded individuals evident. Lin Fei, you truly intend to kill me? Fan Jianzhong's eyes turned bloodshot as he realized Lin Fei was not jesting. His face contorted with rage. In response, Lin Fei remained calm, his gaze fixed upon Fan Jianzhong as though he were gazing at a corpse. I warned you. If you dared to play your schemes against me, you would pay the price. How dare you think of abducting those close to me? Lin Fei stepped forward and delivered a kick to Fan Jianzhong's chin, sending him soaring like a ball, twisting in the air before crashing to the ground. His teeth scattered, and blood poured from his mouth like a fountain. Having failed to execute his malicious acquisition, he resorted to abduction and coercion. Did he ever consider the consequences of his actions? Lin Fei advanced and landed another kick to his abdomen, causing Fan Jianzhong to curl up like a worm. Emitting a wretched scream, Lin Fei, I curse you to an untimely death. May all the women around you be violated. Fan Jianzhong gasped, his life force waning, yet he continued to howl defiantly, a classic case of one who does not repent until the very end. Still stubborn, are you? I relish dismantling those who refuse to yield, Lin Fei retorted, delivering a brutal kick to Fan Jianzhong's groin, leaving him writhing in agony, his face a mask of pain and humiliation. Haha, Lin Fei, what does it matter if you kill me? The Tang family has set their sights on Meizhuang. Do you think it can evade them? Meizhuang is destined for a change of ownership. And you think Brother Bao will let you off the hook for killing Bei Hufa? I will find a good spot in hell to wait for you, haha. Fan Jianzhong's sanity unraveled as he laughed maniacally. Having completely given up hope, such futile prattle, you think the Tang family can seize Meizhuang just because your gene society cannot. I have never feared those external forces. Brother Bao may not spare me, but I have no intention of sparing him either. Unfortunately for you, these matters will remain beyond your reach. Lin Fei scoffed. Please, please, I beg you. I implore you. Fan Jianzhong sensed a shift in Lin Fei's tone and frantically groveled for mercy. With a disinterested kick, Lin Fei crushed Fan Jianzhong's neck, rendering him a lifeless heap, akin to a watermelon smashed upon the ground. Lin Fei, I can divulge all the sordid secrets of the Gene Society to you. If only you would spare my life. The Gene Society involves the interests of many, and at times, one must act against their will. You have already slain the Northern Guardian. Should you also take my life? Even if the Gene Society recognizes your strength and wishes to avoid further conflict, it will be exceedingly difficult to achieve, and we shall be locked in a deadly struggle. The Southern Guardian, witnessing this scene, understood that he would be next. He racked his brain to articulate his thoughts. In his desperation to survive, he dared not speak carelessly. Every word was sincere. Noticing Lin Fei's unwavering expression, he hastily added, if you spare me, I will explain to the higher-ups that you killed the Northern Guardian because he attempted to violate your sister, thereby provoking your wrath. I shall do my utmost to plead for you. Do I require your intercession? Moreover, do you believe I would trust your words? Silencing yourself would be prudent. Your survival until now is merely due to your remaining utility. Since I have come, I intend to resolve this matter once and for all. To prevent you from flitting around me like a pesky flea. Lin Fei had thought this through. What exactly do you wish to do? The Southern Guardian asked anxiously. Call your elder brother. I must bring this situation to a close. Lin Fei replied indifferently. Behind him, Su Ning subtly nodded. Today's battle had escalated significantly, and the aftermath was of utmost importance. Su Ning had just been contemplating the specifics of the aftermath, but now he realized he need not overthink for Lin Fei. A seasoned veteran of many legendary missions would certainly have these matters meticulously planned. The Southern Guardian hesitated. He had bungled this affair, and the last person he wished to contact was his elder brother. Furthermore, being coerced into making the phone call would only deepen his brother's negative impression of him. However, seeing Lin Fei's cold demeanor, the Southern Guardian dared not challenge his authority any further, gritting his teeth. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Hello, Brother Bao. The plan has failed. Lao Jiang is dead. Yes, Lin Fei is right in front of me. Hand me the phone. Lin Fei extended his hand and coldly exclaimed. The Southern Guardian trembled in fear, quickly handing over the phone, casting a complex glance at Lin Fei. You are Lin Fei? Brother Bao's voice came through, having heard Lin Fei's words. Indeed, I am Lin Fei. He replied calmly. You have killed my Northern Guardian? Brother Bao's deep voice thundered with anger. Indeed, and Fan Jianzhong, along with the dozens he brought, now lie outside. Lin Fei's gaze was icy as he spoke. So, you intend to make the Gene Society your mortal enemy? Brother Bao said coldly after a moment of silence. Spare me the useless banter. Do you truly believe I am afraid to plead for mercy? Does the Gene Society plan to let me go? Given how the situation has unfolded, our discussions must rely on genuine capability. You must have realized this by now. Lin Fei's tone was dispassionate, yet his gaze was sharper and colder than before. He had never held any fondness for such underworld leaders. Have you fully considered the consequences of opposing the Gene Society? Brother Bao scoffed. That is precisely what I wish to ask you. For those who seek to harm me or those around me, I shall show no mercy. Moreover, you must be contemplating how to annihilate us all. In doing so, you leave me with few options, do you not? Lin Fei's tone shifted abruptly, calm yet tinged with a chilling ruthlessness. Does the Gene Society truly believe that its ruthlessness renders it invulnerable? With so many establishments and companies under your banner, which one is not a weakness? I shall strike them one by one. Can you defend them all? And do you think hiding will ensure your safety? Unless you devise a solution post-haste, I advise you to find 10 experts more formidable than your 2 guardians to guard you daily, and they must be vastly more powerful, otherwise, you shall never know safety. What do you truly wish? After half a minute of silence, Brother Bao suppressed his fury and inquired. First, from this day forth, no one from the Gene Society is to appear in my vicinity or plot against me in any way. Should I discover any further schemes, I will retaliate with unrestrained vengeance, and I will come for you, making you understand the meaning of a living hell. Second, tell me who from the Tang family has instructed you to acquire the Meizhuang. Lin Fei was unperturbed by Brother Bao's potential refusal. This matter must ultimately be resolved. If the other party, like Fan Jianzhong, sought to play tricks or continue the conflict, Lin Fei would not hesitate to exact a severe retaliation against the Jin Society. With his insights, he was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities within the organization. The Jin Society covertly controlled numerous docks, hotels, and entertainment venues, and they could not possibly station experts at every location. Even if they did, Lin Fei would not be concerned. Merely striking any one of those places would yield catastrophic losses, let alone if he targeted all of them. Someone like Brother Bao, a leader of the underworld, would naturally find it intolerable to be threatened in such a manner, yet they too were driven by a fear of death. After all, they were not legitimate businesses with lawful heirs. Should they perish, the entire organization would collapse. They could not be allowed to compromise or retreat, for that would signify insufficient strength. True capability would render them unafraid of compromise. Faced with the prospect of severe losses and the threat to his life, Brother Bao understood well which path to choose. Once again, they played in the shadows. One must be darker than the darkness itself, and Lin Fei was not overly concerned about dealing with such individuals. The silence on the other end of the line stretched longer. Brother Bao had not anticipated matters would escalate to this point. With both the northern and southern guardians dispatched, he believed the situation would be resolved one way or another. The northern guardian was considered one of the top experts in Zhanghai City, yet now he lay dead, and Brother Bao found it difficult to process. Lin Fei's abilities had astonished him beyond measure. He understood that everything occurring here was indeed real. Even if the southern guardian were granted more courage, he would not dare deceive him. This moment, Brother Bao was genuinely conflicted. To negotiate and compromise with Lin Fei would significantly tarnish the Jin Society's reputation if word got out, and he could not afford to lose face in the underworld. Yet, failing to negotiate posed a lethal threat. Once this expert sought revenge, it would be terrifying. The Jin Society was not solely his. Should their business suffer, he too would bear the consequences. Moreover, as Lin Fei remarked, provoking someone of this caliber jeopardized even his own safety. Though he feared not death, he must still weigh gains against losses. I can acquiesce to your demands, but you must also agree to two conditions. First, you are not to deliberately spread news of the recent events. The Jin Society's reputation is paramount. Second, you must not touch Fan Jianzhong's assets. They must remain with the Jin Society. After a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, Brother Bao finally spoke. Chapter 32. All matters resolved. Upon hearing Brother Bao's two conditions, Lin Fei paused momentarily before agreeing. After today's battle, Lin Fei had no desire for publicity. As for Fan Jianzhong's assets, though considerable, Lin Fei felt no moral qualm about taking them, for he had never intended to do so. Leaving them with the Jin Society was certainly not ideal. But if the Jin Society wished to maintain confidentiality, they must clean up the scene themselves. Lin Fei need not worry about attracting the police's attention. The Jin Society had committed numerous misdeeds. From Su Ning's tone on the road, it was evident that they had already drawn the attention of higher authorities. He believed the Jin Society would not endure for long, and their illicit gains would eventually be surrendered to the state. With this in mind, Lin Fei no longer lingered on the matter and conferred with Su Ning before planning to depart. The Southern Guardian, observing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had not dared to breathe too deeply. Fearing it would attract Lin Fei's attention and provoke a change of heart against him, Lin Fei took a step forward, but instead of heading toward the exit, he approached the Southern Guardian. Lin Fei, what do you intend to do? What do you mean, you reached an agreement with Brother Bao? Do you intend to go back on your word? The Southern Guardian's expression shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly grim. He collapsed to the ground. Even Brother Bao had been compelled to compromise with Lin Fei, and his terror of Lin Fei was beyond description. Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Fei brought his foot down upon the Southern Guardian's legs, snapping them with a resounding crack, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. You worthless wretch! How much innocent blood stains your hands? You have the audacity to call yourself an expert. Remember, do not oppose me again, or your demise is assured. Lin Fei stomped down a few more times, the sound of bones breaking echoing as he shattered the Southern Guardian's arms, who let out a pained cry before losing consciousness. Only then did Lin Fei turn away. Before leaving, Lin Fei withdrew the toxin-laden bullet from his pocket and dropped it onto the wound of Fan Jianzhong's son, ensuring he would no longer seek revenge against him. Fan Jianzhong's son was now in a state worse than death. Su Ning felt no sympathy for such a second-generation scion of crime. Lin Fei was ruthless and efficient in his dealings, and he felt this trip had been worthwhile. Having resolved matters here, Lin Fei intended to address the illegal mercenaries associated with the other party, allowing him to focus at as Lin Fei and Su Ning descended from Xiangshan in a concealed room within Zhanghai City. Brother Bao was unleashing his fury upon those around him. Useless. All of you are useless. You took so many people, yet one is dead and another incapacitated, and yet you have accomplished nothing. You have brought shame upon the Jin society. Brother Bao, his head shaved, swept the cups and ashtrays off the table in a fit of rage, his demeanor furious beyond measure. Brother Bao, shall we simply let this slide, the foremost of the four guardians? The Eastern Guardian questioned with a hint of reluctance. What do you mean by forget it? If we truly let this go, then we might as well pack our things and leave, the leopard brother shouted vehemently. This time, the Jin society had suffered grievously, with numerous casualties, and as the leader, he had been directly threatened. How could he possibly swallow such indignation? Didn't Lin Fei inquire about who from the Tang family was involved? Let their people deal with him. When the time comes for us to reap the benefits, it will be our moment for vengeance. The leopard brother's eyes glinted with a sinister light. Lin Fei, you dare to threaten me and slay the elite of the Jin society? I will ensure you are torn limb from limb and fed to the fish. He gritted his teeth. What are you still standing there for? Go inform everyone below that until the Tang family takes action, no one is permitted to approach Lin Fei or Meizhuan. If anyone dares to jeopardize this, I want their head. Useless, useless. If you could defeat him, would I need to endure this humiliation? The leopard brother hurled his cigarette at the Eastern Guardian. Yes, leopard brother, we will do so immediately. The Eastern and Western Guardians replied. Gritting their teeth, they could only imagine the caliber of Lin Fei's skills to have effortlessly defeated the two major guardians of the South and North, lacking confidence in overcoming Lin Fei. They resorted to the cunning schemes of the leopard brother to eliminate him. After Lin Fei and Su Ning returned to the city, they chose to part ways rather than leave together. Having witnessed the true nature of the Jin society, Su Ning was deeply concerned for the safety of Lin Fei's sister, Lin Qing. Thus, he hurried back to the hospital, both to protect Lin Qing until higher orders arrived and to teach Yang Hu some martial skills, ensuring Yang Hu's swift advancement. As for Lin Fei, upon discovering the astonishing truth that the Tang family was behind everything, he felt compelled to rush back to the company to inform Chen Wanrong, lest she be caught off guard and allow the Tang family to exploit her vulnerability. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Fei headed straight to Chen Wanrong's office. Knock, 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 he called while tapping on the door. President Chen, who is it? Came a somewhat languid voice from behind the door, only to be followed by a sudden realization. Lin Fei, don't come in yet. Her voice betrayed an unmistakable panic, indicating she was reluctant for Lin Fei to enter. However, it was too late. As soon as she spoke, Lin Fei had already pushed the office door open and stepped inside, still preoccupied with thoughts of the Jin society and the Tang family. Lin Fei was somewhat absent-minded, and having accustomed himself to entering Chen Wanrong's office this way, he did so without hesitation. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Chen Wanrong, and he was momentarily stunned. The typically poised and elegant Chen Wanrong had undone her uniform buttons. Her white blouse clung to her skin, damp from perspiration, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Lin Fei found himself captivated by the striking curve of her neckline, his eyes widening in disbelief as he involuntarily swallowed hard. He had not anticipated that Chen Wanrong possessed such an alluring physique. Her beauty held an irresistible allure for him. Didn't I tell you not to come in? Chen Wanrong was equally taken aback by the sight before her. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly fumbled to rebutton her blouse, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. President Chen, I'm sorry. Rest assured. I want to say a word to Tang Shui about this. I understand your concerns. Let us just pretend this never happened. It's all my fault. I had no idea you were. Lin Fei stammered, unsure how to articulate the situation, wondering if he should say she was playing in the rain or had somehow gotten wet in the office. Lin Fei, please don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Chen Wanrong's beautiful face was a vivid crimson. The air conditioning in the office is broken, and the workers won't be able to fix it for a while. The temperature is quite high, but I can't abandon my work. Her heart raced in embarrassment. She had never exposed herself so openly in front of Lin Fei, or any man for that matter. Typically, only her secretary, Tang Shui, and Lin Fei would enter her office, and since both were busy, she assumed Lin Fei wouldn't return so soon. Little did she know that she would be caught in such a compromising situation while trying to cool down from the heat. "How did you fare with the situation?" she inquired, attempting to maintain a semblance of normalcy after fastening her buttons. "I know this matter is challenging, and if you need more time, just let me know." Lin Fei smiled lightly. "There's no need to worry about the Gene Society for now. Their people shouldn't appear in our sights for a while." "Really? You resolved the situation so quickly?" Chen Wanrong's mouth fell open in surprise, her expression a mix of astonishment and delight. She found it hard to believe, although she was aware of Lin Fei's exceptional abilities. The Gene Society's willingness to resort to kidnapping indicated their determination to seize Meizhuang. She had prepared herself for a prolonged struggle. "Lin Fei, this is so unexpected. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. How did you manage it?" Chen Wanrong rose, her voice raised in curiosity. "Just a little commotion, President. As long as the Gene Society doesn't disturb us, let us not bring this up again to avoid further complications." Lin Fei replied with a faint smile. He preferred not to burden Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui with the details of the fierce battle at the Xiangshan mansion. Wishing to spare them any unnecessary worry, "President Chen, I've uncovered some information regarding the cautious acquisition of Meizhuang. There are deeper implications at play. You should be prepared. The Gene Society is merely acting on behalf of the Tang family in this matter. The true culprits behind the attempt to seize Meizhuang are the Tang family." He hastened to convey the critical information to prevent further inquiries from Chen Wanrong. Once Chen Wanrong regained her composure, she noticed a change in Lin Fei from the time he had left. Her intuition, always sharp, detected a faint scent of blood on him. Chen Wanrong, possessing a high level of intelligence and experience, felt a tremor of realization. She could surmise that something significant had transpired during Lin Fei's absence. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to keep this matter buried deep within her heart, ensuring that she would not bring it up again, nor would she allow Tang Shui to inquire further. Having experienced the aftermath of the kidnapping incident, Tang Shui had matured in her perspective on the world, and Chen Wanrong was confident in her ability to persuade her. Suddenly, Chen Wanrong's thoughts were consumed by Lin Fei's words. The Tang family was behind it all. Her gaze darkened with a mix of sorrow and fury. She knew all too well how heartbroken Tang Shui would be if she discovered this truth. Chapter 33. The Tang family. The individual from the Tang family orchestrating the Gene Society's acquisition of Meizhuang was a certain Tangling. "President Chen, the Tang family is a large clan. What is Tangling's standing within the family?" Lin Fei inquired lightly. "The Tang family is one of the prominent families in Zhanghai City, and Lin Fei had some knowledge of them even before enlisting. Initially, when he learned that Tang Shui was a member of the Tang family, he found it hard to believe, as he associated the Tang family with opulent mansions and luxury vehicles like Rolls-Royces. The Tang family owned properties in major cities and exclusive resorts worldwide, complete with luxurious yachts and private jets, making international travel incredibly convenient. Although both Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong were wealthy, they seemed to pale in comparison to the other members of the Tang family. Upon hearing the name Tangling, Chen Wanrong's expression shifted to one of weary resignation. The Tang family had numerous members. Just among Tang Shui's father's generation, there were 6 siblings, each with numerous children of their own. Tangling was the son of the current patriarch, Tang Hua, who had 4 children, 3 daughters and only 1 son. Tangling. Given the Tang family's preference for sons, it was easy to imagine the level of favor Tangling enjoyed within the family. If it were anyone else, it might be manageable. But with Tangling, we must brace ourselves for what's to come, Chen Wanrong said with a bitter tone. Regardless, Meizhuang is the last vestige left to Tang Shui from her father, a testament to his love for her. Even if it costs us our lives, I will not allow anyone to take Meizhuang away, no matter who it is. Meizhuang belongs solely to Tang Shui. Her voice was resolute, embodying a fierce determination. As an orphan, she had relied on the support of Tang Shui's father since childhood. Without it, she might have perished from hunger long ago. Tang Shui's father had sponsored her education all the way to her doctorate, and it was clear he had not misjudged her intellect, as she had achieved her degree at a younger age than her peers, having failed to safeguard the other assets left by Tang Shui's father. Chen Wanrong already felt a profound sense of guilt. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not allow Tang Shui to lose even the last vestige of beauty. Lin Fei, if you can assist me in successfully preserving this beauty, I would be willing to forego the repayment of the 3 million. Not only that, but you would also become my greatest benefactor for life. At that moment, no matter what requests you might have, I shall strive to fulfill them. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wanrong raised her head, her gaze earnest as she regarded Lin Fei. His remarkable skills signified courage, while his unique insights into design demonstrated wisdom. His recent endeavors in sales, rescuing both himself and Tang Shui from abduction, as well as addressing the encroachments of the Jin society, further illustrated his strategic acumen. A person endowed with bravery, wisdom, and strategy is invaluable. Without Lin Fei by her side, Chen Wanrong felt utterly devoid of confidence, especially given her acute awareness of the Tang family's formidable power. Although the Jin society was indeed formidable, it was, at its core, merely a gang that relied on underhanded tactics. The Tang family, however, wielded immense influence in Zhanghai City and had access to a plethora of resources. It was no wonder that Chen Wanrong felt such a sense of powerlessness. President Chen, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback by Chen Wanrong's words. It was the first time he had witnessed her so serious and solemn. As he stood there, his gaze instinctively dropped, and he found himself startled once more. It turned out that Chen Wanrong had hurriedly misbuttoned her uniform collar, allowing Lin Fei to catch a clear glimpse of the situation beneath. The temperature in the office was high, and her inner shirt was still damp, revealing the alluring contours of her figure. The subtle hint of her fair skin possessed an undeniable allure. Noticing Lin Fei's sudden change in breathing, Chen Wanrong was taken aback, wondering what had caused it. Following Lin Fei's gaze downward, she realized her blunder in fastening her buttons. She was acutely aware of the effect her physique had on men, having understood its allure long ago. As Lin Fei's superior, and with her growing regard for him, she dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly corrected her mistake, feeling a mix of annoyance towards Lin Fei for not averting his gaze. However, she also experienced an inexplicable flutter in her heart at his rapt attention, which only added to her fluster. President Chen, that 3 million is a loan from you, and I assure you I will repay it. As for the fate of the beauty, do not worry too much. I will always be a part of it. Should anyone wish to usurp it, they will certainly have to gain my consent first. If you require my assistance in any matter, please do not hesitate to command me. Lin Fei, sensing the unique blend of annoyance and allure emanating from Chen Wanrong, deliberately cleared his throat and replied, As for my sister, President Chen need not worry. I have already secured someone to look after her, and I can arrange to spend more time at the company from now on. Lin Fei briefly outlined his arrangement with Yang Hu. A significant concern for Chen Wanrong was Lin Qing, whose serious illness weighed heavily on her mind. She feared that if she monopolized Lin Fei's time or dragged him into her troubles, it would only exacerbate her concerns. However, upon hearing Lin Fei's assurance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. This reassurance stemmed from the morning when Lin Fei had trained the security personnel at the security department. After lunch, Chen Wanrong, feeling a surge of curiosity about Lin Fei's training results, invited Tang Shui to accompany her to the security department. Even without knowledge of martial arts, she could discern the effectiveness of the formations the security personnel practiced and was thoroughly impressed with Lin Fei's guidance. Tang Shui, brimming with excitement, couldn't help but exclaim about Lin Fei's handsomeness, clearly admiring his capabilities. With Lin Fei now personally overseeing the care of his sister and guiding the security personnel, Chen Wanrong was confident that he would soon cultivate a formidable ally. President Chen, what exactly is wrong with the air conditioning? Lin Fei noted that he had achieved his objective in speaking with Chen Wanrong. Observing that she had more work to accomplish, he prepared to take his leave. Before exiting, he glanced at the air conditioning unit. The malfunction had occurred suddenly. Company workers had already attempted repairs without success. Now, Chen Wanrong could only await the arrival of professional technicians. After listening to her explanation, Lin Fei pondered for a moment before approaching the air conditioning system to inspect a few external panels. Chen Wanrong did not see what he was doing, but suddenly felt a rush of cool air. The air conditioning had resumed function. Lin Fei, you can fix air conditioners. Chen Wanrong was incredulous, unable to believe that a novice could repair the unit with a few taps. Lin Fei briefly explained that he had learned some machinery skills during his time in the military, where he had dealt with more complex high-tech weapon systems. Compared to those, air conditioning units were relatively simple. He quickly identified that a few wires beneath Chen Wanrong's air conditioning control panel had come loose. However, given the high-end nature of her office and equipment, the control panel had backup wiring. He merely needed to reconnect the wires. Should further issues arise, the workers could replace the entire panel later. After leaving Qin Wanrong's office, Lin Fei returned to the design department, where he discovered Tang Shui deeply engrossed in her design work, headphones on, listening to music while occasionally biting her pen and tugging at her hair in frustration. This was the arduous journey every designer must traverse. Crafting a complete design product is no simple feat, fortunately. Tang Shui displayed remarkable talent. Lin Fei stole a glance from behind and noticed that she had found a general direction, making a promising start. Judging by the initial sketches of her new product line, Lin Fei sensed a vibrant, youthful energy that was unmistakably infused with her unique personality. Once Tang Shui was fully immersed in her work, Lin Fei found himself with little to do regarding Qin. He quietly left the design department and dedicated the afternoon to the security department. The security aspect remained paramount during this period. The various departments of the beauty company were rapidly developing, perhaps due to the fact that the highest-ranking leader, Qin Wanrong, was a woman. The security personnel had not been given the attention they warranted, resulting in the company's security measures lagging behind. Given the recent events, Lin Fei could no longer afford to neglect this area. He resolved to promote the beauty company's independence and autonomy from all angles. At the very least, he aimed to establish a fundamental principle: employees should not have to worry about their safety while at work, thereby eliminating any atmosphere of fear. To achieve this, Lin Fei dedicated considerable time to training the security personnel, even instituting internal competitions with rewards and other policy changes. He intended to invite all employees to witness these changes, fostering a sense of commitment towards the security department. Once this idea took shape, Lin Fei promptly called Qin Wanrong to seek her approval. She not only readily agreed, but also entrusted Lin Fei with full responsibility for the security department. Although this was not a promotion, it significantly elevated Lin Fei's standing within the company, greatly benefiting his career. "Handsome," Wanrong said, "we're going to a party tonight. You have to come with us. I wouldn't dare to go out without you." As soon as the workday ended, Tang Shui rushed over to Lin Fei, who was waiting to take them home, brimming with excitement. "President Qin, I forgot to mention at noon that there's a friend of mine celebrating her birthday tonight. She's hosting a banquet, and I hope you can join us if you have the time. Tang Shui and I would really like you to come." Qin Wanrong chimed in after settling into the back seat. "Of course, I have time and will be there punctually," Lin Fei replied with a light chuckle. The matter concerning the illegal mercenaries was still pending, but with Yang Hu looking after his sister, he could spare the time. "Wanrong, see, I told you the handsome guy wouldn't let us venture out alone, and he's definitely coming," Tang Shui exclaimed triumphantly. "Handsome, I know you've handled the Jean Society's attempt to acquire our beauty company. Wanrong even said I shouldn't mention it again, but I have a general idea of how you managed it," Tang Shui expressed, summarizing her prior conversation with Qin Wanrong. "Handsome, I promise not to bring it up again if you don't want me to. But I'm fully supportive of you," she added, leaning forward to wink at Lin Fei. "Also, about what I mentioned before, if you accomplish it, then, well, you know the rest," Tang Shui whispered in Lin Fei's ear, her cheeks flushing as she leaned back. Qin Wanrong, too, felt her face warm slightly. Although Tang Shui's voice was soft, she had heard her words and felt utterly helpless regarding Tang Shui's antics. Yet witnessing the interaction between Tang Shui and Lin Fei stirred memories of the awkward moment in the office earlier, causing her cheeks to redden further. "Lin Fei, the banquet starts at 8 tonight. If you don't have a car, it might be inconvenient to get there. How about this? Let us first visit your sister in the hospital, then head to our place to change clothes before setting off together." As the car pulled away, Qin Wanrong pondered for a moment before making arrangements, to which Lin Fei naturally had no objections. It would undoubtedly lift the spirits of his younger sister, Lin Qing, who had been alone in the hospital for an extended period, to have her two female friends, Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui, visit her. It would greatly benefit her recovery as well. Speaking of which, it had indeed been a while since they last visited those children. They had been so busy that it felt as though time had slipped through their fingers. Qin Wanrong lamented, being an orphan herself. She understood all too well that the children Lin Fei had taken in faced considerable hardships. Yet, with so many responsibilities on her plate, she wished fervently for the ability to clone herself. "Qin, Those children are remarkably resilient. They can take care of themselves, Lin Fei reassured her with a smile. Although he too lacked the time to visit them daily, he never failed to provide for their living expenses. Furthermore, he had begun teaching a few of them self-defense skills long ago. Despite their young age, they could certainly protect themselves. If anyone were to target them, they would soon realize it was a grave mistake. They're still so young. Even if they can look after themselves, it's not enough, Qin Wanrong murmured. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll send my secretary to assess what they need, and then we can arrange for a few vehicles to deliver everything to them. Hey, have those kids started school yet? Tang Shui interjected, her fondness for the children evident. Having experienced so much herself, she understood how difficult it was to be homeless and without parents. Thinking about those children now stirred a deep sense of compassion within her. Their upbringing is quite different from that of other children. I had arranged for the older ones to attend school, but they returned after just 2 days. I suppose I could have done better. Lin Fei sighed. Since returning from his military service, his mind had often been occupied with his sister's grave illness, and now he realized there were still many matters left unresolved. Don't be so hard on yourself. Handsome, if you're not doing well, who else could claim to be succeeding? You're not truly heartbroken, are you? Should I ask Wanrong to drive while I give you a comforting hug? Tang Shui quickly offered her earnest consolation. Qin Wanrong felt her forehead swell with concern once more. Lin Fei, it's impossible to address every issue at once. While others are only concerned with their own affairs, you manage to ensure that so many unfortunate children are well cared for. You've already done remarkably well. You remind me of Uncle Tang. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know where I would be now, Tang Shui remarked. You're right, you needn't feel guilty. What you're doing is truly great, and those children will undoubtedly recognize the significance of your efforts, Qin Wanrong spoke with deep emotion. Tang Shui was on the verge of tears. Wanrong, why don't we hire a few dedicated teachers for those kids? They could focus on teaching them well, and once our business flourishes, we can buy them a spacious house. Moreover, we could establish a foundation to help even more unfortunate children. Tang Shui's excitement grew as she spoke. Very well, whatever you suggest, we shall do. Qin Wanrong nodded sympathetically. Although she maintained a calm exterior, her heart brimmed with joy. She never anticipated that Tang Shui would begin to consider others at such a young age and think long-term. Just a month ago, she had been a girl who only knew how to compete with her peers and seek amusement, while Qin Wanrong would never blame her. Managing the business while worrying for Tang Shui had indeed been exhausting at times. However, now Tang Shui could come to work every day and had taken a significant step in her career by independently designing and selling her work to peers. This transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Lost in thought, Qin Wanrong felt a warmth in her eyes, nearly moved to tears. Lin Fei, after everything that has happened, I want to sincerely thank you. Both Tang Shui and I are truly grateful. She gazed at Lin Fei ahead of her, speaking from the depths of her heart. She was acutely aware that Tang Shui's significant change was largely due to Lin Fei's influence, reflecting on all that Lin Fei had done for her. Tang Shui and the business, her gratitude was heartfelt and genuine. Qin, my actions are merely my obligations. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who should thank you. Without your generous loan of 3 million, my sister might not be alive today. Even if just for this kindness, I will never allow anyone to harm you, whether it be the Jin Society or the Tang family. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first step over my dead body. Lin Fei replied calmly. His heart warmed at Qin Wanrong's sincerity, a feeling markedly different from the brutality he had experienced on the battlefield. Since the passing of his parents, he had not felt such warmth in a long time. Lin Fei, you speak too gravely, Qin Wanrong chuckled lightly. Though still moved, Lin Fei's courage, wisdom, and gratitude were indeed rare qualities. Qin Wanrong was no longer a recent graduate. She had encountered many capable individuals, yet few had earned her trust and admiration. Upon reflection, she realized that trust was likely at the core of her feelings. She trusted Lin Fei, but conversely, this trust was something he had earned through his actions. Indeed, handsome, you can't perish if you were to die. Wanrong and I would likely follow suit shortly after. We have an entire family watching us with ill intent, Tang Shui exclaimed, her lovely face flushed with indignation. She had learned of the Jin Society's plans to acquire the business and realized that the Tang family was behind the scheme. Qin Wanrong had been right. It was indeed disheartening. This sense of betrayal had settled deep within her when the Tang family had seized what was rightfully hers, but now they sought to take her last asset, leaving her feeling even more despondent. If the Tang family wishes for war, then we shall fight. With you as my support, I fear them not, Tang Shui declared defiantly. By the way, handsome, if you help me defeat the Tang family, I might just agree to your proposal of offering myself in return, she teased, winking playfully at Lin Fei, and, while Qin Wanrong wasn't looking, she subtly showcased her well-endowed figure. Lin Fei felt a jolt of surprise. Goodness, this girl was becoming bolder by the day. Deep down, he quickly regained his composure. Earlier, he had mentioned his sister's medical expenses, but with his skills, how could he truly lack for money? He would never allow his sister to die before his eyes. And indeed, he had been at his wits' end at that time. Had it not been for Qin Wanrong's generous assistance, Lin Fei would have resorted to less than savory means to earn enough for his sister's surgery. However, this did not imply he would engage in heinous acts or harm innocent people. In fact, with his level of skill, there were numerous legitimate ways to earn money. For instance, Lin Fei was aware of underground fighting events in Zhanghai City where he could earn money using his abilities. There were also upscale venues catering to the wealthy where, provided one had genuine talent, earning millions was not out of reach. Nevertheless, as a former member of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, Lin Fei could not engage in activities that would tarnish the honor of the unit, which was renowned in the international special forces community, with many accolades earned through the sacrifices of his comrades. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not wish to stain that legacy. Moreover, having returned to the metropolis, Lin Fei was no longer inclined to engage in violent endeavors. Yet, as fate would have it, trouble had found him once more, first with the Jin Society and now with the Tang family. As the Lexus GS approached the hospital, Qin Wanrong instructed Lin Fei to pull over. She and Tang Shui alighted and first purchased some fruit, followed by a grand bouquet of vibrant red flowers. Tang Shui, being more attuned to the preferences of young girls, then visited a nearby bookstore to buy several popular novels and essays, along with 2 expensive handheld gaming consoles. All of these were intended as gifts for Lin Qing. After which the two returned to the car. Qin Shui, you are far too kind. Lin Fei chuckled lightly. He had not expected Qin Wanrong, a woman of such meticulous thought, to consider every detail so thoroughly, especially given her role as the president of a company managing hundreds of employees. It's not kindness, it's simply a lack of courtesy. We didn't bring anything for Lin Qing last time, Qin Wanrong replied, slightly embarrassed. Tang Shui reflected that they had indeed gone empty-handed last time, feeling somewhat awkward about it. Chapter 35. 2 sisters-in-law. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui hurriedly presented their gifts to Lin Qing. Thank you, sisters-in-law, Lin Qing exclaimed, clearly surprised, her delight evident as she clutched the flowers from Qin Wanrong and the gaming console from Tang Shui. The joy radiating from her face was unmistakable, even drawing the attention of the nurse nearby. There's only one brother, but 2 sisters-in-law. The young nurse regarded Lin Fei with newfound admiration. What are you babbling about, little girl? Qin is our benefactor. Have you forgotten where your medical expenses come from? Lin Fei affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing her playfully. I think Lin Qing makes a valid point. Su Ning chuckled heartily, unfazed. He was well aware of Lin Fei's capabilities. It was only natural for such a man to attract admiration from multiple beautiful women. My dear friend, I share your sentiments. Yang Hu, of course, felt no discontent, for the remarks made by his sister-in-law were whispered to Lin Qing after he observed Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui making their entrance. He believed that these 2 stunning beauties were a perfect match for his elder brother. It would be unseemly to perpetually refer to him as a bachelor. Moreover, this lad harbored ulterior motives, hoping that by ingratiating himself with Lin Fei, he might elicit an invitation to learn some martial arts from him. Although Su Ning was formidable in his own right, Lin Fei was reputed to be even more skilled. After growing close to Su Ning, he had gleaned many intriguing tales about Lin Fei's past, which only deepened his admiration. Nearby, the young nurse observed the peculiar dynamics among the group, initially expecting Su Ning and Yang Hu to offer some words of counsel as friends. Instead, they seemed to exacerbate the situation, proving themselves to be quite eccentric. I am a single and delightful young woman. How could you address me as sister-in-law? Tang Shui protested, her cheeks flushed as she fidgeted. Well, I am of the same age as you. If I were truly to become your sister-in-law, would you mind? She added, her intentions innocent yet mischievous. Qin Wanrong, equally blushing, chimed in, Xiaoqing, Tang Shui and I are merely friends with your brother. Understanding the need to shift the conversation, Lin Qing tactfully redirected the topic, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity, darting between Lin Fei, Tang Shui, and Qin Wanrong. The clever little girl instinctively sensed that her brother's relationship with these two enchanting women was far more complex than mere colleagues or friends. Having come to visit Lin Qing, Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui seated themselves beside her hospital bed for a brief chat. Given their similar ages, Tang Shui found herself engaging Lin Qing the most, even taking a moment to teach her how to operate a handheld gaming console. While Qin Wanrong spoke little, her gentle gaze remained fixed on Tang Shui and Lin Qing. Time was of the essence. And with the need to return home to freshen up, they eventually had to part ways. Before leaving, Su Ning pulled Lin Fei aside and whispered, "Brother Lin, the higher-ups have conveyed their approval for you to join me as a temporary advisor for this operation. I've learned that the mercenaries may take action tonight. I will scout ahead to gather more information, and once I have sufficient details, we will strike decisively to eliminate them. As for Xiaoqing's health, do not worry excessively. I have discreetly tended to her several times and will contact my family to devise a plan to ensure her safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. The capabilities of ancient martial artists in healing were indeed astonishing. He was acutely aware of his sister's condition. Even if a doctor were to perform surgery, the residual effects on her health would be challenging to eradicate. After all, recovering from a severe illness does not equate to a complete restoration of one's health. Even if a doctor were to successfully treat Lin Qing, her lifespan would still likely be significantly shorter than others. However, if Su Ning truly possessed a solution, his worries would be alleviated. "Be cautious, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to call me," Lin Fei instructed quietly before departing, since Su Ning had acknowledged him as an elder brother. Lin Fei was concerned for his safety, irrespective of the matter regarding his sister's health. Though Su Ning was skilled, his near brush with death had made it clear that the adversaries were formidable. Lin Fei then drove Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui back to their residence. "Lin Fei, I see you've brought a change of clothes. Go wash up and change. You're welcome to use the bathroom on the first floor. As long as you avoid the second floor, you should find it quite convenient," Qin Wanrong invited as they arrived. "Thank you, Miss Qin," Lin Fei replied, taking the bag of clean clothes and following her inside. Despite walking purposefully, his gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. The safety of Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui in their apartment was also a matter of concern for him. However, he did not observe any suspicious individuals nearby. While the Jin Society might not tolerate the situation for long, he felt assured that there was no immediate danger. "Hey handsome, I'm going upstairs to take a shower and change into my favorite gown. So you better not come up to spy on me," Tang Shui declared playfully as she flung her handbag onto the sofa and dashed up the stairs. "Lin Fei, I plan to eat at the banquet instead. Tang Shui has been insisting on dieting these past few days, so I doubt she will indulge much. If you're hungry, there are some snacks in the fridge. Feel free to help yourself," Qin Wanrong advised thoughtfully before ascending the stairs. Lin Fei was taken aback. Did Tang Shui truly need to diet with her slender figure? It seemed she held herself to exceptionally high standards. Having shared several intimate moments with Tang Shui, Lin Fei knew well that her physique was perfectly proportioned, youthful and flat-stomached, with long legs that accentuated her beauty. Still, he responded politely, "Understood, Miss Qin." At that moment, Qin Wanrong had already begun her ascent. Clad in a form-fitting professional dress, her mature figure boasted curves that surpassed Tang Shui's by a size. Lin Fei's gaze lingered until she reached the top of the stairs. "Lin Fei," Qin Wanrong sighed, catching his lingering gaze. He quickly retreated to the bathroom, shedding his clothes and donning a pair of loose shorts before showering. After changing, he settled onto the sofa. Just moments later, a pair of delicate hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. To his surprise, the owner of the hands playfully instructed, "No peeking, no thinking, hurry up, Xiao Shui, you." Lin Fei recognized the mischievous spirit of Tang Shui without needing to hear her voice. "Xiao Shui, are you here to surprise me?" he asked, exasperated, as he reached back and inadvertently grasped Tang Shui's soft chest, rendering him speechless. The elasticity of her figure was astonishing, even through her clothing. Lin Fei could feel the warmth beneath his hand. Tang Shui, her skin flushed with embarrassment, kept her eyes closed, allowing him to explore for a moment before suddenly jumping back, her face burning as she covered it with her hands. I hurriedly showered and put on my evening gown to fulfill our agreement. Were you not moved? She teased, a mix of shyness and defiance evident in her demeanor. Just imagine if Wanrong saw us. How would you explain that? She continued, playfully challenging him despite her own embarrassment. Xiao Shui, we agreed that I would handle the Jean Society business first, and then, Lin Fei stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. You promised, but not necessarily for today. Tang Shui retorted, her cheeks ablaze like molten lava. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Lin Fei pressed, refusing to let the matter go. You're the one playing tricks. I always keep my word. She shot back, puffing up defiantly. Then fulfill your promise now. Lin Fei laughed, admiring the sight before him. Tang Shui had transformed into an exquisite vision in her elegant purple evening gown, exuding an air of grace and beauty that left him utterly captivated. I'll tell Wanrong what you just did, she teased, feigning distress. All right, but no more tricks next time, Lin Fei countered, though he was wary of letting her disclose anything to Qin Wanrong, fearing her wrath. Soon after, Qin Wanrong joined them, adorned in a stunning deep blue evening gown that radiated elegance and subtle luxury, perfectly complementing Tang Shui's beauty. The trio then departed, with Lin Fei driving them directly to the grand hotel hosting the banquet. The friend celebrating her birthday was a well-connected woman in her 30s, married with children, and she had reserved the city's most renowned estate-style hotel for her celebration. Are you certain you belong in such a high-end venue? Tang Shui, did you truly receive an invitation? I would advise you to leave before you embarrass yourself, Lin Fei quipped as they approached the hotel entrance. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. How presumptuous. The woman's tone dripped with arrogance and disdain, compelling Lin Fei to turn and inquire. To his surprise, it was Xin Fei, the wealthy girl who had previously tried to compete with Tang Shui. This time, her hair was devoid of its previous eccentricity, possibly a reaction to Tang Shui's earlier remarks. She had also shed her former companion, Wu Da, and now stood beside a handsome, slightly roguish gentleman. He surveyed Tang Shui with his shifty eyes, glancing at her continuously while making exaggerated swallowing gestures, which only served to provoke a wave of disgust and aversion from her. What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before. Go home and look at your mother. Tang Shui was not one to swallow her anger. With a swift lift of her eyelids, she retorted angrily. Tang Shui, you have quite the temper. I like it. The boy chuckled self-importantly, appearing accustomed to various situations, and then abandoned Xin Fei to stride towards the entrance of the manor alone. He walked a considerable distance and was nearing the entrance. He was suddenly struck sharply in the back of the knee by a stone, sending a searing pain coursing through him, causing him to cry out and buckle, collapsing into a puddle of murky water. Who did that? He exclaimed, scrambling to his feet in a flustered state, glaring around furiously, yet finding no one nearby except for Xin Fei and Tang Shui behind him. Could it have been that young man who had come with Tang Shui? He had been watching him coldly just moments before. After suspecting for a while, he reluctantly made his way into the manor, reasoning that the distance was too great and it was late at night. No matter how skilled that boy was, he couldn't possibly hit him from so far away. He dismissed it as a mere dog bite. Behind him, Tang Shui couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of his misfortune. She secretly winked at Lin Fei, convinced that he was the one responsible for the boy's predicament, though she had no idea how he had managed it. I say, Tang Shui, are you really not going to leave? I don't believe you can actually show me that invitation. Aren't you just here to mooch off the food and drink? Xin Fei taunted, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. You re the one here to mooch. Open your eyes and see clearly. If you can't read, just say so. I can read it out loud for you. Tang Shui, already irked by Xin Fei's immediate targeting of her, pulled out the invitation from her bag, barely restraining herself from throwing it at Xin Fei's face. Upon realizing that Tang Shui indeed had an invitation, Xin Fei's face turned pale, and with malicious intent. She asked, Tang Shui, I heard that your beauty salon has caught the attention of the Jean Society. After suffering a setback at Tang Shui's home last time, she had not only dumped Wu Da, but also harbored resentment towards Tang Shui. Now that she had the chance to encounter Tang Shui again, she was determined to vent her frustrations. What Jean Society? I don't understand what you're talking about. Tang Shui feigned ignorance, having promised Lin Fei and Qin Wanrong not to mention the Jean Society, so she would not elaborate further to Xin Fei. Keep pretending, go ahead. No one targeted by the Jean Society has ever escaped unscathed. Just wait until you find yourself on the streets, and then we'll see how you beg me for help. Shinfei said coldly, her face radiating schadenfreude. Beg you? Shinfei, I once thought you were cool, but now I see you're nothing but a joke. Tang Shui couldn't help but retort with a cold laugh. The matter with the Jin Society was already resolved. It was one thing for Shinfei to be unaware, but to come here and embarrass herself was utterly ridiculous, akin to a clown. All right, just you wait. Shinfei seethed with fury. Her eyes darted to Lin Fei beside Tang Shui, and suddenly a gleam of realization lit up her face. Tang Shui, you have an invitation, but your driver probably doesn't. Just wait. I'll inform the guards at the entrance. A grand event like this, he thinks he can get in without an invitation. He'll be left outside to drink the northwestern wind. Woman, know when to stop. Don't go too far and end up humiliating yourself, Lin Fei said, furrowing his brow. He had initially refrained from speaking, considering she was a woman. But seeing her disregard for Tang Shui and directing her hostility at himself, he felt compelled to intervene. Shut up, you lowly driver. This isn't a place for you to speak, Shinfei retorted scornfully. You think calling someone lowly is appropriate? Don't you feel it's gone too far? Lin Fei replied, anger simmering within him. I'm talking about you. What can you do? Want to hit me? Go ahead and see if I don't spend a little money to ensure you never rise again. I am not just talking about you. I'm also talking about Tang Shui. What's wrong? Are you feeling hurt? Shinfei sneered derisively. You're quick to insult. Did Aunt Flo come to visit? Lin Fei shot back, his expression icy. He never expected a woman could possess such a venomous tongue. You're clearly concerned. The more you care, the more I'll speak. Tang Shui, not only the Jin Society, but the Tang family will surely make things difficult for you, right? You're nothing but the Tang family's discarded daughter. Haha, discarded daughter. It sounds so much like a prostitute, Shinfei laughed mockingly. Head held high, you, a person of such lofty status, must rarely experience the humiliation of being on the floor, but that must be a rather novel feeling for you, and no need to thank me. It's the least I can do, Lin Fei suddenly said, extending his hand to poke her lightly in the abdomen. Shinfei, intending to retaliate, found that Lin Fei had already withdrawn his hand. You lowly driver, what did you do to me? I warn you, if anything happens to me, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Shinfei's expression darkened. Lin Fei was quick and subtle. Shinfei had no idea what he had done, but instinctively sensed something was amiss. A person as lowly as I, how could I dare to do anything to someone as noble as you? Xiao Shui, Qinzong, let us go. If we stay here any longer, I fear I won't be able to leave intact. Lin Fei shrugged and smiled. Qin Wanrong had quietly observed the entire exchange and couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Stop right there, Lin Fei, Tang Shui. You two better not move until we clear this up. None of you are leaving, Shinfei cried, attempting to chase after them. She vaguely felt something was wrong with her body. She wanted to lift her clothes to check, but thought it improper. A voice in her head warned her that if she let Lin Fei go, the consequences would be dire. However, after just a couple of steps, her stomach suddenly gurgled loudly, causing her complexion to change dramatically. Though she was a wealthy girl who never wanted for anything, she recognized the unmistakable signs of an impending stomach upset, and it was urgent. Wait for me, Lin Fei. Tang Shui, Shinfei called out, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. She had never felt so desperate and wished she could eliminate Lin Fei. Wow, handsome. What exactly did you do to that girl? Look how furious she is, Tang Shui asked, her curiosity piqued as she walked alongside Lin Fei, pulling at his arm with wide eyes. Lin Fei whispered a few words in her ear, and her mouth dropped open in astonishment. No way, handsome, you're too wicked, but I like it, haha. She then turned around, pointing and critiquing Shinfei while discreetly sharing Lin Fei's words with Qin Wanrong, who merely smiled in resignation. She cast a slightly reproachful glance at Lin Fei. While Tang Shui was still young and naive, Lin Fei should have known better than to mess around. However, Shinfei was indeed being too excessive tonight. A small lesson wouldn't hurt, lest she truly offend someone dangerous in the future. Qinzong has arrived. The head of the manor's entrance recognized Qin Wanrong and greeted her with a smile upon her arrival. Thank you for your hard work, Li Zong. This is my friend Lin Fei. He came with us, but he doesn't have an invitation. I kindly ask for your leniency, Qin Wanrong responded politely. Oh, please, Qinzong is too courteous. Friends of Qinzong are friends of ours. Lin Fei, right? Please, come in. Enjoy yourselves tonight. Li Zong said graciously. Thank you, Li Zong. Lin Fei expressed his gratitude. Qin Wanrong held a certain status in the upper echelons of Zhanghai City, so it was no surprise that Li Zong showed her respect. However, once inside, Tang Shui discreetly pulled Lin Fei and Qin Wanrong aside, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. This girl had a penchant for drama and was keen on witnessing Xin Fei's humiliation. Xin Fei, in a rather undignified manner, was running towards them while clutching her rear end. The poke Lin Fei gave her had the effect of a powerful and immediate laxative, and if she hadn't been desperately holding it in, she would have already burst forth. As it was, her face was flushed a deep shade of purple, and she seemed on the verge of exploding. With only the hotel nearby possessing restrooms, she couldn't possibly relieve herself on the roadside or in her car, leaving her no choice but to head towards the hotel. Miss, please present your invitation. Li Zong politely stopped her. Xin Fei felt her body, and her face paled again. She couldn't find her invitation. How could this be? She had checked before getting out of the car, and it had been right there with her. My invitation has suddenly gone missing, but believe me, I truly have one. I urgently need to get in. Can you please let me through? Xin Fei pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes, now tasting the bitter flavor of regret. If only she hadn't clashed with Tang Shui tonight, none of this would have happened. I am sorry, but all attendees tonight are dignitaries, and safety is paramount. We must see the invitation before you can enter, Li Zong replied unyieldingly. I'm also a dignitary. My father is the chairman of Zhongheng Group. Xin Fei declared angrily. I'm sorry, miss. Please present your invitation. Li Zong maintained his stance. You, Xin Fei erupted in fury, stamping her foot. Having been holding it in for so long, the delay caused her to lose control. And with a splat, she accidentally soiled herself. A large, yellowish, wet stain became glaringly apparent on her clothing, releasing a foul odor that made Li Zong and his companions instinctively step back, while Xin Fei, overwhelmed, broke down in tears, completely falling apart. Haha, that wretched woman. Let us see if she dares to cross me again. I've got it all recorded. If she tries to make things difficult for me, I'll post the video online. Tang Shui could not help but cover her mouth as she burst into laughter, nearly fainting with delight upon witnessing Xin Fei's public embarrassment. Handsome, this is all you're doing. Not only did you cause her to suffer from an upset stomach, but you also stealthily pilfered her invitation. It seems she has finally learned her lesson. Truly, you are not to be trifled with. As Tang Shui pulled Lin Fei and Qin Wanrong further inside, she could no longer bear the painfully awkward scene outside. Lin Fei refrained from looking back. He preferred not to trouble women. Yet Xin Fei had indeed gone too far, hence his minor reprimand. Chapter 37. A night of dancing. Lin Fei had managed to cause Xin Fei such significant humiliation, leaving Qin Wanrong bemused and amused. However, she could sense that Lin Fei merely intended to teach Xin Fei a lesson, not to view her as an adversary. Although Xin Fei's behavior was excessive, she was still a girl, and Qin Wanrong appreciated Lin Fei's demeanor. By 8 in the evening, most of the social elites of Zhanghai City had arrived, and the Western-style banquet commenced in earnest. The hotel's garden, lobby, and private rooms were bustling with guests, familiar with most of the notable figures. Qin Wanrong raised her glass, greeting them with warm smiles while introducing Tang Shui and Lin Fei. Such grand gatherings were the ideal opportunity for networking, and Qin Wanrong hoped to gradually cultivate Tang Shui's ability to manage the entire beauty industry, making interactions with these elites inevitable. However, Qin Wanrong's decision to introduce herself took Lin Fei by surprise. It was evident that she was genuinely eager to nurture her presence in this field, for which Lin Fei felt grateful. Qin Wanrong shared a close bond with the birthday girl, a well-known figure in their circle, and her accomplishments in the beauty industry were widely recognized. Moreover, having such a stunning beauty by her side would enhance her own standing. After exchanging pleasantries with the birthday girl, Qin Wanrong was requested to stay and accompany her to meet a few distinguished guests. Although Qin Wanrong felt somewhat reluctant, she could not decline. After all, those whom the birthday girl entertained were of considerable status, and familiarizing themselves with them would benefit the future development of the beauty industry. With a sheepish smile, Qin Wanrong turned to Lin Fei, urging him to look after Tang Shui before departing with the birthday girl. Don't worry, handsome, this place is quite safe. Sister Wanrong will be just fine. Aunt Yang is also a wonderful person. Once Qin Wanrong left, Tang Shui felt an exhilarating sense of liberation, bubbling with excitement. Woohoo! Unable to contain herself, she let out a loud whistle and downed her drink in one go. Tonight this young lady intends to drink until she's intoxicated. Handsome, make sure you don't leave my side, lest I get drunk and someone takes advantage of me. Tang Shui seemed entirely unconcerned about the gazes of the surrounding elites as she jumped playfully in front of Lin Fei. Come on, handsome, let us venture into the dance hall and revel in dance. With a flourish, Tang Shui hiked up her skirt, tying it in a playful knot, revealing a glimpse of her long, beautiful legs. Now free to jump without worrying about her attire, her vitality was infectious. She seized a large glass of red wine from a server and, while drinking, pulled Lin Fei toward the music-filled room. Xiao Shui, I'm genuinely worried about you, Lin Fei expressed, concern etched on his face, despite not refusing her invitation. I know that if Wanrong sees you like this later, you'll be finished. Without looking back, Tang Shui replied, I'm not worried about that at all. Lin Fei's anxiety only intensified, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Oh, don't fret. I was just joking. Sister Wanrong won't tease us. If she does, I'll claim it was my desire to dance and drink. She wouldn't blame you. Come on, handsome. Flash me that charming smile. Upon reaching the dance floor, Tang Shui turned to Lin Fei. Winking playfully as she stood very close, her chest nearly pressed against his. The dance floor was alive with youthful energy, and as the music swelled, Tang Shui began to sway her hands and hips gracefully. To Lin Fei's surprise, she was quite the dancer, her vibrant figure radiating youthful exuberance. Fortunately, the dim lighting and the crowd meant that few were paying attention to them. Handsome, don't just stand there like a fool. Move, can you dance? Tang Shui nimbly circled Lin Fei before leaning in close to whisper in his ear. The music was loud, making it hard for Lin Fei to hear, so she clung to his arm and repeated the question. Wow, this girl has made it a habit to cling to my arm, Lin Fei mused, acutely aware of Tang Shui's proximity, his heart racing as he sensed her developing figure. I know a little. He admitted. Dancing was a splendid way to relieve stress after work, and since Tang Shui was simply having fun, Lin Fei decided to join her, moving in rhythm with her. Humph, handsome, you're quite the dancer. You clearly dance better than you let on. With Lin Fei accompanying her, Tang Shui felt even more jubilant, her entire being relaxing as she realized how long it had been since she had felt this joyful. While dancing, she observed Lin Fei's movements and, after a moment, noticed that he danced exceptionally well. His style lacked the coolness and flair of other young dancers, but instead exuded a unique grace reminiscent of a martial artist. Layered with a sense of strength that was oddly captivating, Tang Shui felt her heart race, unknowingly inching closer to Lin Fei. Fresh from a shower, her proximity allowed Lin Fei to distinctly catch her unique, refreshing scent amidst the bustling crowd. Handsome, would you fancy something more exhilarating? Tang Shui suddenly turned her back to Lin Fei, pressing against him as she danced. Startled, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated her boldness, but not to this extent. In the darkness, he felt Tang Shui grasp one of his hands and place it on her back. She then turned her head to wink at him, her cheeks flushed crimson, almost as if they would bleed. Wow, Xiao Shui is being so forward. If I don't respond, I'll hardly be a man, Lin Fei thought, his heart racing. He decided to reciprocate with a gentle squeeze. However, just then, a voice pierced through the music. Lin Fei, how dare you take advantage of President Tang in front of everyone? Let us see how you explain this. Lu Qing, with a fierce grip, pinched Lin Fei's side, clearly displeased. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Fei and Tang Shui dancing so intimately. Their bodies so close, Lu Qing felt a pang of jealousy, her frustration evident as she pinched his side without mercy. Sister Qing, easy now, that hurts, Lin Fei exclaimed, though he bore the pain without a flinch. Unwilling to reveal any vulnerability in front of Lu Qing and Tang Shui, Lu Qing was also a high-ranking figure in the beauty industry, so her presence at the banquet was not surprising. Good evening, Sister Qing. You should keep Lin Fei company for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Tang Shui, having danced closely with Lin Fei, felt utterly embarrassed, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. She had never behaved so daringly before, and Lin Fei's masculine aura left a profound impression on her. With Lu Qing's sudden appearance, her embarrassment intensified to an unbearable degree, and after stammering her words, she quickly dashed from the dance floor. That scoundrel, let us see how Sister Qing deals with you. Lu Qing seethed, her jealousy flaring as she contemplated the audacity of a young, beautiful, and wealthy girl like Tang Shui being so flirtatious with Lin Fei. Although she felt a tinge of happiness for him, the sourness in her heart only grew stronger. Sister Qing, please, that really is a misunderstanding. President Tang is my superior. How could I dare to take advantage of her? Tonight is a rare opportunity for Chen to relax. Let us not disturb her. Lin Fei hastily poured Lu Qing a drink, hoping to ease the tension. If you want me to keep this a secret, you must come back with me. My faucet is broken, and you need to fix it. After downing her drink, Lu Qing's mood lightened considerably. Her cheeks flushed as she fixated on Lin Fei. I am truly astonished by this faucet. Why must it be repaired in the dead of night? Qing Jia is undeniably forthright and passionate. She treats herself so well that I find it nearly impossible to refuse her. However, I must decline. Qing Jia, the banquet has concluded, and I must escort Mr. Tang and Mr. Chen back, Lin Fei said regretfully, genuinely wishing he could attend to the faucet repair at that very moment. Upon noticing the look of disappointment on Lin Fei's face, Lu Qing understood that he harbored feelings for her. Instantly, her anger dissipated. With an elegant gesture, she crossed her long legs and playfully remarked, repairing the faucet in the wee hours adds a delightful touch. After you see Mr. Tang and Mr. Chen home, do come to my place. I will leave the door ajar for you. It is settled. Should you dare to stand me up again, just try it. I would never dream of it. As long as Qing Jie does not mind the hour, Lin Fei swiftly poured Lu Qing another glass of wine. He yearned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with her, especially considering the tumultuous events at the company recently. Lu Qing had also been quite anxious and deserved some comfort. However, he quickly noticed that Tang Shui had emerged from the restroom. After adjusting herself, Tang Shui attempted to approach Lin Fei, but just a few steps into her journey, she was intercepted by a group of young men who forcibly pulled her away, their demeanor decidedly unfriendly. Tang Shui tried to evade them, but was soon surrounded and ultimately dragged out. Lin Fei, we must check this out. It seems Mr. Tang is in trouble, Lu Qing exclaimed, having witnessed the scene and unable to contain her concern. Chapter 38. Tang Shui in danger once outside the ballroom. Tang Shui was relentlessly pulled away, ultimately being thrust into a lavish, extended Bentley parked nearby. This super-luxury vehicle, valued at over 10 million, was dimly lit, with soft music playing. The interior was spacious, adorned with exquisite food and fine wine, resembling an upscale private suite, though its opulence surpassed that of most elite lounges. Inside, two self-important young men awaited, casually reclining and sipping their drinks, exuding an air of leisure. Shen Fei, what do you intend to do? Haven't you learned your lesson tonight? I advise you to refrain from further excesses. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences, Tang Shui warned icily, her countenance frosty as she addressed the young woman before her. This woman was Shen Fei, the instigator of her abduction, accompanied by several affluent young men from Zhanghai City, whom Tang Shui recognized, but with whom she shared little familiarity. Tang Shui, you little vixen. I will ensure that you and your despicable driver pay dearly for your actions. You still hold out hope for him to rescue you. Abandon that thought, even if he knew where you were. There are those who would stop him, Shen Fei hissed, her face trembling with rage at the recollection of previous humiliations. The thought of how she would later clean herself up was unbearable. And she had been tormented for what felt like an eternity, leaving her utterly drained. She could only wish this was a nightmare. Fortunately, not many had witnessed the earlier incident, and hearing Tang Shui's mention of it caused her to breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Fei, release me, or I shall expose your disgraceful actions to everyone. Just imagine how you will hold your head high in Zhanghai City after that, Tang Shui calmly threatened, having discerned the identities of the two men in the Bentley. At that moment, they were watching her with an unsettling calmness, instilling in her an ominous sense of impending doom. One of the young men was Tang Ling, while the other was the wealthy scion who had previously shamelessly ogled Tang Shui at the estate entrance, only to be reprimanded by Lin Fei with a small stone. Now, it seemed he was in league with Tang Ling, hinting at a potentially formidable alliance. The Bentley had even started, leaving Tang Shui to wonder where they intended to take her. Tang Shui, you shall not escape today. In fact, I eagerly anticipate your performance later. Are you afraid? The more frightened you are, the more entertaining your show will be. As for my affairs, dare to speak out and see what happens. You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Any indiscretion will only lead to your further humiliation. Shen Fei sneered, her expression instilling fear in Tang Shui. What do you intend to do? Shen Fei, we are not enemies. Have you forgotten how we once enjoyed ourselves together? Tang Shui pleaded, her face paling as she hoped for a shred of compassion from Shen Fei, although Shen Fei had been excessively cruel earlier. She had not allowed Lin Fei to inflict severe punishment, merely aiming to embarrass her. Tang Shui, do you really think I would spare you? Kneel and beg for my mercy, like a dog, if you refuse to kneel. Fear not, you will eventually do so, once you grasp what we have prepared for you. Tonight, I can do as I please, Shen Fei declared, her face aglow with delight. Shen Fei, you soiled yourself tonight, and now you come to repulse me? Tang Shui retorted angrily, wishing she could slap Shen Fei. Her hope was all but extinguished. What? Shen Fei, you truly had an accident. The young men around Shen Fei recoiled. Even Tangling and the arrogant young man set down their glasses, the image causing them to lose their appetite. Shen Fei's face turned a deep shade of crimson, consumed by rage. Tang Shui, come here and serve my boyfriend well, or I shall strip you bare. She pushed Tang Xue in disbelief. Tang Shui thought she must have misheard. Shen Fei was actually commanding her to serve her new boyfriend. Bring me that glass of wine, Shen Fei suddenly ordered. A young man quickly handed her a glass of red wine. And she coldly smirked at Tang Shui. You little harlot, do you know what delightful concoction is in this glass? Once you drink it, I assure you, you will be indiscriminately throwing yourself at all men, revealing your true colors. Soon, my boyfriend and your cousin will have their way with you in front of everyone. What? Shen Fei, how could you? Tang Shui's complexion paled dramatically as she quickly lunged to spill the wine. Seize her. I want her to drink it all, Shen Fei commanded, hiding the glass behind her back and smirking. After the earlier humiliation, she yearned to destroy Tang Xue to enact her revenge. She had enlisted her boyfriend and Tangling, leading to this night's events. Behind her, two wealthy young men lunged at Tang Shui, their intentions clear as they anticipated the spectacle of her public degradation. Don't come any closer, Tang Shui gasped. Fully aware of her cousin Tangling's ruthless disposition, knowing he would show no mercy, just as the two young men were about to reach her, a sudden noise erupted as the roof of the Bentley was violently torn open. A figure descended from above, leaving no time for anyone to comprehend what was occurring. The two young men were sent flying, crashing against the vehicle with such force that it contorted its shape. They had no chance to scream before they fell unconscious, blood spilling from their mouths. Oh, handsome, you've finally arrived. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Tang Shui could no longer hold back her tears, throwing herself into Lin Fei's embrace. Shui, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you, Lin Fei reassured her, patting her back. Though he held her tightly, his mind was consumed by rage, not frivolous thoughts. Impossible. How could a scoundrel like you catch up to us? Did no one stop you? Shen Fei screeched, horror-stricken by Lin Fei's dramatic entrance. Are you referring to those fools in the Mercedes SUV? They couldn't even get into their car and are currently lying outside the hotel. If you're interested in their company, I can arrange for you to join them shortly, Lin Fei replied menacingly. With a fierce intensity, he unleashed his chilling aura, advancing toward Shen Fei with a loud crash. Shen Fei's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her skirt soaked. She had frightened herself to the point of losing control. Even someone like Fan Jianzhong, who had encountered all manners of bloodshed, would struggle against Lin Fei's presence. How could a sheltered heiress withstand it? This fright would haunt her for a lifetime, rendering her unable to harm others again. Her eyes glazed over, and she repeatedly screamed for him to stay away. As if she had lost her senses, Lin Fei felt no sympathy. Shen Fei's intentions to disgrace Tang Shui made her complicit in the scheme, were it not for her being a woman and not involved in the underworld. He would have ensured she never had a chance to regret her actions. Shen Fei's hatred compelled her to use her boyfriend to toy with Tang Shui, revealing the depravity of these spoiled rich kids. However, it also indicated that her new boyfriend was indeed influential. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to wield his power. A sudden burst of crisp applause erupted, emanating from Tangling, who had been seated and observing the performance. How intriguing, how amusing. Your skills are quite commendable, yet your intelligence leaves much to be desired. Do you truly think that I would bring Tang Shui here without taking some precautions against you? The Gene Society is indeed a collection of inept individuals. They cannot even handle simple tasks, leaving me to intervene. As he leisurely poured himself a glass of wine, Tangling remarked, Have you made preparations to deal with me? Lin Fei retorted with a cold laugh, having overheard a few words from the rooftop, recognizing Tang Ling as the current heir of the Tang family. Indeed, you remain remarkably composed. I relish the thought of playing with someone like you. Not only will I take your life tonight, but I shall also ensure that you witness my conquest of Tang Shui, and not just her. I intend to make Chen Wanrong my slave as well. These two vile women dared to oppose me, and I will ensure they learn what true regret feels like. I end Zhanghai City. No one has ever dared to confront me and emerged unscathed. Sipping his red wine, Tang Ling cast a haughty glare at Lin Fei. Regrettably, you will not witness my enslavement of Chen Wanrong, will you, Zhang Xiao? He then addressed the young man beside him. Whatever Tang Xiao desires is to be done. As long as I get to enjoy Tang Shui a few times, knowing she is Tang Xiao's cousin only heightens my anticipation. Zhang Xiao chuckled lewdly, his gaze shamelessly lingering on Tang Shui's more alluring attributes, accompanied by a suggestive licking gesture. Very well, you two have successfully provoked my ire. Tonight, I shall grant you an unforgettable evening. Lin Fei responded with a sardonic smile. How amusing. Perhaps you should first ensure your own survival tonight. Now, incapacitate him. Tang Ling's smile vanished, and he commanded with a devilish tone. I am the front passenger seat of the Bentley. A tall, slender young man wearing night vision goggles immediately pulled the trigger. If one were to observe this young man closely, they would note that he had readied a blank-firing sniper rifle the moment Lin Fei had intruded, aiming through the partition at Lin Fei. His demeanor and reflexes betrayed his expertise as a marksman. Chapter 39. Rescuing someone. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharpshooter fired 2 shots, aimed at Lin Fei's shoulders. The blank rounds whirled through the air at an imperceptible speed, yet both shots missed their target. Lin Fei had been tailing the extended Bentley since it left the hotel estate, merely delayed as he had sent Lu Qing to retrieve the vehicle. Once he assumed the role of driver, he accelerated swiftly and stealthily caught up with the Bentley. Subsequently, he instructed Lu Qing to continue driving while he stealthily climbed onto the top of the car. After all, Tang Shui was still in their hands, and Lin Fei could not afford to be careless. He had assessed the situation from above before making his move at the crucial moment. While atop the car, Lin Fei had discerned the number of occupants inside by their breathing patterns. He was aware that another 2 individuals were in the front, one being the driver and the other exuding a slow, controlled breathing pattern indicative of a marksman who knew how to regulate his heart rate to minimize its impact when firing. Upon revealing himself, Lin Fei noticed the young man's subtle draw of his weapon. Thus, as the trigger was about to be pulled, Lin Fei swiftly threw himself down with Tang Shui, just as the 2 blank rounds whizzed past their heads, leaving 2 ominous holes in the Bentley's exterior. Disappearing into the night, blank rounds are a particularly terrifying and inhumane type of ammunition. Unlike standard bullets that penetrate straight through, blanks roll and tear within the body, causing catastrophic damage. Ultimately, they explode inside, dispersing fragments throughout, leading to devastating harm. Such ammunition is so horrific that its use on the battlefield is internationally prohibited due to the resultant humanitarian crises. This alone indicates that the shooter is an expert, merciless in nature. Lin Fei's face darkened further as he discerned the unique trajectory of the blank rounds. In a moment of peril, Lin Fei was not one to remain passive. Whoosh! A slender, nearly invisible dart shot forth from his hand, precisely targeting the hole left by the blank round on the partition, striking the gun itself. It was a fine silver needle, Lin Fei's secret weapon. Though small, its force was beyond what one could imagine. With a piercing sound, the gun was struck as if it had been viciously kicked, causing its aim to veer off and the butt to recoil violently into the young man's face. Although he was a skilled marksman, he had never encountered such an unfathomable tactic, leaving half of his face swollen and bruised. In Lin Fei's presence, even the most adept marksman was but a novice. Lin Fei's understanding of firearms was unparalleled, earning him the title of a legend in the Special Forces. Despite the young man's proficiency, having missed twice allowed Lin Fei to calculate his reaction speed, placing Lin Fei in an advantageous position. Moreover, he had successfully prevented the next shot. With a swift motion, Lin Fei became a shadow, lunging toward Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao. Lin Fei, what do you intend to do? Stay back. Tang Ling instinctively shrank into the sofa, clearly recognizing Lin Fei. Fear gripped him, for the marksman had assured him of a 100 success rate at such close range, yet both shots had missed. Having ruled Zhonghai City for so long, he had never regarded anyone as a threat, and due to Bao Ji's efforts to maintain the Jin Society's reputation, he had swallowed many secrets, remaining oblivious to Lin Fei's true prowess. At this moment, he felt a creeping dread of Lin Fei's capabilities. Bang! Lin Fei disregarded him entirely, delivering a resounding slap to Tang Ling's face, knocking out a tooth. With his other hand, he clawed at the partition with the force of steel, shattering it. Bang! Grasping the young man's head, Lin Fei exerted pressure, forcing it violently against the butt of the gun, leaving the young man's forehead bloodied and rendering him unconscious. Pull over, Lin Fei's voice, reminiscent of a demon, reached the driver's ears. The driver, feeling as though he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss, stammered in compliance, hastily bringing the ostentatious Bentley to a halt. Bang! Lin Fei extended his hand, forcefully smashing the driver's head against the car, causing a significant pool of blood to form as the driver succumbed to unconsciousness. This series of actions left Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear, gazing at Lin Fei as if he were a monster. Both of them, accustomed to spending money to solve their problems, had never witnessed such a display of skill. The two who had been so brazen moments ago now resembled frightened lambs cornered by a pack of wolves. Lin Fei, I advise you to take Tang Shui and leave immediately. I can pretend that tonight's events never occurred. The Tang family is not something you can provoke. Do you understand? If you dare to touch me, you will learn the meaning of regret. Tang Ling's teeth chattered as he spoke. Slap. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Fei delivered another powerful slap to his face. You dare to covet my cousin? Do you think you are human? Do you wish to test my resolve? Lin Fei berated him, continuing to rain slaps upon Tang Ling, even for someone well-versed in the ways of the world. Encountering such despicable filth was a rarity. It hurts. Stop, you must stop. Tang Ling, his face swollen and bloodied, begged for mercy. Slap. Another fierce blow sent him flying into the depths of the sofa, nearly dislodging his tongue. Tang Ling, already a weak-willed scion drained by his obsession with beauty, was rendered nearly lifeless after just a few strikes, devoid of any strength to bargain with Lin Fei. Lin Fei's cold gaze shifted toward Zhang Xiao, the meaning behind his look unmistakable. Lin Fei, dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Do you know who I am? My father is a prominent leader recently arrived in Zhonghai City. If you dare to touch me, you know the consequences. Zhang Xiao maintained a semblance of calm, observing Lin Fei's treatment of Tang Ling without flinching, though his hands trembled uncontrollably in secret. I am well aware of who you are, Lin Fei retorted, delivering a slap that bore the blood of Tang Ling, producing a sickening sound as Zhang Xiao lost several teeth. Lin Fei, you truly dare, Zhang Xiao exclaimed in shock, seething with rage, incredulous that Lin Fei would strike him. Dare? What do I care who your father is? Just because he holds a position of power, does that grant you the right to bully others, and to do so with impunity? I will not hesitate to bring you down, Lin Fei shouted as he continued to unleash a barrage of slaps, transforming Zhang Xiao's face into a grotesque mask, his teeth all but gone. Gasping for breath, the remaining wealthy young men were utterly stunned by the unfolding scenes. In their minds, Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao were exalted figures, so they could hardly fathom that one day someone would dare to so casually strike them. Once some of them regained their wits, they attempted to discreetly pull out their phones to call for help, but suddenly, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air as several peanuts from the table struck their foreheads, causing them to lose consciousness on the spot. Lin Fei, ever vigilant, would not allow their presence to disrupt his plans. Handsome, how shall we deal with them? Tang Shui asked, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. She could scarcely imagine the horrifying fate that had nearly befallen her. However, these individuals came from affluent families with substantial influence, and since they were not involved in the underworld, it was inconceivable that the police would turn a blind eye if their lives were truly at stake. It was all so exasperating. She approached Lin Fei, grasping his hand in distress. At this moment, only she and Lin Fei remained in the car. Shen Fei had regained partial consciousness, but was now cowering in the corner, gazing at Lin Fei as if he were a demon. Lin Fei hesitated, considering that if these individuals were akin to Fan Jianzhong and his ilk, he would have already dealt with them ruthlessly, especially given how infuriated they had made him that night. Just then, a delicate vial fell from Zhang Xiao's possession and rolled to Lin Fei's feet. What is this? Tang Shui asked, wiping her tears as she leaned closer to see what Lin Fei had picked up. Though the vial bore English inscriptions, she quickly discerned their meaning, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is a drug. They were trying to force-feed me this. Then let us allow them to experience the effects of this concoction." Lin Fei scoffed, swiftly uncapping the vial and pouring half of its contents into Tang Ling's mouth and the other half into Zhang Xiao's. Both young men, now barely conscious and disoriented, lacked the strength to resist. "I want it. Give it to me." As soon as the substance was ingested, Tang Ling sprang to life, seizing Zhang Xiao and disregarding gender as he began to embrace and kiss him. Zhang Xiao mirrored this reaction. And soon, both had stripped themselves bare. Tang Shui, taken aback by the drug's terrifying potency, paled and buried her face against Lin Fei's chest, her eyes tightly shut, too fearful to look, despite her usual boldness. She was utterly terrified, especially considering that had Lin Fei not intervened, she might have found herself in such a compromising situation on that very sofa. "Tang Shui, Sister Qing has arrived. She's outside with her car. You should go with her," Lin Fei said gently, opening the car door to usher Tang Shui out. Lu Qing had just arrived, her expression anxious as she rushed over to take Tang Shui away. Bang! Upon returning to the car, Lin Fei unexpectedly discovered that the glass of wine Shen Fei had wanted Tang Shui to drink was still on the table. It seemed that Shen Fei had panicked and abandoned this crucial piece of evidence upon seeing Lin Fei's presence. Lin Fei had no intention of feeling sympathy for such a woman. After all, he had previously circumvented her, and Tang Shui had nearly fallen victim to her schemes. He could not afford to make the same mistake again. Consequently, Lin Fei poured the wine down the throats of the other young men in the car, including the nearly catatonic Shen Fei. Chapter 40. A major incident in Zhanghai City. Finally, Lin Fei revived them all. Filming a brief video inside the car before departing, Zhang Xiao, after all, had some connections, and Lin Fei had no desire to entangle himself with their associates, so he needed to retain some leverage. "Handsome, those two beasts truly," Tang Shui began but faltered, her fear giving way to a flush of indignation as she glanced at Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao, now entwined in a compromising embrace. Anyone could deduce what was occurring within the swaying Bentley. "If they wished to violate you, they should have been prepared for the consequences," Lin Fei remarked coolly, revolted by the scene he had just witnessed. "Ah, they really..." Tang Shui could not finish her thought, envisioning the uproar that would ensue once this incident became public. Yet, she felt no sympathy for them. The mere thought of having nearly fallen into their clutches sent shivers of dread through her. "Handsome, Sister Qing, let us go pick up Sister Wanrong, and then we can return home. I cannot bear to stay out any longer. I just want to go home and sleep soundly." Tang Shui, who had initially been seated in the passenger seat, crawled to sit beside Lin Fei in the back, feeling safest in his presence. "Lin Fei, what did those people intend to do to President Tang? What was going on in there?" Lu Qing inquired as she started the car. She had also experienced a night filled with suspense, having witnessed Lin Fei scale a speeding vehicle and tear off its roof with his bare hands. "Those beasts deserve their fate," Lu Qing muttered under her breath, her anger palpable as she cast concerned glances at Tang Shui, regardless of her role as Tang Shui's superior. She was a woman herself and understood how terrifying such an ordeal could be for a young girl. Especially one as young as Tang Shui. Rumors had long circulated about a reckless circle among the younger generation, but Lu Qing had never imagined their audacity would reach such extremes. However, they had now paid the price for their actions. She hoped this incident would serve as a lesson to them. As Lu Qing drove, she felt a wave of nausea at the thought of two grown men engaging in such acts. This was far from over. The true explosive moment would be when the public discovered the scene inside the car, and it remained to be seen how the situation would escalate. Lu Qing parked outside the Manor Hotel. But Tang Shui hesitated to exit the car. Lin Fei urged her to stay with Lu Qing as he re-entered the manor alone. That moment, Chen Wanrong was wrapping up a toast with the female boss and some important guests. Although it took considerable time, the interactions were merely polite exchanges in a public setting, and she managed to adapt, albeit with some fatigue. Just as Lin Fei entered, she happened to step out, searching for Lin Fei and Tang Shui. Upon learning that Tang Shui wished to leave, she informed the female boss and then departed the banquet early. "Tang Shui," Jin Wanrong exclaimed, her eyes rimmed with red as she rushed to embrace her. Her tone a mixture of guilt and concern. She had already heard from Lin Fei about the rough outline of the events. She could hardly believe that such a grave incident had occurred while she was attending to guests. "Wanrong, Those people are utterly despicable, Tang Shui sobbed, collapsing into Wan Rong's comforting embrace. President Tang and CO are truly close, Lu Qing remarked quietly, touched by the scene unfolding before her eyes. You little rascal, remember our agreement after we dropped President Qin and President Tang off. This is the third time. If you dare stand me up again, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Lu Qing whispered, giving Lin Fei a sharp pinch on the waist. Though she had only recently learned of Lin Fei's remarkable abilities, she was not intimidated by him. The extraordinary display of strength did not create a sense of distance. Rather, it only deepened her intrigue. As Lin Fei took in Lu Qing's alluring figure, her captivating curves accentuated by her high heels, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He thought to himself, wow, Sister Qing looks incredibly tempting after having a drink. Was this truly happening, or was it just his imagination? Lu Qing noticed Lin Fei's gaze lingering on her chest, and a rush of heat coursed through her, remembering Lin Fei's earlier display of raw power. She felt herself growing increasingly flustered. Before long, Qinwan Rong approached to express her gratitude and bid farewell. Lu Qing decided it was time to head home. She had initially come alone to the banquet, and the solitude had been overwhelming. If only Lin Fei could have accompanied her, she would have preferred to stay. As Lin Fei prepared to leave, he reminded Lu Qing to drive carefully before departing. He couldn't resist stealing one last glance at her enticing neckline, noting how exceptionally fair and supple her skin appeared, yet he sensed a flicker of mischief in Lu Qing's eyes. Perhaps she intended to engage in some secretive antics at home while waiting for him. Lin Fei hoped he was merely overthinking. As Lin Fei and Lu Qing drove off into the night, the extended Bentley parked nearby began to tremble. What the heck? Why is this car shaking so much? An extended Bentley, that's incredibly wealthy. Instead of heading to a hotel, they pull over here. Are they seeking thrills? Looks like there's a show to watch. Two passers-by, intrigued by the commotion from the Bentley, approached, one of them filming the scene on their phone while broadcasting live stream, luxury Bentley shakes on Donghua Avenue. My goodness, this is outrageous, the two young men exclaimed, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. As the Bentley continued to shake violently, emitting sounds inappropriate for children, the young men recorded and streamed the event, their posts quickly gaining traction on local forums in Zhanghai City. The Donghua Avenue incident exploded online, spreading like wildfire. Near the Bentley, an increasing throng of onlookers quickly formed a circle, snapping photos and whistling to heighten the excitement, creating a lively scene. Infuriatingly, the commotion within the Bentley showed no signs of abating. Rather, it escalated. A few parents passing by with their children could no longer tolerate it and called the authorities to report the disturbance. However, some individuals began to sense something amiss, particularly as the sounds emanating from the vehicle suggested that more than two people were involved. Given the spaciousness of the extended Bentley, it was unlikely that only a couple of individuals were inside. Soon, police sirens blared as patrol cars arrived, dispersing the crowd before forcibly opening the car doors. Upon peering inside, the officers recoiled, rushing to the roadside to vomit uncontrollably, nearly sickened to the core. It seemed reminiscent of the notorious Tang Xiao. Two officers, mustering their courage, ventured back into the Bentley. One officer, recognizing Tang Ling, felt as though his head had exploded. You might want to take a closer look at the individual beneath Tang Xiao, stammered the other seasoned officer. He is the son of a high-ranking official. The officer nearly fainted, realizing the gravity of the situation. If word of this got out, it would not only create a scandal in Zhanghai City, but would also unleash a tempest across the entire internet in Huaxia. One officer, unwilling to take any chances, immediately contacted his superior, who, upon hearing the news, felt a rush of dread and gravely asked, "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Quickly, take action." As soon as the officer hung up, he dove into the driver's seat, first moving the driver aside. Upon spotting the young man in the passenger seat, along with the gun he was gripping, his head threatened to explode once more. The charge of illegal possession of a firearm alone could land this individual a decade behind bars, and the bullet hole in the partition indicated that a shot had been fired. Compounding the offense, the officer was no fool. He feared that Tang Xiao and Zhang Xiao were entangled in something unsavory within the vehicle. Yet, since the order had come from above, he resolved to act as though he had seen nothing. At that moment, the driver stirred slightly, regaining consciousness. After all, he had been driving obediently and had stopped the car when instructed, which meant Lin Fei had not been overly forceful. The young man who had fired the gun, however, was in a far worse state, his head severely damaged. Even if he woke up, he would likely remain in a vegetative state for life. What had transpired? Why couldn't they stop the officer, maintaining a stern demeanor? Questioned the driver. Whoever was entrusted to drive Tang Xiao was undoubtedly seasoned. Many circumstances were evident without needing further elaboration, and the driver could grasp the situation at a glance. Peering back, the driver felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared the plan had gone awry, and that lad had undoubtedly been drugged. That boy is truly a devil, the driver murmured. Who is that boy? The officer inquired, his guard raised. The audacity to entangle both Tang Xiao and Zhang Xiao to such an extent was extraordinary. When had Zhonghai City produced someone of such caliber, the precinct had received no wind of this. I can't speak freely. Once the young master awakens, he will decide how to proceed. Quickly, we need to discreetly find a hospital. You must have alerted your superiors by now. Tell them that if they wish to avoid escalating this matter, they must not inform the elders. Otherwise, once the young master and Tang Xiao regain consciousness, they will not spare him. The driver hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, having followed Tang Ling for many years, I understand his character well. While this incident is indeed severe, no one has died. And I have witnessed Tang Ling engage in even more outrageous acts. He certainly does not want the elders to know about today's events. Given Tang Ling's disposition, he will seek vengeance on his own terms. If he fails to handle this properly, it could cost him dearly. Even a mere driver in Tang Ling's entourage was not someone an officer could afford to provoke, so he hurriedly fumbled for his phone to make the call. Meanwhile, on the other side of the partition, the sounds of Tang Lu and Zhang Xiao entangled in each other continued to resonate, leaving the officers with a sense that this was all a surreal dream. Zhonghai City was on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 41. To Sister Qing's house. Although the extended Bentley had departed, its license plate had already been photographed. Even in Zhonghai City, extended Bentleys were a rarity. And given Tang Ling's notorious reputation, his vehicle was well known. Soon, his identity was revealed. The news of the young Master Tang causing a ruckus on the streets, drawing a crowd, and ultimately prompting police intervention spread like wildfire online. Furthermore, the fact that the police had driven the car away only further substantiated the extraordinary circumstances surrounding those inside. Although related posts and content were quickly deleted online, the news had already circulated widely. In a remarkably short time, Tang Xiao had become a target of disdain for many in Zhonghai City. Meanwhile, the orchestrators of the spectacle, unbeknownst to the public, had driven the vehicle to the home of Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui. Handsome, don't go back. What if they come charging into the house later? After exiting the car, Tang Shui approached and linked her arm with Lin Fei's, refusing to let go. Xiao Shui, it's perfectly safe at home tonight. So don't worry. If they remain obstinate, and it truly becomes dangerous, I can stay here. I can sleep in the living room, Lin Fei replied, startled by Tang Shui's insistence. If he stayed, that would mean they would be living together. Handsome, starting tonight, if you don't go back, I can let you sleep in the same room with me, Tang Shui teased, rubbing against Lin Fei's arm. Xiao Shui, there really shouldn't be any danger tonight. Lin Fei stammered, nearly leaping at the thought of sharing a room. The absence of danger was something he felt confident asserting. He understood the components of the drug Zhang Xiao had taken, which were quite potent. They had consumed a considerable amount, and after such a tumultuous night, they'd be incapacitated for at least 2 to 3 days. Stop making excuses. Handsome, if you think the floor is too cold, sharing a bed is perfectly fine. My bed isn't big at all, Tang Shui said, lowering her head shyly while deliberately rubbing against Lin Fei's arm again. If the bed isn't big, we have to sleep quite close together. Oh no, Lin Fei thought, his heart racing as he realized Tang Shui was fully aware of her desires. Xiao Shui, Lin Fei said there's no issue. So don't frighten yourself, you still have work tomorrow. If you scare yourself too much, you won't get any sleep tonight. Lin Fei had to care for Qing and, even if he were to stay, he would need to prepare some things first. Chen Wanrong, overhearing Tang Shui, felt her forehead darken, unsure whether to laugh or cry. What was this girl saying? There were 2 vacant rooms in the house. If Lin Fei truly stayed, he wouldn't even reach her room. However, tonight's events had indeed rattled Chen Wanrong, and she had come to trust Lin Fei deeply. Given Lin Fei's skills, having him nearby would certainly instill a sense of security. After all, two young women living together warranted consideration, even if Chen Wanrong wouldn't typically think this way. Yet, given the recent turn of events, and with the Tang family so intent on obtaining beauty at any cost, who knew what other nefarious methods they might resort to if the situation continued to deteriorate? Even if Tang Shui didn't voice her concerns, Chen Wanrong would likely request Lin Fei to stay. As Tang Shui realized this, she understood that Sister Wanrong had tacitly agreed, and she immediately beamed with delight, mischievously winking at Lin Fei. "Handsome, I was just joking, if you want to sleep in my bed. It won't be that easy. You're not my husband after all. All right, I'm off to take a shower, and then to by the way, what you just said about me and Sister Wanrong being in danger and needing to stay is true. Right? You better not go back on your word, or else I'll make sure your instant noodles are devoid of seasoning." With that, Tang Shui bounded up the stairs, leaving Lin Fei behind with a bemused expression. Sensing that Chen Wanrong was also feeling fatigued, he bid her farewell. "Lin Fei, take my car back," Chen Wanrong said softly as she handed him the keys. "You should come and pick me and Wanrong up for work in the morning. It's not convenient for you to be running around without a car. I'll arrange for one to be assigned to you tomorrow." Having considered the offer, Lin Fei realized he would indeed have need of a vehicle. And since it would belong to the company, he could use it as needed without worrying about waste. Thus, he accepted without reservation. In that moment, he felt Chen Wanrong's attentiveness and gentleness. She truly was a woman well-suited for marriage. However, he couldn't forget about Lu Qing, the bold beauty who dared to pinch his ear. After driving the Lexus GS away from Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui's home, Lin Fei contemplated his next move. He decided he should head to Lu Qing's house. He couldn't bail on her a third time. He had run out of excuses. Lin Fei pressed the accelerator, deciding to check on Sister Qing, who had undoubtedly been shaken by the events of the night. It was certainly the right thing to do. Lin Fei felt immense gratitude toward Lu Qing when he had yet to receive his degree. He had enlisted in the military. Thus, upon returning from service, he found himself without any credentials. Given his sister's illness, he had been in a low state of mind, and after wandering the job market for a while, no one had given him a second glance. However, Lu Qing, who oversaw the recruitment for beauty, had recognized his potential and promptly offered him a job driving for Chen Wanrong after Lin Fei joined the company. He found himself struggling to navigate various aspects of his work, and Lu Qing took it upon herself to care for him. On several occasions, when his sister fell ill and urgently needed money, Lin Fei mustered the courage to borrow from Lu Qing. Without even asking for an explanation, she readily lent him the money multiple times. Lin Fei calculated that Lu Qing had lent him nearly 200,000 yuan in total, a sum he had yet to repay, and Lu Qing never inquired about it. This deepened Lin Fei's gratitude towards her. Thus, regardless of whether she pinched his ear or waist, he would never retaliate. Lu Qing was far more than just a mere deputy manager at the company. Lin Fei understood that she was a staunch advocate of not marrying. She would never wed, not even if she encountered the love of her life. This aversion seemed rooted in her upbringing, as her parents frequently engaged in quarrels and violent confrontations, ultimately leading to their tragic suicides, which profoundly affected Lu Qing. One evening, feeling despondent, Lu Qing called Lin Fei after drinking alone, and they conversed into the early hours. Although her speech was somewhat disjointed due to her inebriation, Lin Fei grasped her sentiments. In essence, she revealed that both her parents had taken their lives after she entered her freshman year of college. Although they left her a house and a considerable sum of money, they also abandoned her in this world, devoid of relatives or friends. Fortunately, Lu Qing was intelligent and capable. After graduating, she secured a position at a prestigious company and steadily ascended to her current role. Yet, despite the passage of years, she remained largely friendless. Her extraordinary upbringing made her acutely aware of life's hardships, which is why, upon first encountering Lin Fei at the talent market, she recognized his struggles and felt compelled to extend a helping hand. Lin Fei later learned that the day of their conversation marked the anniversary of her parents' deaths, a day that consistently cast a shadow over her spirits. Nevertheless, beyond this, Lin Fei recognized Lu Qing as a quintessential representative of the contemporary urban elite, a capable, independent and charming woman endowed with aspirations. When Lin Fei finally located the address Lu Qing had provided, he was astonished to find himself before a quaint villa, though he had entertained certain thoughts. This abode was undoubtedly luxurious compared to an ordinary family home. He had not anticipated that Lu Qing was quite affluent. The interior was enveloped in darkness. After parking, Lin Fei approached and discovered that her home was secured by a coded entrance. Recalling Lu Qing's playful words about guessing the code, he input his birth date, and with a satisfying click, the doors swung open. Lin Fei was taken aback. Did this imply that Lu Qing desired him to feel at home here? Not dwelling on it further, he stepped inside, hearing a faint sound from the living room. Someone had turned off the lights and was curled up on the couch, watching a movie. By the cadence of her breathing, Lin Fei discerned that it was Lu Qing, Sister Qing. He called out, "You finally made it. I thought you were going to stand me up again. I was all set to figure out how to deal with you." Lu Qing exclaimed, illuminating the room with a press of the remote, her smile radiating warmth. "Sister Qing, how could I possibly stand you up? I truly had matters to attend to the last 2 times." Lin Fei quickly surveyed her home, noting the tasteful furnishings that spoke to a refined taste, all impeccably arranged since Lu Qing lived alone. "You've already missed 2 occasions," Lu Qing admonished, her eyes narrowing at him. She had showered upon returning and now donned a gray and white pajama set, bare beneath the top, yet sporting formal shorts on the lower half. Lin Fei felt a twinge of discomfort at her attire, but was soon captivated by her alluring figure, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Come and sit." Lu Qing patted the space beside her, and feeling the intensity of Lin Fei's gaze, she felt a warmth spread through her body, her chest rising slightly as she wished for him to see her more clearly. "Sister Qing, weren't you an advocate of remaining single?" Lin Fei queried, unafraid as he settled next to Lu Qing. Her captivating fragrance enveloping him. "One can remain unmarried, yet still be a single mother." "What, do you think I can't support a child?" Lu Qing retorted, rolling her eyes. "I see now." Lin Fei nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Lu Qing desired a child, that would make him the father. "I am utterly unprepared for this, but if this is what Sister Qing wants, I must rise to the occasion." "Well then," Lin Fei's gaze lingered on Lu Qing's flushed cheeks and her alluring cleavage. "Time waits for no one, and since they were prepared, there was no reason to delay. Let's watch a movie first," Lu Qing declared, throwing herself against Lin Fei, using his legs as a cushion. She had longed for someone to share a movie with her like this. Yes, Sister Qing, a movie it is," Lin Fei stammered, pondering if Lu Qing needed a moment to gather her emotions, acknowledging that, after all, girls often required some preparation. As the film progressed, Lu Qing, visibly frightened by the chilling plot and gruesome visuals, called out, "You better hold me tight. I'm scared." Lin Fei, recognizing her need for comfort, obliged, wrapping her securely in his arms, his hands instinctively wandering, only to find that Lu Qing did not resist. She felt a profound sense of tranquility, intentionally avoiding Lin Fei's gaze, aware of the warmth of his hand, which prompted her to shift slightly for his convenience. Once the movie concluded, Lu Qing sprang to her feet. "Come, let's go upstairs," she urged, her voice tinged with urgency. "Sister Qing, it's dark and late. Going upstairs seems quite fitting," Lin Fei replied with a grin as he followed Lu Qing upstairs. Her curvaceous form swayed enticingly, her smooth, radiant back glistening beneath the light, and Lin Fei found himself utterly captivated. Lu Qing led him into her room, the first time a man had graced the space, which was tastefully decorated with an elegant yet unique flair. Notably, several books adorned her bedside table. "Sister Qing, your bed is incredibly spacious and soft," Lin Fei exclaimed, flopping onto the mattress. "Get up quickly," Lu Qing playfully scolded, tugging at his ear and pulling him toward the bathroom. "Sister Qing, I don't need a shower. Are you suggesting we take a bath together?" "That could be arranged," Lin Fei replied, his face alight with anticipation. "Get your head out of the clouds. Fix the faucet," Lu Qing said, her eyes narrowing as she playfully twisted his waist. Lin Fei glanced down and noticed that indeed, the faucet was leaking incessantly. "Sister Qing, you really called me here to fix the faucet?" he asked, a bit taken aback. "Of course. Didn't I make myself clear earlier? Hurry up. What tools do you need? I'll fetch them." Lu Qing laughed at his bewildered expression. I? Lin Fei stammered, realizing that once the faucet was fixed, they could proceed with other matters. With renewed determination, he declared, "No tools are necessary. I can manage this." Without hesitation, Lin Fei approached the faucet, shutting off the water supply before deftly removing it with his bare hands. In less than 3 minutes, he had repaired the faucet, instantly lifting Lu Qing's spirits. Her radiant smile, coupled with her natural beauty, made her even more enchanting. Unable to resist her allure, Lin Fei grinned and suggested, "Sister Qing, you seem quite fatigued today. I possess a unique massage technique. Why not lie on the bed and let me treat you? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Lu Qing responded skeptically. "Trust me, Sister Qing, I'm not that kind of person," Lin Fei insisted earnestly. Lu Qing felt tempted to kick him, realizing how much he had already taken advantage of her earlier. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she chuckled. "I am indeed tired and need to rest. You should head home. Little rascal, you didn't come when I called you the last 2 times. Tonight, it's my turn to punish you," she said with a gleeful tone. Tugging at Lin Fei's ear as she led him downstairs and out the door, "My aunt is visiting today, so if you have any grievances, direct them at yourself," she teased, her laughter ringing out as she firmly closed the door behind him. "Oh my, Aunt Qing has her period. No wonder she changed into pajamas and still wore shorts. However, she has really put herself through a lot, hasn't she? When her time comes, she could at least give herself a heads up." Lin Fei took a while to process this, yet who could blame him for having stood her up twice before? He felt on the verge of tears. Tonight was truly a failure. Starting up the car, he headed towards his rented accommodation. Along the way, Lin Fei attempted to dial Su Ning's number. After a few rings, Su Ning finally answered. That moment, several streets away, Su Ning was hiding behind a large shipping container at a dock. Keeping watch at eye in the distance, several figures with an air of sternness were busy moving something near the water's edge. "Brother Lin, I have made a new discovery, but I'm fine and am preparing to withdraw. I will continue to keep an eye on them over the next few days. Once we receive orders from above to act, we will strike," Su Ning whispered while observing the figures. "Su Ning, what exactly do those mercenaries have to do with what's happening in Zhonghai City?" Lin Fei asked curiously. "Generally, international mercenaries seldom appear in Huaxia. They mostly operate in Africa or South America." Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder what these individuals intended in Huaxia. The forces behind these mercenaries are likely far more complex than I imagined. They are here for the secrets of ancient martial artists, and this matter is of great significance, with many intricate connections. However, not all of this is their secret. I've monitored their activities over the past few days, and it seems they are merely scouts. It appears that someone has finally grown impatient with Huaxia's bountiful resources and intends to seize a share. Su Ning replied with a cold chuckle. "International mercenaries and special forces can be considered natural enemies. These mercenaries disregard laws and morals, working for whoever pays them. Most are retired special forces or operatives from various countries, each highly trained and exceptionally skilled, often favored by drug lords or dictators. Typically, when special forces embark on missions, they encounter resistance from mercenaries, with both sides stained by each other's blood. Such matters are largely unknown to the general populace, but Lin Fei and Su Ning, as special forces operatives, are acutely aware. If they wish to come, let them come. I lack the time and energy to oversee other cities, but if they truly arrive in Zhonghai City, they shall not escape," Lin Fei remarked with a cold laugh before ending the call. His comrades from the Snow Leopard assault team were engaged in fierce battles with the mercenaries, but Lin Fei couldn't assist them due to his sister's situation. He certainly wouldn't berate himself for this. However, if those mercenaries dared to confront him, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. With the protection of special forces led by those in power and the covert guardianship of ancient martial artists, Huaxia is generally viewed as a forbidden land by mercenaries, who seldom operate within its borders. Especially with the elusive and formidable ancient martial artists, they instill fear in their hearts. Those who dare to confront ancient martial artists are certainly not simple beings. Although those mercenaries are formidable, they have yet to reach that level. Thus, Lin Fei concurred with Su Ning's assessment that their background is indeed not simple. If they are merely scouts, what exactly are they scouting for? This raises many questions. It seems that Zhonghai City will indeed struggle to remain calm, yet overthinking is futile. Only when Su Ning receives orders from above and personally captures those mercenaries for questioning will clarity be achieved. After returning the Lexus GS to his rented accommodation, Lin Fei took a nap and rose early the next morning to pick up Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong. "Hey handsome, how did you sleep last night?" Tang Shui cheerfully descended the stairs, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Lin Fei. Her tall, slender figure was accentuated by a long shirt paired with jeans, and as she walked down the steps, her long legs were exceptionally captivating. The graceful lines of her legs were simply exquisite, truly a pair of beautiful legs that Lin Fei longed to admire closely. Today, Tang Shui had tied the hem of her shirt, revealing her flat stomach with a distinct mermaid line, further attesting to her remarkable physique. This playful yet fashionable attire was quintessentially Tang Shui's style. After all, she was a talented designer with an innate sense of aesthetics. Now, with her second batch of designs already receiving orders, her abilities were evidently recognized. "Hey handsome, I have good news. I dreamed about you last night. Guess what you did to me in the dream?" "Humph, you're so rough and not gentle at all. How wicked of you." Tang Shui glanced around, noticing Chen Wanrong had yet to come down, and suddenly whispered to Lin Fei. Just then, hearing footsteps behind her, Chen Wanrong appeared, and Tang Shui quickly straightened her posture, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that Tang Shui dreamed of herself with him? Oh, this girl is too bold. Afterward, Lin Fei drove Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui to grab a quick breakfast by the roadside before continuing to the company. "Handsome, I should be able to finish this new batch of designs in the next couple of days. If the people at Rongjin are pressing for updates, you can tell them not to wait too long," Tang Shui mentioned, slightly alluding to her work progress. This time, she had independently and secretly designed. Even Lin Fei was unaware of her progress, yet he had unwavering trust in her capabilities. Upon arriving at the company, Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong immediately buried themselves in work. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Lin Fei made his way to the security department, hoping to train a couple of skilled individuals among the guards. Chapter 43. The arrival of the Su family of ancient martial artists. After lunch, Lin Fei was observing the security personnel practicing a new set of boxing techniques in the training room when suddenly someone pinched him hard at the waist, accompanied by a familiar fragrance that wafted in. Even without turning around, Lin Fei knew who it was. Only that woman would dare to pinch him so. "Sister Qing, that hurts. If you keep pinching, I might actually die." Lin Fei pleaded. "Stop with that act. You can lift the car's roof with your bare hands, yet you shout in pain from a pinch? Who would believe you?" Lu Qing said with a pout. Yet seeing Lin Fei respond so eagerly brought a sweet feeling to her heart. "I truly am in pain, Sister Qing. You're pinching a vital part of me." Lin Fei yawned and chuckled. "Just a pinch at the waist, and you're calling it vital? Next time, I'll pinch you somewhere truly vital." "Oh, what am I saying?" Lu Qing exclaimed. "You little rascal, you're the one who tempts me to speak like this." Lu Qing pinched him again. "Xiao Fei, you're not upset with me for last night, are you?" Lu Qing asked with a chuckle, having worried all morning about whether Lin Fei was displeased. "Sister Qing, how could you worry about that? Even if you were to kill me, I wouldn't bat an eye, let alone blame you. Besides, you treated me well last night. You didn't just give me." "Ah, who would have thought your figure is even more alluring than it appears?" Lin Fei replied with a lingering expression. Lu Qing's face instantly flushed red, and she glanced around nervously. If anyone overheard, her authority in the company would be ruined. "You little rascal, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent." Lu Qing's heart raced as she twisted Lin Fei's ear, then suddenly, in a hushed tone, asked, "Do you really think my figure's alluring?" Upon seeing Lin Fei nod vigorously without hesitation, her heart swelled with joy, and she released her hold. "All right, I need to go rest for a bit before continuing work. By the way, you helped me fix the faucet last night. I ought to show my gratitude. In a few days, I'll cook a delicious meal and open a bottle of red wine. Now that you know where I live, you'll definitely come, right?" Lu Qing said, slightly calming down. "My aunt will be leaving in a few days, you know. That will definitely be a safe period, you little rascal." "I am doing this out of kindness, and you must not let me down," Lu Qing added, leaning in closer, lowering her voice as she whispered in Lin Fei's ear. Her words floated gently into Lin Fei's ears like a spring breeze, nearly making his eyes pop out in shock. With his aunt gone, it would indeed be a safe period. What reason would he have to refuse Sister Qing then? As Lu Qing noticed Lin Fei as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixated on her chest, her heart raced once more. If Lin Fei were to embrace her and kiss her passionately at that moment, she wouldn't mind even if the guards witnessed it. By the way, Sister Qing, regarding that money, if you need it, I can transfer it to you after work today. Lin Fei suddenly remembered. Don't rush. I don't spend much. President Tang mentioned your sister's situation. If you ever earn big money in the future, you can repay me then. If your sister needs medical expenses, just let me know. Lu Qing replied with a gentle smile, before leaving, seeing the guards drenched in sweat while practicing their punches. The shouts of exertion indicated their dedication. Lu Qing felt a wave of emotion. She had never seen this group so earnest before. They all used to have a laid-back attitude. This little rascal Lin Fei truly had a talent. In just a few short days, he transformed the security department completely. It was worth her initial effort to guide him into the company. As the afternoon drew to a close, Su Ning's call came through. His calm and somber voice resonated on the line. Brother Lin, orders have arrived from above. The operation is scheduled for tonight. Understood. After work, I will return to the hospital. Let us meet there. Lin Fei replied before hanging up. He briefly conferred with the head of the security department and then proceeded to pick up Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong to take them home. Upon arriving at the residence of Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui, he was unexpectedly greeted by a black Volkswagen Tiguan SUV parked outside. Chen Wanrong, smiling, retrieved a car key from her handbag and tossed it to Lin Fei, saying, Lin Fei, you can use this company car from now on. I had them deliver it at noon. Please park it here after dropping me and Tang Shui off. It will be quite convenient for you. However, this means you may have to make a few extra trips daily. I can't let you do this for free, so I will increase your salary by an additional 2,000. What do you think, with a car to drive and more money to earn? Who wouldn't want that? Lin Fei laughed in response. I shall heed your arrangements. General Lin, congratulations, handsome. Tang Shui chimed in. When I earn more, I shall buy a car too, perhaps a Ferrari. I'll get you one as well. Tang Shui was equally thrilled about Lin Fei having a vehicle, winking at him. Now that you have a car, remember to take me hiking on weekends. It will be so much fun. Her excitement grew. And she almost pulled Lin Fei along to set off immediately. With such spacious seating, it would be quite suitable for, shall we say, a little shaking inside. Tang Shui teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her cheeks flushed. Lin Fei felt his heart nearly skip a beat. The girl was joking about something so bold. Surely, she must be jesting. It was a thought best left untouched, as it could lead one astray. Xiao Shui, we're all quite fatigued. Let us allow Lin Fei to rest, Chen Wanrong interjected, having grown accustomed to Tang Shui's audacious antics. Go on, handsome. Remember to conserve your energy. Tang Shui blushed deeply before darting into the house. Lin Fei, take care to rest well. If there's anything I can assist with regarding your sister, please don't hesitate to let me know, Chen Wanrong said gently with a smile. She had already arranged for supplies to be delivered to the orphans, spending a considerable amount of her own money on food, drinks, and even computers and televisions. Furthermore, she had initiated the process of hiring dedicated teachers for them. If it weren't for the overwhelming workload, she would have personally overseen these matters. Thank you, General Chen. Should I require your assistance, I shall certainly mention it. I must take my leave now. Please rest well yourself and call me if anything arises. Lin Fei sincerely expressed before getting into the car. Earlier that afternoon, the older children had called him, informing him that many items had been delivered by unfamiliar adults, and he knew it was the work of Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui, for which he felt immense gratitude. Upon reaching the hospital, Lin Fei headed straight upstairs. As he entered the ward, he heard Lin Qing's cheerful voice calling out, Brother, I saw you drive up in a new car. That's a company vehicle, but I can use it whenever I wish. Once you recover, I will take you hiking and to the seaside, Lin Fei replied, his gaze softening as he looked at Lin Qing. Yes, Lin Qing nodded enthusiastically. If not for her illness, she would be in her senior year of high school. Ever since she learned of her cancer diagnosis, joy had evaded her, and she had often contemplated giving up. However, Lin Fei's encouragement had bolstered her spirits. Now, with Yang Hu acknowledging Lin Fei as his superior and with the support of Su Ning, Chen Wanrong, and Tang Shui, her days had improved significantly. And she had even regained some vitality. Regarding her health, she found the situation rather peculiar. Each day, Su Ning would administer a warm, soothing energy into her body, reminiscent of healing techniques described in martial arts novels. This not only alleviated her pain, but also invigorated her, allowing her to walk around the ward, and her condition seemed to be under control. Even her attending physician expressed astonishment, dubbing it a miracle. News has come from my family. They have agreed to send my second and third uncles to treat me. If they both work together, little Qing's illness can surely be cured. However, they have set a condition. You must agree to assist the family with something. Though I cannot ascertain the specifics, Su Ning whispered to Lin Fei as they stepped into the corridor. Brother, if my family insists on doing something they are unwilling or unable to handle themselves, it surely cannot be anything good. They only agreed upon learning that the person in need is the sister of a legendary soldier. Su Ning expressed his concerns. While little Qing's illness is grave, if she is treated properly abroad, there is a significant chance of recovery. Financial matters should not concern us. You must contemplate this carefully, Su Ning urged. There is no need for deliberation. I owe little Qing far too much. Have them come, Lin Fei stated resolutely. Even if it means engaging in morally questionable actions, what of it? Our hands are stained with blood. Who can assert that those who perished at our hands were entirely undeserving? Lin Fei spoke with distant eyes. There are countless moments of helplessness in this world. We are mere players in a game of fate. We should understand this better than anyone else. However, I do not believe your family would ask me to commit any heinous acts. So do not worry excessively. Lin Fei sighed softly. Brother, I understand. I merely fear that my family may overreach and affect our brotherly bond. Su Ning voiced his apprehension. Our bond is ours alone. It is separate from your family. If they can truly heal little Qing, I will remain grateful regardless of what they request of me, Lin Fei assured, patting Su Ning on the shoulder. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. We must regroup and ensure tonight's mission is executed flawlessly, Lin Fei added. I shall procure some dinner. Let us eat together before we set off, Su Ning declared before heading downstairs. Back in the ward, Lin Fei pondered for a moment before calling for Yang Hu. He began teaching him a simple breathing technique he had devised for ordinary individuals, capable of enhancing physical constitution in a short span. Su Ning, being a practitioner of ancient martial arts, had little understanding of the frailty of ordinary bodies, and even he likely lacked such a refined method. If they were to become embroiled in the conflicts between ancient martial artists and mercenaries, Lin Fei knew he must prepare in advance. Chapter 44. The purpose of the mercenaries' arrival in Zhanghai City during the days when family members are hospitalized. One must make do. After Su Ning returned with dinner, they all dined together in the ward. Yet, seeing Lin Qing's radiant smile, none felt the slightest deprivation. Little Qing, Brother Su has found a way to heal you. Just bear with it a little longer, and you shall recover. When you are well again, I will send you back to university. For now, focus on resting. Lin Fei gently stroked Lin Qing's head after they had eaten. Really? My illness can truly be cured? Lin Qing asked in disbelief. Upon seeing Su Ning nod in affirmation, she joyously leaped into Lin Fei's embrace, her spirit rejuvenated. Yang Hu, come here. Lin Fei called for him and instructed him to practice the breathing technique he had just taught while also taking care of Lin Qing. Boss, are you and Brother Su off to do something big? Yang Hu inquired, filled with determination. Rest assured, I'll handle things here. Unless I am incapacitated, no one will bully little Qing. Su Ning, meanwhile, was already contemplating how to quickly hone his skills so that he could accompany Lin Fei on future missions. Otherwise, he would be left behind, missing out on true thrills and dangers. Unaware of the specifics of Lin Fei's upcoming mission, Yang Hu remained oblivious to the potential peril, as mercenaries were notorious for being ruthless killers. One wrong move could lead to one's demise. The Tiguan SUV pierced through the night, racing out of the hospital and navigating the streets of Zhanghai City. The primary objective of these mercenaries in Zhanghai was to engage in a transaction with a mysterious figure. This enigmatic person would divulge the secrets of ancient martial artists, including their numbers, abilities, and hideouts. Within the vehicle, Su Ning took the opportunity to explain to Lin Fei, once we arrive, it is likely that a confrontation will ensue, and I want to have time to elaborate further. As one of the executors of the mission, Lin Fei was entitled to this knowledge. Given their relationship, even if the higher-ups forbade Su Ning from divulging information, he would still feel compelled to inform Lin Fei, as he could not allow him to take risks blindly. Although the secrets of ancient martial artists should remain undisclosed, should they be leaked, it would not result in catastrophic consequences. Why? Then, was there such significant concern? Your identity is quite unique. You are both a special forces operative and an ancient martial artist, since they have sent you. It stands to reason that there are underlying circumstances at play, Lin Fei mused, his tone contemplative. Nothing escapes the discerning eyes of the elder brother. It is rumored among the ancient martial artists that the impending leak includes various pieces of information accumulated from their daily skirmishes, encompassing scandals, secrets, and vulnerabilities of various sections. These insights, primarily relating to combat experience, are what everyone truly values. Should this information circulate, the ancient martial artists would lose their air of mystery before their adversaries. Even if they could rely on brute force to vanquish their opponents, the toll on themselves would be substantial. Moreover, the long-standing tenet among ancient martial artists is to maintain an aura of enigma before the world, concealing their existence. If the structure and operational patterns of the ancient martial practitioners were to be exposed, the ramifications would be immense, potentially inciting unforeseen upheaval. Su Ning appeared somewhat troubled. The clandestine matters concerning the ancient martial artists are best understood by the practitioners themselves. Thus it is certain that, apart from the traitor, the higher-ups desire to keep this issue contained and wish for minimal awareness among the populace. After discussions with the representatives of the ancient martial artists, I was summoned, as both a special forces operative and an ancient martial artist. My unique status engenders trust from both factions. However, the matter has already been divulged among the ancient martial artists, and the traitor is undoubtedly aware of my arrival. Hence, expectations for significant outcomes are low. Nevertheless, until this internal traitor is dealt with, no one will feel at ease. After several discussions, my directive from above is to eliminate those mercenaries to prevent any leaks, rather than to capture the traitor. Yet, I am unwilling to relent. I still wish to attempt to apprehend this traitor. Thus, I requested an extension of the mission duration, intending to wait until a transaction occurs to see if the traitor will appear. The transaction is set for tonight, and if the traitor shows up, I shall capture him, even at the cost of my life. Su Ning spoke with calm determination. This matter is indeed of great significance. Should the ancient martial artists of Huaxia encounter issues, countless innocents could suffer the consequences. Lin Fei admired Su Ning's sense of righteousness and willingness to sacrifice. However, since he had accompanied Su Ning, there was no possibility of him merely watching from the sidelines as Su Ning put himself in jeopardy. Among the ancient martial artists, there indeed exist terrifyingly powerful figures at the apex. Yet even if such an entity were to arrive, Lin Fei remained unperturbed. He had long left behind a legacy of legends in the special forces, and due to unique opportunities, his skills had been advancing at an alarming rate over the years. A fact he had never disclosed nor had anyone noticed. Moreover, Lin Fei's secrets and trump cards extended far beyond a single one. He was neither arrogant nor self-deprecating. Subsequently, Su Ning meticulously explained the situation to Lin Fei. Those mercenaries were aware only that he was a special forces operative, oblivious to the fact that he was also an ancient martial artist possessing numerous secrets of the practitioners. Consequently, Su Ning had shadowed them several times without detection. In truth, they still believed Su Ning was recovering from severe injuries, considering that their last trap had nearly been fatal for him. While monitoring them, Su Ning not only learned that they would be trading with a mysterious individual tonight, but he also noted their intentions to establish a smuggling route for contraband within Huaxia, collaborating with both the Jin Society and the Tang family. As it stands, the Jin Society has seemingly agreed, and it is evident that some within the Tang family wish to facilitate this endeavor. The Jin Society and the Tang family, representing both light and dark, control a significant portion of Zhanghai City. Should these two factions reach an accord, Zhanghai City would inevitably be embroiled in turmoil. These mercenaries are not to be trifled with. Once the route is established, an influx of mercenaries will follow. Su Ning was well aware of these developments, which is why he had dispatched them as forward scouts. The Tugu SUV continued onward until it reached a port in Zhanghai City, based on Su Ning's observations. The mercenaries had changed their temporary base of operations. The new location was within the port, where their transaction was also set to occur, contingent upon the trader's appearance, parking the vehicle in a distant corner. Lin Fei and Su Ning stealthily maneuvered past the guards and swiftly infiltrated the area. The surroundings were dimly lit, obscuring their vision. Su Ning, familiar with the terrain, navigated for about 10 minutes before suddenly emerging into a well-lit area. where several formidable figures appeared around a small office building surrounded by massive shipping containers. Lin Fei quickly recognized these individuals as the very ones who had pursued Su Ning previously. They were professional mercenaries with heightened vigilance and discipline that far surpassed that of ordinary regular troops. Initially, only a handful had chased after Su Ning, but tonight, there were 14 or 15 present. With snipers positioned in several concealed spots amidst the containers, the individuals outside the building were all armed with the most effective MP5 submachine guns, their expressions stern, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Their brazen display of weaponry indicated that they had received the Jin Society's approval. According to Su Ning, this port was clandestinely controlled by the Jin Society, which had previously stationed operatives throughout the area but had now withdrawn to the periphery, indicating their covert collaboration with these mercenaries. This revelation further diminished Lin Fei's regard for the Jin Society. He regretted not confronting Brother Bao directly to eliminate the head of the Jin Society. Collaborating with external foes is an unforgivable offense, and the Jin Society is undoubtedly courting disaster. If the Tang family were to follow suit, they too would be paving their own path to ruin. They may believe their actions are covert, but unbeknownst to them, Su Ning has already discovered their plans and reported them. If Lin Fei were to contend with the Tang family, their self-destruction would undoubtedly benefit him. Yet he would prefer otherwise. He understood that if matters escalated to that point, countless innocent lives would pay the price for the Tang family's ambitions. After all, with the arrogance of a master, Lin Fei possessed numerous strategies to deal with the Tang family and did not harbor any desire for his opponents to falter first. With a soft click, Su Ning opened a narrow suitcase, revealing two of the most accurate G sniper rifles, alongside 2 handguns, 2 daggers, and a pair of communicative earpieces, which he divided with Lin Fei. These mercenaries were not to be compared with the black-clad thugs from Fan Jianzhong's crew. Su Ning's objective was to apprehend the traitor, so he had meticulously prepared for this encounter. Proceed with caution, Lin Fei advised Su Ning in a hushed tone as he armed himself. Lin Fei was concerned that should the mysterious individual appear, Su Ning's fixation on capturing him might overshadow his own safety. Even without the impending arrival of Su's family to rescue his sister, Lin Fei, having been addressed as Big Brother, would do everything in his power to ensure Su Ning's safety. If the traitor were not captured this time, there would always be opportunities to pursue leads in the future. However, given Su Ning's fervent desire to apprehend him, Lin Fei would certainly exert his utmost effort to assist Su Ning in this endeavor. Should the traitor appear, in truth, Lin Fei could contend with these mercenaries without relying on weaponry. However, he chose to wield arms to ensure Su Ning's safety. After all, with firearms in hand, Lin Fei could unleash greater combat prowess in a short time frame. After parting ways with Su Ning, Lin Fei, like a shadow, calculated the sniper's blind spots and stealthily slipped behind a container. With his dark sniper rifle, he aimed at one of the opposing snipers, while the indistinct figure of another sniper came into his line of sight. Should Lin Fei choose, he could eliminate both snipers in under 2 seconds. The remaining sniper would be left for Su Ning to handle. As he had already confirmed that there were only 3 snipers in total, these snipers were positioned to guard against the mysterious individual, ensuring the transaction proceeded smoothly. The mercenaries had no inkling that Lin Fei and Su Ning were covertly observing them. Su Ning, the target has appeared. 11 o'clock. Lin Fei suddenly exclaimed, his eyes capturing a figure that I see him. That must be the traitor. Should we act now? Su Ning's calm voice came through the communicator. This caliber of expert possesses heightened alertness. If he sensed danger and fled, it would be exceedingly difficult to pursue him. Thus, Su Ning hesitated on whether to fire immediately. Wait a moment. Let us observe, Lin Fei whispered in response. The fact that the individual had the audacity to approach, knowing Su Ning had been dispatched, indicated a lack of regard for him and suggested he would not flee easily. Nevertheless, Lin Fei sensed that this situation was far more complex than it appeared. The reason only Su Ning had been sent was that everyone believed the mysterious individual would not show. They intended for Su Ning to deal with the mercenaries, yet whether this individual would actually appear remained uncertain. Lin Fei knew that the prominent figures among the ancient martial artists do not act rashly. It is plausible that even more formidable individuals have arrived, lurking in the periphery, eluding Lin Fei's detection. Since this mysterious person dared to betray the ancient martial artists and could master their skills to such an extent, he was certainly no fool. He likely surmised this as well. If he truly recognized the risks yet chose to come, that would warrant Lin Fei's vigilance. Who is that? As the enigmatic figure approached, one of the mercenaries suddenly bellowed, and almost simultaneously, all of them drew their weapons, directing their aim towards the mysterious individual's direction. Their snipers had already locked onto the figure. Among these mercenaries were individuals of various ethnicities, Han Chinese, Caucasians, and Africans, who spoke both Chinese and English, yet both Lin Fei and Su Ning were well-versed in understanding them. Some of the Han Chinese had fortuitously trained abroad to become mercenaries, but returning to their homeland in such a capacity would effectively render them stateless, as it would signify a betrayal of their country. Tonight, they had forsaken their homeland, plotting against China, and any sense of camaraderie was thoroughly extinguished. Who else is present here tonight? I advise you to lower your weapons. I have an aversion to being threatened at gunpoint. The mysterious figure suddenly floated down from behind a shipping container, clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his features indiscernible. Are you Tianning? We must verify your identity. Please provide the code phrase. The bearded Caucasian mercenary leader spoke in fluent Chinese, his weapon aimed squarely at the stranger's forehead. He dared not exhibit any carelessness. He could sense from the aura alone that this newcomer was formidable. Not to mention the oppressive pressure emanating from the figure's agile movements, the transaction tonight was of great significance, with several major factions watching closely. This was the first step for international mercenaries to infiltrate the mysterious realm of China. And there could be no room for error. He had to exercise caution in confirming the stranger's identity. I have already stated that I dislike being threatened at gunpoint. Although I intend to collaborate with you and sell you highly classified information at an exorbitant price. Remember that I am an ancient martial artist whom you cannot afford to provoke. The mysterious figure replied coldly, his eyes glowing with a predatory light that sent shivers down the spines of those present. In an instant, the mysterious figure moved, and the mercenaries could hardly perceive his actions. Before they could react, their leader found himself ensnared by the figure's iron grip at his throat. Tianning has emerged. Ancient martial arts shall prevail. Will you not lower your weapons? Do you truly wish to court death? The mysterious figure scoffed, and, with a sudden motion of his free hand, a cacophony of metallic sounds ensued as the mercenaries felt a tremendous force strike their chests, akin to being hit with a powerful blow. However, the mysterious figure had no intention of taking their lives, merely issuing a stark warning. Although they were formidable, they remained pathetically vulnerable in the presence of such a powerful ancient martial artist. Lower your weapons at once. The mercenary leader's voice trembled as he spoke. The moment he heard the words Tianning has emerged, ancient martial arts shall prevail, he recognized that the newcomer was indeed the individual they had been waiting for. As those were their code words, I am the darkness, the three snipers exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. They had nearly been compelled to open fire. Honorable Mr. Tianning, please forgive our rudeness. We merely sought to exercise caution. The mercenary leader sincerely apologized, still bewildered at how he had been captured so effortlessly by the mysterious figure, whose skill was truly awe-inspiring. You are wise to recognize your situation. Do you think that just you few, along with a handful of hidden snipers, can stand against me? The mysterious figure replied with a derisive laugh, brimming with arrogance. Mr. Tianning is indeed formidable. With your assistance, this mission will surely be a resounding success. The mercenary leader bowed his head in submission. Rest assured, I desire the downfall of all ancient martial artists. Let them perish in the most tragic manner possible. Do you understand? Once the task is accomplished, I will not concern myself with how you choose to torment them, whether through violence or abduction, I care not, as long as you ensure their demise. Should you fail, do not blame me for personally claiming your heads, the mysterious figure coldly asserted, his ambitions and ruthlessness laid bare. With a thunderous presence, he exuded an overwhelming aura that sent tremors through the mercenary leader and his companions, who could scarcely contain their fear in the face of such a powerful adversary. Enough with the idle chatter. My time is limited. All the information you seek is contained within this USB drive. Take it, verify its contents, and once confirmed, transfer 100 million to this account. When the funds are transferred, the USB will belong to you, the mysterious figure declared, revealing a USB drive in his hand and tossing it to the mercenary leader, simultaneously passing him a slip of paper with his account details. Immediately, one of the team members retrieved a laptop and plugged in the USB drive. The leader himself verified its contents, and within mere seconds, his eyes widened in astonishment, breathing heavily as a look of mixed delight and greed illuminated his features, as if China had already fallen into their grasp. Mr. Tianning, You're truly a man of your word. I will transfer the funds immediately. Rest assured, we will ensure the heads of all ancient martial artists are delivered to you. As for the female martial artists, we will ensure their demise through the most heinous means. We guarantee your satisfaction, Mr. Tianning, the mercenary leader announced with a sinister grin, his face contorting with a malevolent glee. The mysterious figure, now exuding an air of self-satisfaction, clasped his hands behind his back. Reveling in the moment, at last, it seems I have not erred in choosing you. Hurry and complete the transfer. Let me be clear. Once the funds are secured, the USB will be yours. If you fail to safeguard it, the fault lies with you. Fear not, Mr. Tianning. I am this humble city of Zhonghai. None can rival us, and is it not precisely for this reason that you chose to conduct the transaction here? The mercenary leader boasted arrogantly, his confidence palpable. Suddenly, a bullet struck the USB drive still connected to the laptop, shattering it into fragments with a resounding crack, obliterating the data within. Who dares? The mysterious figure's robe billowed as he glared fiercely into the shadows, his eyes flashing with intensity. Enemies, engage. The mercenary leader swiftly reacted, taking cover behind an obstacle. Gold Eagle, locate the target and eliminate him. Repeat, identify the target and take him down. He commanded into his communicator, urgently contacting his most skilled sniper. Understood, Captain, a deep voice responded from the other end of the communicator. However, before he could process the reply, two muffled thuds echoed, sending the mercenary leader's heart plummeting. Hyena, Night Leopard, eliminate him. Eliminate him, the mercenary leader screamed in desperation. In a grim response, more heavy sounds resonated through the communicator, and the leader felt a surge of panic. As an experienced operative, he recognized the unmistakable sound of bullets embedding into flesh, and it was clear they had been fatal. No matter how loudly he shouted, the three snipers failed to respond. Almost instantaneously, more gunfire erupted from the darkness, and a nearby team member collapsed, having merely peeked out to assess the situation, now marked by death's gaze. The mercenary leader observed the bloodied hole that appeared on his comrade's forehead, and in that instant, the mercenaries understood they were up against a lethal adversary, shrinking back in fear and refusing to expose themselves. On top of a shipping container, Su Ning, who was positioned for sniping, could not help but sigh. These mercenaries were indeed formidable, far more so than the black-clad thugs led by Fan Jianzhong. Now that they had been spooked, coaxing them to reveal themselves again would be nearly impossible. To eliminate them, he would have to descend and engage in close-quarters combat. Fortunately, even in such a scenario, Su Ning felt confident in his ability to vanquish them, especially since he had Lin Fei's assistance. Just then, a sense of crisis surged within Su Ning. Not good. Su Ning abruptly rolled to the side, discarding his sniper rifle. Just as he moved, a flurry of glinting projectiles, unknown in origin, descended rapidly and forcefully upon his previous position, puncturing the thick metal surface of the shipping container with clear, small holes. You little brat, I knew it was you. You, a mere waste of space, dare to interfere with me? The mysterious figure, clad in black, leaped gracefully onto the container, landing silently. Su Ning's heart raced. The fact that the figure could approach him undetected was a clear indication of a far superior skill level, separated from Lin Fei. He had not anticipated that this enigmatic individual would locate him so swiftly. To be continued. Chapter 46. Indeed, quite powerful. Who exactly are you? Upon seeing the mysterious figure, Su Ning felt no surprise. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had noted that after the gunfire, the figure had vanished from sight, and he had worried whether the individual would escape. Su Ning fixed a cold stare upon the mysterious figure. Although the number of ancient martial artists was limited, he could not ascertain the stranger's identity. Are you seeking my life? A mere fledgling at the third tier of Qi cultivation dares to pursue me? You must be tired of living, the mysterious figure hissed, his robe billowing with no wind, exuding an extraordinary presence. Su Ning's eyes narrowed, sensing the figure's formidable power, as the feeling of crisis surged within him once more. The stranger could discern his precise level of strength at a glance, indicating that he was at least at the late stage of Qi cultivation. Martial artists are categorized into 3 tiers of expertise: second tier, first tier, and Qi cultivation at the third, second, and first tiers, respectively. It is said that there are even higher realms beyond these. However, that realm had become entirely unfamiliar to Su Ning. Even the most formidable elders among the ancient warriors had only reached the first tier of Qi force. Each level is further divided into 3 stages: early, mid, and peak. Once one attains mastery of Chi Force, they enter the ranks of true experts, with substantial differences in perception between each realm, even within the same tier. The disparities in strength among the early, mid, and peak stages are profound, roughly estimating. An expert at the peak of the 3rd tier of Chi Force is approximately 4 to 5 times stronger than one at the early stage of the same tier. The difference in power is unmistakable. Boom. Thus, Su Ning dared not hesitate any longer. He forcefully propelled himself off the container, leaving a dent in its surface. Harnessing this momentum, Su Ning surged forth like a cannonball, delivering a fearsome punch that created a sound akin to a miniature tornado as it struck towards the mysterious figure. Yet, bang, a tremendous impact reverberated as Su Ning was sent flying back, crashing to the ground on the far side of the container, shaking the earth with a deafening thud. The mysterious individual had merely struck him once, yet the force was comparable to that of a colossal beast, one that Su Ning could not withstand. Fortunately, the Su family possessed formidable skills in self-preservation, and Su Ning had unique healing techniques that significantly mitigated his injuries. Otherwise, that single blow could have been fatal. Who on earth are you? Su Ning struggled to rise from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even after feeling the opponent's prowess through their clash, he remained unable to ascertain their identity. The Su family, after all, was a behemoth among ancient warriors, and it was rare for them to be unaware of any ancient martial arts techniques. The mysterious figure was evidently extraordinary. Thunder rumbled. The mysterious figure leaped down from the container with the force of a mountain crashing to the ground, capable of arriving as silently as a drifting leaf or with such direct ferocity. You Su family dare to be the first to obstruct me, then you shall be the first to be extinguished. I will hang the heads of your over 100 family members from the treetops and toss your corpses into the sewers. However, I've heard you have a sister-in-law who became a widow before marriage, possessing unparalleled beauty. Very well, I can make an exception for her. Rest assured, I shall teach her the most comprehensive and shameless ways to serve a man. Such a beauty can be enjoyed every night. This is how life should be lived, but alas, you shall not witness it. The mysterious figure laughed heartily, his gaze suddenly sharpening, and this time, it was his turn to strike. His movements were blindingly fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The force behind his punches was terrifying, creating a fierce wind that seemed capable of sweeping away all. Su Ning did not even need to look to know the horror of that punch. No longer daring to be vague, ambiguity meant death. He suppressed the agony from what he suspected were broken bones and propelled himself backward. Su Ning retreated with great speed, but the mysterious figure was even faster. Both were charging in the same direction, yet the mysterious man's fist was growing ever closer to Su Ning, the distance rapidly closing. At such a critical juncture, Su Ning could not afford to think of anything else. Yet he felt death drawing near, and he vaguely heard the mysterious figure's arrogant laughter. The next moment, the fist of the mysterious figure pressed against the back of Su Ning's head. A life and death crisis. This was the very moment of peril. Just then, hissing, two sharp, urgent sounds rushed through the darkness. The distinctiveness of the sound was undeniable. How could the mysterious figure fail to notice? In the next instant, he abruptly veered sideways, evading the imminent danger that even he felt compelled to avoid. With his escape, Su Ning's peril was naturally averted. He continued his retreat, enduring his injuries as he leaped onto the container, finally gaining the chance to look down. Big brother. Su Ning spotted Lin Fei's silhouette, and emotion surged within him. Indeed, Lin Fei had arrived, and it was he who had made the strike. Thankfully, Lin Fei had come. Otherwise, Su Ning would have already met his demise. Can you hold on a little longer? Go get your gun and stop those mercenaries. Buy me a few minutes, Lin Fei said calmly, quickly assessing Su Ning. Those familiar with him, particularly his comrades from the Snow Leopard Assault Team, would recognize that he had entered his optimal combat state. The legendary status of a Special Forces soldier is not self-proclaimed. One must earn it through genuine skill. Once Lin Fei entered this state, it meant he was facing a formidable opponent, and it also signified that misfortune awaited someone, most likely, grave misfortune. Big brother, leave it to me. But be careful, this person is very strong. Su Ning wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acknowledging the piercing pain from broken bones that had likely penetrated his organs. The Su family's healing techniques were indeed remarkable. As long as he did not succumb to immediate death, Su Ning was not overly concerned about the severity of his injuries. He had begun to gauge the mysterious figure's specific realm. Yet he chose to trust Lin Fei, having confidence in him. Without further hesitation, he rushed to retrieve his sniper rifle, ready to engage in the act of interception. In truth, Su Ning was uncertain of Lin Fei's precise strength. Only aware that he was incredibly powerful, thus a small drum of anxiety beat within him. After all, they were not dealing with the usual international mercenaries, but rather an ancient warrior from Huaxia with a legacy of ancient martial arts. However, given the current situation, should those mercenaries arm themselves and assist, both he and Lin Fei would find themselves in a dire predicament, leaving him with no choice but to press onward. It was only at this moment that Su Ning vaguely recognized his own recklessness. If the opponent had the audacity to betray all ancient warriors, they undoubtedly possessed significant skill. It mattered little if he were to die. However, if Lin Fei were to perish alongside him, he would find no peace in the afterlife. As Su Ning set off, the mysterious figure also moved, retreating at an astonishing speed. After all, Su Ning had obtained a firearm, which posed a threat to him, and he was unwilling to take that risk. In the darkness, he maneuvered swiftly among countless containers. With his prowess, Lin Fei followed at a steady pace. Though he could easily accelerate to catch up, he discerned the mysterious figure's intention to change the battlefield. So he remained unhurried. "Kid, what do you mean by buying you a few minutes? Are you implying that you can deal with me in just a few minutes? You dare to be more arrogant than I? Very well. For that remark, I shall have you dismembered tonight." Upon reaching the other end of the port, the mysterious figure indeed halted, turning around with a cold snort, gritting his teeth in fury. "I have no interest in competing in arrogance. But whether I can resolve this in a few minutes, we shall find out shortly." Lin Fei replied calmly as he too came to a stop, after eliminating 2 snipers among the mercenaries. He quickly realized that the mysterious figure was targeting Su Ning. Although Su Ning possessed all the qualities of a sniper, he had yet to master the art of concealing his presence post-shot, inevitably exposing his whereabouts before such a formidable opponent. Thus, Lin Fei could no longer afford to eliminate the other mercenaries. He discarded his sniper rifle and rushed over at maximum speed. Fortunately, the USB drive had been destroyed, and without access to the data, the mercenaries were unlikely to leave without orders, alleviating any concern of them escaping. At this moment, Lin Fei still carried a dagger and a handgun, but he opted for the more convenient fine silver needles. Moreover, encountering a formidable opponent, Lin Fei desired not to resolve the matter with firearms, as he sought progress and needed the experience of combat for testing and insight. "Very well, you truly are more arrogant than I. Since that is the case, I shall provide you with an additional gift. Once I kill you, I will send your friends and family to meet you." The mysterious figure sneered, his demeanor chilling. "If it were not for the need to extract answers from you, I would personally rip your heart out and crush it." Lin Fei stood still, responding with indifference. The mysterious figure fell silent, feeling suddenly unable to see through Lin Fei. Such sensations were rare for him, and their occurrence indicated that the opponent was indeed a formidable master. His breathing calmed considerably. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the suffocating silence of the darkness, chaotic gunfire erupted from behind as the mercenaries, having regained their wits, pursued and engaged Su Ning. Though he was injured, he occupied the high ground and surpassed the mercenaries in skill, so he would likely remain safe for the time being. Simultaneously, the mysterious figure launched a sudden attack, unleashing a flurry of small projectiles towards Lin Fei. Hissing, Lin Fei also waved his hand, sending forth a barrage of fine silver needles, and upon collision, both sides' projectiles fell to the ground in disarray. Chapter 47. Clean up everything. Lin Fei's skill with hidden weapons was astonishing, leaving the mysterious figure somewhat astonished, yet he remained unfazed, confident he could defeat Lin Fei. "You're quite young, yet your abilities are impressive. Your speed just now indicates that your realm is at least mid-tier chi force, surpassing that boy from the Su family in potential. Given a few more years, breaking through to the second tier of chi force would likely be a cinch. What a pity. You dared to meddle in my affairs, and you are destined not to survive the night." The enigmatic figure let out a cold snort, and as he spoke, he suddenly heard a whoosh. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, his reflexes sharp enough, yet the dark robe was still rent asunder with a large gash. Had he been a mere half a millisecond slower, he would undoubtedly have sustained injury. Anger etched across his face. He appeared utterly disheveled. "You are far too verbose," Lin Fei remarked with a calm demeanor. "I will tear you apart immediately." The mysterious man growled lowly like a beast, his form transforming into a gust of black wind as he lunged towards Lin Fei, unleashing a torrent of ferocious assaults upon him. The essence of qi is a significant threshold for martial practitioners, and crossing into this realm is notoriously difficult. Once one has cultivated their inner strength, they enter the stage of qi energy. Typically, among martial artists, few manage to cultivate inner strength. Yet, once achieved, their power undergoes a dramatic transformation. Even 10 peak experts would falter against a novice who has just begun to harness a trace of inner strength. The myriad benefits of inner strength are coveted by practitioners, for instance. The use of hidden weapons. When propelled by inner strength, their power and speed can increase 2 to 3-fold. Had Lin Fei utilized inner strength to launch fine silver needles during that incident in the elongated Bentley, he could have pierced the barrier and eliminated the gunman with a single strike. However, such an act would have left a telltale hole, potentially exposing him to prying eyes. Thus, he opted to fire the needles through the bullet holes instead. In summary, an expert in inner strength possesses capabilities in both force and speed that surpass ordinary imagination. This is especially true for a mysterious figure who has a profound understanding of the qi energy realm, making his strikes both powerful and swift. Each of his techniques was imbued with inner strength, generating a wind from his fists capable of crushing the ribcage of an average person, let alone the impact of a direct hit. Particularly alarming was the speed of his punches, which erupted in a flurry, making it nearly impossible for the human eye to track. He claimed he would tear Lin Fei apart in 2 or 3 moves, and he was indeed intent on doing so, employing his most formidable methods, with no fear of revealing his strength. After all, a dead man cannot divulge secrets. Thus, this barrage of attacks represented the zenith of his prowess, along with his utmost hopes. However, when the onslaught concluded, Lin Fei stood unscathed, not even a breath out of place. In stark contrast, the mysterious man was panting as if he had just run 5,000 meters. Stunned, he realized a critical truth. Lin Fei was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Initially, he had assumed Lin Fei to be at the mid-stage of qi energy, but the present circumstances rendered him unable to gauge Lin Fei's true strength. Lin Fei had effortlessly parried each of his blows. Where he struck swiftly, Lin Fei was even swifter. When had such a terrifying master arrived in the small city of Zhanghai, the mysterious man's head nearly erupted with the smoke of fear. In light of this, after a moment of intense astonishment, he made the wisest decision, to flee while the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. This choice further underscored the mysterious man's exceptional cunning and fortitude. Despite his shock, the interval between the end of their confrontation and his escape was barely a second. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would still be reeling in disbelief. Moreover, his escape was executed with remarkable finesse. He swiftly angled his body and darted away, all while maintaining a defensive posture. For a typical young person, even if they were at the pinnacle of qi energy, a lack of experience in combat would render them ineffectual. However, Lin Fei was a product of the battlefield, having thrived amidst bloodshed. The mortality rate for individuals like him is exceedingly high. After years of conflict, only a handful survive, which explains the constant rotation of members in elite units like the Snow Leopard Commando Team. The few who do survive are undoubtedly exceptional, individuals that even fellow ancient martial artists dare not provoke. Should any of these survivors possess extraordinary skills cultivated through various fortuitous encounters, they would be even more formidable. Blending the mystical arts of ancient warriors with the tenacity and grit of seasoned special forces, Lin Fei exemplified such a being. In terms of combat experience, Lin Fei dwarfed the mysterious man's by countless measures. Moreover, the mysterious man overlooked a crucial detail. During his previous assault, Lin Fei had met each of his strikes not with frantic desperation, but with effortless ease, displaying a calm demeanor that indicated he had not exerted himself to the fullest. Indeed, Lin Fei had intended to compel the mysterious man to reveal all his techniques, allowing him to observe and strategize for his own advancement. While his gains were minimal, he had gleaned insights nonetheless. And the mysterious man's utility was now nullified. Lin Fei, of course, had no intention of allowing him to escape. With remarkable speed, he pursued. A rush of wind surged behind him, and before the mysterious man could react, Lin Fei had already closed the distance, having barely moved a few meters. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei remained silent as he unleashed 3 punches, each one resonating with the force of a mountain colliding with the earth. The overwhelming power exceeded the mysterious man's limits, especially considering he had expended a significant portion of his inner strength during the previous onslaught, leaving him utterly fatigued. You. The second punch struck him halfway. His eyes widening in shock as he toppled over, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. He lost consciousness, his combat capabilities obliterated, his internal meridians ravaged by Lin Fei's formidable force. Scattering his inner energy throughout his body, this resulted in permanent damage. Even if he were afforded the chance to heal, returning to his former state would prove exceedingly difficult, not to mention he no longer had that opportunity. Consider yourself fortunate. Yet, for daring to betray the ancient martial artists, your suffering is far from over. Lin Fei scoffed, feeling a desire to torment the mysterious man for his arrogance, only to find him so easily vanquished. With a series of sharp taps upon the man's body, Lin Fei casually removed the mask from beneath the hood of his robe. Instantly, a pallid visage emerged, reminiscent of a corpse. This man sported a neatly trimmed beard, a square jaw, and thick brows above large eyes, with a scar etched across his forehead. Lin Fei did not recognize him, but he suspected Su Ning would, without hesitation. Lin Fei hoisted the mysterious man as if he were a mere sack and swiftly made his way towards Su Ning. Su Ning was cornered by a group of mercenaries, his ammunition dwindling and his injury severe. His sniper rifle had long since been discarded, and he was left wielding a handgun. Fortunately, he occupied a defensible position. And the mercenaries, wary of the several they had already lost to him, hesitated to charge. Nonetheless, he could not hold out much longer. Once his bullets were exhausted, he would be at their mercy. Just then, gunfire erupted from behind the mercenaries, and Lin Fei, grasping the mysterious man in one hand while brandishing his pistol in the other, swiftly took down 3 of the opposing fighters. The mercenaries had been sufficiently intimidated by the mysterious man's prowess, failing to anticipate an enemy capable of besting him, thus leaving their backs exposed. This oversight stripped them of any chance to counterattack. Lin Fei was no stranger to dealing with such foes. And as he fired, he darted forward, dispatching another 3 or 4 along the way. The remaining mercenaries, including their leader, abandoned their pursuit of Su Ning, taking cover desperately. Rat-tat-tat, Lin Fei dashed forth, firing 2 more shots. His speed was astonishing. As they concealed themselves, he appeared from another angle, his handgun embodying the very essence of death, every shot finding its mark without fail. Oh my god, this Huaxia man is terrifying. The mercenary captain caught sight of the mysterious man in Lin Fei's grasp, nearly losing his wits in terror. I should just run for my life. I hope I can escape. A matter of moments. He had become a solitary figure. Their team had been capable of contending against an army of 100 men. Truly, Huaxia was an ancient nation steeped in rich heritage, though they were currently in a rapid ascent to resurgence. The secrets they held far surpassed those of North American nations. The mercenary captain swung his submachine gun behind him and fled without a backward glance. Just as he had covered a few meters, a figure emerged before him, offering no courtesy. A vicious kick landed squarely on his chest, sending the captain, a towering figure, hurtling backward like a bald in midair. He finally caught a glimpse of his assailant, and what he saw filled him with abject horror. His eyes bulged, and he stammered, "Why you are." Death's blood soaring. Before he could finish, the weight of his fear overwhelmed him, and having sustained severe injuries, he lost consciousness mid-flight, crashing heavily to the ground, uncertain of how many bones he had broken. Big brother. Almost simultaneously, Su Ning arrived, breathless, and upon seeing Lin Fei standing unharmed beside the mercenary captain, he exhaled deeply in relief. Big brother, you captured the traitor. Upon noticing the mysterious man in Lin Fei's grasp, Su Ning's delight was akin to winning a $5 million lottery. He continued to scrutinize the scene, and to his astonishment, he discovered that Lin Fei bore not a single injury. A profound shock enveloped him. The true strength of Brother Lin was undoubtedly far beyond his initial conjectures. Could it be that he had progressed to such an extent? Chapter 48. A brief intermission. Only these 2 remained alive. Capturing them for interrogation would suffice. Lin Fei discarded the mysterious individual and the mercenary captain together. Brother, I do not recognize this person either. The number of ancient martial artists is limited. It is improbable for someone I have no recollection of to suddenly appear. I sense there may be a dreadful conspiracy lurking behind this. Su Ning remarked anxiously after inspecting the mysterious man's appearance. Let us first destroy anything that can confirm their identities, and then we shall depart. The individuals dispatched to tidy up the battlefield are nearby. We shall leave this to them. With a snort, Su Ning added, a mere Jin society, daring to collude with foreign hostile forces. Their demise is imminent. It is merely a matter of when the higher-ups decide to deal with them. Su Ning suppressed his injuries and scoffed. I will handle this. You focus on stabilizing your injuries. Lin Fei's figure flickered and vanished. Moments later, he appeared in the office building where the mercenaries resided. As he examined the personal belongings of the mercenaries, he suddenly stumbled upon several distinctive items. They were, astonishingly, identifiers of the Blood Scythe mercenary members, a group that had allegedly been covertly controlled by the top-ranking Cossack mercenary corps. Could it be? Holding the small blood scythe-shaped objects, Lin Fei fell into deep contemplation. 5 minutes later, he returned to Su Ning's side, having destroyed all items that could prove the identities of the individuals. Su Ning immediately made a phone call and then followed Lin Fei as they departed. Lin Fei swiftly carried the mercenary captain and the mysterious man under his arms and left the scene at a rapid pace. They had scarcely left when several figures emerged quickly, silently attending to the corpses on the ground. Who are you? Dare to cause trouble on Jin Society's territory? Are you tired of living as they worked? A small leader of Jin Society arrived with his men. They had received orders from above and understood that those residing here were not ordinary people, even if they heard something amiss. They could not intervene. However, feeling uneasy, they decided to contact Brother Leopard after hearing the gunfire. Brother Leopard, fearing something was amiss, immediately attempted to reach the mercenary captain, but no matter how he tried, he could not get through. Sensing something was wrong, he ordered his men to come and investigate. The unexpected appearance of these ruffians evidently startled those dispatched to handle the bodies, yet they remained calm, collectively halting their actions. Regardless of who you are, you now belong to the Jin Society. The small leader, upon seeing the deceased were all mercenary members, was already terrified and quickly drew his pistol, aiming it at the unfamiliar figures. Seeing this, his subordinates also drew their weapons. Colluding with foreign enemies and harboring firearms, you deserve to die, the leader among the strangers coldly declared, making no visible movement as a handgun materialized in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he fired multiple shots. The small leader and his men had yet to react before they fell, their foreheads punctured with gunshot wounds. Continue working. The individual then holstered his weapon and calmly instructed. Those who accompanied him promptly resumed their tasks, the entire episode unfolding in silence, as if nothing had transpired. Had Su Ning been present, he would have been unfazed, for he recognized the leader as merely an ordinary member of his Special Forces unit. After exiting the port, Su Ning and Lin Fei returned to the Tugu SUV. Su Ning opened the rear door, and Lin Fei unceremoniously tossed the still unconscious mercenary captain and mysterious man into the back seat. Naturally, these two could not be taken home. In fact, the higher-ups would not permit Lin Fei to bring them back, given the gravity of the situation. They needed to clarify matters swiftly to prepare adequately. Once the vehicle was in motion, Su Ning received a secret call and subsequently provided Lin Fei with an address. Upon arrival, Lin Fei discovered a secluded, camera-free corner where a black Mercedes SUV was already parked. Both doors swung open, and two tall figures emerged, immediately saluting Su Ning and Lin Fei. Su Ning instructed them to load the mercenary captain and the mysterious man into the Mercedes SUV before turning to Lin Fei. Brother, I must accompany them. This matter is of utmost importance. My second and third uncles should arrive in a few days. If I am unable to make it by then, I will trouble you to host them. My injuries are manageable. You need not worry about me. Take care, and call if anything arises. Lin Fei nodded. He held great admiration for the Su family's healing methods. Brother, I will be. By the way, this card is your remuneration from above. It contains 500,000. I had them set the password to Xiaoqing's birthday. Keep it. Su Ning expressed his immense gratitude. Despite his injuries, as a key figure, he had to participate in interrogating the truth. Without Lin Fei's intervention, he would not only have failed to capture the mysterious man, but also risked his life. Even if Lin Fei were to demand $1 million, he would feel it insufficient. However, 500,000 was the maximum the higher-ups could offer, and he did not wish to use his own funds to compensate Lin Fei, as he did not want to tarnish their brotherly bond. Yet, should Lin Fei ever require funds, even if it were 10 million, he would find a way to procure it, such as brotherhood. Currently, Lin Fei still owed a substantial sum to Chen Wanrong and Lu Qing. And considering that this 500,000 was his reward, he accepted it without hesitation. In truth, if one were to calculate Lin Fei's worth based on international mercenary rates, a single operation would command no less than 1 million. After his retirement, some had attempted to contact him, hoping to enlist his services at the price of 10 million, but he had naturally declined. Tonight, Su Ning had invited him along. Even without compensation, Lin Fei would have come. However, if Su Ning's superiors were willing to provide some remuneration, it would be all the better. Su Ning soon departed with the Mercedes SUV, and Lin Fei pondered that he had already connected with the organization. And there should be no further complications. He then started his vehicle and left the alley. Lin Fei returned to his rented apartment to wash off the stench of blood. After freshening up, he drove to the hospital. Having a car was convenient. Otherwise, hailing a taxi at such a late hour would have been quite challenging. Reflecting on this, Lin Fei felt a renewed sense of gratitude towards Chen Wanrong. Dingling, at that moment, Lin Fei's phone rang. He donned his Bluetooth headset to answer, and a sweet, melodious voice emerged. "Handsome, what are you up to? Xiao Shui, are you still awake? I'm on my way to the hospital." Lin Fei chuckled lightly, somewhat surprised that Tang Shui had called him. "Oh no, you're driving, right? It's dangerous to talk on the phone while driving. I'll hang up," Tang Shui replied in a pitiful tone before promptly ending the call. Tang Shui was just as refreshing and straightforward as ever, leaving Lin Fei momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, his phone rang again. It was still Tang Shui. She spoke in a tone of sudden realization. "Oh, I almost forgot. It's dangerous for others to talk on the phone while driving, but you, of course, would never do that. I want you to keep me company." In the background, Lin Fei could hear other sounds. Unmistakably screams and cries, indicating quite a lively atmosphere. "Xiao Shui, where are you? Tell me what you're up to," Lin Fei asked with a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'll give you a chance. Guess where I am. If you guess correctly, there's a reward. In the morning, I'll let you steal a kiss. How about that?" Tang Shui teased playfully. "Wow, this girl is trying to seduce me again," Lin Fei thought. Yet he enjoyed it and responded with a gleam in his eyes. "If you give me a kiss below the nose, I'll guess." How can you say that? I can't give you my first kiss." Tang Shui exclaimed dramatically, but quickly followed up with, "Then it's settled. If you can guess right, feel free to come. Guess, guess, hurry up and guess." Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss, wondering if she truly did not want to give her first kiss to him. However, he did not take it too seriously. He felt that his interactions with her had always been lighthearted and enjoyable, without any pressure. "I guess you are at home, specifically in your room," Lin Fei said with a gentle laugh. "Wow, confess, are you watching me from downstairs? How could you know so specifically?" Tang Shui exclaimed in surprise. "You wouldn't have guessed that I'm under the blanket, would you?" she mischievously inquired, and Lin Fei could easily imagine her winking. "Believe it or not, I actually guessed. Did you guess that I'm naked, with nothing on?" Tang Shui deliberately elongated her words. Lin Fei nearly lost control of the car, taken aback by her audaciousness. "Tang Shui? Are you watching a movie?" Lin Fei inquired with a chuckle. "Yes, it's a terrifying movie. The cover looks so beautiful, but once you open it, it's all blood and gore, with so many evil spirits. It scared me to death. Which is why I called you to talk while I watch. Hearing your voice gives me courage." Tang Shuiyu spoke rapidly, her voice a flurry of words, appearing quite frightened. In truth, she was indeed on the verge of being terrified. She typically shunned horror films, and having accidentally stumbled upon one this time, her face had long turned pale with fear, yet her strong-willed nature compelled her to persist until now. "Allow me to share a method that might ease your fear." "Would you like to hear it?" Lin Fei said with a hint of amusement, noting that both Qing Jie and Tang Shui were watching horror films, a rather amusing coincidence. "Hurry up and tell me. If it works well, I'll give you an extra kiss tomorrow morning," Tang Shui urged eagerly. "It's not a complicated method. While watching, consider how the scene was filmed, what the director and lighting technicians might be doing or thinking, and so forth. If you calm your mind and ponder these aspects while watching, it should help you," Lin Fei explained cheerfully. "Oh, your method seems quite effective, now that you mention it. I no longer find it terrifying to watch someone's intestines being pulled out." Tang Shui remarked with a curious tone. Seriously, do we have to watch something so gruesome? Lin Fei said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Tang Shui, I've arrived at the hospital, he casually stated after parking his car. Your method really works. I won't need it anymore. You should go take care of Xiaoqing. By the way, it's such a pity you're not by my side. The movie is fantastic. And I truly watched it in the nude. Tang Shui once again elongated her words playfully before hanging up. Chapter 49. Tian's invitation. The method Lin Fei taught to Tang Shui was a small trick he employed during his military service to conquer fear. To overcome fear, one must first conquer oneself. His simple technique could divert one's attention and allow for a more rational perspective on issues, while it might not enable Tang Shui to conquer fear in life and death situations. It should help her no longer fear horror films. Brother, where is Brother Su Ning? Upon entering the hospital room, Lin Xing inquired upon not seeing Su Ning. Brother Su Ning has gone to handle something important. But he is well, so don't worry, little girl. Lin Fei comforted her, gently patting her head. Since his discharge from the military, Lin Fei finally felt a sense of peace, especially with the arrival of the two elders from the Su family. Lin Qing's condition should now have a favorable outcome. That night, Lin Fei spent in the hospital, and before sleeping, he checked on Yang Hu's progress, providing detailed guidance. Early the next morning, Lin Fei awoke before 6 and left the hospital. For someone like him, a few days without sleep posed no concern. In the past, he had gone without sleep for several days to complete missions, so he certainly was not worried about sleep deprivation. After a casual shower at his rented place, Lin Fei drove to Tang Shui and Chen Wanrong's home, arriving just in time to see the two stunning beauties exiting the house together. He left his Tiguan SUV in the yard and took out Chen Wanrong's Lexus GS. Due to multiple business ventures simultaneously entering their development phases, Chen Wanrong was nearly overwhelmed, even rushing through breakfast. Xiao Shui, why are you wearing glasses so early in the morning? Lin Fei inquired curiously upon returning to the car. This morning, Tang Shui unexpectedly wore glasses and appeared somewhat fidgety, which surprised Lin Fei. It's all your fault. Your method seems to have some merit. Last night, I couldn't help but watch another one after I finished the first. Ugh, I only fell asleep in the early hours and woke up with panda eyes. Tang Shui admitted, her face flushed as she removed her sunglasses. Upon seeing her dark circles and slightly reddened eyes, Lin Fei noted her evident lack of sleep. However, her youthful vitality was still in abundance. What did Xiao Shui watch last night? Chen Wanrong asked with a curious smile. Tang Shui rarely stayed up late, and upon learning that she had watched a horror film, Chen Wanrong couldn't help but feel a pang of surprise. It was unexpected that the usually timid Tang Shui would dare to watch horror films. From Lin Fei and Tang Shui's conversation, she could tell that Tang Shui had likely been encouraged by Lin Fei to watch, prompting her to cast a grateful glance at him. Ever since Lin Fei's arrival, Tang Shui had undergone significant changes, all of which Chen Wanrong had long anticipated. Xiao Shui, if you didn't get enough sleep, it won't affect your design work, will it? Chen Wanrong asked gently, her smile radiating warmth. She held great importance on Rongjin and understood how significant this collaboration was for the company. If Tang Shui could indeed sell her designs to Rongjin, it would elevate her reputation within the industry, which was what Chen Wanrong valued even more concerning Tang Shui's future in the field. There could be no room for error. Don't worry, Wanrong Jia. I'll just drink more coffee today. It won't be a problem. But, handsome, this is all your fault. Your method truly worked, so our agreement from last night no longer stands. I've managed to safeguard my first kiss. Tang Shui giggled, covering her mouth, a mischievous glint in her eye as she looked at Lin Fei. She was a beauty. Even with panda eyes, she remained stunning. Bringing Lin Fei great joy, however, how could her claim of the method working be attributed to him? That was a rather cheeky excuse. Xiao Shui, if you keep this up, you might attract some mischievous spirits tonight. Lin Fei said with a wry smile. Oh please, there are no ghosts in this world. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Tang Shui dismissed with a playful wave of her hand. Lin Fei almost cried out. My dear lady, you know full well there are no ghosts, yet you still fear them so. What are you playing at? There was nothing Lin Fei could do, if Tang Shui insisted on being playful and unaccountable. He had no way to counter her. Although Chen Wanrong seemed to grasp the situation, she deliberately refrained from interjecting, pretending not to hear. First kiss. Xiao Shui is indeed becoming bolder. Once they arrived at the company, Both Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui immersed themselves in their work, while Lin Fei headed straight for the security office. At this point, Lin Fei had steeled himself. If he was going to act, he would aim high. Since the security measures of Mei Zhuang were treated as mere decoration, coming and going as one pleased, Lin Fei intended to elevate the security to the highest standard in Zhonghai City, making Mei Zhuang stand out among all companies in the area. Perhaps this could even lead to the development of a new business for Mei Zhuang. After all, Lin Fei had never heard of any prominent bodyguard companies in Zhonghai City, signifying a significant gap in the market. He was well aware of his capabilities and was determined to achieve results in this domain. However, the guys in the security office were in for a tough time. Such a transformation process was not something everyone could endure, and the sweat they would shed would far exceed what others might drink. Yet, those who could persevere would surely reap rewards, knowing that countless individuals would go to great lengths, even willing to spend exorbitant sums, just to receive Lin Fei's guidance. Thus, this plan was promptly set in motion. The security department of Mei Zhuang was now entirely under Lin Fei's management, with his decisions equating to the company's directives, leaving the guards with no room for dissent. Lin Fei initially thought he would spend the entire day in the security department, but just before noon, he unexpectedly received a mysterious phone call. Lin Fei, good afternoon. This is Tian. Do you remember who I am? A gentle voice floated through the phone. What are you saying, President Tian? How could I forget someone as beautiful as you? Lin Fei replied with a light chuckle, instantly picturing a stunning woman with an enviable figure. Tian's physique remained vivid in his memory, and he held a deep admiration for her. Moreover, Tian had assisted Lin Fei several times in the past. Although he was uncertain about the relationship between Rongjin's president, Yang Xian, and Tian, he distinctly recalled Yang Xian mentioning Tian's name. Had it not been for the successful transaction with Tian, Yang Xian might never have contacted him. I'm relieved you haven't forgotten me. Lin Fei, you are too kind. I'm hardly a beauty compared to President Qin and Tang, Tian replied with a laugh. Lin Fei wasn't sure if he was overthinking, but he sensed that upon hearing his compliment, Tian's laughter seemed even brighter, indicating her good spirits. President Tian, you are truly too humble. If you are not a beauty, then there are no beauties left in this world, Lin Fei said sincerely. At that moment, seated in her office, Tian felt her cheeks warm at his words, her smile brightening further. She wanted to respond politely, feeling that Lin Fei's admiration was excessive, yet for some reason, when the words reached her throat, she hesitated to voice them, as if she secretly cherished this admiration. Noticing Tian lost in thought, another woman in front of her began to glare. With no choice, Tian reined in her smile and, with a mix of apprehension and anticipation, asked, Lin Fei, would you like to join me for lunch today? Same place as last time. Lin Fei, there's something I need your help with, Tian said hesitantly. Given her personality, she was reluctant to trouble others. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to speak, indicating she was left with no other option. Soon after, Tian quietly ended the call, and the woman in front of her couldn't contain her cold laughter. So, how was it? As soon as he heard you wanted his help, he probably came up with an excuse not to come and hung up the phone. Right, I told you, Lin Fei is unreliable. I can't understand why you have so much faith in him, yet you stubbornly choose him. Despite being in the safety of the office, the woman accompanied by a bodyguard did not exude a likable demeanor. Upon hearing the name Lin Fei, a look of bitter resentment immediately crossed her face, clearly indicating her deep-seated grievances against him. Xiaqi, Lin Fei has agreed to meet us shortly. You hold far too many misconceptions about him. I believe he will be willing to assist us, Tian insisted through gritted teeth. Xiaqi scoffed derisively. That depends on the nature of the help. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront life-threatening situations. Moreover, Lin Fei is currently entangled with both Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui. Do you truly think he would altruistically come to our aid? He is thriving in the beauty industry and has already rendered significant assistance to Qin Wanrong. I am well aware of this. In any case, Qin Wanrong treats him exceptionally well now. If only we could entice him with a lure, but I doubt that would have any effect on him now. Xiaqi, Lin Fei is not that kind of person. Tian sighed patiently. Though her words betrayed a hint of worry, she understood that both Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui were indeed extraordinary beauties. Whether he will lend a hand will soon be revealed when we all gather for lunch. My impression of Lin Fei remains quite positive, and based on what you've said, if he possesses such formidable skills, assisting us is not entirely out of the question. If all else fails, we could always hire him, couldn't we? A third woman's voice chimed in. There was yet another woman in the office, a stunning beauty. Her décolletage deep and inviting, creating a stark contrast to Xia Qi's more modest appearance, and even rivaling Tian Tian's remarkable figure. Had Lin Fei been present, he would have been astonished to discover that Yang Xian was also a close friend of both Tian Tian and Xia Qi. Their conversation suggested they sought Lin Fei's assistance, but were apprehensive about his willingness, and their internal dialogue was far from unified. In such an atmosphere, the three women descended the stairs together, setting off for the restaurant. Chapter 50, Xia Qi's Dilemma. Upon arriving at the same restaurant as before, they reserved the same private room, perhaps still shaken by Lin Fei's impressive skills from last time. Xia Qi insisted that her bodyguard accompany them. Clad in sunglasses, he stood behind her like a silent sentinel. Although Yang Xian felt this was unnecessary, she recognized Xia Qi's nature and chose not to argue. Where's Lin Fei? Tian Tian, I see he doesn't take you seriously at all. Don't come telling me he's stuck in traffic. Isn't his driving supposed to be exceptional? It's not far coming from the beauty industry. So how could it take him this long? As soon as Xia Qi sat down, she slammed her handbag onto the table, her expression stern. Don't make me wait here all afternoon. Otherwise, he'll have a hard time of it. I've been dealing with the beauty industry for quite some time. If I get truly provoked, I won't hesitate to bring us both down. My company is merely a plaything. Losing it wouldn't bother me as long as he and Chen Wanrong can handle their own affairs. Recalling the humiliation she suffered in that very room last time, her anger intensified, and she felt like hurling a teacup at Lin Fei's face if he were to appear before her. If this was just a game, would you invest so much effort? Our company is dear to us. While it may have started as a pastime, after dedicating such time and energy, who can truly say they can just walk away? If one could be so carefree, you wouldn't be so incensed with Qin Wanrong, Yang Xian replied with a hint of exasperation. Speaking of the beauty industry, it's surprising how She boldly attempted to acquire them last time, only to suddenly drop the matter. I wonder what methods the beauty industry employed to resolve this. Yang Xian mused thoughtfully. Resolve? It's not that simple. Yang Xian, are you truly unaware of how unscrupulous She is in Zhanghai City? No company they set their sights on has ever escaped unscathed. What good is reporting to the authorities? It's not as if no one has tried before. If Qin Wanrong lacks this level of insight, she certainly isn't fit to be my rival. Xia Qi scoffed coldly. Having closely monitored the beauty industry's every move, she was well aware of She's intentions regarding an acquisition, as well as the incidents involving Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui being taken away. However, the specifics of these matters were orchestrated by Lin Fei, and hardly anyone outside of that circle was privy to the details, let alone her. She was indeed infuriatingly audacious, even attempting to extort a protection fee from her company. Fortunately, they ultimately withdrew, or she would have been inundated with their harassment. Tian Tian, she has committed numerous misdeeds. Why hasn't your grandfather sent someone to take them down? Xia Qi looked at Tian Tian with discontent, as if attributing all of She's lawlessness in Zhanghai City to her. However, her tone implied that Tian Tian's grandfather was a formidable figure. These matters are beyond my comprehension, and besides, my grandfather is retired now. He is merely an ordinary elderly man, and lacks the capability to intervene. Tian Tian replied softly, her voice tinged with subtle discontent. If the situation with She were so easily resolved, it wouldn't have caused so many headaches. Xia Qi's remarks only added to her predicament. Yet, deep down, Tian Tian couldn't help but feel anxious for the beauty industry. She had heard about the issues between She and them, and although she wished to help, she felt powerless. Xia Qi's abrasive personality might be off-putting, but her points were indeed well-founded. Since she had so brazenly intruded upon the beauty industry, it seemed the conflict was far from over. Naturally compassionate, Tian Tian despised the thought of anyone suffering loss or harm. Moreover, every time she worried about the beauty industry, an image would flash through her mind, and she couldn't help but fret over whether he would be injured or implicated. All right, forget I said anything. Why is Lin Fei still not here? How long have we been waiting? Just as I thought. This guy is utterly unreliable. As soon as Xia Qi mentioned Lin Fei, her eyes filled with disdain. I believe that since Lin Fei agreed, he will arrive promptly. Perhaps something has delayed him. Tian Tian responded calmly, though in reality, only 5 or 6 minutes had passed since they sat down and began conversing. However, knowing Xiaqi's temperament, she realized that if she didn't intervene, Xiaqi would likely continue to criticize Lin Fei. After deliberation, she called for a waiter to order in advance for Lin Fei. "I'll take care of it," Xiaqi interrupted, grabbing the waiter's menu, not even glancing at it. "Bring me the most expensive dishes you have, quickly." As the waiter hurriedly turned to leave, a sinister smile crept onto Xiaqi's lips. "What are you up to, Xiaqi?" Yang Xian asked, feeling a headache coming on. She was well aware of Xiaqi's nature and recognized the mischief behind her smile. "It's nothing much, since Tian Tian wants to ask Lin Fei for help. We ought to treat him to a nice meal, right? Tian Tian, I'm a woman just like you. I can't assist with your matters, but let me help you where I can. This meal is on me," Xiaqi said, her eyes sparkling with cunning. "Thank you, Xiaqi. However, this meal will surely cost a fortune. Allow me to cover it. After all, if Lin Fei is unwilling to help, having this money left over won't benefit me." Tian Tian replied sincerely, her tone touched with gratitude, though she remained oblivious to Xiaqi's duplicity. Xiaqi inwardly scoffed. Her intention behind ordering the most expensive dishes and footing the bill was to create a pretext to chastise Lin Fei later. She didn't care about the cost. Sometimes, a single night out at a nightclub could dwarf this expense multiple times over. She had ordered the most extravagant dishes for Lin Fei. If he refused to assist, she would have every right to reprimand him harshly. Conversely, if Lin Fei agreed to help, she wouldn't worry. Although she felt pity for Tian Tian, she was certain Lin Fei would ultimately fail, and at that point, she would relish the opportunity to scold him. Just as the dishes were being served, Lin Fei suddenly appeared at the entrance. "Lin Fei, you certainly know how to time your arrival perfectly, now that you're here. Sit down quickly. We wouldn't want the food to cool," Xiaqi said with a cold smile, tilting her head. "Lin Fei, didn't you claim to be an exceptional driver? Why have you kept 3 women waiting for so long? Aren't you embarrassed?" As Lin Fei stood at the door, momentarily taken aback, Xiaqi continued to mock him, her disdain unmistakable. "Xia Zong is as assertive as ever. You truly are a force to be reckoned with." Lin Fei replied casually, displaying no signs of discomfort, and without even glancing at Xiaqi's bodyguard, he approached and pulled out a chair to sit. Xiaqi's eyes narrowed in anger, her chest heaving with indignation. Without hesitation, she glanced at her bodyguard, signaling him to take action. "Lin Fei, you must also be a veteran, right? I am Zhang Guiqiang, a retired Special Forces soldier. It's a pleasure to meet you." The bodyguard stepped forward, his previously icy demeanor melting away as he extended a hand toward Lin Fei without waiting for a response. Acknowledging the basic courtesy of fellow veterans, Lin Fei grasped his hand in return. As soon as Lin Fei's palms met those of his counterpart, he furrowed his brows, sensing an unexpected surge of force from the other party, as if his hands were being mercilessly kneaded like dough, held in a grip that seemed intent on neither breaking nor releasing. This action stirred a sense of indignation within Lin Fei. After receiving a call from Tian Tian, he had donned his finest attire and opted not to drive Qin Wanrong's Lexus GS. After all, Qin Wanrong was the company's president. If he were to take her along, driving her car would be entirely acceptable. However, appearing brazenly in her vehicle alone could lead to unfounded gossip, potentially undermining her authority at the company. Thus, Lin Fei chose to arrive by taxi, which delayed him for a few extra minutes, ultimately arriving approximately 20 minutes late. Moreover, there had been no explicit agreement on the arrival time, so it could be easily said that Tian Tian and her companions had simply arrived first, leaving no grounds for claiming Lin Fei was tardy. He had not anticipated that Xiaqi and Yang Xian would also be present. He had assumed only Tian Tian would be there. That woman Xiaqi certainly needed a lesson, lest she, like Shen Fei, attract significant trouble for herself one day. Lin Fei let out a silent scoff, maintaining a facade of calm as he allowed the bodyguard to squeeze his palm unabated, his gaze as tranquil as still water. Yet, deep within, a flame of fury ignited. Xiaqi was a woman, and he hesitated to resort to violence against her, given that her bodyguard had initiated this confrontation. He could hardly be blamed for what followed. Zhang Guiqiang noticed a shift in Lin Fei's demeanor, and a cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips, his grip tightening further. However, his amusement quickly dissipated. No matter how hard he pressed, Lin Fei showed no signs of pain or surrender. I refuse to be outdone. Zhang Guiqing abandoned any restraint, having previously held back due to Lin Fei's friendship with President Tian, fearing any injury might necessitate a hospital visit. Yet, he soon realized his mistake. Lin Fei was indeed as formidable as rumored. After all, a person capable of crushing a porcelain cup with a single hand could hardly be an ordinary individual. Zhang Guiqiang's veins bulged, every ounce of strength coalescing in his grip. Yet, his amusement turned to dread, for even with all his might, Lin Fei's expression remained unchanged. Both Tian and Yang Xian, astute as they were, recognized the unfolding scenario. Tian felt a pang of concern, wishing to avoid any humiliation for either party, while Yang Xian wore a look of keen interest, eagerly anticipating Lin Fei's extraordinary display. "Brother Zhang, your handshake is quite unique. It seems I must reciprocate," Lin Fei remarked, a cold snort escaping him as he suddenly intensified his grip. Zhang Guiqiang's cold smile turned to shock as his eyes widened in agony. An overwhelming wave of pain engulfed him, terror filling his gaze. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed loudly in the private room. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Lin Fei, you can let go now. I've seen your prowess. I truly admire you." Zhang Guiqiang could no longer endure the torment, crying out for mercy. Xia Qi had instructed him to test Lin Fei's abilities and, if possible, to embarrass him in the process. He had held some resentment towards Lin Fei, given Xia Qi's apparent interest in him, and had hoped to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Little did he expect to be the one schooled. "Why should I relent? I find Brother Zhang's handshake to be exceedingly courteous and respectful. I appreciate individuals who embody such politeness, so I believe we should continue this handshake for another 7 or 8 minutes." And with even greater enthusiasm, Lin Fei responded with a frigid snort, applying even more pressure. Zhang Guiqiang's hand emitted a sharp crack, and the immense pain drained the color from his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Impolite, so disrespectful. Lin Fei, I beg you to spare me. I may not possess many skills, but if this hand is ruined, my life will be forever altered. It was my folly not to recognize your strength. We are all soldiers here. Please grant me this one mercy." Zhang Guiqing trembled, his formidable physique now appearing as if it might collapse at any moment. With terror gripping him, he realized he could not withstand Lin Fei's grip any longer. I will explain. It was Miss Xia's directive. She informed me of your previous feat of crushing a cup and instructed me to ascertain whether it was a genuine display of strength. She also hoped to see you humiliated." Zhang Guiqiang could no longer bear the torment, collapsing to his knees in a desperate plea for relief. His kneeling was not merely an act of submission, but rather a response to the excruciating pain. He found it perplexing. As a man of his caliber, he could usually endure severe injuries, yet Lin Fei's grip felt as if it were imbued with a strange force, designed solely to inflict the utmost agony. "Fortunate for you that you did not attempt to retaliate. Otherwise, you would find yourself crawling out of here today," Lin Fei declared, satisfied with the answer he sought, releasing his grip with a cold snort. Yes, I am leaving. I will take my leave." Zhang Guiqiang dared not hesitate, avoiding even a glance at Xia Qi as he stumbled out, clinging to the wall for support. "Zhang Guiqiang, you are dismissed. Return home. Gather your things and vacate immediately. I never wish to see you again." Xia Qi, infuriated, stood and hurled her teacup at Zhang Guiqiang. She had anticipated a spectacle but found herself instead the target of humiliation. "Xia Qi, we have no enmity between us, yet you set a trap for me under the pretense of a meal with Tian. What is your true intention?" Lin Fei inquired, his expression stern. Xia Qi, fully aware of Lin Fei's capabilities yet still opposing him, had drawn his ire. Lin Fei, do not revel in your victory. One day, you will pay for this. I concede defeat this time, but do not think I fear you," she retorted, her face flushed with indignation, a mixture of anger and grievance evident in her eyes, threatening to spill over into tears. "Lin Fei, I sincerely apologize. Xia Qi holds grudges, and on behalf of her and Tian, I extend our apologies. She did not mean any malice and has learned her lesson. We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her," Yang Xian interjected, keen to defuse the tension. Lin Fei, having been invited by Tian, found himself in an awkward position due to such events unfolding. With a sense of propriety, Yang Xian felt it appropriate to speak. "I will not accept your apology. I wish to hear it from her directly." Otherwise, I will have no choice but to pursue this matter further. This is the third incident. She has already made my life difficult on previous occasions. And this is simply too much. Lin Fei's demeanor remained unyielding, his tone icy. Yang Xian was taken aback, not expecting Lin Fei to dismiss her plea. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, she sensed that his anger was not genuine. And she began to understand his intent. Xiaoqi, your actions have indeed been excessive. Tian has shared the misunderstandings between you, and they are hardly of a life and death nature. Lin Fei is not a bad person. Look at how he treats Tian and me as a beautiful woman. What man wouldn't want to interact positively with you? Xiaoqi, heed my advice. When Lin Fei joined the company, he likely had no knowledge of your relationship with Mei Zhuang. Had he joined your side instead, I am certain he would be staunchly supportive of you. Do not harbor anger, and remember that he is a man. It feels odd for us girls to hold grudges against him. If you truly dislike him, simply refrain from accompanying Tian and me when we meet him in the future. Xiaoqi, after all these years, it is time to amend your disposition. You know that Tian and I consider you our closest friend. Sharing everything with you, our concern stems from knowing your true character. Although you may speak harshly, your heart is kind, and you have never truly committed any wrongdoing. Please listen to Tian and me. Try not to let anger consume you. We worry that one day you may offend someone you cannot afford to. Let us not delve into distant matters. What if Lin Fei is truly a villain? Look, your bodyguard is no match for him at all. If he were to harbor malevolent thoughts due to the earlier incident and were to act upon us in this private room, what then? How would you prevent him? At that moment, it would not only be you who suffers harm, but Tian and I would also be inevitably affected. Yang Xian spoke with great patience, her words heartfelt and sincere. She had harbored her opinions about Xiaoqi's character for many years. Having traveled extensively both domestically and internationally, she had witnessed many things and understood that there are indeed individuals in this world who should not be provoked. Many issues cannot simply be resolved with money and power. By the time one realizes this, it may already be too late. Should Xiaoqi remain unyielding, she might find herself distancing from Tian in the future, leading to a gradual dissolution of their friendship. Xiaoqi is not a bad person. She does not wish to reach that point. Yang Xian, please stop. Xiaoqi initially resisted, her expression one of complete disinterest. However, as time passed, her countenance began to show signs of struggle, and she ceased glaring at Lin Fei. She finally understood that her two dearest friends held many opinions about her temperament, and she recognized that if she did not amend her ways, Yang Xian might genuinely sever ties with her. Although Tian remained silent, Xiaoqi was aware that, despite her kindness, she held firm principles. If Tian decided to cut off contact with her, no amount of pleading would rectify the situation. Xiaoqi, just apologize to Lin Fei. I truly do not want to witness any further disputes between you two. You and Yang Xian are my closest sisters. We have grown up together. Lin Fei is someone I admire greatly. He is indeed not a bad person, merely entangled in some misunderstandings with you. If you truly do not wish to comply, then do it for my sake, Tian said softly, first casting a guilty glance at Lin Fei before turning to Xiaoqi and gently grasping her hand. She felt immense joy and gratitude at Lin Fei's arrival, yet was disheartened by Xiaoqi's intentional difficulty towards him. While she remained silent, her heart was genuinely troubled. Nevertheless, being good friends, she could not hold it against Xiaoqi. Feeling Tian's heartfelt concern, Xiaoqi was unexpectedly overwhelmed with emotion, and tears streamed down her face. Having lost her biological mother at a young age, her stepmother had never treated her kindly after her father remarried, and her father rarely paid attention to her well-being. Living in a luxurious villa felt more like residing in a cold coffin, each day a torment. Tian, Yang Xian, I do not wish to lose you two good friends. I will heed your advice. Lin Fei, I am sorry. As long as you do not intentionally oppose me, I will no longer make things difficult for you. Xiaoqi could not help but throw herself into Tian's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Xiaoqi, do not blame me for my cold demeanor towards you. It is primarily because I have witnessed too many who have paid a heavy price for their inability to control themselves. If you were to encounter a truly cold-hearted individual, you might find that regret comes too late. Lin Fei sighed, his tone softening. He couldn't help but recall that woman, Shen Fei, although she had not suffered harm in that car. She would likely spend her life in fear. Chapter 52. Pretend to be my boyfriend once more. Lin Fei was not intending to intimidate. He had simply seen too many bloodthirsty individuals. Though your bodyguard has some skills, he would not last even a moment against a true expert. I see you are not inherently bad. I do not wish for you to encounter real danger. Lin Fei spoke calmly. His judgment of character was always astute. If Xiaoqi did not awaken to the reality of her situation, she might end up like Xin Fei, committing acts that Lin Fei could never forgive, even if she were a good friend of Tian Tian and Yang Xian. Lin Fei would not allow her to act recklessly. Let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Lin Fei, you probably did not expect me to be here as well, Yang Xian remarked, her demeanor composed and graceful as she smiled at Lin Fei. Indeed, it was surprising to discover that Yang and Tian Tian were close friends. Lin Fei returned her smile. Although he found Xiaoqi somewhat off-putting, he held a favorable impression of Tian Tian and Yang Xian. Do not be astonished. Since you are here, I am relieved to avoid the trouble of calling you. How is the progress with the designs I entrusted to your General Tang? Yang Xian continued with her smile. Having noted Lin Fei's earlier words to Xiaoqi, she realized Lin Fei intended to use this opportunity to awaken Xiaoqi and was impressed by his thoughtfulness. Lin Fei, in turn, held Yang Xian in higher esteem. She was not only a stunning beauty but also possessed remarkable insight, clearly discerning his intentions. As he glanced at her ample bosom, he almost lost focus. Yang Xian, contemplating deeply, mused that having a Qin Wanrong in the fashion industry was one thing. But now with the emergence of a design prodigy like Tang Shui, coupled with the enigmatic Lin Fei, the fashion world could truly soar to new heights. Yang Xian began to form a vague understanding of Lin Fei's capabilities. Historically, the fashion industry had been filled with competitors such as Yichuan and Rongjin, but what if they united? After all, the global market was vast, and no handful of companies could monopolize it. This idea flickered for the first time in Yang Xian's mind. With her family's significant influence internationally, Xiaoqi's desire to maintain her friendship with Yang Xian was undoubtedly influenced by this factor. Rest assured, General Yang. Our General Tang will have all the designs finalized by the day after tomorrow, and I will inform you promptly, Lin Fei replied with a smile, relieved by Tang Shui's remarkable talent which ensured rapid progress. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an awkward situation. That would be splendid. Yang Xian expressed mild surprise. The speed exceeded her expectations. Having been in the industry for many years, she understood the immense potential of a designer like Tang Shui. If given the opportunity, her future would be extraordinary. Tang Shui was indeed the rightful owner of the fashion brand, having been safeguarded by Qin Wanrong, and there was no reason for her not to be utilized, the iron triangle of Qin Wanrong. Tang Shui and Lin Fei left Yang Xian increasingly astonished. However, all of this depended on whether the fashion brand could survive the hands of the Jin Society, according to the rumors she had heard. It seemed the Tang family had not forgotten about the fashion brand either. These were all critical issues. Lin Fei, I sincerely apologize. I did not expect that your arrival would lead to such a commotion. After regaining some composure, Xiaoqi smiled apologetically at Lin Fei. It is of no concern, Tian Tian. I did not take it to heart. Lin Fei replied with a light chuckle, observing Tian Tian's heavy heart. He wondered if she was facing difficulties related to the matters she had previously mentioned. Let us eat first. You might not believe it, but this meal was actually ordered by Xiaoqi. She insisted on treating us. Tian Tian continued with a smile. Xiaoqi had initially harbored ulterior motives, and upon hearing this, her face flushed slightly. After the earlier turmoil, she found that letting go of resentment had lightened her mood considerably. However, she still held significant misunderstandings towards Lin Fei and thus refrained from speaking much with him. Lin Fei understood this, and as they neared the end of their meal, Tian Tian finally set down her chopsticks and hesitated before speaking to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, I would like to ask you for a favor. It might be somewhat awkward, and I am unsure if you would be willing. General Tian Tian, please go ahead, Lin Fei replied earnestly, putting down his utensils. You need not be so formal and call me General Tian Tian. Just call me Tian Tian, she said, still hesitating, indicating she had given the matter considerable thought. Then I shall not be polite. Tian Tian, whatever you need, just tell me. I will certainly assist if I can, Lin Fei stated earnestly. Recognizing that everyone has moments of need, especially given that Tian Tian had previously helped him and he held her in high regard, Lin Fei, I believe Tian Tian finds it difficult to voice her request. So allow me to explain. The matter is this. You remember Feng Wenfu, correct? He is quite influential, being the grandson of Tiantian's grandfather's former superior. He has been quite bothersome. And now he has come to seek a marriage proposal from Tiantian's grandfather. Yang Exan took over, sensing her friend's predicament and summarizing the situation with a smile. Lin Fei was taken aback, initially expecting Tiantian's request to involve something significant. Although he had previously played the role of a pretend boyfriend under duress, the thought of a stunning beauty like Tian calling him her husband was undeniably enjoyable. As a man, he did not perceive any disadvantage in the situation. Both elders were seasoned individuals, which made the matter quite troublesome. If he were to play the role, it might require some time to satisfy Tiantian's grandfather and the old leader. Furthermore, Feng Wenfu was known for his vindictiveness, had he not traveled abroad due to other obligations. He would have retaliated against Lin Fei long ago for their previous encounter. Yang Exan expressed her concerns. Lin Fei, I find myself without other options, which is why I thought of this approach. However, while I truly hope you can assist, Feng Wenfu is indeed quite dangerous. If you feel uncomfortable, I would completely understand. Yang Exan had nearly summarized everything, and upon this, Tian ceased her hesitation and gazed earnestly at Lin Fei. She was aware of Lin Fei's exceptional abilities. However, the matter at hand indeed carried significant risks. Should Lin Fei decline, she would harbor no unfavorable thoughts towards him and would continue to regard him as a good friend. Tian found herself in a dire predicament. While she could usually navigate company issues, the pressure from the two elders had driven her to a dead end, leaving her with a profound sense of helplessness. If all else failed, she might truly have to marry Feng Wenfu, yet the thought of such a life was unimaginable to her. Just the idea of Feng Wenfu holding her hand made her feel utterly uncomfortable. And the prospect of sharing a bed with him was even more daunting. Any kind-hearted, gentle woman faced with such a situation would feel distressed. If she still had feelings for someone else, it would be even more unbearable. Deep down, Tian's feelings towards Lin Fei were somewhat complex. Upon hearing of Jin Shi's intention to forcibly acquire Mei Zhuang, she couldn't help but worry that Lin Fei might be implicated. Tian was a woman of discernment. She had recognized Lin Fei's extraordinary nature from the start, as no one else in her life exuded the same masculine aura since their last parting. She had been unable to forget him, often conjuring his image in her mind. Yet, she also knew that Lin Fei was involved with Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui, and given her own busy schedule, she had refrained from pondering too deeply about her feelings. However, human emotions are not easily controlled. Sometimes, a mere glance can spark affection and longing. Tian was uncertain why she could not get Lin Fei out of her mind. Perhaps it was his enigmatic aura and the profound sense of security he provided that captivated her. Lin Fei, we understand that you are busy and that this matter carries substantial risk. Therefore, if you have any conditions, please feel free to voice them, and we can offer you some form of compensation, Yang Exan added, revealing that the three women had likely conferred in detail beforehand. I am aware that your sister is gravely ill and hospitalized. If you require financial assistance, we could provide you with 2 to 3 million, Xiaoqi interjected, still believing that, even if Lin Fei agreed, it wouldn't ultimately change much. However, if he consented, there would at least be a glimmer of hope. Tian, do not be overly anxious. I have always hoped for our future collaborations, and since we are friends now, if you truly do not wish to marry, I would be willing to abduct you from the wedding, let alone assist you with this small favor. Though I am not a woman, I would also be unwilling to marry someone I do not like. Rest assured, I am in agreement, and I do not require any conditions. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Fei responded without a moment's thought, having observed that despite their limited interactions, this gentle woman possessed her own principles and resoluteness. If truly forced to marry someone she did not favor, it would likely drive her to desperation. Watching such a beautiful woman suffer was something Lin Fei could not bear, especially since he had never regarded Feng Wenfu with any seriousness. Lin Fei, thank you, Tian said, biting her lip and smiling sweetly, though her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. Beyond her beauty, the most alluring aspect of Tian was her figure. Her skin was as smooth and flawless as snow, and she possessed an exaggeratedly curvaceous form. Lin Fei's gaze inevitably fell upon her ample bosom, and he could scarcely imagine the reality concealed beneath. Noticing Lin Fei's stare, Tian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. For the first time in her life, she did not mind a man appraising her physique. Lin Fei, you are truly a remarkable person, embodying great responsibility. I eagerly anticipate our future collaboration, Yang Xian exclaimed with palpable relief. She was fond of Lin Fei, yet upon noticing Tian's reaction, her feelings became somewhat complicated. Would Tian truly develop feelings for Lin Fei? They were all affluent young women with discerning tastes, rarely falling in love, and even Xiaoqi had never liked anyone. However, she was uncertain whether this dynamic would persist. Then tonight, we'll trouble you. Once you're finished, we shall escort you and Tian back, Yang Xian decisively stated, as someone who was accustomed to making significant decisions. By the way, Lin Fei, you need to handle matters concerning Jin Shi and the Tang family by this morning. Mei Zhuang is currently at a crucial development stage and cannot afford to be hindered by either party for too long. Dou and Chen Wanrong have it under control. Do you require any assistance? Yang Xian suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with intensity. She was increasingly optimistic about Lin Fei and Mei Zhuang and did not wish to see it falter, although she claimed to want to help. Yang Xian did not genuinely intend to assist, as she intended to use these circumstances to test Lin Fei and Mei Zhuang. Of course, if Mei Zhuang truly faced ruin, she would extend her aid out of gratitude for Lin Fei's willingness to help Tian. However, that would also mean Mei Zhuang had lost its eligibility as a deeply cooperative partner. Lin Fei understood the subtlety of the situation, but he had never considered seeking help for these issues. Yang, I will address those matters promptly and do not require assistance at this time. However, should the need arise, I will certainly reach out. That is for the best. Yang Xian responded with a radiant smile. Recognizing that Lin Fei was indeed exceptional and perceptive, after a moment's thought, Yang Xian added, you need not be so formal, just call me Yang Xian, like Tian, as she spoke. Yang Xian cast another lingering glance at Lin Fei's masculine visage before quickly averting her gaze. Unaware of her own intentions, no need for formality, we are all friends, Lin Fei readily agreed. The group concluded their lunch in a pleasant atmosphere. As they exited, Tian noticed that Lin Fei had not driven and considered offering him a ride. But an urgent matter at the company compelled her to return. Lin Fei did not mind, as they would see each other again that evening. He hailed a taxi and hurried back to Mei Zhuang. Upon returning, Lin Fei first visited the design department, where he found Tang Shui once again engrossed in her work, headphones on, lost in music. Her focus was extraordinary, despite a lack of sleep the previous night. She radiated vitality. Lin Fei quietly approached her, and the designs she produced captivated him. Even Lin Fei was impressed, realizing that these designs exceeded his expectations. Tang Shui became increasingly engrossed. Lin Fei could not afford to be idle. He returned to his desk and quickly drafted a development plan for the security department. I have a plan that I hope to gain your approval on. After printing the plan, Lin Fei went directly to Chen Wanrong. She took the document and scrutinized it for several minutes. While she was aware of Lin Fei's intentions to develop the security department, she was taken aback by the ambition of his goals. Lin Fei, the crux of your plan hinges on having a prominent leadership figure. I fear you may not have the energy for such a task. If you can find a suitable candidate, I will approve your plan. Chen Wanrong opted for a cautious stance after some contemplation. Lin Fei's aspirations were indeed lofty. She had initially thought he merely aimed to enhance the company's security measures, not to compete with established professional security firms. This would require a considerable level of expertise. Chen Wanrong, a shrewd businesswoman, recognized the essential element for success in this line of work: the presence of a skilled individual capable of establishing a reputable name. Lin Fei's abilities certainly qualified him for the task, yet Chen Wanrong harbored reservations. She did not wish for Lin Fei to ascend to a prominent position. She feared that such an elevation would entangle him in numerous responsibilities. And deep down, she believed that with Lin Fei's capabilities, he should aim for even greater endeavors. In truth, Chen Wanrong was overthinking. Lin Fei had no intention of stepping into the limelight. He had a promising candidate in mind. But that would require a bit more time. Chen, do you remember Yang Hu, who has been caring for my sister? I will formally introduce you when the time is right. I have been teaching him martial arts. He shows promise and is clever and reliable, someone worthy of trust. I intend to place him in that position. What do you think? Lin Fei responded smoothly, demonstrating his composure in addressing Qin Wanrong's concerns. She closed the document in front of her, furrowing her brow in contemplation, revealing once again the exceptional nature of this woman who could effortlessly pinpoint the crux of any issue. Lin Fei remarked, "While this arrangement is indeed commendable, one must recognize that to attain such a position, it necessitates possessing the prowess to surpass the majority of the formidable experts in Zhanghai City. At that point, even if we refrain from seeking them out, they will inevitably come knocking at our door. If we follow your proposed steps, it won't be long before we reach that juncture. Cultivating an expert of that caliber in just a few months is no simple feat." Qin Wanrong expressed her concerns. "Qin, I am well aware of this, and I assure you that this is my area of expertise. To be candid, during my military service, I was stationed in a rather unique unit, receiving training that surpassed that of conventional bodyguards by a slight margin. Therefore, our undertaking is not merely empty words. I possess a comprehensive understanding of the multifaceted aspects involved," Lin Fei reassured Qin Wanrong. "As for Yang Hu, there is no need for you to worry. If necessary, we can always enlist another expert to oversee matters, thereby granting Yang Hu some leeway," Lin Fei comforted Qin Wanrong. "Generally speaking, guiding an expert of the second tier or above is considerably easier. I am confident that if we can find a reasonably competent expert, the situation will be manageable, as long as we do not attract the attention of a master in the Qi energy phase. We should be fine. In fact, I was just contemplating finding someone to test my skills. Given this, I shall defer to your judgment. Proceed with your plans. However, we must also adjust the benefits for the security department accordingly. I will require a few days to implement this, as you have been intensifying training, and one of the security personnel has expressed discontent, which has reached my ears," Qin Wanrong stated, tapping her forehead. "How absurd. We are offering them valuable training, and they still dare to complain." Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback. These young fellows, during his military training, had faced near-death experiences nearly every day. It was not merely about fatigue. It was astonishing that the security personnel would resort to petty reporting over minor grievances. "Have you only just realized this issue?" Qin Wanrong replied with a wry smile. "However, this culture of complacency within the company must be eradicated. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting with everyone. If anyone is unwilling to strive for progress, they may resign at their discretion. I will also introduce your plan during the meeting, so be prepared to present it." Qin Wanrong, demonstrating her decisiveness, swiftly laid out a course of action. "Meizhuang is a company I can manage single-handedly, devoid of shareholder interference. Thus, once I approve a decision, it is unlikely to face significant obstacles. However, this model presents a critical issue. If the decision-maker lacks vision and resolve, the company's development will be severely hindered. Rest assured, I am fully prepared and ready to commence at any moment." Lin Fei responded with enthusiasm. Fortunately, Qin Wanrong possessed both insight and determination, and her intelligence was beyond the ordinary. "During your training period, I will enhance the nutrition and compensation for the security department. By the time you yield results, I doubt anyone will voice objections," Qin Wanrong added with a smile. In truth, they had already achieved results in training. It was simply that this group of youths had not yet been afforded the opportunity to prove themselves, thus hindering their confidence. Lin Fei sighed, yet he was not overly anxious, for every hero has their moment to shine. Since that is settled, it appears there may be some competitions among the bodyguard companies in Zhanghai City. If we are to engage, we will inevitably participate, he mused. By the way, Lin Fei, are you in a hurry to get to the hospital tonight? After work, let us purchase some ingredients and prepare a meal together before you head back. Qin Wanrong suddenly invited, feeling immense gratitude for Lin Fei's assistance and realizing they had not shared a proper meal together in some time. Lin Fei hesitated momentarily, with two stunning women like Qin Wanrong and Tang Shui accompanying him. He would certainly relish the opportunity, however, it would preclude him from assisting Tian Tian. Thus, he politely declined. "Qin, how about we wait until tomorrow evening? I truly have some matters to attend to tonight. Then let us coordinate according to your convenience." "I trust you are not meeting someone special?" Qin Wanrong casually inquired while flipping through documents to resume her work. This woman is astoundingly perceptive, Lin Fei thought, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Wanrong's alluring figure before taking his leave. The fiery gaze from Lin Fei did not go unnoticed by Chen Wanrong. It was only after he departed that she dared to lift her head, her cheeks flushed with warmth upon recalling the previous occasion when Lin Fei had glimpsed her bosom. Tang Shui, preoccupied with finalizing her design throughout the day, remained contemplative during their return journey, resulting in a serene atmosphere within the vehicle. Lin Fei had plans for the evening, so after dropping off Chen Wanrong and Tang Shui, he drove his SUV to the hospital. Upon arriving and arranging everything, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Lin Fei, this is Yang Xan. Have you wrapped up your tasks? Lin Fei replied with a smile. Yang Xan, your timing is impeccable. I have just finished. Wonderful. Where are you? We can come to pick you up, she suggested. I'm at the municipal hospital. Lin Fei informed her of his location. We should arrive in approximately half an hour. Yang Xen stated before hanging up. She then turned to Tian, seated in the back, and reassured her, do not worry too much. Although the two elders are formidable, I have faith in Lin Fei. Tian nodded gently, though her brow remained furrowed with concern. I in the front passenger seat. Xia Qi remained silent, still harboring doubt about Lin Fei. Yang Xen drove a luxurious white Audi A6, and upon reaching the hospital entrance, Lin Fei was already waiting. As Tian and Yang Xan alighted from the vehicle, Xia Qi, though reluctant, followed suit. The sight of three stunning women at the hospital entrance immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Any one of them would have caused a stir, but together they were a spectacle. Even Xia Qi, despite her princess-like demeanor, possessed an exquisite face, particularly her strikingly long legs, which she accentuated with her choice of denim. Behind a bush of flowers in the hospital courtyard, Yang, who hurriedly handed a pair of binoculars to Lin Qing, who was seated in a wheelchair. Quickly look, the boss has found 3 sisters-in-law. And they are all ethereal beauties. The boss is magnificent. Soon I won't even be able to count my sisters-in-law. Lin Qing took the binoculars and gazed intently, realizing Yang who spoke the truth. There were indeed 3 beautiful women. She was momentarily at a loss for thoughts. If her brother truly had that many sisters-in-law, it seemed excessive. Yet she had always supported her brother's choices, through the reflection in the binoculars. Lin Fei also spotted Yang Hu and Lin Qing. If he lacked this level of vigilance, he could hardly claim to be a legend in the Special Forces community. However, he kept this to himself and continued to focus on the 3 lovely ladies. Tian, Yang Xan, Xia Qi, I see you have all arrived. Shall we set off? Lin Fei greeted, stealing a glance at Xia Qi's long legs. Although she was known for her sharp tongue, her legs were undeniably exceptional. Humph. Xia Qi let out a silent scoff, hastily claiming the front passenger seat, unwilling to share the back with Lin Fei. Is your sister in this hospital? Tian gently inquired as she settled beside Lin Fei in the back seat. This visit was rather rushed. Feng Wenfu and his grandfather are already at my home waiting. Otherwise, I would have visited her. I plan to come back in a day or 2 to see her and offer my sincere apologies. What is your sister's name, and which ward is she in? As Lin Fei sat next to Tian, he felt an overwhelming masculine energy emanate from him, causing her to blush and her heart to race. Despite feeling flustered, she did not shy away, striving to maintain her composure amidst the turmoil. Lin Fei, oblivious to the effect he had on her, casually leaned closer, inadvertently causing her heart to flutter even more. However, he merely shifted his position without ulterior motives. Upon hearing Tian express concern for his sister, Lin Fei shared a brief overview of Lin Qing's condition, feeling a sense of relief as hope for her recovery was on the horizon. Yet, he did not genuinely believe that Tian would make a special trip to see Lin Qing. Understanding how busy everyone was, Yang Xen drove the Audi A6 through the streets of Zhanghai City, eventually steering out of the urban area and into a military compound. Upon seeing the stern-faced guards armed with rifles flanking the entrance, Lin Fei understood why Tian had been in such a predicament. Her grandfather was indeed a military figure, and judging by the presence of the guards, he likely held at least 3 stars on his shoulders. Lin Fei, I entrust Tian to your care. When you are ready to leave, I will arrange for a driver to pick you up. However, if necessary, it would be best for you to stay with Tian, Yang Xan instructed after parking the car and turning to face Lin Fei. This matter was not something they could involve themselves in directly, so they could only escort her to this point. Upon hearing these words, Tian's cheeks flushed with color. Lin Fei's eye moved in with her on his very first visit. And the pace of their relationship was quite astonishing. However, in her quest to completely sever ties with Feng Wenfu, she was willing to share a room with him. Upon entering the estate, an elderly man resembling a seasoned housekeeper approached. Bending slightly as he inquired, "Miss, who is this?" "Zhong Shu. This is my boyfriend. His name is Lin Fei." Tian replied softly. Having made her decision, she resolved not to look back. "Ah, so this is the prospective son-in-law. Please, young master, do not hesitate. Feel free to express any requests you may have," the old housekeeper said discreetly, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. "Young Master Feng is waiting inside." The young lady has suddenly brought back a prospective son-in-law. The implications are quite clear. After Lin Fei thanked Zhong Shu, he followed Tian further inside. At the entrance of the house stood two burly men clad in black, and Lin Fei immediately recognized them as Feng Wenfu's former bodyguards. The moment they laid eyes on him, their expressions morphed into those of vengeful adversaries. However, Lin Fei noted that their gaze soon shifted to one of mockery. Within the room, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in quiet laughter, while Feng Wenfu sat nearby, wearing a facade of insincere smiles, visibly restless in their company. Tian has returned. Feng Wenfu eagerly rose to greet her as soon as she entered, overly enthusiastic in offering to take her bag. Tian sidestepped him, moving closer to her grandfather. "Grandpa," she said gently, before adding, "Hello, Grandpa Feng. Good to have you back. The kitchen is almost ready with the meals. Your Grandpa Feng brought you and your brother here to discuss the engagement. You're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down. After dinner, let us discuss setting a wedding date," the elder Tian declared sternly, his posture straight despite his 60-plus years, radiating an air of authority. Seated next to him was an even older man, his hair a snowy white yet impeccably groomed. His brows were also white, but they conveyed an intimidating presence, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. This man was Feng Wenfu's grandfather, and upon observing Tian's lack of deference towards his grandson, his expression turned icy. He scrutinized Tian without restraint, and upon noticing her ample figure, his demeanor softened slightly. "Grandpa, there's no rush. If Tian is not ready, we can take our time discussing the wedding," Feng Wenfu interjected, his plump face plastered with a deceitful grin. "Don't worry, Tian, I will take care of you for a lifetime," he proclaimed, his gaze lingering on her with an insatiable hunger, as if he wished to strip her bare at that moment. His desire for Tian had been brewing for quite some time. And now, with her grandfather's approval seemingly within reach, he was consumed with excitement at the prospect of possessing her perfect form. Tian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her at his expression, her brows knitting tightly together. Out of politeness, she restrained her revulsion. "Grandpa, I will not marry Feng Wenfu," she declared calmly and resolutely. Given her grandfather's presence, she had hoped to convey her sentiments more delicately. But their immediate insistence on setting a wedding date left no room for ambiguity. "Preposterous. Without your Grandpa Feng, do you think I could have achieved all that I have today? Being grateful is of utmost importance. And have you forgotten the lessons instilled in you since childhood? Apologize to your Grandpa Feng this instant." Elder Tian fumed, though he seemed to have anticipated Tian's defiance. "We are all family here." Tian, there's no need for apologies. Grandpa Feng understands that there may be some misunderstandings between you and Xiao Fu. It's normal for young people to have quarrels. As long as misunderstandings are cleared, everything will be fine. We older generations have all gone through similar trials. Elder Feng chuckled, though the smile did little to conceal his insincerity. "Grandpa Feng, there is no misunderstanding between me and Brother Fu. When it comes to matters of the heart, I prefer to make my own choices. I appreciate your kindness towards my family, but I truly cannot marry Brother Fu. I hope you can understand," Tian asserted, biting her lip as she stepped forward, bowing slightly in both apology and determination. "How dare you? It seems that after your parents' passing, I failed to discipline you adequately. Apologize to your Grandpa Feng immediately. Since you refuse to listen, this matter is no longer up for debate. We shall arrange the wedding tomorrow, and from now on, you will stay at home and go nowhere." Elder Tian slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair, his anger palpable, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing the elder's demeanor, Feng Wenfu's face broke into a triumphant grin, extremely pleased with the elder's reaction. Tian was taken aback. She had never witnessed such coldness from her grandfather before. Though she understood that he likely wished for her to marry Feng Wenfu, she never expected his attitude to be so harsh. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and they spilled over uncontrollably. "Grandpa, I said I will not marry him. Especially since I already have a boyfriend. He came back with me, and his name is Lin Fei." With newfound resolve, Tian wiped her tears away and turned back to Lin Fei, grasping his hand firmly and intertwining their fingers as she stepped forward. "Hello, esteemed elders. I am Tian's boyfriend," Lin Fei interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. "Ah, so you have already entered a relationship, my dear child. This is where you have erred. Knowing full well of the situation and still allowing us to come to your home. Are you not setting us up for embarrassment?" Elder Feng sighed dramatically, making no effort to hide his disappointment. As Lin Fei stepped forward, Elder Feng cast a cold glance his way, clearly displeased with his intrusion. Behind Elder Feng, a tall, imposing figure, with a demeanor as frigid as death itself, observed Lin Fei with shock evident in his eyes. However, his reactions were subtle, expertly concealed, and thus went unnoticed by the two elderly gentlemen. "Old Captain, I genuinely had no knowledge of this." Elder Tian inhaled deeply. Tian, you are becoming increasingly bold. How could you hide your relationship from me? Do I not exist in your eyes?" His tone was both angry and authoritative. "Now I understand. If you were unaware, then it is excusable. However, since Tian is already in a relationship, it would be unreasonable for us to remain here. We shall take our leave," Elder Feng stated flatly. Though he remained firmly seated, showing no intention of departing, Elder Tian, seeing this, grit his teeth and replied, "Old Captain, do not worry. Relationships can be ended. It is not impossible. How could Tian marry such a dubious character?" Tian, who is this young man? How dare you bring him into our home without permission? Remove him immediately and ensure he does not return." Elder Tian's tone shifted sharply, still maintaining his stern expression. His fury was palpable, leaving one to wonder if he truly wished to push Tian into harm's way. If so, it was deeply disheartening. "Grandpa, I will not separate from my husband. I recognize only him as my man. If you truly intend to drive him away, then you may as well cast me out as well." Tian declared through her tears, her heart aching, since the tragic loss of her parents. She and her grandfather had become each other's only solace. If he were to sever ties with her, she would be utterly alone in the world, unsure of who would care for him in her stead. Her words sent a chill through Elder Tian. "Grandpa, this is the man who assaulted me last time. I have investigated him. He is not Tian's boyfriend. This must be a threat he has concocted." Feng Wenfu interjected, having recognized Lin Fei's presence and harboring intense animosity towards him. He had prepared a trap for Lin Fei, waiting for the opportune moment to spring it, and thus remained silent until now. "If Tian leaves, it will complicate matters for me. I cannot allow that to happen," he thought to himself. Lin Fei, uninterested in Feng Wenfu's schemes, scoffed dismissively. "Young Master Feng, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. Relationships are built on mutual consent. I would never resort to threatening Tian, much less coercing her into marriage. You truly believe you can simply seize my girlfriend and slander me without consequence? Wife, did they not claim we were merely pretending? Let us hear you call me husband." Lin Fei suddenly chuckled coldly, wrapping his arm around Tian's waist. "Husband." Tian responded in kind, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Though her filial piety typically restrained her actions, her grandfather's eagerness to marry her off to Feng Wenfu left her heart heavy with despair. No matter the circumstances, she would never consent to marrying Feng Wenfu. "Tian, how dare you?" Feng Wenfu was taken aback, unable to fathom that she would openly humiliate him in front of her grandfather. "This is even more distressing than killing him. Lin Fei, not only did you hit me last time, but now you dare to humiliate me like this. Today, you shall pay the price. I will have someone kill you today." Feng Wenfu gnashed his teeth, his voice dripping with murderous intent, with the two elder gentlemen present. "You dare to threaten my life?" Lin Fei inquired with a curious smile. "What is it that I would not dare? Today, I shall peel off your skin and then sever your manhood. Damn it. I have waited far too long for this moment. If it weren't for my overseas trip last time, I would have already ended your life." Feng Wenfu laughed maniacally. "Xiao Fu, this is my home. While I can understand the youthful exuberance, do not resort to threats of skinning and killing at every turn," Elder Tian coldly remarked, clearly displeased with Feng Wenfu's blatant disrespect. Xiao Fu, mind your words. Elder Feng added, his tone slightly subdued, yet he knew well the nature of his grandson and refrained from reprimanding him too harshly. Grandfather, this fellow knocked out all my teeth last time, leaving me to wear braces ever since. Look at how miserable I am. He bullies me like this. Am I not entitled to seek revenge? Feng Wenfu suddenly reached into his mouth, removing his 2 rows of braces to reveal his bare gums. His eyes blazing with fury, clenching the damp braces in his hand, his appearance was both grotesque and pitiable. Elder Feng's expression softened with concern as he glanced at Lin Fei, his gaze now considerably colder. Elder Tian recognized that his old leader was protective of his kin, yet he was also aware of Feng Wenfu's true character. Thus he fell silent, his face stern, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Seeing this, Feng Wenfu grew even more arrogant, turning to a corner and shouting with bravado, Tang Niu, the time has come for you to shine. Tear him apart, and do not hold back. Soon, a brawny man weighing at least 300 pounds, his body a mass of muscle, stepped forward with each stride causing the very room to tremble. Feng Wenfu, having a formidable grandfather and lacking in financial concerns, had connections to introduce him to formidable fighters. After being harshly taught a lesson by Lin Fei, and having witnessed the prowess of some military experts, Feng Wenfu realized that Lin Fei was of a similar caliber, prompting him to leverage his resources to find a worthy opponent. His earlier willingness to go abroad was merely to allow time for these experts to arrive in Zhonghai City. Tang Niu, the formidable warrior he had summoned, was a disciple of the King Kong sect. Renowned for his exceptional skills, rumored to have mastered his sex techniques to an impressive degree, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets, Feng Wenfu brought Tang Niu to the Tian family in advance as a safeguard. Initially planning to confront Lin Fei after securing Tian's presence, Lin Fei's appearance at the Tian residence was serendipitous for him. Feng Wenfu spent a staggering 3 million RMB to secure Tang Niu's services. Demonstrating the depths of his desire for revenge, upon Tang Niu's entrance, Lin Fei discerned his aura and stride, estimating his background and the extent of his capabilities. Indeed, he was a master, likely at the mid-level of the 3rd tier of Qi energy. Given his size, it was remarkable that he could remain unnoticed within the room, yet he had managed to do so, standing discreetly in the corner, further underscoring his exceptional nature. However, he could not evade Lin Fei's keen perception, who had taken note of him upon entering, albeit with little concern. Typically, martial artists do not develop such muscular physiques. While muscle is beneficial, an excess can hinder agility. Pursuing this path indicates a focus on defensive techniques. As Lin Fei understood, the King Kong sect was the most renowned in this area. Their unique techniques could significantly enhance combat effectiveness against those unaware of how to counter them. Generally, a mid-level practitioner of Qi energy could wield power close to that of a peak-level practitioner. Having assessed the situation, Lin Fei calmly stated, since you are also a martial artist, if you kneel and apologize to young Master Feng, I can intercede on your behalf and allow you to leave. Tang Niu, with an air of arrogance and indifference, approached Lin Fei, delivering his ultimatum. And if I choose otherwise, Lin Fei replied coolly. Tian could not fathom the escalation of events. Feeling intimidated by Tang Niu's formidable presence, she instinctively shrank behind Lin Fei. Though she was not a martial artist herself, she could sense the extraordinary nature of the towering figure. In that moment, regret washed over her. Feng Wenfu was not to be trifled with. If she could not escape, and Lin Fei were to be implicated, the consequences could be dire. Even if they were not fatal, should he suffer grievous injury, she would be at a loss for how to make amends. Then I shall cripple your meridians and hand you over to young Master Feng. You can imagine the consequences, Tang Niu stated coldly. I have worked hard to cultivate my skills. To have my meridians destroyed would render all my blood, sweat, and tears worthless. We are both martial artists. Can you truly be so heartless? What if you were to find yourself in a similar predicament one day? And as for Feng Wenfu's character, you likely have an inkling. Should I be delivered to him? Would I have any chance of survival? Lin Fei remained composed, locking eyes with Tang Niu as he calmly inquired. Thus, I offer you a chance to kneel. You think I would allow myself to be reduced to such a state? You are nothing but a fool. Do not embarrass yourself further with such words. As for your chances of survival, I have no concern. For a price, I will do what I must. If I were not aware of the difficulty of achieving mastery, I would not even grant you this opportunity. I will say this once more. Kneel before young Master Feng, or prepare to meet your end. Tang You's voice sharpened, his eyes glinting with disdain. "I will not kneel, nor will I await death," Lin Fei responded, laughter erupting from him, a genuine and thorough mirth. Witnessing Lin Fei's laughter, a man standing tall behind Elder Feng was momentarily struck with astonishment. He hesitated, yearning to offer a warning, but as he perceived Lin Fei's expression turning icy, he wisely chose to remain silent. Chapter 56. Who is truly disabled? Since you seek death, I shall oblige with that. Tang You's massive fist, larger than a bull, hurtled toward Lin Fei's head, and the two elder gentlemen, curious to discern Lin Fei's true capabilities, refrained from intervening. Whoosh! Tang You's punch was indeed formidable. The terror of his chi energy was unleashed. And before the fist even made contact, the shock waves surged through the air like a tidal wave, each gust slicing through the atmosphere. Elder Feng's eyes widened in alarm. He was knowledgeable enough to recognize Tang You as a master of chi energy. Previously, he had assumed the hulking figure was merely a bodyguard for Feng Wenfu, having chosen not to inquire further into his grandson's affairs, yet he had overlooked the signs. Elder Tian was similarly taken aback, his anger igniting as he realized Tian was still behind Lin Fei. The reckless giant seemed willing to harm her without hesitation. Elder Tian felt hopeless, acutely aware of the threat posed by such a formidable opponent. It had been ages since a master of chi energy had appeared in Zhanghai City. Who could withstand such a massive fist? Surely, Tian was destined to be harmed. However, to the elder's astonishment, Lin Fei effortlessly blocked the incoming punch. Using merely his fist to halt Tang You's immense strike, not only did he stop it, Lin Fei retaliated with a swift punch of his own. The moment Tang You saw Lin Fei strike, a cold smile crept upon his lips. The most fearsome aspect of the King Kong sect lay in their defensive techniques. The most powerful skill within the sect was known as the indestructible King Kong technique. Akin to the ironclad defenses often mentioned in martial arts novels, they welcomed your attacks, fearing only a lack of force behind them. At least in Tang You's understanding, this was the case. Yet, in the next moment, he realized the depth of his error. Bang! As Lin Fei's fierce, unparalleled punch landed, Tang You let out a blood-curdling scream, reverberating through the air and sending chills down spines. He collapsed to his knees, staring incredulously at Lin Fei as if gazing upon a specter. With a single punch, Lin Fei had shattered Tang You's cherished protective technique. The blow landed squarely beneath Tang You's armpit, and his mind went blank. A deafening buzz overtaking his thoughts, Lin Fei had discerned the weakness of their King Kong sex techniques. Typically, the area beneath the armpit is less fortified among the body's meridians, while the lower body, throat, and knees are vulnerable areas. The King Kong sex techniques effectively safeguard those areas, leaving the armpits exposed. Yet this was the utmost secret of the King Kong sect. How could Lin Fei possibly know this? As Lin Fei's strike compromised Tang You's defenses, the force of his punch surged through him like a rampaging dragon, wreaking havoc within his body, tangling his chi energy into chaos, and nearly causing him to spit blood. The internal injury was substantial. Lin Fei was almost on the verge of laughter, astonished that someone would be foolish enough to stand there and invite his assault. Although Lin Fei was not privy to the highest secrets of the King Kong sect, he was well aware of such horizontal training techniques akin to the Golden Bell Shield. In fact, he could even describe himself as proficient in them, as the second-in-command of the Snow Leopard Commando unit practiced similar skills. Seemingly surpassing those of the King Kong sect, this member was renowned in both the special forces and mercenary circles, famously dubbed a human tank. Ironically, it was Lin Fei himself who had initially taught him these techniques. Lin Fei confidently asserted to Chen Wanrong that he could transform an ordinary person into a master, and he could elevate a master into an even greater one. He was not merely boasting, as he had proven his capabilities with past successes. While Tang You remained in shock, Lin Fei unleashed another punch. Without the protection of his defensive techniques, Tang You was sent soaring like a mountain peak before crashing heavily to the ground, his internal meridians ruthlessly shattered by the concealed energy within Lin Fei's fist, leaving him nearly incapacitated. What are you? You must be at least a peak-level practitioner of the second tier of energy refinement. No. You are even more formidable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to defeat me in just 2 moves. You are a master of the second tier. As he half-risen, Tang You rolled and crawled backward. Desperately wishing to distance himself from Lin Fei, he was acutely aware of the terror that a second-tier master embodied, And what frightened him further was the vague yet profound sense that Lin Fei's strength far exceeded mere second-tier prowess. This realization sent chills down his spine. Don't be so tense. It feels as if you are the one being bullied. I am merely an ordinary person who was nearly forced to kneel before you, Lin Fei remarked, brushing off the dust from his hands. Tang Niu's complexion instantly turned the color of a pig's liver, and he stammered, both embarrassed and fearful. How could someone as esteemed as you be an ordinary person? Spare me the flattery. I cannot bear it. Just moments ago, I heard you mock me as a waste. Lin Fei shrugged nonchalantly. Tang Niu's face grew even more uncomfortable, trembling in fear as he protested. This is not what it seems. It's a misunderstanding. Do you think I would believe you? You scoundrel, trying to deceive me as if I were a child, Lin Fei coldly retorted before stepping forward and delivering a resounding slap across Tang Niu's broad face. To deal with a master of Tang Niu's caliber, Lin Fei had to increase his strength accordingly, and the blow knocked out 3 or 4 of Tang Niu's teeth, sending blood and saliva spilling onto the ground. Lin Fei, have mercy. I am willing to compensate you. I advise you not to act foolishly. Otherwise, the King Kong sect will not let you off easily. Tang Niu felt a deep sense of humiliation. Anger flashing in his eyes. I find it amusing that you still dare to threaten me at this juncture, Lin Fei said with a laugh, delivering another fierce slap that transformed Tang Niu's face into a grotesque visage, causing him to lose all his remaining teeth. Despite the presence of the 2 elders nearby, they remained silent, not offering any support during Tang Niu's oppression, and Lin Fei had little regard for their opinions. Even if they attempted to intervene, it was uncertain whether he would heed them. Lin Fei, you are going too far. Surely, you understand the might of the King Kong sect? I admit my defeat, if you are willing to spare me. I will leave now and vow never to seek revenge, and I will provide you with a substantial compensation. Tang Niu clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. Such a great master had never endured such humiliation. He wished to rend Lin Fei into pieces. Although he verbally declared he would not seek revenge, in his heart, he was resolute. Once he escaped this immediate predicament, he would contact the experts within his sect to eliminate Lin Fei. This profound humiliation can only be avenged by annihilating your loved ones, he silently vowed, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, unaware of Tang Niu's thoughts, could see the fury etched in his gaze, understanding that this individual would never forgive him. Despite being the one provoked, Tang Niu now wore the expression of a victim, his hatred and anger unabashedly evident. The mere contemplation of this infuriated Lin Fei even further. What do you want, Lin Fei? Tang Niu stammered, sensing the shift in Lin Fei's demeanor and turning pale, terror washing over him. I have no ulterior motives. You just mentioned wanting to incapacitate me, correct? I merely wish to return the favor in kind, Lin Fei casually replied, twisting his neck joints. You dare. The King Kong sect will never let you off the hook. You wouldn't want the compensation I offered, would you? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Tang Niu scrambled backward, fully aware of what Lin Fei meant by incapacitating him. His mastery had not come easily, and if Lin Fei truly rendered him powerless, it would be akin to a death sentence. Though his meridians were severely damaged, if he could find a skilled healer, there remained a chance for recovery. Yet, should Lin Fei strike again, with his prowess, he would be utterly ruined. Having taken your money, does that mean I must agree to let my wife marry that scoundrel Feng? Do you think I would trade your tainted money for Tian's happiness? Lin Fei retorted coldly. It's not just a little money, it's 3 million. Feng offered me 3 million to kill you, and I will give you all that money, Tang Niu urged, desperate as he saw Lin Fei remain unmoved. Aren't you tempted? How about 5 million, or even 8 million? I will surrender all my savings to you. Just please spare me. Tang Niu, devoid of any dignity or pride, was consumed by fear, willing to endure significant losses just to survive this ordeal. He understood that as a practitioner of energy refinement, he would always be afforded a certain status, and the thought of losing that drove him to the brink of tears. An amount of money can replace Tian's freedom and happiness. Lin Fei scoffed. You, a master of energy refinement, would stoop to being a lackey for the wealthy over money, and, even worse, you attack others indiscriminately. What have you done to uphold the code of conduct among practitioners? Lin Fei sneered. 0.8 million was indeed a considerable sum, yet Lin Fei was unfazed. The code of conduct among practitioners held significant weight, enforced by the ancient martial artists, due to their immense power. Without any regulations, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? Those like Tang Yo, who acted as henchmen for money, would bring great trouble to the entire King Kong sect if their actions were exposed. To avoid incurring the wrath of such formidable beings, they would be willing to offer even more than 8 million just to secure Lin Fei's assistance. Of course, their intentions were not genuine. But Lin Fei was untroubled by such trivialities. You wish to incapacitate me? I shall do the same to you first, Lin Fei growled, his rage palpable as he unleashed a powerful punch directly into Tang Yo's chest. The resounding impact shattered Tang Yo's internal meridians into countless fragments. With a series of sickening cracks, Lin Fei unleashed his fury, determined to ensure that if he had not possessed true skills today, not only would he have perished here, but Tian Tian would also have fallen into Feng Wenfu's clutches. His anger ignited. He utilized both hands and feet to break Tang Yo's limbs. With a swift kick, Lin Fei targeted Tang Yo's groin, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. Chapter 57. Report. I cannot strike at him. In an instant, Tang Yo's groin was obliterated, reducing him to a state of impotence. He let out a horrific scream, his eyes wide with blood as he lost consciousness. Given his stature as a practitioner, he should not have fainted so easily. The unbearable reality of his condition overwhelmed him, leading him to faint from sheer humiliation. He had anticipated that Lin Fei's threat to incapacitate him meant merely damaging his meridians, yet the extent of Lin Fei's actions had surpassed all expectations. As a formidable master, he had stumbled in a mere city like Zhonghai, and now he found himself unable to even identify as a man. Lin Fei, you dare to incapacitate Tang Yo. You are finished. Feng Wenfu was utterly dumbfounded. The expert he had hired at great expense had failed to withstand even a few blows from Lin Fei, while he was uncertain of the true might of the King Kong sect. He recalled Tang Yo effortlessly demolishing a wall with a single kick in his presence. Witnessing Lin Fei overpowering Tang Yo sent tremors of fear coursing through him, yet the thought of Lin Fei provoking the forces behind Tang Yo filled him with excitement, for he believed they would not let Lin Fei off easily. However, since Tang Yo was the expert he had engaged, with him now incapacitated, Feng Wenfu realized he too might face consequences. The thought only deepened his hatred for Lin Fei. Not only do you covet my wife, but you dare to hire someone to kill me. Lin Fei spun around, delivering a slap that sent Feng Wenfu reeling, his face frozen in shock and anger. The force of the blow shattered his dentures, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Elder Feng erupted with fury, his heart aching. Young man, you must learn to know when to stop. I am still here, and you dare to slap my grandson in my presence? Do you know who I am? How dare you disregard me? Old Master Feng was indeed consumed by rage as he abruptly stood up, his aged finger pointing accusingly at Lin Fei. If you had imparted the wisdom of moderation to your grandson earlier, we wouldn't be facing such turmoil today. Lin Fei calmly responded, turning his gaze back. In truth, Lin Fei harbored a desire to respect the elders. Moreover, he recognized that old Master Feng had likely made significant contributions to Huaxia, having led many at the very least, being of military background himself. Lin Fei felt a semblance of respect for him. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Fei refrained from resorting to extreme measures. Otherwise, Feng Wenfu would have long been incapacitated. Those who sought Lin Fei's life were typically not spared. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that old Master Feng had failed miserably in educating his descendants. Lin Fei mused that if he were to have a descendant like Feng Wenfu, he would rather meet his end head-on. So, you truly regard me, this old man, with such disdain? Old Master Feng retorted. Very well, I shall assist you in gaining a clearer understanding of this world, lest a young man with your potential go astray. While power can indeed set one apart, it can equally lead one to arrogance. One day, you will be grateful for my counsel. Old Master Feng's chest heaved with indignation, his vision dimming as he nearly fainted. However, being no ordinary man, he quickly forced himself to regain composure and retook his seat. He was greatly troubled, having discerned that Lin Fei was a master in the qi-strengthening stage, a realm that practitioners aspire to attain throughout their lives. With Tang Yo, also at the qi-strengthening stage, having already fallen, who else in this room could pose a challenge? For the first time, old Master Feng resented his lack of martial prowess. If only he possessed such abilities, he would have struck Lin Fei directly. After all, despite Lin Fei's formidable skills, Feng Wenfu was still his only grandson, the last remnant of his bloodline. Although old Master Feng was frustrated with his grandson's lack of ambition, he could not bear to see him bullied. Yet, old Master Feng was not entirely at a loss. While no one in the room could rival Lin Fei, he still had his own methods to deal with him. Xiaohu, this young man poses a threat to my safety. Go and restrain him, old Master Feng said, his eyes narrowing coldly as he regarded Lin Fei. That gaze was indeed merciless. The elderly Tian, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama, trembled imperceptibly upon hearing this, his expression shifting to a mixture of chill and complexity. The straight-backed man behind old Master Feng stepped forward without uttering a word, striding directly toward Lin Fei. Upon witnessing this, old Master Feng's lips curled into a colder smile. Although Xiaohu might not match Lin Fei's prowess, he was assigned as his bodyguard from above, and his organization was quite formidable, capable of deterring even masters in the chi-strengthening stage. Unlike martial arts organizations like the Golden Buddha Gate, opposing them was no mere child's play. Lin Fei could defeat Xiaohu, but should he dare to engage him, the repercussions would be endless. Lin Fei, you must exercise caution. Tian voiced her concern, her unease palpable, though she did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the situation. She sensed something was amiss from old Master Feng's demeanor. Yet, the next scene utterly stunned old Master Feng. Swish! Xiaohu approached Lin Fei and executed a crisp military salute, his demeanor akin to that of a subordinate meeting a superior. He respectfully addressed, Comrade Lin, greetings. Old Master Feng nearly choked on his own breath, and upon regaining his composure, he seethed with suppressed anger. Xiaohu, what are you doing? Did I not instruct you to restrain him? This outburst astonished Elder Tian, who fixed Lin Fei with an incredulous gaze. Although Tian did not grasp the full context, she could not help but display an expression of delight. Report, I cannot engage Lin Fei. Xiaohu turned back, delivering another crisp salute. What do you mean you cannot engage? Your duty is to protect me and my family. Did you not witness this young man strike my grandson and threaten my safety? I command you to take action against him, old Master Feng bellowed, losing his composure. The realization struck him. Could the man Tian casually brought home possess such a background? Report, I received orders not to engage Lin Fei. He would not harm anyone without cause. Xiaohu remained resolute, even defending Lin Fei. His words were sincere, for he had witnessed the events unfold and understood the situation well. Having spent time near old Master Feng, he had observed Feng Wenfu's true nature. His statement puzzled Tian. After all, Lin Fei was merely an employee of the beauty salon, while she had sensed his extraordinary qualities. What could possibly grant him the stature to compel old Master Feng's personal guard to defy his orders? Not only was she bewildered, but Elder Tian was equally perplexed. In truth, when it came to discerning character, Elder Tian surpassed old Master Feng. From the very beginning, he had been confident in his assessment of Lin Fei's capabilities. Yet at that moment, he began to doubt his own judgment, feeling utterly unable to perceive Lin Fei's true nature. Who issued you these orders? Old Master Feng shouted, his face reddening with rage. Report, these are direct orders from above. They pertain to confidential matters, and I cannot elaborate further. Xiaohu stood rigidly, his demeanor unwavering. While he might appear somewhat dull, his steadfastness struck Tian as rather endearing. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei nearly burst into laughter. He recognized Xiaohu as one of those who had waited in a Mercedes SUV that night to assist him and Su Ning in escorting the mysterious figure and the mercenary captain. It appeared that both he and Su Ning belonged to the same unit, Special Forces. Xiaohu had saluted Lin Fei that night, so there was no reason for him not to recognize him now. However, Lin Fei had not anticipated that Xiaohu had been stationed in Zhanghai City to protect old Master Feng. Such a confidential mission was quite intriguing. Old Master Feng's fury reached a boiling point as he stood, pointing accusatorily at Xiaohu. However, given that Xiaohu was sent from above, he dared not retaliate against him, nor could he direct his ire at Lin Fei. In his frustration, he turned towards Elder Tian. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian, you are equally culpable. Old Captain, Elder Tian stammered, both aggrieved and anxious. Yet, Lin Fei suddenly noticed a flicker of another emotion in Elder Tian's eyes. He seemed relieved, perhaps even somewhat gratified. This struck Lin Fei as curious. Had not Elder Tian been pressuring Tian to marry Feng Wenfu? Could there be some hidden truth behind this situation? After pondering for a moment, Lin Fei realized the possibility was quite high. He had heard Tian Tian briefly describe her family situation on the way and understood that she was dependent on Elder Tian. Being of advanced age, Elder Tian was unlikely to be swayed by money or power. And he certainly would not sell out Tian Tian for those reasons. Deep down, it seemed that Elder Tian was reluctant for Tian Tian to marry Feng Wenfu, but felt he had no other choice. A thought struck Lin Fei. If that were the case, then the harm to Tian Tian would be significantly lessened. You need not say anything further, Xiao Tian. I will remember this. You have brought me great humiliation today. I never imagined you to be such a person. You are well aware of the kindness I once showed you. It seems you have forgotten it all. Very well. Let today be as if I never came. Old Master Feng declared, rising and rolling up his sleeves, his hands clasped behind his back as he stormed out. Grandfather, you cannot leave. Tian Tian is my woman. Will you simply allow Lin Fei to assault me? Feng Wenfu was once again taken aback, mistakenly believing that his grandfather would stand up for him. You worthless fool. Had you not been such a disappointment, we wouldn't be in this predicament. With a resounding slap, old Master Feng struck Feng Wenfu across the face, nearly rendering him senseless. Get back to where you came from. Do you still wish to further disgrace yourself today? Worthless. I, Feng Zheng'an, have led a life of valor, only to end up with a grandson as useless as you. Old Master Feng berated as he marched out the door without looking back. Behind him, Elder Tian wore a bittersweet smile. But he felt a profound sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. The old captain was not a bad person per se. He had simply indulged his only grandson excessively over the years. Had it not been for Lin Fei's formidable abilities, the old captain might have committed a grave mistake today. Feng Wenfu was filled with indignation and humiliation, yet he dared not linger any longer. Summoning people to carry Tang Yu away as he slinked off, Xiao Hu naturally followed suit. Tian Tian, wait for me. Lin Fei called out as he chased after Xiao Hu. How is Captain Su's injury? Lin Fei pulled Xiao Hu aside, whispering, Captain Su's injury has healed. He is currently diligently conducting interrogations. The progress is remarkably smooth and astonishing. The organization greatly appreciates your contributions. Xiao Hu replied respectfully. Chapter 58, An Order to Pursue the Goddess. That old man is quite furious. He will undoubtedly make things difficult for you when he returns. Just give me a call if you need anything. If necessary, I can have Su Ning request your reassignment back. Lin Fei said with a light chuckle, providing his number. Brother Fei, please do not hesitate to contact Captain Su. I wish to learn from you more while in Zhanghai City. Rest assured, we are all part of the organization. And I can handle it, Xiao Hu replied, his previously stoic expression softening into a smile. He genuinely did not wish to return. Being in close proximity to the legendary special forces was a dream for many of his comrades. If he were to be sent back, it would be akin to risking his life. Tio stay, he would endure any punishment old Master Feng might impose. Feej, if you have any instructions, please feel free to express them. The higher-ups have instructed me that I can assist you at any time if necessary. Captain Su has spoken highly of you to the leadership. They hold you in great regard, and it is likely that I will soon receive related confidential tasks. Xiao Hu said this while glancing at the elderly Feng and his companions who were already in the car, and he lowered his voice. Feej, after all, Feng Wenfu is the sole grandson of old Master Feng. If possible, please let him off this time. Old Master Feng should be aware of your close ties with the obstruction. He will surely give Feng Wenfu a severe lesson and warn him not to disturb you again. However, just in case, I will keep a close watch on him, hoping that Feej can overlook this matter. As long as he refrains from bothering me and Tian Tian, I have no desire to engage with someone of his ilk. Lin Fei patted Xiao Hu on the shoulder and replied, I am not particularly concerned about Feng Wenfu. Nevertheless, he does wish to preserve his own life. If it weren't for the need to consider various factors tonight, I would not hesitate to send him to his demise. Of course, bypassing Feng Wenfu comes with conditions. He must not disturb Tian Tian and me again. Otherwise, I will not be courteous. Old Master Feng has considerable seniority, making it unwise to confront him directly, yet Lin Fei was aware that there were countless discreet methods to ensure one's survival. If Feng truly wished for his own demise, Lin Fei would be more than willing to oblige him. Thank you so much, Feej. By the way, Feej, regarding the matter of the Jingangmen, should I inform Captain Su? Xiao Hu suddenly inquired. Do not make this public. Leave it to me to handle. If the Jingangmen are indeed comprised of individuals who would recklessly take lives for money, then they have no right to exist. I am waiting for them to seek me out. Lin Fei patted Xiaohu's shoulder once more, adding, what a joke. If this kid informs Su Ning, how will the Jingangman come to deliver money to me? Indeed, if Su Ning were to find out, Lin Fei knew he would not make a fuss, but that was one of the principles of ancient martial artists, and Lin Fei did not wish to put him in a difficult position. Understood. Fij, I shall take my leave, Xiaohu promptly replied. Previously, he had not discerned that Tang Niu was a master at the Qi strength level. Now that he was aware, he felt compelled to remain discreet. However, standing before him was a legendary figure of the special forces, and he had no cause for concern. After Xiaohu departed, Lin Fei whistled and returned indoors, where old Master Tian had already summoned people to serve the meal. He was sitting at the dining table with Tian, awaiting Lin Fei. The youth is quite remarkable. You are Lin Fei, correct? Please sit down and enjoy your meal, old Master Tian remarked, glancing up at Lin Fei with a calm demeanor. It was evident that, despite countless ups and downs in his life, he maintained an air of tranquility, even as servants cleaned the bloodstains on the floor. Very well, Grandpa, Lin Fei replied cheerfully as he took a seat. Lin Fei, I saved you some food, Tian said, serving Lin Fei rice and handing him chopsticks. She instinctively shifted her chair closer to Lin Fei, thereby distancing herself from old Master Tian. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. Regardless of whether old Master Tian genuinely intended to marry Tian off to Feng Wenfu, this situation had undoubtedly left an imprint on Tian's heart. An unavoidable rift had developed between the grandfather and granddaughter. As the three began to eat, old Master Tian maintained a quiet demeanor, eating slowly and methodically, resembling a wooden figure. He did not indulge in alcohol, exuding an air of sternness. With him silent and Tian preoccupied with her thoughts, the dining table fell into a profound silence. However, Lin Fei felt no embarrassment. He was accustomed to various social situations and ate heartily. Throughout the meal, Tian occasionally served Lin Fei meat and vegetables. Likely unaware that she had begun to assume the role of Lin Fei's wife, old Master Tian observed all of this. At his age, it was impossible for him not to notice that his granddaughter harbored feelings for Lin Fei. The old man was constantly weighing his thoughts, considering Lin Fei's status as a master at the Qi strength level. If he were indeed to become his granddaughter's husband, he would undoubtedly surpass Feng Wenfu by countless measures. Tian, go help in the kitchen with the dishes. Lin Fei, please accompany me to the study for a discussion, old Master Tian commanded as soon as the meal concluded. Tian's expression instantly shifted to one of concern. But Lin Fei had no reason to worry. He offered her a reassuring glance before following old Master Tian. Please take a seat, old Master Tian said as he settled into a chair beneath a row of bookshelves. Gesturing for Lin Fei to sit across from him, what would you like to discuss, Grandpa? Lin Fei asked casually as he plopped down in his chair. If you dislike it, there is no need to force yourself to call me Grandpa. I am aware that you and Tian are merely pretending, old Master Tian stated calmly. I raised my granddaughter. How could I not know? The old man possessed remarkable insight. Lin Fei felt a twinge of discomfort at being exposed. It was not a pleasant feeling. You are a master at the Qi strength level and have connections to the wolf warriors. Young individuals like you are increasingly rare, old Master Tian remarked as if discussing mundane matters. Lin Fei chuckled lightly. You flatter me, old master. I can see it, and so can the former captain. Therefore, regardless of whether your relationship with Tian is genuine or feigned, you must ensure that she bears me a grandchild. The old man continued, treating the matter with utmost seriousness. The former leader has been quite gracious to me, and this is the only way to truly put his mind at ease. Lin Fei nearly leaped from his seat in astonishment. Wait, old master, are you seriously suggesting that I should quickly get Tian pregnant? This is absolutely absurd. Should I accept this or should I accept this? Old master, you cannot be joking, Lin Fei asked for confirmation. Do you have a better solution? If not, then do as I said. I can tell that Tian has feelings for you. If she does not, then find a way to make her like you. If you do not wish to be with Tian, know that you can leave at any time after the child is born. My family can certainly support a child. The old man sighed deeply. At this age, I, Tian Buguang, should be able to hold a grandchild. Consider this a favor to me. Speaking of which, I have caused this child too much distress. I owe her far too much. Thus, I sincerely hope you can bring her happiness. Should you be willing to care for her for a lifetime, everything belonging to the Tian family will be yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt a sharp pang in his jaw. The old man was not joking. This was a significant matter. Young man, I need you to give me a clear answer now. However, since you have already involved yourself in this matter, even if you are unwilling, you must proceed. You may view this as a threat or as a request. If you truly wish for me to kneel, I shall do so now. The old man stood, genuinely prepared to kneel. No. No, old master, I agree. Lin Fei exclaimed, startled, as he hurried to stop him. What a joke. I cannot allow you to kneel before me. My conscience would never forgive me. Rest assured, old master. I will make sure to get Tian pregnant as soon as possible. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Solidifying the decision, as a legendary figure in the special forces, he would not shy away from such a task. I eagerly await the day I can hold my grandchild. I trust your words. Being a master at the chi strength level, old Master Tian nodded and returned to his seat. Lin Fei felt a wave of discomfort. He felt as if he had been trapped. It seemed that the old man was not genuinely interested in marrying Tian off to Feng Wenfu. Lin Fei's lips twitched as he remarked, it appears that the old captain saved Tian's father's life many years ago. That ungrateful wretch caused a monumental mess. If it were not for the old captain, I would have been alone for over 27 years, and Tian would never have had the chance to be born. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. That ungrateful wretch ultimately met his end at a young age, leaving only Tian's mother to bear the burden of his actions. Tian has been without parents since childhood, and I have not had much time to accompany her. The old man spoke, a hint of sadness in his tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt another pang of discomfort. It seemed that Tian's father was the type of playboy he often dealt with. Indeed, one must strive to be a good person. Look at how many years have passed, and he still leaves such a significant burden for Tian. Let us not dwell on this. A master like you would not suddenly appear without reason. What is your background? If the Jinggamen come looking for you, can you handle it yourself? The old man suddenly asked, indicating that he was quite familiar with the affairs of the Jinggamen and likely held a significant position in the military. The old man is truly perceptive. In truth, I do not have much of a background, having only recently retired from the Snow Leopard Commando. However, there is no need for you to worry, although I may be an ordinary person now. I am not someone who can be easily bullied. Since I have the audacity to assist Tian, I can ensure her safety. Lin Fei replied with a shrug. Snow Leopard Commando, and you are Lin Fei. You cannot possibly be Fei Yang. Old Master Tian's eyes lit up suddenly, as if he recalled something, and he began to laugh heartily. Good, splendid. The old man kept exclaiming his approval, leaving Lin Fei wondering if the old man had lost his composure. Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words, yet fortunately, the old gentleman did not press him further and promptly released him, as the name suggests, to spend more time with Tian. Ideally, he should stay the night to create new life and not leave. Lin Fei felt a pang of discomfort. The tone was rather reminiscent of Yang Xan, albeit far more intense. The old gentleman had added another requirement. He must create offspring. Yet, oddly enough, he felt a flicker of anticipation and excitement. Chapter 59. To stay or not to stay? Lin Fei, your grandfather didn't give you a hard time, did he? Upon exiting the study, Tian pulled him into a corner and whispered anxiously. Since Lin Fei and the old gentleman had entered the study, she had been worried, primarily fearing that the old gentleman might confront Lin Fei aggressively. Tian, do not fret. The old gentleman treated me with utmost courtesy. He does not genuinely wish to marry you off to someone surnamed Feng. There are merely some misunderstandings that need resolution. Lin Fei replied, his gaze briefly wandering to Tian's ample bosom with a smile. Observing her figure up close was indeed a delightful experience. How he wished he could touch it. Even if his intentions were not sincere, his actions were inevitably hurtful. Tian bit her lip softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. It seemed her relationship with the old gentleman had indeed been affected. Though the old gentleman had mishandled the situation, he had his own difficulties. Lin Fei pondered, feeling quite troubled himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What would Tian's reaction be if she learned that the old gentleman intended for her to become a mother swiftly in order to completely dissuade the Feng family? After all, not everyone could be prepared to embrace motherhood at a moment's notice. Lin Fei felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed he must conceal this matter from Tian. After weighing his options, Lin Fei found himself unperturbed by the prospect of the Feng family resorting to force. He would not allow Tian Tian to fall into their clutches, should they dare to act aggressively. He would confront them. However, this would complicate matters for the old gentleman, so perhaps it was wiser to adhere to the original plan. To his dismay, Lin Fei had already acquiesced to the old gentleman's wishes. And this matter must indeed be addressed, Sahi lamented, realizing he was still too young and should have considered the implications more thoroughly. His gaze fell once more on Tian Tian's magnificent chest. Musing internally, if it were with someone like Tian Tian, he found himself quite eager. Tian Tian, too, sensed Lin Fei's somewhat audacious gaze, yet, inexplicably, she felt no aversion. On the contrary, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lin Fei, I truly cannot thank you enough. Without you, I shudder to think what might have transpired, she murmured, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. It was astonishing that a woman of her stature, a CEO managing hundreds of employees, could exhibit such shyness, an admission that would be hard to believe. Yet, it was understandable. Tian Tian had never encountered someone of Lin Fei's caliber. His formidable and enigmatic prowess had left an indelible impression on her. Prior to this evening, she had already harbored fond feelings for him, and witnessing his extraordinary abilities only intensified her affections. The sight of Tian Tian, so bashful, made Lin Fei's eyes narrow with delight. This woman was a veritable enchantress, tall, beautiful, with curves that were simply delectable, and her narrow waist was irresistible. Her bashfulness only rendered her more alluring. Tian Tian, if you truly feel grateful, why not offer yourself to me? Lin Fei said with a mischievous smile, fully committing to the moment. After all, what could an old gentleman do? As long as Tian Tian was willing, he was ready to seize the night with her. Lin Fei, what do you intend to do? Tian Tian's heart raced, almost leaping from her throat upon sensing Lin Fei's intentions, yet she made no move to shy away. Her head remained lowered, her beautifully flushed face nearly touching her bosom. Presenting an inviting demeanor, she was, in truth, a rather conservative woman, willing only to give herself to her husband or boyfriend. Yet, as she listened to Lin Fei's close breaths and felt his overwhelming masculine presence, she forgot everything else. Of course, this did not imply that she was a woman of loose morals. Otherwise, she would not have remained unattached for so long. With any other man, she would have remained composed. It was only in the presence of Lin Fei that her heart was thrown into disarray. If Lin Fei were oblivious to Tian Tian's feelings, he could hardly consider himself a man of insight. In many ways, Tian Tian was also a woman capable of love and hate. To avoid marrying Feng Wenfu, she would even dare to sever ties with the old gentleman. Lin Fei found himself increasingly enamored by her. However, with Chen Wanrong, Tang Shui, and Qing Jie already in the mix at the company, was it too much to pursue Tian Tian as well? Yet, he pushed such thoughts aside, for he was already at this critical juncture. With a swift motion, Lin Fei wrapped his arms around Tian Tian's waist. Goodness, she was incredibly delicate and soft. With her sinuous figure, it seemed she could effortlessly adapt to any position. Tian Tian, Lin Fei pulled her into his embrace. She let out a soft gasp, lifting her gaze, her brows arching in surprise. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed a deep red, yet she remained silent. Wow, how tempting, Lin Fei mused, lowering his head to kiss her luscious lips. Just then, his phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. What now? Who is interrupting such a perfect moment? He quickly retrieved his phone, intending to silence it, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. What is it, Lin Fei? Who is calling? The intense anxiety had dissipated, and Tian Tian opened her eyes, smiling gently. It's my sister, that little rascal. Lin Fei replied helplessly. He could ignore others' calls, but he couldn't dismiss Lin Qing's. He was genuinely concerned about her well-being, whether her condition had worsened or something similar. Answer it, Tian Tian urged, displaying her thoughtfulness, devoid of any reproach, though she showed no sign of excitement either. Could this not imply that she too harbored expectations? Lin Fei's thoughts began to race as he glanced at her alluring décolletage, longing to embrace her tightly and never let go. No more of this. Lin Fei hastily answered the call. Xiaoqing, brother, Yang Hu seems to be quite ill. His face is flushed and burning. What is happening? Should I call a doctor? Where are you? If you're not busy, please come quickly. I've never seen him like this before. Lin Qing spoke anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt not alarm but rather a surge of delight. Xiaoqing, do not worry. Yang Hu is fine. I taught him a breathing technique, and he has begun to see results. Do not call a doctor. Just keep the door closed and ensure no one disturbs him, understood? Lin Fei was genuinely thrilled that he had taught Yang Hu his unique technique only a few days prior. And the boy had already made progress. Could it be that Yang Hu possessed one of those rare, special constitutions? Previously, he had not thought to examine him thoroughly. It was a small oversight. Had he realized that Yang Hu was indeed one of those individuals with the special physique that many practitioners coveted, Lin Fei could have tailored a more effective training regimen for him. I understand, brother. Are you with your sisters? Lin Qing asked, clearly relieved. Lin Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Sisters. This little girl seemed to have picked up some rather questionable habits from Yang Hu. It appeared he would need to remind her not to emulate the bad rather than the good. Lin Fei, what is it? Is Xiao Qing all right? As soon as he hung up, Tian inquired with concern. She's fine. It's Yang Hu who has encountered a slight issue with his training. Lin Fei briefly explained Yang Hu's circumstances to Tian. Are you going back? Tian asked, her hand covering her mouth. Smiling inquiringly, unable to reveal whether she truly wished for him to leave or hoped he would stay. I fear I must return for a while. Shall we continue this another time? Lin Fei said. Feeling a pang of regret, the breathing technique he had imparted to Yang Hu was merely an introduction to cultivating inner strength, a method of his own creation. Of course, it did not guarantee immediate mastery of inner strength, but the likelihood was significantly higher than with other methods. As long as one was not particularly dull-witted or lazy, complete mastery within 2 to 3 decades to become a master of qi was entirely feasible. However, if Yang Hu truly possessed a special physique, this would drastically shorten the time required. Just how much it would be shortened remained uncertain, as it depended on the nature of Yang Hu's special constitution. Even the least exceptional types could cultivate inner strength within 3 to 4 years. This was precisely why practitioners aspired to possess such rare physiques. The benefits were abundantly clear. Yang Hu's transformation did not imply he had already achieved inner strength. As he had only grasped the basics, Lin Fei speculated that Yang Hu had awakened some latent power within him. The process should not pose any danger. Nevertheless, for peace of mind, Lin Fei deemed it prudent to return and confirm the situation. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Upon witnessing this, a sense of foreboding surged within him. Initially, he had intended to seize the opportunity to deal a severe blow to Lin Fei, but confronted with the sight before him, his courage abruptly dissipated. With a self-deprecating snort, he barked in anger. Throw him into the cell. Be sharp. Do not let him escape. He continued. What? You don't even ask my name or whether I truly committed a crime? Lin Fei could not suppress a cold laugh. If he were to believe that no one was pulling strings behind the scenes, he would rather die. However, he did take some solace in the fact that they did not force him to change his attire. Moreover, Lin Fei noticed that throughout his entrance, every camera within the prison had ceased to function. It appeared that someone had turned them off. Clearly, someone wished to erase any evidence of his presence here. Yet, the puppeteer behind the scheme was likely unaware that this outcome was precisely what Lin Fei desired. The leader, feigning bravado, angrily shouted, What are you droning on about, you brat? Once you arrive here, everything is under my command. If you believe your body is tougher than a bullet, then by all means, give it a try. Despite his bluster, he was genuinely concerned that Lin Fei might attempt to flee or resist. For where they intended to take Lin Fei was no ordinary place, and various preparations awaited him. Thus, he continued to give his subordinates furtive glances, his finger ever poised on the trigger, ensuring that the gun's muzzle never strayed far from Lin Fei. However, his worry was unwarranted. Lin Fei had no intention of escaping, allowing them to guide him through the maze of the prison until they finally arrived at a heavily fortified cell. Those familiar with this prison would recognize it as one of the cells reputedly akin to hell, the most secure and least likely to allow for an escape. Yet, the true horror of this cell did not lie in its fortifications, but rather in the individuals it housed. This prison was a sanctuary for the most heinous criminals. And within this particular cell resided the most vile of offenders, those whom even other felons dared not provoke or gaze upon directly. The inmates here were either sadistic serial killers or even more malevolent entities. Anyone imprisoned here would be unlikely to emerge unscathed by morning. Quickly enter. I warn you, should you dare to cause trouble, I will turn you into a sieve. The leader swung open the outer door of the cell, leveling his gun at Lin Fei's head. Following this, he delivered a vicious kick to Lin Fei's back. As Lin Fei observed the multitude of bloodthirsty eyes fixed upon him, a smile crept onto his lips as he feigned resistance. Staggering forward into the cell, with a resounding clang, the massive iron door slammed shut behind him. The leader exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, finally realizing that his clothes were soaked through with sweat. His subordinates were similarly affected. The cell boasted 4 iron doors, all controlled by a computerized system. Once the last door closed, the one in front opened, allowing Lin Fei to pass through all the barriers and ultimately enter the cell. "Kid, take care of yourself. I hope to see you intact tomorrow." With a flick of his hand, the leader retreated with his men. Inside the cell, Lin Fei surveyed his surroundings. There were about 10 fierce-looking felons, several of whom were towering figures brimming with muscle, while the rest bore dark expressions or unsettlingly twisted features. These men radiated an aura of danger and bloodlust, yet Lin Fei remained unperturbed. He had no intention of mingling with them, opting instead to lean against the door and rest his eyes. Though young and considerably more slender than these men, Lin Fei appeared to them as an easy target. Among the group were those with dubious inclinations who fixated on Lin Fei's slightly handsome appearance. Thus, in the seemingly tranquil cell, a current of tension began to stir as a few approached him. At the far end of the cell, beside a large bed, sat a bald man with a prominent scar across his face. As another inmate attempted to approach Lin Fei, the bald man discreetly pulled him back. "What's up, big brother? We have no desire to lay hands on this rookie, but it wouldn't hurt to observe the spectacle." "Indeed, big brother. Those disgusting fellows likely wish to exploit him. It should be quite the show," replied one of his men, puzzled. "Do not approach. This kid is not to be trifled with. He is beyond our reach," the bald man stated coolly, his eyes betraying an intelligence that belied his appearance. Gazing at Lin Fei with evident reverence, "Come on, big brother. This kid lacks both stature and presence. He doesn't seem formidable at all. Have you encountered his prowess?" The bald man gently shook his head. "I have not met this kid, but consider this. When we were brought in, which of us was escorted by the hyena with so many armed men? Whatever this kid has done outside, it must be significant. The hyena clearly wishes to use us to deal with him. Do not be foolish enough to become his pawn. If you insist on going, then by all means, I will not provoke this kid. Those who doubt me can try. We shall see how it ends." The bald man shifted into a more comfortable position on the bed, watching with a mocking gaze as the criminals approached Lin Fei. A few of his men remained skeptical but heeded his warning, choosing to stay put and observe. "Kid, the new arrivals must show respect to us veterans. Do you understand? You have 3 minutes to memorize this bank account number. And tomorrow your family must transfer 100,000 yuan into it. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences." The first to reach Lin Fei was a burly man with a full beard, towering at least 6 feet tall, nearly blocking the light streaming through the window. "I've only been locked up here for a day. How am I supposed to contact my family?" Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes and calmly inquired. Raising his head, "You needn't concern yourself with that. Arrangements will be made for you. Just ensure you remember the account clearly." The man crossed his arms, letting out a menacing snort. "What if I refuse to memorize it or contact my family?" Lin Fei's gaze turned icy. "Then prepare for your family to receive your corpse. Make no mistake, it will be a mangled one. If you are unafraid of pain, torture, or death, then feel free to test it." The bearded man slammed his fist against the door, causing it to rattle violently. "Who does this rookie think he is?" Daring to retort. "I only wish to inquire. I am merely curious. I am your establishment." "What must new arrivals do to survive?" Lin Fei probed, seeking to discern the differences between prisons in his homeland and abroad. He had endured time in what was touted as the world's most fearsome prison. Located on an island in the Caribbean, known as the Steel Castle, a veritable hell on earth. Yet, he was not particularly knowledgeable about prisons in his own country. "Finally, you've wised up. Listen closely. From now on, the restroom is your responsibility to clean. Not a single trace of odor is permitted. Should we find any filthy spots, you will be required to drink from the toilet. Understand? Additionally, all our clothing must be washed. The floors must be mopped, and the bedding must be tidied. Do you comprehend?" A man with a buzz cut, flanked by 4 or 5 others, loomed over Lin Fei, regarding him with disdain. "Your demands are rather excessive, aren't they? I have a simple request. Little rookie, remove your pants, lie down, and allow me to educate you on the ways of life." A flamboyant individual stepped forward, flanked by 2 similarly built henchmen. Yet none in the crowd dared to provoke him. The previously mentioned bearded man and the buzzcut man recoiled as if confronted with a plague. "Rookie, did you not hear what our flamboyant brother said? How dare you remain seated? Stand up," shouted his two accomplices at Lin Fei. With a mere glance, Lin Fei discerned much. The threats from the buzzcut man and the bearded man held little weight. But upon recognizing the flamboyant fellow's intentions, he felt a chill run down his spine. A surge of fury ignited within him, yet Lin Fei maintained his composure, simply uttering one word: "Scram." "Excellent. I relish the challenge of dealing with such an ignorant brat." The flamboyant man's tongue flicked across his lips, his gaze toward Lin Fei ablaze with fervor. In an instant, he lunged at Lin Fei. His speed and strength indicative of a practiced fighter, likely possessing the skills of a mid-level practitioner. As he struck, the surrounding inmates swiftly moved aside, anticipating the spectacle of Lin Fei being subdued and forcibly pinned to the ground. However, what transpired next far exceeded their expectations. Lin Fei suddenly reached out, seizing the flamboyant man's claw, then yanked him forward while simultaneously delivering a punch to his chest. The resounding impact echoed through the cell as several of the flamboyant man's ribs shattered, causing him to slump over. But Lin Fei did not halt. He grasped the flamboyant man's head and violently slammed it against the iron door. With a resounding clang, the entire cell trembled, and a deep gash appeared on the flamboyant man's forehead, blood streaming down his face as he fell unconscious. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to utter a single sound until his awareness faded completely. Utterly caught off guard, witnessing this, his two subordinates, their eyes bloodshot, shouted in desperation and lunged forward, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Lin Fei with a single strike. The force of Lin Fei's hand was so formidable that it left them dazed. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Fei remained seated on the ground, motionless, leaving no one able to discern how he struck. Such swiftness and power surpassed the comprehension of these individuals. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. The bald man instinctively shrank back, aware of the prowess of Yao Gu, and now witnessing such a fate befall him, he pondered just how terrifying this young man's abilities truly were. His subordinates felt an immense sense of relief, grateful they had not foolishly approached, for they might have provoked this master. "Why yes, I apologize. I do not wish for you to strike me. I will pay," stammered the bearded giant, his teeth chattering, gazing at Lin Fei as if he were staring at the Grim Reaper. Hesitantly shuffling forward to offer his apologies. "I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me this once. I swear I won't dare to provoke you again." The short-haired man, exhibiting a tad more courage, managed to articulate his words clearly but immediately knelt down with a resounding thud, bowing 3 times before Lin Fei. Observing this, the bearded giant also dropped to his knees, fervently pleading for mercy. They were men of experience, and within this realm ruled by the strong, having witnessed Lin Fei's terrifying capabilities, they each realized the folly of their earlier actions. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow and glanced at the subordinates behind them, who, upon seeing their leaders kneel, promptly followed suit, collapsing to the ground in submission. With their superiors surrendering, they dared not maintain their bravado, each fearing to incite Lin Fei's displeasure. "Clean up this blood," Lin Fei commanded coldly, directing his shout at the bearded giant and the short-haired man. "Why yes, yes." They hurriedly approached, wiping and scrubbing with their sleeves. "I said clean it up, not just wipe it. Did you not hear me?" Lin Fei's voice turned icy as he raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to each of them, causing several teeth to fall from their mouths and leaving their faces swollen like that of a pig. "Lick it, we will lick it." Both men, filled with humiliation and rage, dared not resist and began to lick the ground in utter disgrace. "Have you cleaned it all up?" Lin Fei asked, and after a moment, once they confirmed that not a trace of blood remained, they cautiously lifted their heads, hoping that their compliance would evoke Lin Fei's mercy. However, Lin Fei suddenly stood up and kicked each of them, the horrifying sound of impact echoing as they crashed against the walls of the cell before landing heavily on the ground. Their bones surely fractured, leaving them unconscious. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Fei showed no signs of pausing. He turned and delivered several crushing kicks to Yao Gu and his 2 subordinates, rendering them unable to harm others. Before finally stopping, in an instant, everyone retreated from Lin Fei, preferring to huddle in the corners, their gazes toward him filled with terror, akin to that of demons. Truly, the world is filled with incompetence. I expected a modicum of creativity among you. Regardless of the location, the tactics employed to bully the weak remain identical, merely a group of societal dregs, Lin Fei remarked disdainfully before resuming his seated position, closing his eyes in repose, witnessing the scene. The bald man felt an even greater sense of relief, grateful for his discernment in avoiding this formidable young man. These worthless fools are utterly useless. Hurry and deliver the gifts we have prepared. Lin Fei, you dare to provoke us? Just wait. I will kill this brat today. In a nearby secret room, two young men, their eyes bloodshot, monitored the prison cell through surveillance cameras. Chapter 62. Using stillness to conquer movement. The reason Lin Fei complied without resistance was to ascertain the identity of the individuals orchestrating this behind the scenes. He harbored certain suspicions, but wished for personal confirmation to solidify his understanding. Resting with closed eyes, he awaited their next move, yet they remained stagnant. Suddenly, Lin Fei opened his eyes and strode directly into the cell, causing the group of hardened criminals to transform into startled birds, trembling with each step he took. The bald man, sensing Lin Fei approaching, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He clenched his fists in secret, signaling his subordinates to remain cautious. He had wisely chosen to respect and avoid provoking this young man. Did he truly intend to instigate trouble? What do you want? The bald man stammered, unwilling to lose the aura of authority he held as the top figure in the cell. Get down. Lin Fei's sharp command cut through the air, devoid of any semblance of warmth toward these criminals, many of whom were either on death row or serving life sentences. Young man, I have already refrained from provoking you. Do not push your luck. The bald man, mustering his courage to speak, found his words abruptly halted as Lin Fei delivered a crushing slap, leaving half his face swollen. Boss, let's take him down. His subordinates, fueled by anger, rushed forward, but upon recalling Lin Fei's terrifying prowess, they faltered, none daring to strike first. While they hesitated, Lin Fei grew impatient, delivering a kick to each of them, sending them soaring through the air before crashing down, leaving only Lin Fei and the bald man standing. Deep down, the bald man had never considered genuinely opposing Lin Fei. He knew the disparity in their strength was insurmountable, and with all his subordinates incapacitated, he realized he had no chance to command them. What do you wish to do? He stuttered, fear evident on his face. Get down. Lin Fei reached out, seizing the bald man's collar. The bald man, a seasoned fighter stronger than Yao Guo, instinctively attempted to block Lin Fei's grasp. Yet, as realization dawned, he regretted resisting. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed, intense pain coursing through his mind, followed by the sensation of being yanked forward as Lin Fei hurled him out with ease. If you do not wish to invite trouble, then be silent. Lin Fei turned, casting a cold glance at the remaining criminals, plunging the cell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of stifled breaths as the injured endured their pain. They could hardly fathom that those who had once bullied and ruled over others would one day find themselves subjected to such casual humiliation by a young man who appeared no different from an ordinary person. Lin Fei chose to ignore the hardened criminals. Since the orchestrators had yet to reveal themselves, he intended to continue resting peacefully. The cleanest spot in the cell happened to be the bald man's bed, distanced from the toilet and lacking in odor. Having set his sights on it, Lin Fei claimed it for himself. He had witnessed enough bloodshed and savagery to understand the horrors that had led these men to this place, and thus he felt no sympathy for them. Settling onto the bald man's bed, Lin Fei did not lie down but instead sat in meditation, eyes closed in tranquility. The hardened criminals observed him, albeit with closed eyes, none daring to contemplate an ambush, for even the bald man was no match for Lin Fei, and they were now deeply frightened of him. In truth, they had made a prudent decision. Though Lin Fei appeared to be in a meditative state, he had actually optimized his body's functions, heightening his awareness of his surroundings. Any subtle movements would be detected instantly. While in this state of repose, Lin Fei suddenly heard a disturbance outside the window, prompting him to furrow his brow in preparation. If one were to peer beyond the wall, they would find a figure clad in a gas mask stealthily approaching the window. Indeed, the next moment, this person directed a spray bottle toward the window and pressed the nozzle, releasing a colorless, odorless gas into the cell. As the bottle was aimed at the window, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming urge to leap forth and seize the bottle. But he restrained himself, maintaining his composure. Tio draw out the orchestrators. He needed to continue biding his time. Lin Fei's confidence in remaining still stemmed from his inability to sense any immediate danger. Years of bloody experiences had honed his instinct for peril. Although he recognized the imminent threat, he lacked the intuition of a lethal danger approaching. As the strange gas filled the cell, Lin Fei held his breath and, as a precaution, circulated his internal energy throughout his body. In doing so, even if the gas possessed unusual properties capable of affecting surfaces, he would remain unharmed, given the potency of his internal energy. He could maintain this state for 4 to 5 hours, and with his mastery of breathing techniques, he could endure 10 minutes without inhaling. This gas undoubtedly serves a significant purpose. Yet Lin Fei speculated that it was unlikely to be a toxic substance. After all, if it were indeed poison, these hardened criminals would also succumb to its effects, and the puppet master behind the scheme would not wish to invite such grave trouble. As for the specific nature of the gas, observing the reactions of these individuals would provide clarity. Indeed, within mere seconds of the gas being released, the criminals began to experience shortness of breath, their eyes turning bloodshot. Soon after, they started to tear at their clothing, caressing themselves incessantly and ultimately embracing and kissing one another fervently. This all-too-familiar scene suddenly enlightened Lin Fei. These individuals had fallen victim to a foolish drug. Clearly, the orchestrator behind this was not merely intent on eliminating him, but sought to plunge him into madness, compelling him to partake in a grotesque spectacle alongside these felons. With a keen intuition regarding the adversary's motives, Lin Fei surmised who was pulling the strings behind this orchestrated chaos. In a swift motion, he seized the toothbrush from the bald man's bed, utilizing it as a weapon, and hurled it at the solitary surveillance camera aimed at the cell. The lens shattered instantly, rendering it inoperative. Lin Fei's shadowy figure vanished from the monitor. Meanwhile, in a nearby quiet chamber, Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao frantically pounded on the surveillance screen, their voices laced with fury, demanding to know what had transpired. "What's going on? Why can't we see anything? Captain Wang, your equipment here really lack quality." The leader who had previously forced Lin Fei into the cell paled and responded. "Tang Xiao, Zhang Xiao, no, our equipment has always functioned properly. Quickly, bring up the last footage." His subordinates hurried to comply, yet upon reviewing the footage, they found nothing amiss until they slowed the video down significantly, finally catching a glimpse of the toothbrush hurtling through the air. The speed at which Lin Fei had thrown it was so astonishing that the camera could hardly keep up such formidable strength. "Tang Xiao, Zhang Xiao, what do we do now?" the leader questioned, his voice trembling, acutely aware of the formidable opponent he was up against. "My red spider is one of the most potent drugs in existence. Once just a few drops are released into the air, anyone who inhales even a single breath within half an hour will descend into utter madness. That brat cannot possibly escape." Zhang Xiao scoffed. "Dare to let us engage in such depravity, and I shall ensure he is subjected to the same fate by a dozen others. Captain Wang, take your men and investigate. That brat must be aware he has been ensnared and is likely avoiding detection, which is why he damaged the camera. Go confirm his condition," Tang Ling hissed, suppressing his rage with a menacing smile. Out of fear of Lin Fei, he had no intention of revealing himself. The leader, having heard this, immediately turned and exited. A few minutes later, fully armed and donning gas masks, he and a contingent of armed subordinates arrived outside the cell. Instantly, various sounds erupted from within, the chaotic scene inside bewildering them all. The hardened criminals had stripped themselves bare and were entwined with one another. The leader widened his eyes in disbelief, yet he could not discern which among them was Lin Fei. The bald man's bed was also conspicuously empty, devoid of Lin Fei's presence. "Captain, what should we do? He might be in the restroom," one of the team members whispered apprehensively. "Let us wait a moment longer," the leader replied coolly. According to Zhang Xiao's instructions, this special drug would linger in the air for approximately half an hour. Inhaling even a single breath would lead to the loss of rationality. Although the leader felt Lin Fei could not possibly evade capture, he decided to exercise caution. After about 10 minutes, the leader finally instructed one of his team members. "Go inside and check, confirm his identity and come back out. Be careful. Everyone else, provide cover." The team member, though reluctant, dared not resist. Once the control room door opened, he cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the cell, his heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Thankfully, the criminals were too consumed by their madness to notice him. "Captain, I don't see him. I'll check the restroom. You all remain on standby," he stammered. As he approached the restroom door. His comrades outside were tense, their palms sweating. "He's not in there, Captain," the team member announced. "Go inside and check." He's likely hiding behind the door, the leader commanded. "But, hurry up." "Yes, Captain," the team member, filled with dread, stepped into the cramped restroom. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, everything went dark, and he lost consciousness, a faint static echoing through the communicator. "Heezy, heezy," the captain shouted, a wave of unease washing over him. "Captain, I'm fine. That brat is under the influence, but he's quite formidable. He almost landed a punch on me. I managed to knock him out." Soon, the team member reemerged, clad in full gear and a gas mask. The captain and the others, their hearts finally at ease, sighed with relief, oblivious to the fact that the pair of eyes behind the gas mask had changed. "Now belonging to Lin Fei, let us bring that brat out and toss him into this cesspool of scum. If Tang Xiao and Zhang Xiao want him to endure such indignities, then we shall see it through." The leader, still unaware of the switch, commanded Lin Fei. Lin Fei remained silent, methodically tossing the now disrobed team member into the throng of criminals, deliberately using his body to obscure any signs of a ruse. Swiftly, the unfortunate team member was besieged by 3 or 4 of the criminals, yet he remained unconscious from Lin Fei's earlier strike. "Well done. The task is complete. I appreciate everyone's hard work. I'll treat you all tonight, and we'll share the bounty from Tang Xiao and Zhang Xiao." The leader, witnessing this spectacle, breathed a sigh of relief. Believing the individual being accosted was truly Lin Fei, the thought that such a skilled adversary had been subdued by his team filled him with a sense of arrogant satisfaction. "Heezy, come out now. We wouldn't want that brat to wake up and put you in danger." The leader feigned concern for his subordinate. "Yes, Captain." Lin Fei had awaited this moment. Individuals like him had undergone extensive training and possessed formidable skills. Mimicking another's voice was a trivial feat. As the massive iron doors swung open, Lin Fei strode out unhurriedly, mirroring the gait and presence of the soldiers around him, who remained blissfully unaware. Upon reaching the final iron door, Lin Fei's demeanor grew even more composed. His objective was not merely to escape. Even if he were to face several more iron doors, they could not contain him. He had a far more significant purpose. Keep your eyes peeled. A master of his caliber being subjected to such indignities is a rare spectacle indeed. The leader, sensing the situation was under control, casually set his weapon down and leaned against the iron door, eager to watch. The others, understanding the peculiarity of the situation, were likewise captivated and focused intently on the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Lin Fei made his move. He had already slipped behind them and, with astonishing swiftness, incapacitated the leader and his men, knocking them all out cold. In the blink of an eye, only 6 or 7 sprawled figures remained on the ground, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend what had transpired, let alone recognize their assailant. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had vanished from sight. When Lin Fei reappeared, he stood outside the clandestine room adjacent to the control center. Upon entering, he meticulously surveyed the layout. Since the puppet master intended to revel in his humiliation via the surveillance cameras, it was only logical that he would be lurking within the control room. This deduction was not difficult to make. "Tang Xiao, Zhang Xiao, our captain has confirmed the task is complete. You may proceed now." Lin Fei arrived swiftly, and the team member dispatched to the control room had entered just moments before him. Their conversation barely audible. "Everything is in order. Have you confirmed that brat is indeed under the influence?" Inside, Tang Ling's expression was a mix of excitement and twisted madness. His tone suggested he longed to employ every vile method imaginable to torment Lin Fei. "That brat is no ordinary opponent. Have you truly confirmed?" Zhang Xiao inquired coldly, his voice laced with barely contained fury. "Confirmed. We have a team member who personally verified it. That brat is currently being overwhelmed by multiple assailants." The subordinate chuckled softly. "Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, today is your day. I shall relish your performance, then take your life." Tang Ling could no longer contain his laughter, elated for the first time since his own humiliation. Lin Fei was destined to die. His sister would die too. Tang Shui and Shen Wanrong would meet their end as well. But those women, he would enjoy tormenting them to his heart's content before anything else. Yet all of this hinged on Lin Fei's demise. He not formidable, yet he too shall succumb to our whims. Zhang Xiao's maniacal laughter echoed through the door once the drug's effects begin to wane. "We'll deliver a canister of toxic gas, then gun him down. What a pity. I yearn to personally end his life, to make it a bloody spectacle, but alas, he's but a worthless life. Unworthy of my risk." Ultimately, today, they would dismantle him and feed the remains to the dogs. The mere thought of Lin Fei's impending doom sent Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao into a frenzy of uncontainable excitement. Their usual pleasures revolved around women, particularly beautiful ones. In this era, affluent individuals like them never lacked for female companionship. However, Lin Fei shockingly forced them to engage in a most revolting act with each other. This incident was utterly despicable. The events that transpired that night in the extended Bentley were suppressed by him and Zhang Xiao. Although both were filled with humiliation, their hatred for Lin Fei overshadowed everything else. They never considered that it was the result of their own actions. Had they not provoked Luan Jian Tangshui, Lin Fei would have had no interest in them. In any case, they not only felt no remorse, but were also fervently plotting their revenge. It must be said that these two scions were indeed extraordinary. When they decided to act, they leveraged numerous connections. Congratulations to Tang Xiao and Zhang Xiao for avenging the great wrong. One of the team members ingratiated himself. "Haha, this time you both handled the matter splendidly. Rest assured, we shall not forget your contributions. At the very least, we will bestow upon each of you a reward of 500,000, in comparison to the price Lin Fei would pay. This sum was utterly insignificant. Moreover, we will ensure your captain's promotion," Tang Ling declared with a grandiose flourish, exuding the aura of a wealthy heir. "Thank you, Tang Xiao. Thank you, Zhang Xiao." The team member immediately responded with a sly grin. Bang! At that moment, the door to the surveillance room was violently kicked open, and Lin Fei, clad in the team uniform and wearing a gas mask, entered coldly. "What are you doing? You scared Tang Xiao and Zhang Xiao. Do you not understand? Kneel down and apologize at once." The team member inside was momentarily taken aback, then furiously approached. He could not recognize who was behind the mask, assuming it was one of his own. Hence his tone was quite impolite. He was furious. He had finally managed to curry favor with the two young masters, and this reckless individual had nearly ruined everything. However, he soon found himself at a loss for words. As Lin Fei kicked out, sending him flying and shattering the surveillance equipment into pieces, there were two other employees in the surveillance room who quickly drew their weapons, but they too were dispatched by Lin Fei with a swift kick each. "Who are you? What do you want?" Tang Ling sensed something was amiss and retreated while coldly demanding, "Slap." Without uttering a word, Lin Fei stepped forward and slapped him to the ground. "You dare hit me?" Tang Ling struggled to rise, stunned. "Your captain is obliged to lick my shoes. How dare you strike me?" He was momentarily at a loss. In Shanghai City, which public official dared to lay a hand on him? Unless they wished to resign? What's wrong with hitting you? Think you're so important, you foolish scoundrel. Lin Fei altered his voice, speaking with venom, and then delivered a fierce kick to Tang Ling's chest. Instantly, Tang Ling was sent flying, his ribs likely broken. You aren't Lin Fei. Who on earth are you?" Zhang Xiao was now panicking. He was slightly more astute than Tang Ling, reacting more quickly, initially believing the intruder to be Lin Fei. However, upon hearing the voice, he realized it was completely different. He had never encountered anyone who could alter their voice so drastically. This was a new adversary who employed ruthless methods akin to Lin Fei's. "Who am I? You'll find out soon enough." Lin Fei cackled maniacally, allowing these two young masters to experience the taste of being treated with disdain. He approached Tang Ling, who was struggling in pain, for it was his first time suffering such severe injuries, causing him to weep uncontrollably. "What do you want? Do you know who I am? You are courting death. Do you understand?" Though Tang Ling was half dead, he was so accustomed to his lawless lifestyle that he still refused to beg for mercy, threatening Lin Fei with all his might. He seemed to still believe that no one in Pinghai City would dare to lay a hand on him. "You vile creature, do you truly think no one can deal with you? How many girls have you harmed? Today, I shall seek justice for them and eradicate your evil." Lin Fei shouted angrily, then stomped forcefully on Tang Ling's groin. Tang Ling let out a wretched scream, his body springing up as if propelled by a spring, before he collapsed, unconscious. You are dead meat. You are dead meat." Zhang Xiao's mind buzzed as he witnessed the scene. Succumbing to unconsciousness from the shock, it was shattered. He had truly been reduced to a eunuch. It must be noted that Tang Ling was no ordinary wealthy heir. He was one of the most prominent scions of Shanghai City. worth more than the life of an average person. This individual had actually rendered Tang Ling a castrated man. Are you threatening me? Lin Fei approached and slapped Zhang Xiao across the face. What do you want? What do you want? Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Lin Fei, Zhang Xiao trembled and retreated in terror, realizing that this mysterious figure was now targeting him. What do you want? You might as well guess, Lin Fei sneered, recalling how Zhang Xiao had harbored ulterior motives towards Tang Shui during their first meeting. Let us negotiate. What do you desire? Money or women? Speak, and I shall provide. My father is one of the highest-ranking officials in Pinghai City. Do not be foolish. If you harm me, you will certainly be pursued relentlessly, and there will be no escape, Zhang Xiao pleaded, desperately trying to bargain for his safety. Willing to kneel if it meant preserving his manhood, I want them to pursue the matter. I fear they won't pursue it thoroughly. Lin Fei snorted coldly and delivered a direct kick to Zhang Xiao's groin. Obliterating his manhood, Zhang Xiao let out a frantic scream and promptly fainted. Having dealt with these two perpetrators, Lin Fei turned and exited, returning to the cell. As the leader dismissed the unrelated personnel. No one was aware of the events that had transpired. The large iron door of the cell could be opened either electronically or with a key, which was in the possession of the leader. After making arrangements, Lin Fei used the key to unlock the door and entered the cell, dragging out the team member he had taken care of, changing his clothes, and unceremoniously tossing him back outside. After completing these tasks, Lin Fei locked himself back in the cell, sitting on the bald-headed man's bed with his eyes closed, waiting. Chapter 64. A major incident approximately half an hour later. Hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed as personnel from the prison finally noticed the situation. They rushed over, and upon seeing the scene, chaos ensued. Soon, the prison's higher-ups were alerted, and as the situation in the surveillance room was assessed, someone recognized the identities of Tang Ling and Zhang Xiao. Realizing that a serious incident had occurred, such a significant event could not be concealed any longer, and news quickly reached the Tang and Zhang families. The most influential figures from both families mobilized, ensuring it would be an extraordinary night. Zhang Xiao's full name was Zhang Xiaoyang. He had only recently arrived in Zhanghai City with his father, which was why Tang Shui was not very familiar with him. However, regarding status, his father was indeed a prominent figure. The prison's higher-ups immediately went to check on Tang Ling and Zhang Xiaoyang, and upon seeing their severe injuries, disregarded everything else and arranged for an ambulance to take them straight to the city hospital. Inside the hospital, the best doctors in Zhanghai City were already waiting. They wheeled the two young masters into the operating room and removed their trousers. The sight of their mangled anatomy caused a collective gasp among the doctors. The experienced nurses nearby even bent over, unable to suppress their nausea. It was a gruesome scene. Dr. Liu, what do you think? The younger doctor asked, his voice trembling. These injuries are too severe. They are beyond treatment. First, stabilize their facial injuries and set the broken bones, the esteemed doctor replied, taking a deep breath before calmly issuing orders. Meanwhile, members of the Tang and Zhang families had gathered outside the operating room. Tang Heng, the head of the Tang family, wore an icy expression, his gaze sharp, accompanied by a low-key, silent elder with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Beside Tang Heng stood a refined gentleman wearing glasses. Accompanied by a secretary, he exchanged a brief nod with Tang Heng before remaining silent, both waiting anxiously. These two were influential figures in Pinghai City, capable of causing a stir with a mere stamp of their feet. Their emotions inscrutable, leaving no one to fathom their thoughts. Leader, the staff from Taizhan prison have regained consciousness. According to their accounts, it seems the two young masters were simply curious about the prison and decided to explore. Unaware of the calamity that would ensue, all personnel involved have been detained, but due to the suddenness of the incident, the identity of the perpetrator remains unclear. However, it appears that the assailant may have impersonated one of their own. The secretary reported after receiving a phone call. Impersonation or an actual member of their team who goes exploring at such an hour, they still aren't revealing the truth. These lawless individuals, investigate. Call Xiazhen and instruct him to gather his team and investigate this matter thoroughly. The refined gentleman's expression darkened, a flash of anger crossing his face as he spoke through gritted teeth. Understood. Leader, the secretary replied, preparing to leave. Wait, the refined gentleman suddenly called him back, glancing around before lowering his voice to continue. Tell Xiazhen that no matter what the investigation uncovers, it must remain confidential, and no word of this must leak. All findings must be reported directly to me. Yes, leader. The secretary's expression remained calm as she turned to leave. Yet her heart was already tumultuous. Indeed, the leader was genuinely furious this time. Given the magnitude of the incident, such a reaction was entirely understandable. On the other side, Tang Heng was experiencing a similarly tumultuous situation. However, there was a notable exception. The Tang family was a large clan, and its members, unbeknownst to each other, had gathered information from various sources in a bid to curry favor with Tang Heng. They rushed to the hospital, only to be sent away by Tang Heng's subordinates. Even someone as Navi as Tang Heng recognized that this incident was a scandal best kept under wraps. Moreover, he was far from foolish. His anger was palpable, and he had no desire to encounter the greedy faces of those who sought profit. Inside the operating room, after a frantic rescue effort, both Tang Ling and Zhang Xiaoyang's conditions stabilized. They were severely injured, yet their lives were not in peril. Only one final question remained. Dr. Liu found the situation exceedingly troublesome. How could such an event have transpired? Today's youth, it seemed, were utterly oblivious to the value of self-preservation. The families of the patients were waiting outside. Perhaps it was best to consult them first. Dr. Liu hesitated for a moment, opting for a more prudent approach. The consequences of these injuries were no trifling matter. Even the esteemed Dr. Liu dared not make unilateral decisions. To whom should he convey the news? The young doctor inquired, prompting everyone in the operating room to turn their gazes toward Dr. Liu in unison. No one wished to bear the burden of delivering bad news, fearing it would cost them their jobs as well. I shall go, Dr. Liu declared, slapping his thigh, fully aware he could not avoid the inevitable. He hoped to escape any significant trouble as a result. Doctor, how's my son? As Dr. Liu opened the operating room door, Tang Ling and the cultured leader rushed forward, anxiously inquiring. Both young gentlemen's conditions have stabilized, and their lives are not in danger. With time for recovery, they should be fine, Dr. Liu replied, his expression troubled. Despite his advanced age, he found it difficult to meet their eyes, knowing that should either of them choose to act, the fruits of his lifelong efforts could vanish in an instant. What is the situation? Please, do not hesitate to speak, Tang Ling replied coolly, focused solely on his son's condition, showing little concern for the doctor's thoughts. Doctor, please speak quickly, urged the cultured leader. I will be frank, Dr. Liu said, gritting his teeth. There is no avoiding this calamity. Whether one extends their neck or withdraws it, the outcome remains the same. However, the injuries to both young gentlemen's lower bodies are exceedingly severe. Given the current standards of medical practice, it is hopeless to salvage that area. What? Are you saying my son? Tang Heng erupted in a fit of rage, his calm demeanor shattered. His shock and fury were understandable. The gravity of the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. When he received the call from the prison, they had not dared to mention such details. He had assumed Tang Ling had merely suffered a beating, perhaps with a broken limb or two, injuries that could be remedied with sufficient funds. He was not lacking in wealth, which had allowed him to remain composed until now. Linger, with a furious kick, he flung open the operating room door and stormed inside. The cultured leader reacted similarly. He was aware of the severity of the situation, but had not anticipated it would escalate to such a catastrophic extent. Was he to start anew at his age? Though he maintained a facade of composure, his inner turmoil surged as he followed Tang Heng into the room. Gentlemen, that is the operating room. You cannot enter, doctor. Liu instinctively called out, but he was powerless to stop them, instead trailing behind with his frail-bodied Linger, Xiaoyang. The two fathers rushed to the operating table, each calling out their son's name. As they entered, the nurses stepped aside, and upon witnessing the horrific state of their sons, both fathers' eyes turned bloodshot, radiating a desire for vengeance. Dad, you must avenge me. Dad, Tang Ling, dazed from the anesthesia, stirred upon hearing the commotion. Tears streamed down his face, but the severity of his injuries soon caused him to lose consciousness again. Who did this? Tang Heng bellowed, his voice filled with fury. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter who it is, they must be brought to justice. Zhang, the leader, trembled with rage as well. However, Zhang Xiaoyang was in a worse condition, failing to regain consciousness. Gentlemen, none of us wished for such an incident. The most pressing matter is the patient's safety. Their wounds remain untreated, and if we do not proceed with the necessary procedures, we cannot address the subsequent issues, Dr. Liu interjected, his hands trembling as he spoke. He was reluctant to voice these words, but if he did not, the consequences of the young gentleman's deaths would be far worse for him. Master, Mr. Zhang, the injuries sustained by your sons are indeed beyond our capabilities. Preserving their lives is of utmost importance, an elderly man standing behind Tang Heng remarked after carefully examining the injuries, his expression devoid of emotion. Then let it be done, Tang Heng finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. The words nearly brought him to tears. Chapter 65. It was not Lin Fei's doing. Old Mu, what is your assessment of the assailant's skills? Can you discern their identity, regardless of their background? I demand they pay an appropriate price. I want them to suffer a fate 1,000 times worse than Lingers. When has my Tang family ever endured such humiliation? How dare they trample upon us? I will ensure they are torn apart. Witnessing the gruesome sight of his son's mutilated form, Tang Ling completely lost his composure. Ignoring the presence of medical staff, he roared like a furious lion. Assaulting others is a grave offense no matter where it occurs. Especially to this extent, the organization will demand accountability, the cultured man stated calmly, his tone chilling. The doctors and nurses felt a shiver run down their spines, fearing repercussions for overhearing such remarks, though apprehensive. They formed a judgment that both middle-aged men were not noble figures. At the very least, they had reason to suspect otherwise. If they were truly virtuous individuals, they would not speak in such a manner. Zhang Xiaoyang and the others were less informed, but they had undoubtedly heard of Tang Ling's notorious reputation as the most debauched heir in Pinghai City. Any father who indulged their son to such an extent could hardly be deemed respectable, particularly given Tang Ling's history of bullying the weak. His infamous title was cultivated over time, and tales of Tang Ling's exploits against innocent women and righteous individuals were numerous. The knowledge of these incidents primarily stemmed from the fact that many victims had ultimately found their way to the hospital. And while much of the related content had been quickly deleted from online forums, the accumulation of events had left a lasting impression on the public. If he were truly a good person or father, who would allow their child to descend to such depths? As for the newly appointed leader, while the doctors and nurses were still unaware of his true nature, the fact that his son had quickly fallen in with Tang Ling spoke volumes. In truth, the circumstances surrounding Tang Ling and Zhang Xiaoyang's predicament were not lost on the medical staff. They understood that these two young men had been dealt with by someone far beyond the reach of those they had previously encountered, resulting in a consequence that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. This revelation brought a sense of satisfaction to the medical personnel, as they believed that justice had finally been served. The elderly man accompanying Tang Heng was no ordinary figure. Upon hearing Tang Heng's inquiry, the medical staff were not overly optimistic about the elderly man's ability to provide any information that could be detrimental to their interests. However, their concerns were unfounded. The elder approached to examine Tang Ling and Zhang Xiaoyang's injuries closely before shaking his head. Master, this assailant is skilled, but I cannot ascertain the style of their technique or discern their origins. How formidable are they? Are they even stronger than you? Tang Ling asked coldly. The elder scrutinized the wounds once more before responding. Rest assured, Master, should I encounter them, I will be able to subdue them. His confident tone was not mere bravado. In reality, he had underestimated Lin Fei's strength, believing him to be merely at the peak of the second tier. Consequently, he deduced that the elder must be at least a competent practitioner at the initial stage of the first tier, a formidable figure in Zhanghai City. The Tang family, as a prominent clan, had indeed concealed such a powerful entity. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling felt a sense of clarity. You all ensure their safety. If anything goes awry, I will not spare you. Tang Heng warned, exchanging a glance with the cultured leader as they exited the operating room. The two men left the hospital in silence, making their way to a secret villa belonging to the Tang family in Zhanghai City. It is your wasteful son who has brought this calamity upon my child. Otherwise, how could this have transpired? Upon entering the villa, the cultured leader could no longer contain his anger towards Tang Heng. You dare blame my son? You know well what kind of person your son is. Both of them are useless. They could not even stand up to their assailants, and ended up in such a dire state. It is truly laughable. I, Tang Ling, who has lived a life of brilliance, would find myself in such a predicament. Tang Ling lamented, his face etched with sorrow. Enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on how to resolve this situation. Leader Zhang said despondently, sinking into the sofa. The circumstances being what they are, they have no choice but to accept it, their hearts only yearning to unleash the fury that has built within them. It is clear that the trouble was instigated by those two young fools who even dared to venture into Taizhan prison. How could I not see through their petty schemes, but to dare turn my son into a eunuch, whoever is responsible? Once I uncover their identity, they will surely feel the wrath of the Tang family, Tang Heng declared, his fist crashing onto the coffee table. We must investigate thoroughly, eliminate that person, and suppress this matter. Thus, the issue will be resolved. To have endured such humiliation, even if I were to kill that individual, it would not quell the hatred in my heart. I shall make those dear to him pay the price. Investigating is not a challenge. I have already dispatched the finest criminal investigation personnel from Zhanghai City to Taizhan prison. My only fear is that the perpetrator may have escaped, a figure of such prowess. If they truly wish to evade capture, how could we possibly find them? The composed gentleman remarked, his eyes reflecting a faint glimmer of despair. Tang Heng sat down in silence, his expression grim, as the two awaited the truth. Forsaking sleep to uncover the reality of the situation. One must admit, the efficiency displayed by the professional known as Xing Jin is remarkable. The captain of the prison guards, despite his attempts to conceal the truth, was swiftly unmasked, ultimately yielding to the interrogation. The revelation soon reached Tang Heng's villa, and its implications left both him and the gentleman gritting their teeth, at a loss for words. Indeed, it was their own unworthy offspring who had stirred this mess. Those two young men had ventured into Taizhan prison, intending to leverage its resources to exact revenge on a boy named Lin Fei. They had the audacity to administer a foolish drug to him, allowing a group of violent offenders to take turns assaulting him, ultimately planning to end his life. This absurdity left even Tang Heng and the gentleman, who were all too aware of their son's characters, feeling their scalps tingle with disbelief. Who could have imagined their children could be so cold-blooded? As for the motive behind their vendetta against Lin Fei, the captain had little information. But it was clear that it stemmed from a desire to assault a girl, thwarted by Lin Fei, which had ignited their blind hatred. Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged men instantly recognized the authenticity of the situation, for they understood all too well the nature of their own progeny. What has become of that Lin Fei? Tang Heng inquired expressionlessly after absorbing the information. To him, it was evident that once Lin Fei had drawn his attention, his fate was all but sealed. He remains in that cell, silent and motionless, meditating quietly, replied the gentleman's secretary, who bowed slightly. He holds Tang Heng in high regard, given that this young man possesses exceptional skills. Could it be that he himself is the one who struck? Tang Heng analyzed calmly. The captain of the criminal division had considered this possibility as well, yet at the time, Lin Fei was indeed confined within the prison, subjected to the brutal treatment of those offenders thus. His involvement seemed improbable. The secretary replied. As he uttered the phrase brutal treatment, his heart raced, overwhelmed by the absurdity and tragedy of the situation. A man of stature, subjected to such humiliation at the hands of others, no less a multitude of them. What a tragic fate indeed. Even more absurdly, both of their sons had suffered similar fates, inflicted upon one another, solidifying their status as true brothers in misfortune. Is it impossible for someone locked away in prison to escape? Did you not mention that a team member had entered to conduct an inspection? If Lin Fei truly possesses such skills, could he not have overpowered his captors and donned their attire? Executing a clever ruse, the gentleman also reasoned logically, acknowledging Lin Fei's prowess. The captain had thoroughly investigated the drug in question. Even the most formidable individual would struggle to maintain their composure after inhaling a single breath. And there exists no antidote for the substance. Regardless of Lin Fei's capabilities, evading its effects would be out of the question. The secretary felt as though he were inadvertently exonerating Lin Fei. Growing increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, the findings from Xing Jun's investigation were clear. He could not fabricate a narrative. What of the surveillance footage? What of the testimonies from those who entered the cell? How could Xing Jin have failed to pursue these crucial leads? Tang Heng began to curse again, his temper flaring, an impulse to annihilate everyone in sight surging within him. Yet, he was misplacing his ire. The criminal investigation had been conducted exceptionally well. In fact, it was executed with extraordinary diligence. Not only had they followed up on these two leads, but they had also undertaken every necessary action. They scoured the scene, collected fingerprints, leaving no stone unturned. Undoubtedly, they had encountered a professional adept at erasing evidence. In truth, how he longed to present the enigmatic Lin Fei to the forefront and conclude matters swiftly. Yet the deeper he delved, the clearer it became that Lin Fei lacked the opportunity and means to commit the crime. Though his motivations were indeed present, the gentleman sought the truth, and he would never dare to misrepresent the findings. Thus he submitted his analyses honestly. Most of the prison surveillance system had been disabled by the two young men prior to the incident, while they had intended to monitor the cell. Lin Fei had destroyed the cameras with a toothbrush before the event unfolded. How could that young man have anticipated the need to dismantle the cameras? Does this not imply premeditation on his part? Tang Heng slammed his hand on the coffee table. Lin Fei likely had no foreknowledge of the ensuing events. His destruction of the cameras was likely an attempt to prevent anyone from witnessing what would transpire after he was drugged. After meticulously analyzing the possibilities, the captain found this scenario to be the most plausible. As for the team member, the secretary continued, wiping his brow. He was also gravely injured during the ambush, remaining unconscious. And it may be some time before he regains consciousness. Chapter 66. How shall Lin Fei be dealt with? Is this tantamount to a lack of evidence? Yes, indeed. The secretary's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his throat. So, after all this investigation, is Xingchen attempting to convey that this Lin Fei is innocent, while the true perpetrator remains unidentified and at large? Bang. The gentleman, too, was consumed by rage, slamming his palm against the coffee table, which could no longer withstand the onslaught and finally cracked. This outcome was simply unbearable for him. Yes, it is as you say. The assailant acted with such swiftness, attacking from behind, leaving the team members unable to discern their assailant's appearance. Yet it is undeniable that this individual masqueraded as one of their own. The secretary was on the verge of tears, lamenting the arduous nature of his work. That scoundrel Xingchen, having uncovered the truth, left him to bear the burden of anxiety. Master Mu, you surely have some insights into Lin Fei's abilities. Under such circumstances, could he have executed any subtle maneuvers? Could the assailant possibly be him? Once Tangling regained his composure, he pondered for a moment before inquiring of the aged figure, Master Mu, who had been standing silently nearby. Master Mu bowed slightly, his frail form bending. Sir, according to the reports we received, if young Master Zhang's well, if the drug is indeed as potent as claimed, Lin Fei would quickly lose consciousness, while it is conceivable that he could attempt to expel it using his internal energy. This would require him to possess at least the skill level of a Qi master. However, even a typical Qi master would need a minimum of 40 to 50 minutes to achieve this. Based on the reactions of the violent offenders, young Master Zhang's drug appears to be even more potent than typical narcotics. This suggests that more time would be required. According to the timeline of events, Lin Fei would not have had sufficient time. If he truly managed to expel it quickly, then the nature of that internal energy Master Mu paused deliberately, leaving the implication unspoken, though Tang Ling and the gentleman understood his meaning. If that were the case, then they were indeed embroiled in a grave disaster. In truth, some practitioners, including us, utilize breathing techniques to cultivate various methods of breath control, yet the human body remains bound by natural laws. No matter how adept one is at breath control, one can only endure for a limited time. However, it was also stated that the drug's effects persist for half an hour, which further complicates the timeline. The captain confirmed that Lin Fei had been searched before entering and was unlikely to possess an antidote. I find this point agreeable, as those at our level of skill often disdain to conceal items on their persons. Thus, it appears Lin Fei may not have been the one to strike after all. However, given that it was due to him that all these events transpired, he cannot simply be disregarded, nor can we ignore what he did to those two boys prior. Master Tang, how do you intend to handle this matter? The gentleman inquired coldly. How to deal with Lin Fei? That decision rests with Tang Ling. Even if he is not the murderer, he most likely knows who the true culprit is. I witnessed the assailant inflict harm, and it seemed as though he intended to assist him. If that is the case, then let us strike. Strike with fervor until he is compelled to speak. Tang Ling coldly huffed, Master Tang, I understand your need for an outlet for your anger and your desire to deal with this individual, but the commotion caused by those two children is excessive. This matter requires a swift resolution. The Iron Mountain prison must return to normal operations immediately. Therefore, I cannot allow your men to linger there, and you must take Lin Fei with you. As for where to take him, you may arrange that as you wish. Regarding the true murderer, continue the pursuit. The cultured gentleman received the answers he sought and promptly stood to take his leave. Tang Ling, however, was dissatisfied with his demeanor. The two parties were engaged in rapid communication, yet they were not quite old friends. After all, the Tang family is an ancient and prestigious lineage in Zhanghai City, even in the presence of a leader such as the cultured gentleman. Tang Ling still felt a sense of confidence. Old Mu, I must trouble you to head to Iron Mountain Prison immediately and ensure that the individual is properly extracted. You claim that the murderer is not your match. But we are not entirely familiar with Lin Fei's capabilities. Given the current circumstances, he seems to possess considerable skill. Exercise caution. Once he is in your custody, bring him directly here. Tang Ling wearily rubbed his forehead. Old Mu maintained a calm demeanor. Rest assured, Master. No matter how formidable he may be, he is merely a young man, and I can handle him. That tone, how condescending towards the youth. Tang Ling was increasingly vexed. Troubled not only by his son's audacity, but also by the apparent lack of intelligence displayed by him and Zhang Xiaoyang. Damn it, those two fools shut down the prison's entire surveillance system. As a result, they have left me utterly clueless as to how the murderer entered and exited. If we cannot capture the culprit, we will have to swallow this grievance. But given my son's current predicament, a wave of fury threatens to overwhelm Tang Ling's reason. Fortunately, there is still Lin Fei, a channel for his frustrations. In truth, even without investigation, he could sense the underlying conflict between Lin Fei and his son. The issue undoubtedly originated from his son. Yet, Lin Fei's audacity to render his son without heirs displays a blatant disregard for the Tang family. For this reason alone, he found it difficult to overlook Lin Fei's actions. Regardless, Old Mu soon arrived at the prison with his entourage. They were met by a welcoming party. Without hesitation, Old Mu inclined his head slightly and inquired, "Whereas Lin Fei, I would appreciate your guidance." "Right this way, please." The prison officer, Xingjin, a blunt-faced man who smoked a cigarette, spoke little and led the way. He halted and pointed to a man, saying, "This individual was severely injured by Lin Fei earlier." Relying on his age, he attempted to strike Lin Fei, but failed to withstand even a few exchanges. From what I observed in the footage, he was essentially eliminated in an instant. These injuries were not inflicted by him, but were all the work of Lin Fei. Xingjin slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze penetrating through the cluster of inmates, settling upon a figure seated in the furthest corner of the cell. How skilled is he? Old Mu's eyes turned toward Lin Fei. Though his expression appeared considerably more relaxed, of moderate rank, certainly not on par with Old Mu. However, the pinnacle of the second tier, the fierce tiger, was also bested by Lin Fei. Xingjin took note of Old Mu's demeanor. As someone accustomed to criminal investigation, he was adept at reading people. He sensed that Old Mu did not regard Lin Fei with any particular concern. Hesitating for a moment, he suggested, "The footage of Lin Fei's actions is in the surveillance room. Although the equipment is in disrepair, the hard drive remains intact. If Old Mu wishes, I could accompany you to review it first." In his view, since Old Mu had come to retrieve someone, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with Lin Fei's abilities. Having knowledge is never a disadvantage. However, Old Mu waved his hand with some impatience. "No need for that. I have no time for such trivialities. Open the cell door. I shall personally invite him out. Perhaps you should reconsider. The situation here is under control." "And there is no rush," Xingjin calmly urged. "You seem quite apprehensive about Lin Fei," Old Mu remarked with displeasure. "I merely find his current calmness to be rather unsettling. Years of experience have taught me that those who remain composed in extraordinary circumstances are often the most dangerous." Xingjin sighed quietly, feeling that Lin Fei was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, Old Mu did not take his words to heart. "Director Chow, open the door." Xingjin extinguished his cigarette and spoke expressionlessly, with a thunderous clang. The heavy iron doors creaked open, and Old Mu's frail, stooped figure stepped into the cell, displaying a remarkable courage.